Chapter 1, One Soul, Two Bodies. Su Xiao, the final deadline for martial arts foundation building is in 1 week. Your body forging technique has only reached the 6th cycle, and yet you still have the time to play with a bird? Zhou Hong, the homeroom teacher of Linhai Martial Arts High School, looked at a male student in the class with disbelief. On the boy's desk, a small sparrow was pacing back and forth, while the boy stared blankly at it. His gaze followed the sparrow's movements. Chirp chirp. The little sparrow, as if startled, let out a cry and dived under the textbook. The boy also snapped out of his daze and quickly stood up. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you concern. His well-behaved attitude softened the homeroom teacher Zhou Hong's demeanor. Having your own hobbies is a good thing, but don't neglect your studies and training, especially in cultivation. You must become a martial artist, to kill mutated beasts, resist the demonic races from other realms, protect the people, bring glory to the nation, and fight for the lives of the people. This world does not tolerate wasting one's ambition on trivial pursuits. Understand? Zhou Hong patted Su Xiao's shoulder, her tone gentle yet carrying weight. Yes, teacher, Su Xiao replied, rubbing his nose. He deeply agreed with his homeroom teacher's words. The development of this world was similar to his original one, but decades ago, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. Creatures resembling mythological beings, some stretching thousands of meters in length and wielding control over natural forces like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, emerged from them. It caused a massive shock to everyone, particularly a monster several kilometers tall, wielding control over lightning and magma, named the Destroyer, obliterated half of Sakura Island and devoured tens of millions of little idiots, driving everyone's panic to its peak. Fortunately, the Destroyer didn't linger for long and left through the spatial rift a few days later. Most of those spatial rifts closed automatically, with only a few remaining. From these rifts, vast amounts of extraordinary energy leaked out. This extraordinary energy revitalized practitioners of ancient traditions, enabling them to absorb it and become terrifying beings capable of withstanding missiles, soaring through the skies, and tearing apart giant beasts with their bare hands. The world calls them extraordinary martial artists. These extraordinary martial artists, having absorbed the extraordinary energy, possess physical and mental abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans. Whether in combat, scientific research, aviation, or driving, the execution, mental outlook, and work efficiency they demonstrate far surpass those of ordinary people. One of them can easily outperform 10 regular individuals. Many renowned companies and institutions have even set martial artists as the minimum standard. Only by becoming a martial artist can one qualify for an interview. Therefore, all young people today are striving to become martial artists. However, becoming a martial artist is extremely difficult. After entering high school, students begin practicing body forging techniques. If they fail to complete 10 cycles of body forging and lay the foundation for martial arts within a month, they will be deemed to have no talent for martial arts and must switch to liberal arts. However, only martial artists can apply to top-tier universities. Therefore, everyone is desperately practicing body forging techniques at the start of the school year. But body forging techniques are challenging. Talent, resources, and effort are all indispensable. Effort is something no one lacks. In this dangerous world, everyone strives hard and puts in effort. This makes effort seem worthless. Talent, however, is distinguished by the speed of mastering body forging techniques. Those who can achieve 10 revolutions in a single day are ranked grade A. Those who take 7 days are grade B, 2 weeks grade C, and 1 month grade D. Those who fail to achieve 10 revolutions within a month lose their qualification to train and are directly transferred to vocational schools to learn basic life skills like driving, cooking, or assembly work. As a freshman in high school, Su Xiao had already been in school for 3 weeks. Despite his relentless training, he had only reached the 6th rotation level. This was already his limit. To break through the 6th rotation, he needed supplementary cultivation resources to improve. However, his family's financial situation was modest, and cultivation resources cost thousands or even tens of thousands per portion. The original owner of this body refused to accept reality and tried to push past his physical limits through sheer effort, training excessively until his body couldn't take it anymore, leading to cardiac arrest, which resulted in his transmigration. However, training oneself to death is truly one of the world's great oddities. Su Xiao was deeply skeptical about this, but according to his memories, his heart had indeed suddenly stopped during training, and then he crossed over. Of course, none of that is the main point. Transmigration, everyone gets it. The real question is, what the hell is this sparrow? At that moment, he felt as if he had 2 bodies. One was himself, and the other was the little sparrow on the table. Simultaneously, 2 perspectives appeared in his mind. One scene shows him sitting on a stool watching the little sparrow, while another shows the sparrow on the table looking up at him. One soul, 2 bodies. Su Xiao could only explain it to himself this way. He was certain this little sparrow was his golden finger, but he hadn't figured out how to utilize it yet. In a world full of mutated beasts, what use is having a little sparrow? Su Xiao, giving up is the right choice. Why make life so hard for yourself? Take it one day at a time. Working construction after graduation isn't so bad. A male classmate patted Su Xiao's shoulder kindly, offering comfort. Exactly. Why bother trying? Look at me, I've reached the 7th level of body forging, and I don't even try anymore. What's the point of effort? It's better to just play with birds. Ha ha ha. Yeah, Su Xiao, our family isn't well off, so let's not waste our parents' money. They should save it for their retirement. Another classmate chimed in to comfort him, but their expressions were all mocking, looking at him like he was a loser. They thought Su Xiao, with his head down, couldn't see it, but through the sparrow's eyes, Su Xiao saw it all clearly. Faced with these expressions of disdain, looking at the appearance of a loser, Su Xiao could only smile bitterly. He had no other choice. After all, no one respects someone who willingly indulges in self-destruction and embraces decadence. The original owner of this body had forced himself to train, which led to cardiac arrest. Given the current situation, there's no way he can reach the 10th level of body forging in a week. Without that, he won't be able to absorb extraordinary energy and become a superhuman martial artist. If he can't become a martial artist, he'll have no choice but to attend a technical school and become a foundational stone of society. A lifetime of dullness without a single ripple, only able to watch others stand under the spotlight, admired by all. Whether it's comfort or sarcasm, I thank you all. Su Xiao replied indifferently before focusing once more on studying the little sparrow. He was certain this little sparrow was his golden finger, but how to activate it remained a mystery to him for now. Su Xiao, don't listen to them. You can do it. You'll always be the best. Always. You have to believe in yourself. A beautiful girl suddenly said loudly. Her gaze at Su Xiao was filled with concern. Thanks. Su Xiao didn't even look up, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. Then he continued studying the little sparrow, now his lifeline. Everything else could wait. Unexpectedly, another voice full of disdain and scorn rang out. Trash will always be trash. Thinking you can change your fate through hard work? How laughable. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked over, seeing a tall figure exuding an imposing aura. Information about this person flashed through Su Xiao's mind. Class monitor, Lin Hao, top-tier talent. A first-level martial artist who had mastered cultivation techniques and martial skills, came from a privileged family, known for his ruthless nature. That bastard. Just wait till I rise up, I'll end you. Su Xiao thought silently. Seeing Su Xiao remain silent, Lin Hao sneered. Not a real man. Lin Hao, watch your mouth. The homeroom teacher stopped Lin Hao and scolded him. Su Xiao's eyes grew even more sinister. After school at noon, he went straight home, skipping even the afternoon physical training class. He wasn't in the mood, because he was certain he wouldn't receive any help at school. To solve the current predicament and uncover the function of the golden finger, he had to look elsewhere. Hurried back home. Both parents were at work, and his younger sister hadn't returned from school yet, leaving the house empty. Su Xiao began studying the little sparrow. Since it's a golden finger, how do you activate it? Can it directly absorb supernatural energy, or evolve by eating? Su Xiao tried each method, but after eating a handful of rice, there was still no unusual reaction. Afraid of overfeeding it, he didn't dare to test further. After all, he didn't know what consequences there would be if the little sparrow sharing his soul died. How am I supposed to handle this? Su Xiao lay on the bed with a headache, controlling the little sparrow to take flight. At first, when the sparrow flapped its wings to take off, Su Xiao felt a bit of weightlessness, but he adapted within half an hour. He guided the sparrow to fly around the room, and soon it reached the window. Why not fly out and take a look? As soon as the thought arose, an inexplicable sense of freedom surged in his heart, and the sparrow flapped its wings and flew out. Due to the issue of mutated beasts, the city is under strict lockdown, so there are no predators like eagles in the sky, allowing free flight outside. The neighborhood he lived in was an old one, with lush trees and blooming flowers everywhere. The little sparrow darted through the leaves and fluttered among the flowers, carefree and unrestrained, experiencing the world from the sparrow's perspective. Su Xiao found everything incredibly novel and fascinating. At that moment, he spotted a plump, large worm crawling onto a pomegranate, taking big bites and eating with relish. This is the pomegranate tree from Grandpa Lu's house on the first floor. When I was little, he often gave me pomegranates, they were so sweet. He passed away recently, and now no one takes care of it anymore. Now, a tiny bug dares to steal a bite? Die already. Whether it was because his soul was in the sparrow's body or something else, Su Xiao suddenly felt the fiery spirit of his youth again. The little sparrow flew over angrily and pecked at the big green caterpillar with its beak. With a couple of crunches, it swallowed the bug whole. Tiny insect, how dare you act so insolent? The little sparrow stood proudly on the branch, its head slightly raised, exuding an air of pride. As the small insect was digested, lines of text gradually appeared before his eyes. Chapter 2, First Evolution. Your Sparrow doppelganger devoured a small green caterpillar, gaining 0.1 evolution points. In Su Xiao's dazed state, the text dissipated, and a status panel materialized before his eyes. Main entity, human Su Xiao. Base attributes, Constitution 6, Strength 7, Agility 7, Spirit 11, Talent, Dual-bodied soul. Cultivation technique. Basic technique, body forging art 65%, enhances physical constitution after cultivation. Split body, Sparrow, small songbird. Adult body length 10 to 20 centimeters. Combat power near 0. Level, none. Talent, devour and evolve, devours creatures, converting their energy into evolution points. Evolution points, 0. 1. Evolution points provide advancement for the avatar. Evolution progress, 0. 1 out of 100. Note, during evolution, by devouring a certain organism, one can obtain its genes and undergo a deeper level of evolution. Attribute panel. My cheat ability. Su Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement in trembling hands. Finally, the cheat ability has been unlocked. Indeed, the heavens favor those who traverse worlds. After his initial joy, Su Xiao began examining the panel information. Primary talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies, quite straightforward. It means my current state, 1 human body and 1 sparrow body. Basic attributes. Su Xiao stared at his single-digit base stats, feeling utterly bewildered. But he quickly let it go. After all, if his base stats were good, he would have already achieved body tempering's 10 revolutions, absorbed transcendent energy, and begun martial training long ago. I wouldn't say my base stats are bad, just that I have plenty of room for growth. That feels better, Su Xiao joked. Now that he had an evolving sparrow, even if he couldn't reach body tempering's 10 revolutions and cultivate martial arts within a week, he could still live quite comfortably. As long as the little sparrow evolves into a transcendent creature, he won't have to fear those suddenly mutated beasts anymore. The split-body sparrow's talent is devouring evolution. It can consume all living beings, converting the energy within their bodies into its own evolution points. However, the sparrow's current combat power is weak, so it can only prey on insect-like creatures. When the conditions for its evolution are met, it can devour a creature, absorb its genes, and undergo deeper evolution. We need to investigate this thoroughly. No species has inherently superior genes. But for now, let's focus on capturing insects for rapid evolution. Each insect only gives 0.1 evolution points. To reach 100 points, I'd need to catch 1,000 bugs. 1,000. That's a lot. Su Xiao felt the immense pressure. Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute, my true form is human. Why would I catch bugs myself? Why not just buy them at the pet market? How long would it take for the little sparrow to catch them all? 1,000 bugs, there might not even be that many in the entire neighborhood. Even if there were, who knows how long it would take. So, buying them directly is much better. Although our family isn't very wealthy and can't afford cultivation resources costing tens of thousands, buying some insects is still quite easy. Su Xiao gathered all his saved pocket money, which amounted to a total of 360 yuan. This should be enough to buy a bunch of insects. In a hurry, he rushed downstairs, and under Su Xiao's control, the little sparrow also flew onto his shoulder. He boarded the bus and hurried to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market. How much are these mealworms? Su Xiao asked a chubby, middle-aged vendor in the market. 3 yuan for 100, and there's a discount for bulk purchases. The vendor pointed to a large basin filled with squirming mealworms. Let me see if my little sparrow will eat them first. Without waiting for the vendor's permission, he used tweezers to pick up a mealworm, and the sparrow gobbled it up. Your sparrow avatar consumed the mealworms, gaining 0.1 evolution points. Evolution points acquired. Su Xiao instantly broke into a smile. Boss, I'll take 30 yuan worth. Sure, count them yourself. The portly boss took out a sealed plastic box containing some plant fragments, likely food for the mealworms. Let me count them myself. Aren't you afraid I'll count extra? Su Xiao joked. The chubby boss waved his hand, signaling Su Xiao to go ahead. Then I won't hold back. Su Xiao picked up the scoop and piled it into the plastic box with gusto, filling it to the brim. The exact number of pieces remained unknown. However, from the boss's indifferent demeanor, he deduced that this box contained a limited quantity, at most around 3,000. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't have been so calm. Su Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave. The jar of mealworms in his hand was enough to help the little sparrow evolve. Therefore, what he needed now was to obtain a powerful biological gene. Currently, the little sparrow is small in size and weak in combat power. I need to find an insect that can increase strength or constitution. Then, he picked up his phone and started searching. He didn't look for tigers or leopards because the little sparrow is too small to eat them. Moreover, creatures like tigers, leopards, lions, and cattle don't have high biological potential. Insects are better. Ants can lift 400 times their own body weight, and grasshoppers can leap dozens of meters in a single jump. Which insect has the greatest strength? The dung beetle, also known as the scarab, ranks first on the list. Measuring only 10 millimeters in length, it can pull objects 141 times its own body weight, equivalent to an average person lifting 2 fully loaded 18-wheel trucks, or a 70-kilogram person lifting an 80-ton object. Its strength is 1/3 greater than that of the strongest known insect, the rhinoceros beetle, and hundreds of times stronger than an ant. 141 times. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. If the little sparrow could unleash 141 times its strength, it would be absolutely explosive. As it evolves and grows, it will become increasingly powerful. Dung beetles aren't hard to find, you can spot them in any unsanitary place. He had seen them many times in the neighborhood garden. Now that he had a goal, Su Xiao wasn't in a hurry anymore. Let's go home. Returned home, opened the jar and took out some mealworms, controlling the sparrow with his consciousness to devour them. Your sparrow avatar consumed the mealworms, gaining 0.1 evolution points. As soon as the mealworms entered its stomach, they were broken down and converted into evolutionary energy by its powerful devouring talent, spreading throughout its body and penetrating deep into its cells, laying a solid foundation for evolution. Your sparrow doppelganger. The little sparrow pecked up the mealworms one by one. Su Xiao multitasked, taking advantage of the sparrow devouring mealworms to first search for a sacred beetle in the garden downstairs. Soon, he found a soybean-sized sacred beetle in a patch of unclean soil. He took it home, cleaned it thoroughly, and soaked it in alcohol to disinfect it, preventing any potential mutation from absorbing bacteria during evolution. An hour later, the evolution points have met the requirements for evolution, and it can evolve at any time. Note, the avatar is an ordinary sparrow with low bloodline and extremely limited potential. During evolution, it can choose to absorb the genes of a powerful organism to enhance its potential and bloodline. Su Xiao checked the panel. The evolution points had already reached 100. 1. Evolve. Su Xiao directly clicked the evolve button on the panel. Instantly, the evolution energy within the little sparrow erupted, surging through its entire body like a mountain flood. He hastily swallowed the sacred beetle into his stomach. As the sacred beetle was digested, its genes were instantly revealed, then decomposed, absorbed, and assimilated by the little sparrow. Under the influence of evolutionary energy, the little sparrow underwent mysterious changes from the inside out at an astonishing speed. Chapter 3, Thousandfold Strength. In Su Xiao's perception, the little sparrow's bones, muscles, blood, and keratin were all undergoing earth-shaking transformations. The cells greedily devoured and absorbed the genes of the scarab beetle, then frenziedly reorganized, divided, and compressed. The old cells were replaced, and new cells grew anew. Large patches of its feathers fell off, while new feathers grew at a visible rate. Even the keratin on its beak and claws rapidly shed and regrew. As the little sparrow evolved, a warm current inexplicably emerged within Su Xiao's body, swiftly circulating throughout. Wherever it passed, muscles, fascia, cells, and bones were all strengthened. Just like the evolution of a little sparrow, the hidden injuries accumulated from overtraining were rapidly healing, and even the necrotic cells were being flushed away by the warm current and carried off by the bloodstream. It was as if his tendons had been cleansed and marrow refined in an instant. Su Xiao felt refreshed and invigorated, his entire body at ease. Su Xiao was utterly astonished. The little sparrow evolved and can now feed energy back to me. This change was something he never anticipated. He originally thought that by leveling up the little sparrow, it would protect him once it became stronger. Now, the sparrow's evolution actually allows it to transfer energy back to him. Although, compared to the energy required for the sparrow's evolution, this feedback is quite minimal and hasn't brought about any qualitative change for him, but it still brought him tremendous benefits. His muscle cells became stronger, and his body's endurance significantly increased. Opening the attribute panel, sure enough, his strength increased by 2 points, and his constitution by 1 point, reached constitution 7, strength 9. If the little sparrow evolves a few more times and feeds back even more energy to me, then, in 7 days, I might complete the 10 revolutions of body forging. Su Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He suddenly felt hopeful that he could become a martial artist. Half an hour later, evolution complete. The little sparrow's appearance had drastically changed. The originally fist-sized sparrow had now grown to the size of a pigeon, its feathers becoming broad and textured. Its once short beak had also transformed into a sharp, slender, and hardened structure. Its 2 thighs had become thick and powerful, and its claws had more than doubled in size, with talons as sharp and curved as an eagle's. Its eyes were now narrow and piercing, making it clear at a glance that this was no ordinary little sparrow, but a creature that fed on flesh. Its wings spread nearly half a meter wide, and with a single flap, a gust of wind arose, making Su Xiao squint his eyes. Opened the attribute panel. Main entity, human Su Xiao. Basic attributes, Constitution 7, Strength 9, Agility 7, Spirit 11, Talent, dual-bodied soul. Cultivation technique, basic technique, body forging art 65%. Avatar, Great Sparrow. Level, none. Talents, Devour evolution, 1000-fold strength. Evolution points, 0, 1. Evolution progress, 0, 1 out of 1000. Big Sparrow, 1000-fold power. He controlled the Big Sparrow to claw at the table, unleashing a 1000-fold force. Its sharp talons, like iron hooks, dug deep into the tabletop. With a forceful grab, the tabletop exploded with a loud crack, sending wood chips flying. It actually tore out a hole about 5 centimeters wide. Awesome! If this claw struck an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly tear their flesh and shatter their bones. Next, Su Xiao controlled the sparrow to take flight, flapping its wings and shooting forward like an arrow, heading straight for the wall. Stop! 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 The sparrow flew closely along the wall to the other side. With a 1000-fold surge in power, the speed reached a terrifying level. Su Xiao was very satisfied, gradually adapting to the sparrow's flying speed. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Xiao controlled the sparrow to land gently on the table and looked toward the phone. Homeroom teacher. Instantly, his scalp tingled with fear. He skipped class in the afternoon without asking for leave. Just then, the homeroom teacher called. Oh my god. Su Xiao answered the call with trembling hands. Su Xiao, you little brat, what are you doing? Why aren't you at the afternoon physical training class? Class teacher Zhou Hong scolded him harshly. I don't want to hear your excuses. You have half an hour to get your ass to the training room. I'll be waiting here. If you're not here in half an hour, you'll see how I deal with you. Click. Looking at the hung-up phone, Su Xiao was speechless, but recalling the memory of his homeroom teacher summoning his parents, he let out a helpless sigh. Big Sparrow, stay at home and eat these mealworms first. We'll figure out how to get evolution points tonight, Su Xiao said to himself, because right now, Big Sparrow's soul was his. While rushing to school, he controlled the sparrow to devour mealworms, striving to cultivate the ability of multitasking. Your avatar, the sparrow, has devoured a mealworm, gaining 0, 1 evolution points. Linhai Martial High Training Room. Zhou Hong held the ruler with an expressionless face, arms crossed. She pondered this year's results. Out of 50 students in the class, only 15 had completed the 10 revolutions of body forging in 3 weeks. Though this was 3 more than previous years, it still fell short of her goal. Her target was 30 students. 30 students must meet the 10 revolutions of body forging requirement before the martial arts standard deadline. To achieve this goal, she must keep a close eye on those who are likely to reach the 10th turn of body forging in the coming week. The others are manageable. There has been steady progress, and at the current rate, reaching the 10th turn of body forging within the next week is not a problem. But Su Xiao's performance these past few days has left her very disappointed. He had clearly reached the 6th turn of body forging in just 2 weeks, becoming the 10th in the class to do so, yet it has stagnated. The 3rd week has ended, and he's still stuck at the 6th cycle. If she hadn't caught him playing with the sparrow today, she wouldn't have known what was going on. This afternoon, he even skipped the physical cultivation class. This is absolutely outrageous. Doesn't he understand what it means for an ordinary family to produce a martial artist? It means leaping up the social ladder. No more toiling day and night, working like a slave for others, barely earning enough to scrape by each month. But martial artists are different. A martial artist can just kill one mutated beast and earn enough money to feed an ordinary person for months. A single trip to a secret realm can bring in wealth that others couldn't earn in half a lifetime. And if they join an official organization, they gain both status and security. Unfortunately, Su Xiao actually slacked off. It's truly unbearable. Zhou Hong crossed her arms, sulking in anger. The classmates who were training all looked expectantly toward the door, waiting to enjoy the show. Su Xiao is really unlucky skipping class and getting caught by Sister Hong. Doesn't he know she also has the nickname Viperous Tigress? Su Xiao is in for it now. He's definitely going to get half-killed by Sister Hong later. This is going to be fun. Guess what Sister Hong will do to teach Su Xiao a lesson? No need to guess. It's definitely the same old 3 steps. First, a scolding that lasts at least half an hour. Second, an impossible task. Third, the ruler comes out. Sister Hong already has the ruler ready. Su Xiao's but is absolutely going to blossom, haha. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao pushed the door open, panting heavily. The show is about to begin. Everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 4, How did he improve so quickly? Su Xiao, what time is it now? Everyone is working hard on their training. What are you doing? There's only 1 week left. Just 1 week until the final stage. What are you doing? You're skipping class. You're slacking off. You're running away. Do you want to be a coward? Do you want to become a loser? Do Do you want everyone to look down on you? Do you know what becoming a martial artist means for an ordinary family? Do you know how happy your parents would be if you became one? Do you know that if you became a martial artist, your sister and your future children would live a good life? The homeroom teacher Jo Hong's mouth was like a machine gun, firing away relentlessly, and the spray of saliva instantly covered Su Xiao's face. He didn't dare wipe it off, only stepping back repeatedly. The students quickly found the best spots, pretending to train while secretly enjoying the spectacle, their faces alight with amusement. Ha ha, Su Xiao is so unlucky. Su Xiao totally deserves it. How dare he skip class without considering the current situation? He's not wronged by the scolding. Ha ha ha, when scolding others, Sister Hong's voice actually sounds quite pleasant. 20 minutes later, since you're acting so boldly, it's clear your body forging technique has improved. Come on, show me the 8th cycle of body forging. If you can reach the 8th cycle of body forging, I'll let you off today. If you can't, see this ruler in my hand? Jo Hong slapped it against her palm twice menacingly and said, if you can't meet the requirement, I'll make your butt bloom. Jo Hong's vicious tone, paired with her fierce glare and bared white teeth, terrified all the students, making them shiver as if the ruler would land on their own bodies any second. Fortunately, they knew the ruler wasn't meant for them, it was for Su Xiao. At this realization, everyone's eyes lit up, brimming with anticipation. Here it comes, Su Xiao's about to get hit. Ha, he only reached body forging 6th rotation this morning, there's no way he'll make it to 8th rotation by afternoon. As expected, Sister Hong is still Sister Hong, always assigning impossible tasks. Ha ha ha, Su Xiao won't have an easy time today. Later, I'm going to apply for a substitute fight. Me too, me too. At the 8th level of body forging, if Su Xiao hadn't stagnated, he might have reached it by now. But as things stand, hey, he's only going to get beaten up. Ha ha, Su Xiao used to be famous for his hard work, nicknamed Desperate Third Brother. He always pushed us to the limit. Well, today he's the one getting beaten up. Ha ha, Su Xiao, how the tables have turned. Anticipation, anticipation. All the classmates were beaming with joy. The body forging technique consists of 72 movements, each incredibly complex and defying common sense. Completing one full cycle is called a revolution. 10 revolutions of body forging require completing 10 full cycles rapidly within 10 minutes. There must not be any movement errors in these 10 repetitions, as even a single mistake can disrupt the flow of energy and cause injury. Each repetition also consumes a tremendous amount of physical strength. Completing the 10-fold body forging is extremely difficult. Most people's physical condition can barely sustain 2 or 3 repetitions. Only those who have trained extensively can meet the requirements in both quantity and quality, achieving more repetitions. But there is still a limit. Take Su Xiao, for example. Within 10 minutes, he can only manage up to 6 repetitions. Forcing himself further causes his body to fall out of sync, leading to erratic breathing and loss of control over movements. Minor consequences include muscle strains, while severe cases can damage internal organs. The worst-case scenario, as seen before, is cardiac arrest. Su Xiao knew his family's level. He thought to himself, it seemed today's beating was unavoidable. He rubbed his nose, took off his jacket, revealing a tight training suit underneath. The suit clung to his solid muscles, which bulged as he gently stretched, displaying clear and perfect muscle definition. Jo Hong raised an eyebrow slightly at the sight. This kid, not bad. Begin. As soon as Su Xiao finished warming up and stretching, Jo Hong immediately spoke in a stern voice. Without wasting words, Su Xiao spread his body like an eagle and burst into motion the next second, his feet stepping in bizarre, gravity-defying strides while his hands executed a series of highly challenging maneuvers. Each movement stretched his body to the limit. Each one squeezed and stimulated his latent potential. Likewise, every single action was difficult and consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiao was drenched in sweat, but his expression remained unchanged. On the contrary, his movements became faster and faster. Because to achieve 10 cycles of body forging within 10 minutes, the speed had to be extremely fast, only then could it be completed in time. First cycle. Jo Hong nodded repeatedly, her eyes gleaming with admiration. The movements were executed flawlessly and with precision. Just from this single rotation, one could tell that Su Xiao had put in considerable effort off stage, because, at a glance, she could see that Su Xiao's performance was the result of relentless practice. Many may perform more rotations, but none match Su Xiao's standard. Each movement is a visual delight. Second rotation, third rotation, fourth rotation, fifth rotation. It's been 6 minutes and you're only at the 5th rotation. So slow. Are you an old lady? Jo Hong shouted, though the admiration in her eyes grew increasingly evident. On the 5th rotation, Su Xiao's breathing remained steady, and his movements stayed precise. Even as sweat streamed down his body like a small river. Yet, Su Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of ease. 5 rotations in, and I'm not even out of breath. My muscles don't ache at all, just a slight feeling of tiredness. This left Su Xiao utterly astonished. Based on past experience, by the 5th rotation, which usually took him over 7 minutes, he should have been completely exhausted, with sore muscles and gasping for air. Now I only feel slightly tired, and it's only been 6 minutes. Could it be the energy feedback from Sparrow's evolution that caused this? Su Xiao was thrilled, and a sudden idea struck him. He wanted to see how much benefit Sparrow's evolution could bring him. His already blurry movements suddenly sped up again, and in an instant, his body temperature rose a degree, steam visibly rising from him. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. 6 revolutions, Zhou Hong exclaimed in surprise. 6.5 minutes for 6 revolutions. When did Su Xiao become so strong? The classmates watching nearby gasped in astonishment. Exactly. 6.5 minutes for 6 revolutions, that's almost as fast as those who've completed 10 revolutions. Damn! What's going on with Su Xiao? Originally, they were all looking forward to watching the show, expecting Su Xiao to embarrass himself and get beaten up. But now, this situation, being fast and having standard, beautiful movements doesn't mean he can keep it up. Once he hits his physical limit, he'll collapse instantly. What's the point of fighting then? Not bad. Su Xiao has always been hardworking. Performing like this is within expectations. However, his physique is too weak, he won't last. He'll probably collapse by the 7th rotation, lying limp on the ground. It's not like he hasn't collapsed before. Don't forget Su Xiao was the first to memorize all the moves. But the result? I know his physical condition, 7 rotations are his limit. True, Su Xiao's family isn't well off, so they can't afford resources to consolidate his qi and blood. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to the extraordinary realm. Even if he gets a bit stronger now, he's still only good for 7 rotations at best. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had all trained together, so they knew each other's capabilities inside out. Even if Su Xiao improved a little, he'd still cap out at 7 rotations. 7 rotations! Zhou Hong's voice grew sharp with excitement, her tone rising from sheer exhilaration. Hold on, Su Xiao, push for the 8th revolution. Zhou Hong raised her ruler, cheering loudly. Everyone else stared in shock as Su Xiao continued moving at breakneck speed. He actually completed the 7th revolution. He's still moving. Could he really complete the 8th revolution? He actually held on and didn't pass out. What's going on? He fainted at the 6th revolution during morning practice, but now he's reached the 7th in the afternoon without collapsing. His progress is insanely fast. Chapter 5, the 8th Body Forging Revolution. Su Xiao paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. Instead, he was utterly focused at that moment. After completing the 7th rotation, as he began the 8th, he suddenly felt his vital energy depleted, overwhelmed by extreme fatigue, as if every cell in his body was screaming exhaustion at him. He knew he couldn't continue any further. Naturally, his movements slowed down, because he felt that if he continued punching at such a fast speed, his body would reach a critical point. His whole body would go limp and he might even pass out. There was also a high chance he'd end up like before, just dropping dead on the spot. So, Su Xiao slowed down his pace, but he still managed to complete the 8th round by the 10-minute mark. 8 rotations achieved. 8 rotations. Not bad. Very impressive. You did great, Su Xiao. Zhou Hong smiled warmly, her earlier fierceness completely gone, replaced by a gentle demeanor. But in the next second, her expression changed, and her tone shifted. However, don't get complacent. There are still 6.5 days left until the minimum martial arts talent standard deadline. I hope you stay humble and keep working hard. Strive to complete the 10 martial transformations in 6 days, no, within 5 days. Ascend to the extraordinary, learn martial techniques, and become a true martial artist. I believe in you. Do you believe in yourself? Zhou Hong suddenly shouted loudly. Yes, Su Xiao instinctively responded at the top of his voice. He didn't know why he had to shout back, it seemed the atmosphere demanded it, so he just had to go along with it. Very good. Excellent. I really like a good kid like you. Zhou Hong patted Su Xiao's shoulder with satisfaction, looking as proud as if he were her own. Then, turning to the others, she roared. What are you looking at? Don't you need to train? Isn't cultivation important? Look at your current level, just standing there gawking. Can any of you compare to Su Xiao? He's already at the 8th turn of body forging. And you lot? Still staring? The more Zhou Hong spoke, the angrier she became, her temper flaring as she strode toward the students with a ruler in hand. No, Sister Hong, we've been training hard all along. Yes, that's right, the students quickly chimed in. Right, my foot. I think you're just slacking off. How dare you? If you slack off when I'm here, who knows what you'll do when I'm not around? You've reached the 5th level of body forging. You've reached the 6th turn of body forging. You've reached the 8th turn of body forging. Oh, the teacher made a mistake. Keep working hard, Xiao Sun. With that, Zhou Hong raised the ruler and struck their buttocks, immediately eliciting a chorus of howls and wails. We were supposed to teach Su Xiao a lesson. How did we end up being the ones getting punished? Drenched in sweat, Su Xiao arrived at the water dispenser, gulping down water to replenish his body's depletion and restore his strength. Yet his heart was astounded. The first evolution of Big Sparrow already greatly enhanced my physique. What if it evolves a second time? How much energy would it feed back to me? Su Xiao understood clearly, though his physique had improved. It still wasn't enough to complete the tenfold body forging. To achieve the tenfold body forging, his physical condition must be elevated once more. To improve further, he must rely on the Sparrow's next evolution. Open the attribute panel. Sure enough, the progress of the body forging technique had increased from 65% to 80%. Su Xiao, you're amazing. After just half a day, you've already reached the 8th transformation. Lu Ziwei exclaimed in surprise as he walked over. Just luck. All thanks to good luck, Su Xiao responded. In his memory, this Lu Ziwei had an average relationship with him, and had even led the crowd in teasing him on several occasions. He didn't know what Lu Ziwei's intentions were in coming over now. Your body is really strong, it's amazing you're completely unharmed. Lu Ziwei tried to pat Su Xiao's shoulder, but Su Xiao sidestepped to avoid it. Frowning slightly, he always felt there was more to Lu Ziwei's words than met the eye. What do you mean my body is really strong? Lu Ziwei was taken aback for a moment, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself. It's nothing, just saying your body is very strong. Lu Ziwei smiled and walked toward the restroom. Su Xiao frowned. Feels like something's off. Lu Ziwei entered the empty restroom, took out his phone, and sent a message. Bro, how? Your laxative didn't work at all. He didn't spend the day in the bathroom. Instead, he's full of energy and even broke through to body forging 8th layer in one go. True martial tower. Those who have completed 10 cycles of body forging, absorbed extraordinary energy, and learned true martial arts techniques will cultivate their skills and martial techniques at the true martial tower. A young man, standing a full 1.9 meters tall with sinewy muscles and a sinister gaze, frowned slightly as he read the message sent by Lu Ziwei. It shouldn't be like this. That amount of dopamine should have accelerated his heartbeat during cultivation, causing him to die suddenly. How is he unharmed? Are you sure you put it in his water cup? Lu Ziwei, definitely. I even saw him drink it. Lin Hao, did he show any abnormalities? Lu Ziwei, yes. After morning exercises, he seemed to sleep through an entire class. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, he still didn't die. Got it. Delete the information and secretly throw away his cup. Remember, you never gave Su Xiao laxatives. Lu Ziwei, understood. Such a cockroach-like resilience. Still not dead. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze toward the training building opposite, faintly making out the location of Class 1. It seemed possible to spot Su Xiao's location. Lin Hao, what are you doing? A crisp voice suddenly rang out behind him, followed by a fragrant breeze and a fair, jade-like hand patting Lin Hao's shoulder. His pupils suddenly trembled, his entire body stiffened, and then the gloom in his eyes quickly dissipated, transforming into a bright smile in an instant. His eyes curved like crescents, his mouth stretched wide to reveal a row of white teeth, radiating an exceptionally sunny demeanor. Xiao Han, I was just checking out our class's training room, wondering if Su Xiao can become a martial artist. Lin Hao smiled sweetly, like a cheerful, sunny boy. Of course he can. Su Xiao is so diligent and hardworking, he'll definitely become a martial artist. Oh, and I even used my saved merit points to buy him a bottle of primary nutrient solution. After taking it, he'll surely speed up his training progress. Guan Xiaohan also walked to the window, looking toward the direction of the training room, her eyes brimming with intense anticipation. Sunlight scattered across Guan Xiaohan's milky, porcelain-like face, her skin appearing almost translucent with a faint glow. The fine, sweat-beaded downy hair shimmered under the sunlight against her fair skin, forming a soft halo. Even the teardrop-like beads of sweat sparkled like pearls. Her fair, rosy cheeks were smooth as cream, with slightly rounded curves that carried a hint of adorable charm. Her narrow willow leaf eyes flickered with a silky allure, captivating hearts with every blink. Long lashes carried a hint of heroic spirit, while the slender, slightly upturned outer corners instantly quickened one's pulse. Bright, large eyes that fell somewhere between phoenix and peach blossom shapes, narrow yet seductive, with inner corners slightly downturned in delicate elegance. Utterly irresistible. Lin Hao stared, utterly spellbound. But the thought that such a perfect girl had someone else in her heart made him feel as if a knife were twisting inside him. The pain was suffocating. Why, Su Xiao, you have neither looks nor background. How dare you win the heart of such a stunning beauty? No, no, I will never let you succeed. Lin Hao roared inwardly, but his face still wore a faint smile. This is a skill every illegitimate child of a wealthy family must learn, how to conceal themselves. The effect of the basic nutrient solution isn't great, and Su Xiao's constitution is weak, so drinking it might not have much impact. I'll get him a bottle of advanced nutrient solution instead. The advanced nutrient solution contains abundant nutrients and energy, which should allow him to easily complete the 10 revolutions of body forging within 7 days. Lin Hao said with a faint smile, his voice elegant and confident. Really? Guan Xiaohan turned around in surprise, her eyes bright. A single bottle of advanced nutrient solution was worth over 100,000, no small sum. Of course it's true, I've never lied to you. After school, we'll go find Su Xiao together. Lin Hao smiled faintly. I'm not giving him high-grade nutrient solution, I'm giving him Tianyuan elixir. I want him to explode from within. I want him dead. Thank you, Lin Hao. I'll come find you after school. Guan Xiaohan's eyes brimmed with gratitude. It's the least I could do. Lin Hao smiled sincerely. Chapter 6, coming straight to the point. After Guan Xiaohan turned around and skipped away, Lin Hao's face turned extremely gloomy. Su Xiao, tonight will be your last. Lin Hao walked to the locker room, opened his cabinet, and inside were 2 small bottles about 5 centimeters thick as a thumb, one of which was labeled high-grade nutrient solution, a bottle labeled Tianyuan elixir. He picked up the Tianyuan elixir, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The Tianyuan elixir is a cultivation resource used by martial artists at the 2nd or 3rd tier. It contains abundant extraordinary energy. Even though I've already absorbed extraordinary energy and learned martial arts techniques, I only dare to take a tiny drop each time. Otherwise, the overwhelming energy inside would damage my body. You, Su Xiao, are still just an ordinary person. If you drank this entire bottle, you'd explode on the spot. Excessive tonification harms the body. Each strength level requires corresponding cultivation resources. If an ordinary person consumes high-level cultivation resources, their body cannot withstand the contained energy, leading at best to excessive internal heat and incessant nosebleeds. At worst, it can cause blood vessels to rupture, the heart to burst, resulting in an unnatural death. Lin Hao hesitated again while changing the label. A bottle of Tianyuan elixir costs over 200,000. Isn't it a bit wasteful to use it to kill Su Xiao? I only have 1 bottle myself. He's just an ordinary person with weak physical constitution. A single drop would make his nose bleed profusely, 2 drops would land him in the hospital, and 3 drops would probably make him explode. Lin Hao felt heartbroken over 200,000 wasted on Su Xiao. That was a month's worth of cultivation resources for him, something that could help him advance from the 1st level of martial arts to the 2nd. To be honest, he really couldn't bear to part with it. Forget it, give him 5 drops. 5 drops will definitely finish him off. Mix in some dopamine to make sure he dies for sure. Lin Hao thought as he picked up the bottle of high-grade nutrient solution, drank half of it, and added 5 drops of Tianyuan liquid. The colors of the 2 cultivation solutions were already similar, and after shaking them well, there was no visible difference. Then he took out a glass bottle from the hidden compartment. The bottle contained a liquid labeled dopamine, a type of cardiac stimulant. It was mainly used for myocardial infarction and heart surgery. Normal consumption would most likely lead to death from heart palpitations. Combined with the supernatural substances in the Tianyuan liquid and the abundant nutrients and energy originally present in the high-grade nutrient solution, even a first-level martial artist would most likely die after drinking it. Not to mention Su Xiao, an ordinary person. If he drinks it, he'll surely die, a poor wretch, and it was given by a girl who likes him. He'll probably down it in 1 gulp, and if he dies from drinking it, even if someone suspects foul play, it won't trace back to me. It's not like I gave it to him. If Guan Xiaohan gets arrested because of Su Xiao's death, and I show her some kindness, maybe I can even win the beauty's heart. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Hao's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. After completing the 8th cycle of body forging, Su Xiao stopped practicing the body forging technique and instead focused on basic strength, agility, and other training. He barely managed to endure until the bell rang for the end of class. Su Xiao hurriedly ran off campus. He still had over 300 yuan, enough to buy more than 30,000 breadworms. With that many, it would be sufficient for Big Sparrow to undergo its 2nd evolution. Spend 100 bucks, and 10,000 pieces will be enough. Use the remaining money to buy an ironclad beetle. During his break, he specifically searched and found that the ironclad beetle is a tiny insect that even a car can't crush. Its defense is over 10,000 times stronger. As a bird, Big Sparrow has poor physique and weak defense. If it could absorb and integrate the genes of the ironclad beetle, it would be absolutely formidable. Rushing out of the teaching building, he saw a man and a woman waving at him from a distance and walking toward him. Memories of the 2 flashed through Su Xiao's mind. The girl was Guan Xiaohan, who had grown up with him since childhood. They had been in the same class from elementary school through junior high and into high school. They had a very close relationship. Moreover, because he had stood up for Guan Xiaohan back in elementary school, she seemed to harbor special feelings for him. The original owner of this body felt the same way. It seemed the 2 had a mutual crush. Guan Xiaohan had exceptional martial arts talent, achieving 10 body refinements in just 1 hour. She was widely recognized as the school's top prodigy. Rumor had it the school leadership praised her as having the potential to become a monarch, and they placed great importance on her. Because of her stunning beauty, she was unanimously recognized as the top campus goddess in the entire martial arts high school. The original host's desperate cultivation efforts were largely motivated by her. The tall and handsome young man beside him was also his classmate, named Lin Hao. He came from a prominent family, rumored to be the second-generation heir of a corporate dynasty in their city. However, classmates whispered he was an illegitimate child, though Su Xiao didn't know the truth of it. Recently, this guy has been following Guan Xiaohan around, seemingly trying to pursue her. So, that means this guy is my love rival? Su Xiao muttered. However, he isn't the original Su Xiao now, so his feelings for Guan Xiaohan are just average, not inheriting his previous affection. Su Xiao, I heard you've reached the 8th turn of body forging. Congratulations. Guan Xiaohan ran over cheerfully, moving so fast it made Su Xiao's eyes narrow, because he noticed that Guan Xiaohan was covering 3 to 4 meters in a single step, yet her running speed and cadence were no different from an ordinary person's. So this is what an extraordinary martial artist is like. Su Xiao thought in shock. It was his first time witnessing the might of an extraordinary martial artist. Though no immense strength was displayed, effortlessly covering 3 to 4 meters in a single step was something no ordinary person could achieve. How are you so well informed? Before speaking, Su Xiao's emotions were utterly calm, treating it as just an ordinary friend. But when he spoke, there was a hint of playfulness reserved only for those close to him. Su Xiao fell somewhat silent. Some emotions might be buried deep within the soul. This also stirred waves of emotion in Su Xiao's heart. Who is that guy? So ugly. How dare he stand in front of Guan Xiaohan? And why does Guan Xiaohan seem so close to him? Exactly. He should take a look in the mirror. 2 passers-by complained discontentedly. More and more male students who had just finished school deliberately walked closer to the scene. Guan Xiaohan is talented, beautiful, with flawless skin and a great personality, making her the dream girl and real-life goddess for almost all the boys. Seeing an utterly ordinary person standing in front of her, and Guan Xiaohan looking quite happy about it, instantly made them feel displeased. Lin Hao, who was following beside her, revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, how does this country bumpkin deserve to stand before the goddess? Look, he's being looked down upon now. Of course I asked. I've been keeping an eye on you, Guan Xiaohan said with a smile. She must have heard those words, but she pretended not to, smiling even more sweetly instead, as if to say, I like it. What's it to you? Really? Su Xiao felt a sudden stirring in his heart. With his years of experience, he knew this was the moment to act. Otherwise, she would definitely be swept away by this rich second-generation heir. Of course it's true, Guan Xiaohan said firmly, then reached into her pocket as she continued. By the way, I saved up merit points to buy you a primary nutrient potion. Classmate Lin, be my girlfriend. Su Xiao grabbed Guan Xiaohan's arm and looked at her affectionately. Ah, for a moment, Guan Xiaohan froze in place, looking up dazedly and stammering. You, what did you say? Her eyes held anticipation, secret delight, and excitement that was barely contained. Let's not leave any regrets, nor engage in any schematic love. The person deep in my soul tells me that I like you, and you like me too. So, be my girlfriend. Su Xiao gazed at Guan Xiaohan's delicate, flawless skin and her luscious lips, when a sudden impulse surged within him. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. Screw it, forget about love and romance, just go for it first. Be a brave person. Guan Xiaohan struggled symbolically for a moment before her body went limp as if drained of strength. Lin Hao beside her was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. His mind buzzed as if struck hard by a hammer, leaving it completely blank. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? The surrounding classmates were also stunned, frozen in place. A girl eating ice cream didn't even notice as it melted and dripped from her mouth. Chapter 7. So this is a martial artist. You. Lin Hao trembled as he raised his finger, pointing shakily at Su Xiao, too stunned to utter a single word. My goddess, defiled by a pig. No, calling him a pig would be a compliment. The woman I deeply love was actually kissing someone right in front of me. No, she was being forcibly kissed. No, that's not the point. The point is, the goddess I adore didn't resist at all. Ah, she didn't resist. She actually didn't resist. Why didn't you resist? Ah, damn it. Damn you. Su Xiao dropped dead. In an instant, emotions like anger, shame, abandonment, and betrayal flooded Lin Hao's mind, robbing him of all rationality. All he wanted now was to beat Su Xiao to death. His left hand grabbed Su Xiao's arm and yanked it violently, pulling him away while his right fist swung towards Su Xiao's face with all his fury and strength behind it. The profound dragon true chi surged rapidly into his fist, and every ounce of his strength condensed into that single punch at that moment. At this moment, Lin Hao had only one thought in mind: beat him to death. Beat him to death. Die. Su Xiao was horrified. The moment Lin Hao grabbed him, he sensed something was wrong. In an instant, he felt as if his arm had been clamped by an iron vise. He tried to break free, but the strength his muscles could muster was no match for Lin Hao's immense power, and he couldn't escape Lin Hao's grip. Then, an overwhelming force pulled him, causing him to lose his balance instantly. He could only watch helplessly as a fist came closer and closer, about to strike his face. Suddenly, an angry cry came from beside them. Lin Hao, what are you doing? Then, a fair, jade-like hand appeared in front of them, blocking Lin Hao's fist. Without even seeing how she moved, the grip restraining them was instantly released, and Lin Hao staggered back. He shouted furiously, Guan Xiaohan, he harassed you, and you're still protecting him. He never expected his goddess to side with an outsider, with the man who had harassed her. She even kicked him, making Lin Hao's head nearly explode with anger. He's my boyfriend. Of course I'll protect him. Guan Xiaohan stood in front of Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes wide open as she shouted angrily. Guan Xiaohan's words immediately caused a wave of gasps, questioning voices, and sounds of disbelief. What? Just one forced kiss and that's it? One kiss and you're my girlfriend? So if I kiss you, will you be my girlfriend? Get lost. While the top goddess of Wuhai was forcefully kissed, and she even admitted he's her boyfriend. Damn, that guy looks so lame and isn't even a martial arts genius. How could Guan Xiaohan fall for him? This world is just insane. You're so beautiful, while he's such a loser. Oh my god, save me. Everyone let out cries of despair. Lin Hao stared at Guan Xiaohan in disbelief and shouted, what did you say? Are you deaf? She's my girlfriend, and I'm her boyfriend. You idiot, what do you want? Bring it on. Su Xiao rubbed his sore arm, provocatively staring at Lin Hao, then planted a kiss on Guan Xiaohan's cheek right in front of him. Guan Xiaohan's face instantly turned red. Stop fooling around. Okay, darling, Su Xiao replied with a smirk, his eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Hao while his face wore a triumphant smirk, instantly igniting all of Lin Hao's rage. Su Xiao, you're dead. Lin Hao charged forward in a rage. With a forceful stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. His muscles visibly swelled, causing his entire frame to expand dramatically. Each step he took produced a dull thud, as if a wild bull were charging. Lin Hao, how dare you? Guan Xiaohan shouted violently and similarly shot out explosively. She was like a scaly dragon. Her body was dexterous, but her attacks were very ferocious. The white jade fist and Lin Hao's fist slammed together, surprisingly erupting with a loud sound. The powerful force shook Lin Hao backward by 2 or 3 steps. Guan Xiaohan was also shaken and took a step backwards. Lin Hao, even though you're also learning advanced techniques, your progress is much slower than mine. I advise you to stop fighting. Guan Xiaohan warned. Impossible. I must kill Su Xiao today. Lin Hao hissed and stormed up. Stubborn. Guan Xiaohan's willow eyebrows stood up. She no longer stayed her hand this time, and she didn't fight hard with Lin Hao. Instead, she quickly swam away, truly like a scaly dragon, with an incredibly flexible figure, easily dodging Lin Hao's heavy punches. He then punched Lin Hao's body heavily, causing him to tumble backward, but he was also fierce enough, gritting his teeth and charging up again. Is this true martial arts? Su Xiao looked at the two men who were like martial arts masters. His heart was deeply shocked and at the same time an endless longing rose within his heart. Aspire to be and become a martial artist, eager to get up there and fight on his own, instead of just standing here. Stop it. What are doing you guys? How dare you fight openly in the middle of the school? A bellowing cry came. A student yelled, the teacher is coming. The teacher is coming. Xiaohan, don't fight. Run. Su Xiao ran towards Guan Xiaohan. They were still high school students, still freshmen in high school, and a big fight in school was definitely against school rules. And if they were caught, they were bound to be disciplined. So it can't be caught. That teacher yelled, presumably with a reminder. Guan Xiaohan sidestepped Lin Hao's heavy punch, and then, violently knocked him backwards. This advanced nutrient solution is returned to you. We don't need your stuff, Guan Xiaohan said, throwing the bottle of advanced nutrient liquid to Lin Hao, then pulled Su Xiao and ran towards the outside of the school. Originally, Su Xiao wanted to pull her, but as a result, Guan Xiaohan's speed was several times that of his own, and was strangely powerful, like a weird girl. It was as if he was being carried by a car and had the feeling that he was going to fly. Xiaohan, let's slow down. The surrounding students, all of them showed surprised expressions. Wow, is Guan Xiaohan that strong? The woman is strong and the man is weak. The woman is a supreme genius and the man is plain and mediocre. but the two of them are determined to be together in spite of the world's objections. TSK 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 TSK. It's like a fictional scene. Why suddenly how do I feel like this pair of CP is a bit of a good knock? Leaking stuff. Leaking stuff. There's another villainous young man to add to the block. Unfortunately, this villainous young man is a bit weak and was violently beaten by the female lead. Ha ha ha. So, that's kind of interesting. I'm looking forward to the follow-up. Ah, my goddess. How did she get kissed? How come she ran away with a brat? Wow. Goddess, wait for me. I'm willing to carry your bags for both of you. Lin Hao looked at Guan Xiaohan, who ran away, his fingers tightly pinching the bottle of advanced nutritional potion he had carefully blended, his face incomparably gloomy. At this time, he also gradually came to his senses from his anger. His face gradually regained its calmness, and the anger in his eyes gradually turned into indignation and resentment. Just wait. I'll torture you both to death. Chapter 8, The Fierce Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan pulled Su Xiao onto the bus and sat directly towards the back. At this time, the car was full of students from school, very chaotic, and no one noticed the back row. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan's fine white and tender face with a drunken red color and couldn't help but reach out to kiss it. Unexpectedly, a white and tender little hand suddenly stretched out. Dead pinched his cheeks, great strength, slightly hard, pinching Su Xiao's face raw pain. Mouth could not help but open, into an O shape. Oh pain pain pain, Su Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain. And Guan Xiaohan completely lost her previous shy and scared look. Instead she stared viciously at Su Xiao. She pinched Su Xiao's cheeks with her right hand while saying viciously, Su Xiao, I didn't expect you to have this. Why didn't I see it before? You're such a rogue. Ah. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan, seemed to be really a bit angry. If he didn't seriously deal with it, he might risk yellowing the girlfriend of the genius academic schoolgirl he just got. This is the time to absolutely not admit that it was a deliberate kiss just now. Xiaohan, who made me love you so much and like you so much? The love was so deep and I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help but kiss you. Forgive my recklessness. If it's possible, I'm willing to spend my whole life to make up for my previous mistakes. Su Xiao saw that Guan Xiaohan's face eased a lot, and a soft color appeared in his eyes. The hand that pinched his face also loosened, and he hurriedly added, Most of all, who let you come here with that Lin Hao? I must have gotten a little angry when you came over with a boy. When you get angry, naturally you do irrational things. It's not my fault. Su Xiao spoke in a condescending manner, placing himself in the position of the weak, as if he was really aggrieved, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Sure enough, it worked, and Guan Xiaohan immediately loosened her hand, gently touching Su Xiao's face, guiltily saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought Lin Hao to you. What about letting you suffer? Blame me. Oof, no, I'm angry. Su Xiao deliberately turned his head to the side. Don't, Satsi, don't be mad. Unless you give me a kiss, I won't be angry. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, full of smugness. At that moment, he had a sharp pain in his stomach, and he saw Guan Xiaohan's snow-white small fist hammering on his stomach with such a powerful force that it almost caused him to switch off his breath. Gave you face, did I? I told you to smile, so you smile for me. And kiss you? Still kiss or not? Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's ear and directly lifted it up. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan with disbelief, and saw Guan Xiaohan staring at him like a tigress, in the impression that Guan Xiaohan is a very gentle, very cute girl. Ah, how come she just chased after her and became like this? At this time, Guan Xiaohan suddenly lowered his ear and kissed Su Xiao with a swift kiss, her face slightly red. Only this time, haha, no next time. A warm and soft touch makes Su Xiao a little confused. What is the meaning of ah? Just now also hit people. Turn your head to kiss. Su Xiao turned his head to look at Guan Xiaohan, only to see that the corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. Couldn't help but reach out again, only to be pinched by Guan Xiaohan's chin once again. Su Xiao, can you stop having such rogue thoughts all the time? Kissing once a day isn't enough. Not enough. Su Xiao chopped his head off. Not even if it's not enough. I'm telling you, you cultivate well for me and strive to complete the 10 turns of body casting within 2 days. If you can't finish, I'll break your legs. Do you hear me? Guan Xiaohan warned. Ah, Su Xiao was shocked. How can there be such a domineering woman? I want the so gentle and sweet Guan Xiaohan. Grab it and give it back to me. Guan Xiaohan took out a vial from her pocket, which had primary nutrient solution written on it, and complained as she slapped it on Su Xiao's arms. It's all because of your mouth. If you hadn't kissed me, we would still have one more bottle of advanced nutrient solution. Letting you kiss me blindly, you lost a bottle of advanced nutrient solution. The more Guan Xiaohan spoke, the more angry she became, and she elbowed Su Xiao in the stomach, hitting him and causing him to suck in a breath of cool air. Inwardly sad, it's over and done with. I found a tiger woman. What's my fate? However, he was still surprised that Guan Xiaohan had given him the primary nutrient solution. This bottle of primary nutrient liquid was over $20,000, which was definitely a large sum of money for a high school student, and Guan Xiaohan actually prepared a bottle for him. This kind of love, it made Su Xiao's heart very touched. Even the pain of being punched hurt, it felt much sweeter yet. The nutrient solution contains rich and abundant nutrients that can quickly replenish the body's consumption, eliminate fatigue, increase cellular strength, alleviate muscle strains, and more. It can quickly help one to finish casting. Of course, it didn't work for anyone who drank it. You had to have martial arts talent for it to be effective. Otherwise, it's just a big can of high-energy substance. You'll get fat if you drink it. Xiaohan, you are so good to me. Su Xiao grabbed Guan Xiaohan's hand. She didn't refuse. Instead, she also grabbed Su Xiao's hand hard. Su Xiao was pleased. Eek, didn't get punched. Just realized that. It used to be nice to someone too. But it's a pity that someone is as blind as a blind man who can't see it. Guan Xiaohan viciously dug a glance at Su Xiao. Su Xiao heatedly giggled. My family Xiaohan is the best. That's not true. The corner of Guan Xiaohan's mouth showed a smile. This time Su Xiao didn't look for a beating. Oops, are we taking the bus home? When he got on the bus just now, it was Guan Xiaohan who pulled him on, so he didn't pay attention to which bus. Yeah, what's wrong? Guan Xiaohan inquired curiously. I still have to make a trip to the flower and bird market to buy some breadworms. Su Xiao stood up anxiously. The great sparrow could only evolve by devouring life, returning energy to him after evolution to help him improve. What are you doing at the flower and bird market? Guan Xiaohan wondered. Su Xiao also didn't hide the fact that he was going to train the great sparrow to become a mutant beast and that the great sparrow had evolved once, but didn't say anything about the great sparrow being able to feed back energy to him to help him improve. Ah, what are you raising that thing for? When ordinary creatures turn into mutated beasts, their temperament will become brutal, easily tearing people apart. Even if they aren't brutal, their bodies contain great power and can easily injure people. It's extremely dangerous. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly, her expression very serious. Moreover, the city doesn't allow the feeding of mutant beasts. I can control it. It won't hurt anyone, Su Xiao assured. Moreover, I'm thinking of letting it fly into the mountains when it's strong. When we become martial artists and go out to do missions, it can help us not. Really control it? Really? Su Xiao nodded his head in assurance. I believe you. Guan Xiaohan didn't pursue the matter further, instead saying, since eating living things can evolve, then what breadworms are there to eat? Breadworms are only a little bit nutritious. Let's go buy fish. Fish are big and cheap. Doesn't it contain thousands of times the bioenergy of a breadbug? Buying fish? I only have about $300 to buy a few. Might as well buy breadworms, Su Xiao said in embarrassment. Guan Xiaohan very man patted Su Xiao's shoulder, confidently and arrogantly said, Sister me, have money. There is no big money. 3 to 5,000 is still there. Saying that, he also raised his eyebrows, his little expression arrogant, as if saying come quickly and beg for sister. Xiaohan, are you willing to spend money for me? Su Xiao said pitifully. Oh, then it depends on someone's performance. If someone performs well and makes my sister happy, it's okay to spend some money. If you don't perform well, Guan Xiaohan said, raising her tender white little fist and shaking it in front of Su Xiao's eyes, threatening implications. Must behave well then. Sister Han, you are tired. I will hammer your legs, Su Xiao said and knocked up, and his mouth kept saying nice words. The corners of Guan Xiaohan's mouth curled up, her eyes full of triumph, plus delight. Soon, the bus arrived at the second stop, and the two got off, changed buses, went to the flower and bird market first, and spent $300 to purchase a ferruginous beetle. Su Xiao's pocket money went straight to the bottom. Another trip to the food market near the neighborhood to purchase live fish. Chapter 9, Super Multi-Evolution Points. Boss, how do you sell this live fish? Inside the market, in front of the fish stall, Guan Xiaohan pointed at the fish in the pool and asked, the big one is over 3 pounds at 15 a pound. The small one is over a pound at 8 a pound. Which one does the pretty lady want? Come 10 for the big ones and 20 for the little ones. Fill my bag with water. Don't die. Guan Xiaohan waved her hand in a domineering manner. Not so many. Just 2 for the big ones and 10 for the small ones. Su Xiao hurriedly stopped it. Although the great sparrow possessed the gift of devouring evolution, it also needed time, and when it bought more than it could eat, it died. The bioenergy is greatly weakened when it dies, wasting money for nothing. Besides, there's no room in the house for that much. Yo, my family, Su Xiao, is quite good at living life. Guan Xiaohan's mouth with a smile, her but twisted and arched Su Xiao. That powerful force almost didn't arch Su Xiao over. That has to be. It's imperative that we raise our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good idea to keep being beaten like a chicken by little ES. But, sister, I have money, so I'll buy 10 big ones and 20 small ones, Guan Xiaohan said with bravado. Su Xiao couldn't argue with her and could only let Guan Xiaohan buy it. Inside there was a small snicker. Look at the beautiful woman spending money on herself. No problem. 10 big fish, 20 small ones. The fishmonger fished the fish, weighed them, added water to the large black plastic bags and put the fish in. It cost nearly $500 in total. Guan Xiaohan was quick to pay. Lift it up and go. Guan Xiaohan commanded. Su Xiao bitterly carried 4 large bags, one with 20 to 30 pounds, adding up to more than 100 pounds. The good thing is that this body is often trained, full of muscles, and the strength is not small. It can be lifted. It's not that I won't help you get it, but your current physique is too weak. It needs to be strengthened. I'm doing this for your own good, you know? I can thank you for that. Yo, still not happy about it. Guan Xiaohan pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and casually punched Su Xiao, almost failing to knock him off his feet. Gladly. Su Xiao bitterly regretted his previous impulse. How come you kissed up? How come you don't know more about it? The two of them fought and walked back. Su Xiao's neighborhood was close, and Guan Xiaohan's house still had to cross an intersection, to the door of the neighborhood. By now, it was getting dark. What? You're going to my house? Su Xiao inquired in shock. What's wrong? I'm not allowed to meet my future in-laws. My little aunt? Guan Xiaohan said rightfully, her eyebrows raised, looking like I'll cut you if you dare to compare. Frightened, Su Xiao shut up and smiled. That must be, then cut the crap, just in time to recognize the door as well. Guan Xiaohan swaggered forward. Su Xiao once again had a new perception of her pugnacity, totally a big woman. Not a hint of little girl euphemism, tenderness. How come these memories are not in the memory? Su Xiao was distressed. To the doorstep. Little sister, open the door. Su Xiao shouted. Coming. Inside came the voice of his little sister Susie, who had just finished 5th grade and was released from school relatively early. Open the door. Brother, what are you carrying? Susie looked into the bag curiously. Not buying me good food. Why did you buy so many fish? Sushi said in disgust, then complained to the house. Mom, my brother is spending money indiscriminately again. He bought a lot of fish. Fish? What fish? It's not like today is a new year or a holiday. Why are you buying fish? A gentle voice came from inside the house. You little girl, who spent money frivolously? This is what your sister-in-law bought. Just notice Su. Su Xiao kicked his little sister Sushi and let the door open, allowing Guan Xiaohan to go in first. Sister-in-law? Sushi ouch. Still wondering where a sister-in-law came from when a beautiful figure appeared in front of her. Hello sister, greeted Quan. A sister is so pretty. Sister, quickly come in. Sushi enthusiastically pulls Guan Xiaohan's hand towards the house while shouting at the house. Mom, come over and see. My brother brought a beautiful sister-in-law. Old and beautiful. Sister-in-law? The sister-in-law your brother brought? Su's mom, who was chopping vegetables and cooking, wiped her hands and hurriedly walked out, just to see a beautiful girl, who was being held by her own daughter's hand, walking into the house. Hello auntie, greeted Guan Xiaohan nicely. Su Zhao's eyes fell out from watching this face-changing speed. So beautiful. You are Su Zhao's classmate. Right. Quickly please sit. I didn't know you were coming and I didn't clean up. Don't mind the mess. Su's mom invited, while quickly tidying up her little sister's messy clothes. It's all right. It's all the same. Auntie, don't clean up. Guan Xiaohan fully embodied her gentleness, pulling Su's mom around and saying some lovely things. Mom, you can talk to your daughter-in-law properly. She is a top martial arts genius in our city with extraordinary strength. You must not be offended, haha. Su Xiao joked. Su's mom was visibly stunned. Sister, you're still a martial arts genius. Yeah, I'm pretty good, sis. Afterwards, Su Xiao didn't care what they chatted about. With Guan Xiaohan's intrusion, there was absolutely no need for him to worry. When he walked into the room, a mouthful of his old blood almost didn't come out. The big finch was painted with colorful feathers and was beyond ugly. There are still paintbrushes lying around on the table. Needless to say, it must have been scribbled by my little sister. This girl, shaking his head, he controlled the big finch to fly over his shoulder, then took the 2 bags of fish into the bathroom. The fish had blood and were particularly fishy, so it was not good to swallow them in the bedroom. Dumped the fish into 2 large pots and all 30 fish were not dead, although their vigor waned a bit. Su Xiao then controlled the big finch to fly to the edge of the basin. The sharp beak of the bird displayed a terrifying power. Just a gentle peck on the fish's head was like being poked hard with an iron vise. The fish's skull shattered, and most of the head was swallowed by the big finch. The excruciating pain caused the fish to struggle frantically, but it was held in a death grip by the large finch, which then pecked away rapidly, tearing off a finger-length strip of flesh and blood with each stroke. It took less than a minute for a carp of about 1.5 pounds to be fully swallowed. After the big finch has finished swallowing, a line of numbers floated in front of Su Zhao's eyes. Your alter ego Big Sparrow devoured a carp and gained 23 evolution points. So much. Su Xiao was a little surprised. A worm only had 0.1 evolution points. This one fish directly dried up to 23 points. Directly 230 times more. 123. 2460. Plus those 10 big fish. Tonight, hopefully evolving again. Keep devouring. Su Xiao controlled the big finch to peck towards a small fish once again. Your alter ego Big Sparrow devoured a carp and gained 25 evolution points. Your alter ego is a big tweak. 23 points. 26 point. Chapter 10, Beginning of Evolution. Eating so fast. Guan Xiaohan was surprised. The door to the restroom was left open, and little sister Sushi walked in with Guan Xiaohan, just in time to see the image of the big finch devouring the grass carp. A fish that took large swaths of blood and flesh in one bite, swallowed it in the twinkling of an eye, and then proceeded to continue to devour it. The horrible devouring speed in the bloody scene made Sushi scared and secretly hid behind to look and said to Su Xiao, "Brother, our mother asked you to kill a fish and bring it to the kitchen. She wants to make fish." "Got it." Su Xiao responded by grabbing a large fish and placing it in front of Big Sparrow, who grabbed it towards the head of the fish. There was a crunching sound as the hard skull shattered and the big fish stiffened instantly. Looking at Guan Xiaohan's gaze, her little sister ran out with a scream. So fast, attacking so violently. Guan Xiaohan looked at Big Sparrow in surprise and disbelief. It was clearly the size of a pigeon, yet it possessed such a strong attack power and attack speed. Perhaps even Su Xiao didn't see it, but she did. When this bird attacked, its claws directly transformed into residual shadows, and its speed was so fast that it was faster than even a person at the second or third level of the martial arts path. Even she couldn't see it. Moreover, the skull is the hardest place on a fish. An ordinary person would have to take a sharp weapon to chop it open. And the bird, with a light claw, exploded. What kind of hardness is that? Guan Xiaohan was a bit shocked. Ha ha, for your information, my great sparrow is awesome. Waiting for it to evolve is even more awesome, Su Xiao said, picked up the claw of the big finch and pulled it against the belly of the fish, instantly cutting the belly open like a knife. Fish intestines or something? Su Xiao controlled the big finch to swallow it. And so sharp. You're a bit of an interesting bird. Guan Xiaohan was full of interest. Hey, I'll open your eyes later. Su Xiao chatted with Guan Xiaohan while quickly handling the carp, and when it was done, he took it to the back kitchen and helped Su's mother cook. He played the hand while controlling the big finch to devour the carp. Nowadays he can simply do two things at once, but with the distraction he can't do anything too delicate that requires a high level of concentration, and he can only do simple actions on both sides. For example, chopping vegetables, peeling a garlic or something. The big finch is also only able to simply swallow it. Guan Xiaohan also diligently came over to help, only to break a bowl just after helping, being chucked out by Su Xiao. He doubted that Guan Xiaohan did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. At that moment, Guan Xiaohan's family called. I only heard Guan Xiaohan say, I'm at Su Xiao's house, there's no need to keep me for dinner, I'll have Su Xiao send me back later. Yes, it's that Su Xiao I've been mentioning to you since I was a kid. Okay, I'm hanging up, haha. This side of the family is happy to cook and eat. In the most luxurious villa area in Zhongbei, Lin Hao stood in front of the window and looked at the street scene in the city, his face gloomy. The image of Su Xiao kissing Guan Xiaohan in front of him kept surfacing in his mind, and the scene was getting clearer and clearer. At this time his cell phone rang. It was someone who sent a few photos of Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan carrying fish home together, with a quote, Bull. Guan Xiaohan bought fish and went to Su Xiao's house. Too damn bossy. High school student Doug. Just went to meet the parents. Asterisk. Lin Hao punched his fist on the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window with a loud bang. A resentful, cynical expression on his face. Asterisk. Dogs. Since you guys are looking for death, you can't blame me. He took out his other cell phone and dialed a number. A somber voice came from inside. Hey Hao, what's wrong? Uncle Biao. Someone threatened me. Lin Hao's tone turned into a cry. That Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan threatened to get me killed. I'm so scared. What? He's eaten his bear's heart. Give me their information and I'll make them disappear without a trace. The gloomy voice replied. Thank you Uncle Bill. When 2 days pass, I'll find a chance for you to meet my mom alone. Lin Hao's voice carried thanks. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and his voice became urgent as he lowered his voice in anxious inquiry. Really? Aha. Uncle Biao, you've been a childhood friend of my mom and you've liked her for so many years. It's not easy. Moreover, my mom is not doing well at home, being bullied all day long and in tears. As a junior, I want to make my mom happy. Ha. Howard, you've grown up, ha. You know how to feel sorry for your mom. Good. Very good. Uncle, I haven't loved you for nothing all these years. Your matter is my matter and must be resolved for you. It's just two little brats. Easily solved. Thank you Uncle Biao. I know you love me the most, Uncle Biao. Pity my fatherless child. Oh, good boy Howard, don't cry. Give me their information. I'll get it done for you right away. Wait for my good news. Thank you Uncle Bill. I'll make sure my mom cook you a nice meal. Well, ha 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 ha. Lin Hao hung up the phone and his face became even more gloomy. Shabby, just like that dog you are. You want to be related to my mom. A punk of the third level of martial arts in a district. Cursing on his lips, he sent Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan's messages to Chen Biao, and leave a message that the man is killed and the woman is arrested. Chen Biao and his mom were childhood sweethearts and loved his mom since he was a kid, but his mom chose his dad and loved him with a passion back then. Too bad his mom comes from a normal family. It is not recognized. Even after giving birth to him, he was still not recognized. Good thing his cheap dad gave enough to support the family. How? What's wrong? I heard you crying just now. A sweet-looking young woman with a plump figure opened the door and came in. It's okay mom, calling him. Lin Hao didn't tell the truth. Instead, he revealed a good-natured smile and very naturally held onto the waist of the plump young woman. Mom, what did you cook for me today? Want to eat my cooking law? Then I'll make you a stewed lobster, okay? The plump young woman laughed. Good, mom's the best. My Howard is also the best behaved. Saying that, the plump young woman touched Lin Hao's head, and Lin Hao was like a puppy. His head rooted into her embrace, shaking his head and pampering himself. A great picture of a mother's kindness and filial piety. Your alter ego Big Sparrow devoured a carp and gained 70 evolution points. Evolution points have reached 1000. Yes/no evolution. When Su Xiao saw the prompt in front of him, he was instantly delighted. It's going to evolve. Su Xiao casually picked up 2 bites and rushed into the restroom. 20 half-sized carp got nearly 600 evolution points and 7 3+ pound carp got over 420 evolution points. Today's evolution points are 1020/1000, totally enough to evolve. Su Xiao controlled the big finch to land on his shoulder, went into the bedroom, and opened the box containing the iron-fixed beetle. This iron-fixed beetle is Su Xiao in the time after school to go to the birds and fishes market to buy. This thing is a kind of terrestrial beetle. The length of the body is about 2 centimeters, like a small tank. Growing neither light nor crawling very fast, it is adept at playing dead and has a very hard exoskeleton. It can withstand approximately 39,000 times its weight, equivalent to a 100-pound person carrying 3.9 million pounds. A bite force 10 times higher than that generated by a potential predator makes it difficult for them to take a bite, even when run over by a car and left unharmed. It could be said to be the creature with the strongest defense in this world. Its toughness is second only to the water bear worm. But there is no place to buy water bear bugs because they are too small to be seen by the naked eye. Otherwise, one must get one. Evolution. Chapter 11, Second Evolution. Giant Sparrow. In Su Xiao's perception, the huge evolutionary energy that had been quietly staying inside the giant sparrow erupted and swept through the entire body in an instant. It washed down from top to bottom. Instantly Big Sparrow's body became hot and raging. Taking advantage of the evolutionary energy, Su Xiao controlled the great sparrow to devour the iron-fixed beetle. The iron-fixed beetle was like an iron bean, but when it entered the great sparrow's stomach, in front of the strong to perverted devouring talent, it was still digested in a very short period of time. Its genes were also revealed in an instant, and were then broken down by the great sparrow, the excellent defense genes being absorbed and rapidly transforming itself. All the cells in the big sparrow's body were changing at an extremely fast speed, from the depths of the cells to the surface of the body. The bones, muscles, blood, and keratin of the entire body were all undergoing terrifying changes. The cells greedily devoured the Saint Beetle's genes, which then frantically reorganized, split, and compressed. Old cells are replaced and new ones regrow. The feathers on its body also fell off in large swathes, just like when the little sparrow evolved before. At the moment of shedding, new feathers grow at a rate visible to the naked eye and quickly grow into large feathers. The hardened cuticles on the beak and claws also peeled off as quickly as skin, and then grew back, becoming stronger and sharper. It's also growing rapidly in size. At the same time, a huge warm current appeared out of nowhere within Su Xiao's body, which was 10 times more powerful than when the little sparrow evolved for the first time. Such a huge amount of energy flowed rapidly throughout the body like a flash flood, and wherever it passed, the muscles, fascia, cells, and bones were strengthened, become more resilient, yet powerful. Bones become finer and stronger, soaring toward inhumanity. He felt energized. More added this time. Su Xiao was overjoyed and opened the attribute panel. Base attributes, strength 14, physique 12, agility 12, spirit 16. The basic attributes all skyrocketed by 5 points. Even spirit has soared. This was not as much as the amount of one evolution of the Great Sparrow, but it was enough to surprise Su Xiao, because at this point, he had already surpassed ordinary people. Between a transcendent martial artist and an ordinary person, It can also be said that ordinary people are at their peak. Then I should be able to complete the 10 turns of body casting. In that case, I will also be able to absorb transcendent energy and cultivate martial arts techniques. Su Xiao waved his fist heavily, his heart incomparably excited. He had so little energy in him that it was gone by the time he felt it. However, the big sparrow's body had 1,000 points of evolutionary energy, and at this time, it was still in the midst of rapid evolution, and its pigeon-sized body size was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Guan Xiaohan and her little sister Sushi curiously followed. "What are you doing running to the restroom before you finish your meal?" Guan Xiaohan inquired. Su Xiao was immersed in the changes within the Great Sparrow at this time and didn't pay attention to it, but Guan Xiaohan rubbed her eyes violently when she saw the Great Sparrow rise in size with the naked eye. "Oops, my brother's bird is getting bigger," little sister Susie shouted excitedly. "Bah, what a stupid thing for a stinky girl to say. Come here and do your homework." Sue's mom, who was clearing the table, scolded. "It's true, Mom, it's really getting bigger." Susie was still yelling. "Get your ass over here, little girl. I don't know where I learned the weird words from. And Su Xiao, what are you teaching your sister?" Su Ma chided. But because of the presence of outsiders, she didn't make any overtures. In the past, the big mouth would have been served. Su Xiao Sushi will not be beaten. "Oh." Sushi was scolded and was aggrieved, pouting her lips. "What I said is true. The bird my brother raised is really getting bigger. Isn't that right, Sister Xiaohan?" "Aha." Guan Xiaohan nodded copiously. Attention was fully focused on Big Sparrow. "The first time I saw Su Xiao's sparrow is only pigeon size. There is a sparrow like." At this time the appearance has been greatly changed. The body size up to half the size of the eagle as a general, and also in the rapid enlargement of the. Such a rapid change made Guan Xiaohan think of the word evolution. Ordinary creatures evolve into mutant beasts. It's just that ordinary creatures in the world need to absorb transcendental energy for years and years before they start to evolve little by little. And this bird in front of me just ate more than 20 fishes and surprisingly evolved. It's also so amazing that it's even a little sensationalized. If all creatures evolved at this rate, would there be a place for humans in this world? Of course, it's impossible. Transcendent energy had been in the world for years, and it hadn't been seen to evolve so quickly. Then there is only one reason that explains it. This bird is unusual. The corner of Guan Xiaohan's mouth curled up, and her gaze towards Su Xiao became even more gentle. What this girl looks at is really extraordinary. At this time, looking at Su Xiao's focused appearance, Guan Xiaohan suddenly felt that Su Xiao was still quite handsome. This evolution took about the same amount of time as the first one, and after half an hour, the Great Sparrow finally finished evolving, and the evolutionary energy in its body was completely consumed. The original pigeon-sized giant finch became the size of an eagle, standing on the ground 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Its feathers became broad and textured, and all of them turned black. Without the sparrow's hemp-colored feathers, if Su Xiao said it was an eagle, absolutely no one would doubt it. Even its beak turned into an eagle's beak, and its entire body exuded black, glittering with a steel-like color in the light. It gave people an incomparably hard feeling. Thick, powerful thighs that became even more masculine and strong, with rippling muscles hidden under the feathers, curved like an eagle's hook. The sharp tips of the claws became more than twice as big, and like a bird's beak, they emitted a steel-like color, like an iron hook, giving people a sense of sharpness. The narrow, sharp eyes became more godlike and sharp, and a ferocious aura came over him as he twisted his head and looked around. Originally, the two wings were only half a meter long when they were fully open, but at this time, they were open for more than a meter, and with its sharp eyes, thick legs, and sharp claws, it was already incomparably different from a raptor. Certainly the battlefield is many times more powerful than the raptor. The body feathers were tiny and dense, held tightly together, like a patch of scales attached to the body, giving a sense of solidity. It was also like wearing a fish scale armor. The thin and sturdy flying feathers extended out and were neatly arranged. The tips of the feathers were flattened like knives, and when Su Xiao touched them, they were incredibly sturdy and sharp. It was truly like a knife blade, even sharper than a knife blade. The whole transformed from a small pigeon to a large, majestic eagle, to a fierce raptor. Cool. Subject, human Su Xiao. Base attributes, strength 14, physique 12, agility 12, spirit 16, talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies, kung fu. Simple technique, 80% of body casting decision. Subbody, giant sparrow. Level, low transcendent. Talents, devour evolution. 1,000-fold strength, 10,000-fold defense. Evolution points, 20. Evolution completion, 20/10. 000. Giant sparrow, 10,000 times defense. Chapter 12, 10,000 times defense. 10,000 times defense. For a moment Su Xiao could not think of anything in his mind that could hurt it. This evolution is complete? Guan Xiaohan squatted down and stroked it. and found that the body feathers of this big blackbird were very soft, but then again she had a very tough feeling, and her hand stroked it, and it was very qualitative. Moreover, the feathers on the edges of the front part of the wings were very hard, as if they were cast in iron, and the tail feathers, the edges of the side feathers were incomparably sharp, like small knives. Giant bird, 1,000 times the strength, 10,000 times the defense, low-grade transcendent creature, Su Xiao faintly said. What? Guan Xiaohan rose in surprise. So strong. She knew what 1,000 times the power and 10,000 times the defense meant. If the power is 1, that's 1,000 power. If the power is 2, that's 2,000 power. And this giant sparrow is already a low-grade transcendental creature, comparable to a first-level martial artist in terms of equivalence. Explode another 1,000 times the power. Guan Xiaohan converted this 1,000 times the power to himself. If she had 1,000 times her strength, she would be absolutely invincible at the same level, and even a martial artist at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial Dao would be killed by her in one go, right? That is to say, this giant finch already possessed the strength of the 3rd or even 4th level of martial arts. It's beyond scary. One must know that a martial artist of the 3rd or 4th level of the martial Dao was already an upper middle class expert in their small Linhai city of only 1 million or so people. They're all people in positions of power like the chief of criminal investigation and the chief of the search team. Even in the military, a 3rd or 4th grading in martial arts was at the squad leader platoon leader level, and this giant bird, who had only just evolved into a low-level transcendent being, possessed such strength. Your man is still very powerful, isn't he? Su Xiao raised his eyebrows in triumph and barfed on Guan Xiaohan's face in the process. Guan Xiaohan backhanded an elbow to Su Xiao's chest. Su Xiao reflexively reached out to block. It was just in time to block Guan Xiaohan's attack. This surprised Guan Xiaohan. From the strength of Su Xiao's resistance, Guan Xiaohan could feel that his physique had significantly improved. Because, before, when she attacked Su Xiao like this, Su Xiao couldn't even react enough, but now she even blocked it. This made her instantly think a lot. She was not a cutie pie. On the contrary, it was still a school bully and a genius with a high talent in martial arts, and her mind flickered. Just one guess already. The Great Sparrow had evolved, and Su Xiao's strength had also progressed. To say that there was no connection in between, the devil wouldn't believe it. When it evolves, you can also improve, right? Guan Xiaohan said excitedly. Su Xiao was surprised for a moment, then nodded his head and gave Guan Xiaohan a thumbs up. Worthy of being a school bully. Awesome. Really? Aha. Why? Guan Xiaohan inquired as she excitedly grabbed Su Xiao's arm with longing in her eyes. Seeing that Su Xiao didn't say anything, Guan Xiaohan got a little upset, reached out and pinched a chunk of meat, viciously saying, I'm the one who's going to marry you. You even have secrets. Not telling me. Su Xiao immediately bared his teeth in pain. Gently, gently. I say. This is my martial Dao talent. Just like your martial Dao talent, fast cultivation. My martial arts talent is it. Su Xiao pointed at the giant sparrow. Wow, really? Did Guan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao and then at the giant sparrow and let out an exclamation of surprise from her mouth. This is too amazing. You two don't look alike either. No, this big sparrow couldn't have been born to one of the birds you had. Get thee out of here. Where's the bull? Asterisk. How would I have a child with a bird? Su Xiao was dissatisfied and pinched Guan Xiaohan's pink and fine smooth little face, and pinched it twice so hard that she didn't even hide. Aga, pain. You lower your strength. You pinched my face red. Guan Xiaohan knocked off Su Xiao's hand and hit at his chest. Fortunately, Su Xiao's reaction was faster than before, and he barely dodged it. But just after dodging, Guan Xiaohan's left fist was fast and accurate, directly calling on Su Xiao's ribs, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. When the giant finch gets stronger, you get stronger. Then if we give the giant finch tons of food, then won't you also get stronger quickly? Ignoring Su Xiao, who bared his teeth in pain, Guan Xiaohan felt like she had caught the point. It seems to be possible to card bugs. Aha. Su Xiao nodded as he rubbed his ribs and explained, but it takes a lot of money. Every evolution is a tenfold increase. It's still affordable now. The money needed later on would be massive. Buying things for it isn't a permanent solution. And besides, the city doesn't allow the keeping of transcendental creatures. So, I'm going to let it fly to the beach to catch mutant beasts when it evolves once more. That's fine too. I'll save up one more merit point tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and exchange it for money. Let's buy it more food and let it evolve once more. At that time, you'll be able to complete the 10 turns of body casting. Right. Absorb transcendent energy, and cultivate martial arts. Guan Xiaohan broke her fingers and calculated. By then, you'll be able to cultivate the martial arts in 7 days. Perfect. When Su Xiao heard this, he realized what Guan Xiaohan had in mind. It turned out that she was thinking of helping herself improve. Su Xiao was a little touched inside, but still cautioned. No one is allowed to tell anyone else. It's my biggest secret. No, It's not like I'm a little cutie. How could I tell someone else my man's secret? Guan Xiaohan had the look of a little cutie. Look, this annoyed Su Xiao a bit. In the next second, Guan Xiaohan's fist flew over from nowhere and smashed into Su Xiao's stomach. Vom Guan Xiaohan you. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and bent over in pain. Let's go home. Guan Xiaohan tilted her head in triumph, took 2 steps outside, then doubled back and lifted Su Xiao by his collar. Oh, I told my mom. Asked you to take me home. Ah, you're so strong? I'm so weak? I'm sending you? Are you sure? It's not okay to be afraid of the dark. Give me a go. Guan Xiaohan lifted Su Xiao out of the restroom and ran into Su Ma, who was carrying a bowl. She looked at the two of them in surprise. You too. Mom, Guan Xiaohan, she hit me. Su Xiao immediately aggrieved and begged for help. No, Auntie, we were fooling around. Right, I'm going home. Let Su Xiao send me ha. Saying that, Guan Xiaohan pulled Su Xiao and ran out of the house. While being pulled by Guan Xiaohan to run, he controlled the giant finch to return to his bedroom. Su's mom, cell entrance. A van slowed to a stop. The lights went out, but no one came down. No one showed their face either. It seemed mysterious. Have you planned your route yet? An indifferent voice rang out. If Lin Hao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize who the person speaking was. It was his good uncle, Chen Biao. It's planned. This is a suburb near the beach, so we'll take the intersection in front of us and head south for 10 minutes or so to get to a remote, uninhabited part of the beach. In the driver's seat, a sinister man with a scarred face replied. Okay, Chen Biao replied back, and his eyes then stared at the cell door. At that moment, a man and a woman jostled and ran out and in the direction of another neighborhood. It's the two of them, Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan. Follow it. The van slowly followed. Chapter 13, Attack. Watch my drifting goddess fist. Guan Xiaohan's pink and white fist came towards Su Xiao's ribs at a very weird angle. Su Xiao hastily backed up to dodge, but unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan's fist, like a poisonous snake, continued to attack and heavily smashed on Su Xiao's waist. The pain caused him to cover his waist and crouch down. Ha ha, Su Xiao, you big dummy. Going to be bullied by me for the rest of my life, law. Guan Xiaohan laughed, pressed down on Su Xiao's shoulders, pressed down, and lifted her leg to jump over, leaving a trail of silver bells of laughter. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Guan Xiaohan, you wait for me. Su Xiao rubbed his waist and chased after him. That's when he saw a van slowly approaching. In parallel with him, the car door slammed open. A man in his 30s or 40s shot out explosively. Su Xiao didn't even see his face. He had already arrived in front of him, and his huge fist came at his abdomen. What for? Su Xiao shouted a warning while doing his best to dodge, but that person's speed was too fast. Just as he made a move to retreat, that person had already rushed over and his huge fist blasted on Su Xiao's stomach. For a moment, Su Xiao felt like he was hit by a car. His body was directly hit and flew backwards, heavily hitting the guardrail, and a sharp pain came from his abdomen, as if his intestines were broken. The pain made his breathing almost stop. The body crumpled to the floor, almost fainting. Asterisk Q. Su Xiao instantly realized that he was in danger. Damn, haven't been hit since I was a kid. Giant bird. Strike. Su Xiao controlled the giant sparrow to crash into the glass, snapping with a loud sound. The thick glass directly exploded. The giant bird let out a stern cry. Its wings shook, and it exploded out like a sharp arrow, rushing over in a hurry. What's wrong? How did the glass break? Suma heard the sound of glass bursting and hurriedly came to Su Xiao's bedroom to check. At this moment, Su Xiao gritted his teeth and looked up, and saw that person rushing towards Guan Xiaohan in a hurry. He took one step and directly exploded over a dozen meters away, instantly arriving behind Guan Xiaohan, who had just turned around at this time upon hearing Su Xiao's alarmed cry. She saw the man's fist coming towards her. The speed was extremely fast, almost a shadow in Su Xiao's eyes, attacking in a flash. Who are you? Guan Xiaohan exclaimed in shock, and in the face of the furiously incoming fists, her body suddenly became as if she had no bones, and her body dodged the incoming attack at a bizarre angle. But the next second, the man's big hand pressed down sharply and grabbed her arm. Not seeing how hard he pushed, only hearing a clicking crunch, Guan Xiaohan's arm was directly removed, and she endured the pain to slam her fist into the man's chest. Unexpectedly, as if the man knew in advance, he accurately grabbed Guan Xiaohan's fist and yanked it with such force that, with a click, his right arm was also dislodged by him. Then he grabbed Guan Xiaohan's neck, returned to Su Xiao's side in 2 steps, grabbed Su Xiao's neck, and with a gentle leap, drilled into the car. The van drove slowly, and then drove off at a rapid pace. The whole thing was only 7 or 8 seconds. None of the pedestrians on the road had noticed this side yet. Those who didn't react to what was happening. It's too fast. Just got into the car. The man used a rope to tie up Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan's hands and legs, and stuffed a large piece of rag in his mouth to prevent the two from screaming. Ha ha, two little weaklings, hand to hand. Chen Biao was very happy. Drive faster. Okay. That Scarface slammed on the gas and quickly drove towards the remote and uninhabited part of the seashore. Oh, with his mouth stuffed, Su Xiao couldn't speak, his shoulder bumping against Guan Xiaohan, and a whimpering sound inquiring from his mouth. Guan Xiaohan shook her head, only to see her body move from side to side twice, and 2 clicks could be heard, and the arm that had been removed was put right back on. Yo, little ninja is quite powerful. Chen Biao glanced at Guan Xiaohan in surprise, then smiled and said, if you break the rope free, I'll admire you. Ha. Su Xiao was relieved to see that Guan Xiaohan was fine. Then, with full concentration, he controlled the giant Sparrow to fly. The van was fast, but with so many intersections and other cars, it wasn't going very fast, only 40 or 50 miles per hour. Fast for the average person. It can only be described as a turtle speed for a full-speed burst of giant Sparrow. Soon after seeing the van, about to control the giant Sparrow rushing down, suddenly Chen Biao surveyed Guan Xiaohan with a strange gaze, and then said, yo, nice figure and nice face. No wonder that boy Lin Hao is so attached to you. Oops, I think I slipped up. I spilled the beans on the key player, but that's okay, because neither of you will see the sun tomorrow. He. Lin Hao. Su Xiao had a huge shock in his brain, and so did Guan Xiaohan, with an unbelievable look on her face. Lin Hao. Surprisingly, Lin Hao commanded it, just for sweeping him off his feet and making him lose face. He even sent his experts directly to kill them. What kind of sick is this? Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan were shocked. It's just a bit of a loss of face, and you're going to kill someone? Is this the way rich people think? In an instant, Su Xiao also had a killing intent. Originally, he had thought that it would be fine to let the giant Sparrow get himself out. Also at most, he would kill these two. But now, after realizing that Lin Hao was messing around in the background, he was born with infinite killing intent. If he didn't kill himself today, then tomorrow and the day after, Lin Hao would still send someone to kill him. It's endless. Moreover, if he exposed the giant Sparrow at this time, he would have a defense, and with Lin Hao's family's wealth and power, there was definitely a way to get the giant Sparrow killed. Therefore, it was necessary to kill Lin Hao when he was still defenseless and didn't know that the giant Sparrow existed. And the probability that the killers kidnapped people would report to their employers. And once Lin Hao knew that he had caught them, he was bound to let his guard down. Of course, there's also the possibility of not reporting it. The killer will quietly tie them up and kill them in a remote, unoccupied place. Therefore, in order not to expose the giant Sparrow, so that Lin Hao would be on the defensive, instead of controlling the giant Sparrow to immediately strike, Su Xiao controlled it to fly higher, because making a move on the main road would cause a lot of commotion. There was a certain chance that Lin Hao would detect it, and at that time, if he made a defense against the big Sparrow, it'll be hard to kill him, so wait until you are not in danger to yourself. With the giant bird following, Su Xiao's safety was guaranteed, and at this time, he was rather not in a hurry to see what they were up to, and to determine Lin Hao's location. By the way, I'm going to call my cheap son, and tell him the good news. Chen Biao very freely took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Hao's phone number. The dialing was still a video. At this moment, Lin Hao had just returned to his room when he received a call from Chen Biao. His brow furrowed at once. Sandy, what kind of call is that at this hour? Is this to expose me? Lin Hao hung up the phone decisively. His subconscious told him not to show his face at a time like this. In movies and TV shows, villains die at the hands of the protagonist when they let him or her know what they are. Though he didn't consider himself a villain, much less Su Xiao as a protagonist. But, the subconscious told him, it's better not to show up. Any progress? Send me a video or text directly. Remember to delete it after sending it. Lin Hao pressed the send button and sent it. Chapter 14, The First Battle of the Giant Bird. Not picking up? Chen Biao frowned. Just as he was still wondering what the reason was, he received a message from Lin Hao. Lin Hao, if there's any progress, send me a video or text message directly. Remember to delete it after sending it. With such small guts, how can you do great things in the future? Chen Biao shook his head and took out his cell phone, opening the camera to aim at Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. Howard, look, both of them have been captured. When we get to the beach later, we'll tie the male to a rock and throw him into the sea. The female will be delivered to you. Video posted. Another voice, right, where do I send you? Is this guy going to be thrown into the ocean alive? Or beaten to death and then thrown? I think it's better to throw it in alive. Throwing it in alive will allow you to enjoy the ultimate sense of desperate suffocation, and dying is definitely very painful. Howard, what do you think? Lin Hao looked at the video sent. Open it immediately. At once, they saw Guan Xiaohan, who was tightly bound, as well as Su Xiao. Looking at the blood at the corner of Su Xiao's mouth, Lin Hao instantly revealed a smile. Not arrogant now? No more kissing? Damn thing. Waiting to be drowned alive you. Then he turned his gaze to Guan Xiaohan, and when he saw the rope strangling her concave and convex, Lin Hao's breath caught. Such a voluptuous body, such a pretty face had to be with that ugly, penniless piece of trash. Originally, I wanted to have a sweet love affair with you. Now, I'm going to destroy you, imprison you and ravage you every day. The absolutely beautiful and talented schoolgirl will be my plaything from today onwards. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hao's eyes shot out a vicious, greedy light. Immediately text, hurry up and drown the guy and send the girl to my villa. I can't wait. Remember to take the back door and bring her straight into the basement. Come on, be quick. Chen Biao immediately received the message. Ouch. This guy, he doesn't dare to make a phone call, but he dares to hide someone at home. Isn't there something wrong with this thing's brain? Chen Biao shook his head. However, a moment later he seemed to think of something and instantly smiled. Idiot, good. Idiots are good. It'll be easier to take over your family's property in the future if you're an idiot. Today these two people are your handle. With this handle, threaten him to get his mom first, then find a way to get his dad killed, and little by little, finish off his Lin family. When he's in power, then we'll get him killed. Of course before I get him killed, I have to get his mom pregnant with my child, so I can dove into the nest. Had ha. Chen Biao did not care in the slightest about Su Xiao. Guan Xiaohan listened. In his eyes both were already dead. Even if they don't die, they don't have a future. It doesn't make a difference whether you're alive or dead anymore. He didn't delete the contents of the text messages. Instead he backed them all up on another cell phone. These are all the handles to blackmail Lin Hao in the future. They can't be lost. Su Xiao listened to Chen Biao's words, only to feel chills all over his body. Really too vicious. Preparing to Lin Hao's mom, and also preparing to kill Lin Hao's dad, as well as the Lin family. If Lin Hao knew what Chen Biao was planning to do, he didn't know what to think. Or maybe Mama Lin is their weight in this deal? After Su Xiao thought about it, he shook his head and no longer cared, but instead looked at Guan Xiaohan with a questioning look in his eyes. He heard the key message from Chen Biao's words. That is, Lin Hao wanted this guy in front of him to send Guan Xiaohan to his house. Therefore, he wanted to ask Guan Xiaohan if she knew Lin Hao's home address. Guan Xiaohan seemed to have a heart-to-heart with Lin Hao, glancing at Su Xiao and nodding her head. In this way, Su Xiao had a number in his heart. After Chen Biao had all the information ready, the words of the Scarface driver also came. Brother Biao, we've already arrived at the beach. Pull over to the side of the road. Chen Biao ordered. The van slowed to a stop. At that moment, the waves crashed against the breakwater with a loud clatter. There wasn't a single person or car around, and it was pitch black without even a streetlight. Since the mutant beasts had gotten stronger, there were basically very few people coming over to the beach. Even in the daytime there was almost no one, let alone at night. You keep an eye on this pussy. I'll go throw this brat into the sea. Chen Biao commanded. Remember, don't let her run away. Run away and I'll rip your head off. Brother Biao, don't worry, can't run away. The Scarface driver raised the dagger in his hand. If you dare to run, I'll spend her face. Aha! Chen Biao responded and opened the car door to get out. He was in the middle seat of the van. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan were both thrown in the back seat. To get Su Xiao down, his had to go down first, and at that moment, Su Xiao had already controlled the giant Sparrow to fly towards the bottom. Chen Biao had just gotten out of the car when he felt a strong sense of crisis come over him. He frowned and instantly looked up to see a bird with wings over a meter long coming towards him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A grade 1 mutant bird, and it dares to attack you. Master Biao. Chen Biao cursed angrily, not afraid in the slightest, and even had a feeling of being humiliated. He was a ruthless man who had gone to war at the third sky of martial Dao, and had killed as many as 100 mutant beasts. Naturally, he was not afraid of this meter-long bird. According to the official announcement, as well as his experience, the larger the size of the mutant beast the stronger it was, the greater the fluctuation of transcendental energy in its body. The bird in front of him, a meter-long body, and only a faint trace of transcendental energy in its body, was something similar to a rooster in his eyes. He instantly judged that it was a bird that had just come into contact with transcendental energy and had just mutated. At best, it was a grade 1 mutated beast, weak as a chicken. He could crush it with his hand. In the face of the giant Sparrow's increasing speed, Chen Biao was not the least bit afraid, and even stepped out of the car as a whole, looking up at the giant Sparrow indifferently. The hands just hung down naturally with a scornful look on their faces. In the blink of an eye, the giant Sparrow killed close by. The sharp claws grabbed towards Chen Biao's head. Chen Biao sneered out. What are you, daring to treat me like prey? Die! His legs were slightly curled, and then he violently rushed up to the sky, his muscles instantly expanding, and his right arm, which was clenched, instantly rose to a fist, the size of a casserole, and smashed against the giant Sparrow's chest. Chen Biao did his math very well. The bird was small, its claws not as long as his arm, and it couldn't catch its own head when it hit it in the chest. And the moment you hit it in the chest yourself, you can smash it to death. Just right, take it back for a drink. Suddenly, the bird's claws contracted and it slammed toward his fist between whirring wings. A freshly mutated bird, getting tough with me? Who gave you the courage? Die for me. Feeling humiliated, Chen Biao violently exploded. As his fist whistled and smashed into the wing, Chen Biao's eyes instantly became surprised. In his vision, as a third sky of martial Dao, he could smash the body of a grade 1 mutant beast, or a bird-like mutant beast known for its weak defense, with a single punch that would separate the bones and send flesh and blood flying. But, the moment his fist collided with the wing, he sensed something was wrong. Hard, very hard. The punch didn't seem to hit the level 1 mutant bird, but rather the deck of the tank. Why is it so hard? Before he could react from his surprise, a massive force came from the wings and crushed down, hard as a tank-like body, horrifyingly incapable of resisting the huge force. Chen Biao's fist bang exploded into pieces, flesh and blood instantly turned into blood foam, and the bones broke by inches, and under the collision and extrusion, it turned into a blood mist, splashing in all directions. Chapter 15, Explosive Killing, Devouring, and Destroying Bodies. Ah! Chen Biao screamed out miserably, his eyes full of disbelief. How could it? How could it break my fist? He couldn't figure out how a mutant bird of only level 1 in the district could have such a strong power and such a sturdy body. He's a martial artist of the third heaven of martial arts. The two were not even on the same level. How could they be crushed? How could they? What right does a mere level 1 mutant bird have to break my hand? After Chen Biao was shocked, he was left with fear. He didn't know why the mutant bird attacked him and why it was so strong though, but he knew he couldn't beat this mutant bird. If he didn't escape, he would be killed by it. Must flee. Chen Biao was experienced in combat, and he took advantage of the force of the collision to fall sharply. But, in the next second, there was a breaking hissing sound from the left side, and the air seemed to be torn apart with a piercing shrill sound. Chen Biao subconsciously looked away. It was a moment of horror. Seeing this grade 1 mutant bird take advantage of the reaction force of the collision, its right wing retracted and rose up, and its left wing, like a knife, slashed sideways. The wings that were as black as ink seemed like a pitch-black sword, tearing through the air and slashing rapidly. The direction of the attack was exactly where Chen Biao was weakest at the moment, as his right arm had been injured. No! Chen Biao was appalled, subconsciously raising his already broken right arm to block. The next second, with a piercing sound, the unfolded wing was like a sharp knife, chopping down Chen Biao's broken arm, only to see bones, skin, and flesh directly explode and fly. The hardened wings did not stop at all and continued to chop. The feather tips of the wings were the first to contact Chen Biao's side abdomen, and like a knife cutting through flesh, they directly chopped through the skin and blood, cutting into the abdomen. Instantly the intestines, spleen and other internal organs instantly burst, and the wings keep swinging continuously. Chopping broken wound is also rapidly expanding. Chopped in the ribs, directly in the click sound break, and then chopped in the heart, and easily cut through the bone, the tip of the feather slicing through the shoulder blade and through the body. Half of Chen Biao's body broke open into a huge mouth. The mouth was more than 20 centimeters deep. The internal organs inside were all shattered, and half of his ribs were all broken. Blood gushed out and spilled downwards. Ah! With such severe injuries, Chen Biao didn't even die. The strong vitality of a martial artist allowed him to still have the strength to hiss in agony as his body plummeted. At this moment, he was incomparably fearful and regretful in his heart. Why take this list? Why hitch a ride with Lin Hao that? On the other side, after the giant bird chopped out its own powerful strike, its right wing flapped violently, and it spun around in a circle as a whole, and as it did so, it had adjusted its stance. With a forceful flap of its wings, 1,000 times its strength erupted, and the air it fanned made a rumbling and exploding sound, driving its body into rapid flight. Chased down the falling Chen Biao. Chakra caught up with him, and his sharp right claw came out fiercely, clawing down hard on his head. The sharp claws were like iron hooks, piercing through the shredded skin and grabbing the skull. With a firm squeeze, the skull burst and the claws pierced deeply. No, Chen Biao was horrified as he stretched out his only left hand to counterattack, but in the next second, he felt darkness before his eyes the moment he felt the sharp pain coming from him. The screams also came to an abrupt end in an instant. Complete death. After killing Chen Biao, the giant finch directly let go of its head while its wings flapped hard and swooped down to attack and kill the scar-faced driver who had just poked his head out. The scar-faced driver was instantly confused when he heard Chen Biao screaming miserably. How could Biao scream miserably when he was so strong? Confused, he stuck his head out of the car window to see the blood spilling and splattering all over his face, which also had bits of broken organs in it, which were also whistled in his face. Scared straight, without waiting for him to react, A sharp claw violently grabbed his head and squeezed, exploding like a watermelon. And then, under Su Xiao's control, he used his sharp claws to cut the ropes of the two men. Will you call the police now, or will you take your own revenge? Guan Xiaohan responded icily. When Su Xiao looked, he saw Guan Xiaohan with a fury in her eyes, and a fierce aura came over her like a cold female big brother. This made Su Xiao's heartbeat inexplicably accelerate. Can't call the police. Once I call the police will find out that I own a mutant beast. And just the charge of kidnapping is not enough to sentence Lin Hao to death. And with his family's ability, financial power, it wouldn't even affect him in any way. A single rumor, a deliberate smear would be enough to take Lin Hao off the hook. So, we can only kill it ourselves. In this way, only then will we be able to stop the trouble forever. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan, who nodded her human head. Okay, then let's get him killed ourselves. A trace of ruthlessness also flashed across Guan Xiaohan's tender white face and clear eyes. Pointing to Qin Biao and their corpses, I know the address of his house. You pretend to be them, trick Lin Hao out, and directly beat him to death. Guan Xiaohan said with hatred. Being kidnapped gave birth to a strong sense of powerlessness along with endless hatred. If it wasn't for Su Xiao having a strong mutant beast today, she would have been captured and abused and imprisoned. This made her furious, and at the same time, it also increased her hatred for Lin Hao to a point beyond words, and only killing him could relieve her heart's hatred. No, Su Xiao flatly rejected Guan Xiaohan's proposal. Lin Hao's death can't have anything to do with us. Otherwise, with the Lin family's wealth, status, and strength, the two of us will be easily played to death by them. Even the whole family will suffer with them. Therefore, he could only die a silent and accidental death. Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly. She understood what Su Xiao said. Just by virtue of their position of strength, if they want to get Lin Hao dead without a word, they have to. Both of their gazes looked at the giant sparrow at the same time. If you let it kill it, then you won't be able to let it follow you in the future. Guan Xiaohan said with some helplessness and heartache. It doesn't matter. It just so happens that the giant sparrow has already gained a certain level of self-preservation, and it's time to go out and hunt stronger mutant beasts in order to advance in rank faster. Su Xiao patted Guan Xiaohan's shoulder, signaling that she did not need to be sad. Okay, in the future, you'll follow me every day and I'll protect you. Guan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao seriously. Su Xiao was speechless. I may be weak now, but I'll be strong in the future. Okay, but seeing Guan Xiaohan's serious face, Su Xiao wouldn't brush off her good intentions and discourage her. Between couples were most afraid of saying no. Okay wife, I'm counting on you from now on. Kiss 1. Su Xiao pouted his lips to kiss Guan Xiaohan, and she smoothly ate an elbow on Su Xiao's stomach. Asterisk 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 off. It's time to get down to business. When we get home, you can kiss me all you want. Guan Xiaohan pointed to the two bodies on the ground, as well as this van. What do we do with the body? Throw it in the sea? Su Xiao rubbed his nose and his eyes instantly became sinister. What a pity to lose it. Might as well do something for the giant bird. Eat them. Destroy the bodies. Su Xiao coldly opened his mouth. The enemy, in his eyes, was no longer human. It's just food. It's just evolution points. The two had just died, and the bioenergy in their bodies hadn't dissipated yet. The giant finch immediately dragged the two corpses to the nearby woods and devoured them. Su Xiao took Chen Biao's cell phone over and opened the password to check the messages. Just now, when Chen Biao was unlocking his cell phone, he didn't avoid the two of them. Open to view information. Meet at the back door of Lin Hao's villa, and the two of them are in single-line contact. Only the two of them know. This was good news for Su Xiao. In that case, as long as he killed the two of them, then no one would know that Lin Hao had sent Chen Biao to arrest the two of them, and the two of them would be completely irrelevant to this matter. It was at this moment that Lin Hao sent a message. Where to? I'm waiting at the back door. Hurry up and come over. Keep your voice down and don't make too much noise. I've sent the bodyguards away. Come quietly. Seeing this message, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan glanced at each other, revealing joy. It seems that Lin Hao doesn't dare to do bad things in a big way either. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Guan Xiaohan's mouth. That's for sure. After all, we are also a society with the rule of law. Su Xiao sneered as he seemed to have seen the image of Lin Hao being killed. Give me the phone. I'll reply to him. Guan Xiaohan asked for her phone and didn't reply immediately, instead checking up on Chen Biao's speaking habits and his tone towards Lin Hao before organizing her words to send him a message. In this way, there's no worry about revealing anything. And Su Xiao got into the driver's seat of the van and stepped on the gas toward the sea. Chapter 16 Revenge Not Overnight. Su Xiao took down the car recorder, smashed it, and threw it into the sea with force, and then returned after lighting a fire inside the van to burn the evidence of the two of them, and drove it into the sea while it was still on fire. It's at high tide time, and the van's location may be discovered tomorrow, or in a couple of days, but it doesn't matter. There's no surveillance over here. No one knows they did it. Even if someone finds out that they are involved, it doesn't matter. Just deny it. There's no evidence and no reason to do it. But odds are no one expected two seniors to do such a murderous thing, right? When he came back, the giant finch had already finished eating the bodies of the two people, leaving behind some pieces of clothing that Su Xiao directly burned. Looking at the giant sparrow's panel revealed it, only to realize that the giant sparrow had accumulated over 4,400 evolution points. The evolution points for martial artists are given quite a lot. Su Xiao's eyes glowed. That driver was a practitioner, but there was still absorption of transcendental energy. Not yet a martial artist, and only gave a few hundred evolution points. But that Shen Biao gave really much, more than 4,000. A martial artist who was still at the third sky of martial Dao or at the beginning of the third sky is giving me so many evolution points. If the idea of hunting martial artists suddenly popped into Su Xiao's mind, then he shook his head and threw away this horrible thought. Killing one or two people silently was fine, but killing any more than one would attract the attention of the higher-ups, who would then send their experts to hunt them down. It was important to realize that there were many masters among the humans. There were also all kinds of weapons, and once they played too much and were judged to be a dangerous species, they would absolutely spare no effort to get the giant sparrow killed. So, after killing Lin Hao, he immediately ran into the deep forest. There were definitely a lot of cameras around the Lin family. Even if they could kill him, they would still be filmed, and when the time came, the Lin family would definitely track it down in order to take revenge. So, kill and run so they can't find it. Su Xiao discerned. Walking over to Guan Xiaohan, by now Guan Xiaohan had already covered the blood with dirt and rubbed it harder to reduce the traces of blood. Suddenly, Su Xiao had the illusion of a female and male thief. Getting it right? Guan Xiaohan inquired, and Su Xiao nodded. Spread this dirt into the grass. Okay. Su Xiao immediately cleaned up the soil on the ground. After lifting the soil, the blood on the ground has been very light, and then covered with a layer of new soil, completely unable to see that there was once blood here. What about Lin Hao's side? He's already waiting at the door. I gave him 30 minutes to arrive. Guan Xiaohan replied. Give me the address. Go and get him immediately. It's too late. Su Xiao quickly said. Good. His family is in the East Mountain Villa area, which is the best villa area in our city of Linhai, and all the dignified figures in our city have rooms there, including many martial artists. You have to be careful. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly. Su Xiao nodded his head, reassuring him. Last Sunday, he invited his gifted classmates and had them over to his house. As I recall, his house is Villa 66, directly behind the small lake in the center of the neighborhood, where the back door should be. Guan Xiaohan said, took out her cell phone and opened the map, adjusting it to a 3D topographical map for Su Xiao to view. He should be at this location. Guan Xiaohan tapped the small courtyard outside the main building on the screen. Su Xiao quickly memorized it and adjusted the 3D terrain map to God's perspective, and carefully memorized it again, then closed his eyes and simulated the process, and then opened his eyes again to compare it without the slightest mistake. Only then did he say to Guan Xiaohan, hold me back, I'm going to him up. He can't do two things at once right now. While focusing all of his attention on the giant sparrow, his body had only a hint of feeling for the outside world left, able to listen to commands to go on its own, but could not subjectively judge. Talking to Guan Xiaohan about it, Guan Xiaohan immediately nodded her head. Okay, don't worry about going, said Guan Xiaohan and carried Su Xiao on her back. Smelling the milky scent emanating from Guan Xiaohan's body, Su Xiao was dumbfounded and hastily inhaled 2 large mouthfuls of it, instantly doubling his spirit. Without waiting for Guan Xiaohan to urge her, the giant finch that had been staying by the side of the road spread its wings and instantly shot up towards the high sky. Su Xiao didn't fly low, lest the camera capture the giant finch's flight path and then find the two of them, all the way up to a height of over 2,000 meters, this time flying towards the location of the villa area. Under the high-altitude flight, he could see the scene below clearly, even in the darkness of the place. Giant sparrow's eyes are kind of awesome too. I don't know if all mutant beasts have night vision and have such sharp eyes, but Su Xiao was very sure that the giant bird was very powerful. He could clearly see objects in the darkness. It was like someone sneaking over the wall, careful like a thief. There are also people naked from the windows of other people's homes to climb out, panicked and fled. Dark alleys, 3 or 5 delinquent teenagers smoking cigarettes laughing. The giant finches could see clearly, and for the first time they saw the darkness in the night. Just then, a sharp gaze came at it, and with a very strong sense of threat, Su Xiao was shocked and hurriedly ascended, rising all the way up to a position of more than 2,000 meters before the sense of threat disappeared. Looking down, he saw a tall man on the roof of a building looking up at him with an expressionless face, and Su Xiao recognized this person at a glance. Vice Principal Chen Dai. He's also a martial arts expert. Looking at the style of the buildings around them, and the huge playground, it really was their school. There really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons within the school. Su Xiao spared Chinda from pursuing him and flew in another direction, flying almost 6 or 7 miles, finally not feeling Chinda's gaze. Only then did Su Xiao turn around and fly towards the East Mountain Villa area. This time, Su Xiao controlled the giant sparrow to purposely avoid schools, government departments, police stations, armed police and firefighters, etc., and bent around for almost 10 minutes before arriving at the East Mountain Villa area. Suddenly Su Xiao felt an oppressive aura, as if there was a flooding beast below. This is a lot of strong people below. Su Xiao's gaze was slightly condensed, and a hint of retreat arose in his heart. The East Mountain Villa area was a place where some dignified people lived, so there were naturally experts. Most can also afford bodyguards. The protective power is extremely strong. If you break in hard. Just at this time, Su Xiao saw a person kicking stones boredly on the roadside outside Villa 66, and Su Xiao recognized at a glance that the person was Lin Hao. If I swoop down now, I'll be able to rush to Lin Hao in 4 or 5 seconds, and then claw him to death. It will take no more than 5 seconds, but pulling up and flying takes a little longer, almost 10 or 20 seconds. With such a short period of time, those powerhouses shouldn't be able to react. Moreover, those powerhouses won't necessarily help him. A bastard child. It doesn't matter at all in the eyes of others, right? And each villa is separated by a kilometer or 2. It would take time for them to come over. Should I kill Lin Hao now, or wait for another chance? Su Xiao made up his mind after 2 seconds of silence, and that was to kill him immediately. If they gave up such a good opportunity, then they would hesitate to give up when they came across a similar opportunity in the future. In the end, he watched Lin Hao develop a little bit. Lin Hao had martial arts talent and his family was rich. It's not easy to kill him again. Now is the perfect opportunity. Kill! Su Xiao shouted inwardly, his eyes instantly becoming resolute as the giant finch's wings shook and swooped downward sharply towards the bottom. The target was none other than the bored Lin Hao. Chapter 17, A Wing Slap to Death. Why isn't it coming yet? Lin Hao rubbed his hands together, looking at the end of the road from time to time, and then at the villa behind him. While expecting Qin Biao to bring Guan Xiaohan, she was afraid that her mother would find out what she had done. The mind was both nervous and felt incredibly excited. And of course there was endless anticipation. 20 more minutes and I'll have a beautiful woman. And that woman will be all mine. I can play with it all I want. This sense of anticipation and excitement made Lin Hao quiet, and he could only ease his mood by walking back and forth. Just then, he suddenly heard something coming from the sky above him, and when he looked up, he saw that a large blackbird had arrived close by. Aha! What's with the big bird in the neighborhood? Lin Hao's first reaction was to be puzzled. As far as he knew, no one kept birds in the neighborhood, or such a big one. The next second he reacted. Mutant beasts. Danger. Lin Hao hurriedly escaped, but the next second a huge force hit him, and boom, his head exploded like a watermelon. One strike kills in seconds. Su Xiao wanted to fly up immediately, but when he saw Lin Hao's cell phone, Su Xiao immediately controlled the giant sparrow to grab it with its claws and pinch it with force, and 1,000 times the power exploded, and the cell phone as well as all the parts instantly shattered and burst. Even the phone card was crushed. In this way, no one will find out what really happened tonight. The viciousness in the giant finch's eyes flickered before it lifted its wings and rose. Before and after only 5 or 6 seconds. Right at that moment, violent shouts came from all directions around them. Unbridled. Where did you come from? How dare you come here to spread your wildness? A mere level 1 mutant beast. It's gone against the grain. At the same time, 7 or 8 strong auras rose, rapidly approaching towards this side. You're the... Su Xiao inwardly spat out. 1,000 times the power erupted with a forceful flap, and the giant sparrow went straight into the high sky like an arrow, and flew over hundreds of meters in the twinkling of an eye. Once again, he swung his wings and rose into the air at a height of over 1,000 meters. Looking down, the crime scene was already surrounded by a dozen people. Each of those people had a strong aura, and they were all martial arts experts. Su Xiao didn't dare to stay longer and flew towards the sea. With 1,000 times the power bursting out, he raced away at a speed of nearly 1,000 meters per second, disappearing into the darkness of the night in the twinkling of an eye. What the hell? How did a bird attack him for no reason? A group of strong people looked at Lin Hao below, whose head had been lined up into a paste, each shaking his head. Heads exploded. With this kind of injury, even if the gods came, they couldn't save him. Dead. Probably looking for food. Saw him skulking around outside and flew down to grab and eat him. Just attacked the man to death and we scared him off. Aha! The crowd did not dispute the inference. Call the police. Notify his family. It can't be saved anymore. The many bigwigs shook their heads and went back to their respective homes, warning their own juniors not to skulk around outside at night. What happened? Bai Min, Lin Hao's mother, who had fair skin and a plump figure and was wearing a nightgown, lay on the window and looked out. She could see a group of people surrounding the path outside the villa, and she recognized that there were quite a number of martial arts experts inside. There seemed to be a man lying on the path. His own bodyguard had run over to him and inquired about the situation. She didn't know what was going on and was in a bit of a panic. A short while later, the bodyguard returned quickly, looking alarmed. Mrs. Bye, it's not good. It's not good. Young Master Lin, how he was attacked by a mutated bird. Instantly, Bai Min's face turned white and her mind went blank. No, it can't be. Impossible. My son is within the best villa area in Linhai City. With neighborhood security and bodyguards, how could something happen? Impossible. Impossible. Sherman mumbled and quickly ran towards the stairs. Mrs. Bai, young master I won't listen. I won't listen. My son is fine. He's absolutely fine. Bai Min frantically ran towards the place of the accident. Because she was wearing a nightgown, her voluptuous figure was choppy and hidden, instantly attracting the gazes of many powerful people. It made their eyes light up, and they stopped instantly when they were originally about to leave. Condolences, Mrs. White. My son is fine. Bai Min walked through the crowd and saw the figure lying on the ground, and she instantly recognized that it was her son Lin Hao. However, Bai Min jumped up and let out a loud cry. Her voice was so mournful that it was unbearable. The powerful people who had originally started to think differently all shook their heads. Alas, poor Yo, it could have been a mother and son, but it turned out to be such a mess. There was a smart shake of the head and sigh. Bai Min was originally a mistress, and now she has no son, and her status is gone. It's going to be hard for her in the future. However, Bai Min cried out and took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Inside the Lin family villa, in a gilded main building, a large family, both young and old, sat eating. At that moment, a middle-aged man's phone rang. He frowned at his cell phone, his frown deepening as he saw the name of the person on it. But also, he excused himself, walked out the door, and answered the phone. Didn't I tell you? Don't call me if there's nothing wrong. The middle-aged man's tone was harsh, and a mournful cry suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Lin Shan, Howard is dead. Howard is dead. Howard was killed. Woo woo. What? I'll be there at once. Lin Shan immediately hung up the phone and returned to the hall, confessing, Howard is dead. I'll go over to take a look. After saying that, he rushed out without looking back, leaving a large family looking at each other in disbelief. Old third, bring more people over to see what's going on. If someone is deliberately targeting our Lin family, we must give them the fiercest counterattack. The Lin family head sitting on the main seat spoke in a serious and solemn tone. Yes, Dad. I'll call Uncle Lu to go take a look together. A man who was a bit younger than Lin Shan stood up and quickly walked outside. Now the crowd at the table couldn't sit still. Stand up. Let's tag along and check it out. Right. One more person is more power. That Lin Hao is from our Lin family after all. Yes, even though he doesn't live in our house, he's still part of our family. He is now in trouble, if we do not go over. Alright, I'll stay at home and don't add to the chaos. The Lin family head said seriously. Yes, by the time Lin Shan arrived at the scene, the police, the doctors were all here. The police surrounded the scene, and there was a forensic examiner who was checking the surrounding traces. Lin Shan approached with a cold face. What are the results? It was the attack by the mutant bird. Here's the video. A police officer took out an instrument which played the video captured by the surveillance. There were several angles, all of which clearly captured the video of the mutant bird suddenly flying down and then blowing Lin Hao's head off with one wing. And then the mutant bird landed on the ground, seemingly devouring the flesh and blood. At that moment, several bellowing voices rang out. The mutant bird was frightened and fled. Panicked, it grabbed and exploded the cell phone. The whole process was very reasonable, without any doubts or a single fault. It was Lin Hao who was unlucky. Why? Why did it happen to be attacked by a mutant bird? I don't understand. Lin Shan's brows were furrowed. This mutant bird was too coincidental. It just flew down and attacked his son. Someone must be trying to harm Howard. It must be. Someone is trying to harm my son. Bai Min hugged Lin Hao's corpse and cried out mournfully. The crowd was silent. The vestments said, when birds are hungry in their bellies, they will not care when they see food. Isn't there a saying birds die for food? Probably. This mutant bird happened to be in a hungry state, then saw Lin Hao and flew down when it felt like it could eat him. Everything is a coincidence. Alas, the coroner sighed. The crowd nodded along. Birds do come right down when they see food. Impossible. My son's great future hasn't even begun yet. How could he be slapped to death by a bird? He still has to welcome me into the Lin family's gates. How could he die? It's impossible. My son won't die. Bai Min shouted as if she had gone mad. Lin Shan's brow furrowed instantly, waving his hand to signal the bodyguard to take her home. Then taking a deep breath, he said to the crowd, "Trouble everyone. It's fine. The crowd was also very sensible and said a few words and dispersed. When the outsiders were gone, Lin Shan looked at the corpse on the ground. My Lin Shan's son was slapped to death by a mutant bird? Who would believe it if I told you? But that's the truth. Ugh, why are you so unlucky? Pull it for cremation. Also put out another bounty. Whoever can kill this bird will be rewarded $1 million. Lin Shan waved his hand expressionless, but his heart was in immense pain. It's a dead son. After all, my son must have been killed. By Min, who was being carried towards home, hissed mournfully. Chapter 18, you said you'd carry it for life. After flying high into the sky, the giant bird flew all the way towards the seashore at a rapid speed. To the east of Linhai City, near the sea, there were continuous small mountains, collectively known as Dongshan. Before there were mutant beasts, there were many tourist attractions, but after there were more mutant beasts, there were basically no more people going there. Now it had become a nesting place for seabirds, and there were many seabirds gathering, nesting, and thriving there. There are many transcendent mutant beasts among them. The giant sparrow was just the right place to blend in. The chances of being discovered in this way are slim. Even if someone came looking for it and there was a large flock of mutant birds, it would be able to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Su Xiao thought, controlling the giant bird to quickly approach. At once, countless birds cried out in panic as they flew high into the air and circled around, as if to scare away the giant sparrow. And there are several seagulls that have become mutated birds flying towards Su Xiao. When they fly close, they seem to know that they can't beat it, and fly away in fear, not daring to come close, only dared to yell at the top of his lungs. Seems to curse dirty. Su Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to them and had no intention of killing all these seabirds or driving them away, because with these birds, once a human or a powerful creature came over, it would definitely attract their attention. It can serve as a warning. Sharp gazes scanned a hill, and soon Su Xiao saw a hidden cave on a hill facing the sea. The mouth of the cave was facing the sea and had a wide view, so he could ensure that he would not be attacked suddenly. Moreover, the front was open, so he could quickly escape if there was danger. And from the direction of land, you can't even spot the cave. It's very hidden. It's an excellent location. Su Xiao controlled the giant sparrow and flew over, landing straight towards the cave entrance. At once, a terrified gibbering sound came from inside, and hundreds of teeny tiny bats screamed and flew out. The cave was only 7 or 8 meters deep and 2 meters high, just right for it to hide. Using his wings, he removed all the bat poop, messy rocks and other debris from the cave, and flew to the sea to take a bath and clean the dirt off his feathers. That's what flew in for the rest of the day. Heads face outward, alert for danger. Su Xiao left a portion of his attention, so that if there was an abnormality, or danger, he would be able to quickly put his full attention back and counterattack, retrieving most of his attention. Only then did he notice that Guan Xiaohan was almost home with her back. At this point she was breathing a bit heavily, her hair was wet, and she was obviously exhausted. Smelling the faint milk aroma emanating from Guan Xiaohan's body, he looked at her ears that were reddened with exhaustion from carrying him for a long time. Su Xiao was instantly playful and opened his mouth towards Guan Xiaohan's ear. Guan Xiaohan reacted extremely fast, her body flung and her hand loosened. She dropped Su Xiao on the ground. The defenseless Su Xiao covered his buttocks and cried out in pain. Denizens still want to take advantage of me? Guan Xiaohan gasped, rolled up her sleeves, jumped on top of Su Xiao, pressed him to the ground, and whirled her big slap towards her face. Su Xiao hastily protected himself with both arms. I didn't. I'm not. Don't you falsely accuse the innocent and self-loving righteous man. Still saying no. Guan Xiaohan slapped Su Xiao's arm several times before her anger subsided a bit, tugging on Su Xiao again. Get up. You've been carrying you for so long. Now it's your turn to carry me. Guan Xiaohan's great strength did not give Su Xiao a chance to play tricks at all, and directly gave him a yank up and jumped onto Su Xiao's back. Su Xiao had no choice but to carry Guan Xiaohan forward. Hey Han, you have a soft body. He. That's a must. The advanced technique I practiced, Divine Jiao Fist, specializes in softness of the body. Guan Xiaohan lay on Su Xiao's shoulder and exhaled a rough breath. From the seashore to the suburb here, there are more than 10 miles. She carried Su Xiao for nearly 10 miles naturally tired. Right. Did you kill it? Guan Xiaohan rested for a while and got down to business. Killed. A wing to the head and a cell phone I crushed for him. If he didn't give it to anyone else, no one will be able to find out about the two of us. Su Xiao also got serious. What about that Chen Biao's cell phone? Don't keep it. I smashed my cell phone before I got into the area with the surveillance, and the card and everything was smashed into pieces and spilled in the creek gutter. No one could find it. Guan Xiaohan chimed in. That will do. In that case, we're safe. Aha. Safe. Guan Xiaohan suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Xiao, her face pressed tightly against Su Xiao's neck, and said quietly, how nice it would be if you kept carrying me like this. Okay. Su Xiao responded heatedly. He could hear the sense of dependence in Guan Xiaohan's tone. Shouldn't a man hold up an umbrella and a sky for his woman? Really? Guan Xiaohan was instantly excited. Really, and it's a must. Su Xiao responded solemnly. No backsliding, no backsies. Holler, he. Guan Xiaohan suddenly laughed, and Su Xiao suddenly had a bit of a bad feeling. What's the meaning? Your smile is a bit oozing. You'll see in a minute. Ha ha ha. Su Xiao. Soon he knew. Too tired. The beginning of a mile is okay. The second mile began to feel tired. Wait until the main road. To the entrance of the district Su Xiao had been too tired to walk, and Guan Xiaohan even let him carry him up to the 6th floor. Guan Xiaohan, you come down. You come down. You're tiring me out. Su Xiao held onto the stairs and panted heavily, regretting it in his heart. What big men don't talk anymore? You just said you'd carry it for the rest of your life. Now you're backing out? Besides, I'm refining your body. Understand? You're a big old man carrying a petite and weak woman. You can't even walk a few steps without gasping. Who will dare to marry you in the future? Guan Xiaohan said with a straight face. She wrapped her arms around Su Xiao's neck in death and just wouldn't come down. Did I mean what I said? Su Xiao directly exploded with speechlessness. It was clearly said that it meant guarding for the rest of his life. So how did it become true carrying? I don't care. You said it anyway. Don't be a jerk. Hurry up. Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's ear. Su Xiao had no choice but to climb the stairs step by step. Guan Xiaohan's side of the neighborhood was the same as the one he was in. It was an old neighborhood with 7 floors and no elevator. One could only climb upwards. Su Xiao fought his way up, only to feel that his leg muscles were about to burst. This is several times stronger than the intensity of his usual training, and the higher up the more tired. Su Xiao, this devilish training style can definitely make the physical quality of the rapid improvement. Moreover, in the process of climbing the stairs, he felt that his control over his body was getting stronger. It seemed that before, after a quick boost, those energies had boosted the body but the body hadn't completely absorbed them. It was only with this frantic training that it was gradually absorbed and mastered. It's like what they say in fairy cultivation novels about stabilizing the realm. Budo is all about training, or sparring, as a way to achieve familiarity with an upgraded body. It's just that this kind of cultivation is also too tiring. Su Xiao nearly collapsed as he carried Guan Xiaohan to the 6th floor. Mom, open the door. Guan Xiaohan didn't get off of Su Xiao and sweetly shouted the door. A response came from inside. Soon the door opened. Guan Ma opened the door to see that Su Xiao was sweating profusely, panting as if she was dying, while her own daughter was still very proudly on Su Xiao's back. At once, a slap was given to Guan Xiaohan. You damned ninny, what are you doing to my aunt? Come down here. Guan Xiaohan jumped down and tossed a grimace, smiling as she went to take a shower. Hello auntie and uncle. After Su Xiao finished his greeting, his legs went limp and paralyzed on the floor, and Guan Dad and Guan Mom hurriedly helped Su Xiao inside. Chapter 19 Primary Nutrient Solution. The table in the house is set with a variety of hard dishes. What braised carp, roast chicken, braised ribs, pig trotters, and so on, much more sumptuous than Su Xiao's home to do. Guan Dad and Guan Mom warmly greeted Su Xiao. Su Xiao also did not polite. According to the memory, the two old people also watched them grow up, and Guan Xiaohan has been in front of them to say good things about Su Xiao. So the first time, he accepted Su Xiao. She treats her daughter Guan Xiaohan better than she treats her own daughter Guan Xiaohan. During the feast, Su Xiao asked them if they objected to them falling in love while they were still in school. What era is this? There's still talk of early love? In our time it was because of all the talk about how it's good to marry late and have children late that we didn't have Xiaohan until we were over 30 and couldn't even have a penis if we wanted one. It's over 50 now before she's the only one. If you ask me, it would be better for you two to get married tomorrow and give me a grandchild the day after. Look at Quan's mom's serious face. It really doesn't look like a joke. That's right. It's only proper to start a family and have kids early. By the way, Xiao, you push your dad and your mom's cell phone number to me. Let's make an appointment to bang face. Guan Dad took out his cell phone. Su Xiao sweated, but he also had to push his cell phone number over. Whatever they arrange, just listen. It's not like it's an arranged marriage. Mom and Dad, you two don't get involved. We're only in our first year of high school, 16 and a half, and we're getting married? Bull ********. You two, let's wait until we graduate from high school. Quan rubbed her hair and walked out. Right Su Tsunami. Guan Xiaohan stretched out her fist and shook it at Su Xiao with a threatening face. Yes. Listen to Xiaohan. Our two families will go ahead. Let's wait until we graduate from high school. Su Xiao immediately responded. You dead girl. You've even learned to scare people. Guan Ma scolded. Your father and I are still in a hurry to have grandchildren. You're not in a hurry when you've found a good one yourself. What about us? Guan's mom cursed at Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan didn't care. Su Xiao rubbed his nose, probably already knowing where Guan Xiaohan's pugnacious temper came from. Looking at Guan Dad again, he really didn't say anything, just like Su Xiao. Oh, my God. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. Just then, His cell phone rang with a text message tone, and Guan Xiaohan, Guan's mom's cell phone also rang with a tone. Su Xiao was puzzled to open it and see that it was sent by Zhou Hong, the class teacher. A student was killed by a mutant beast sneak attack. For the sake of the students' safety, all of them will live in the school from tomorrow onwards, and conduct side-closed learning. All students, please bring your personal belongings and bedding to school tomorrow. Weekly read. Su Xiao glanced at Guan Xiaohan after reading the text message. Su Xiao nodded and Guan Xiaohan silently lowered her head to eat. Mom Guan, yo, your classmates were killed by a mutant beast. Really goddamn mutant beasts. Why are they still running wild in the city? Guan Ma cursed and got up to pack Guan Xiaohan's things. Su Xiao also got up to take his leave. Guan Mom Guan Dad stayed for a while, but Su Xiao insisted on leaving. Wait until the next time you come home from school. Mom will cook you delicious food. Guan Ma took Su Xiao's hand and invited. Okay, Auntie, I'll come over with Xiaohan next time the school is on vacation. Su Xiao reluctantly waved goodbye. Word travels fast. It spread to the school so quickly. Su Xiao pondered the possibility of being discovered on his way back. My doppelganger appeared as a small sparrow. No one would have thought that a small sparrow would become that big of a mutated bird in a day's time. Lin Hao and Chen Biao's cell phones were all destroyed. Trying to find information about us through cell phones is simply impossible. Unless the information is directly retrieved from the backstage of the communication company. But Lin Hao has been characterized as having been killed by a mutant beast. It's not murder. The police won't file a case, and there's no way to retrieve the records. Of course, with the Lin family's wealth and power, it's possible to get it. It just depends on whether or not they mess with it deeply. Even if we find a connection with the two of us, we can still deny it. After all, it's too far-fetched for a mutant beast to help a human, but there's no guarantee they'll dog it. So, it's better to raise your strength as soon as possible, and only when you're strong can you be safe. Su Xiao thought all the way to his home. Su Ma had already packed his things for him. Su Xiao said something about going to Guan Xiaohan's house. Su Mom said, don't worry about it. The back of the relationship they will go by themselves. Let Su Xiao treat Guan Xiaohan well. No betrayal, abandonment and other words of command. Su Xiao inwardly spat. I have to dare to abandon Guan Xiaohan as well. She won't beat me to death? After some more small talk, he returned to his room and went to bed. As for the broken glass, we'll just have to wait until tomorrow to get someone to fix it. Before going to sleep, he remembered the primary nutrient solution that Guan Xiaohan had given him. Su Xiao thought about taking a sip. A coolness spread through his body and slowly flowed into his limbs and bones, and wherever it passed, his body's fatigue was swept away. Even the sore legs were recovering extremely quickly. Su Xiao fell asleep in this comfortable feeling. Early the next morning, Su Xiao was woken up by Guan Xiaohan's phone call. What time is it and you're still sleeping? Grab your luggage and go to school for morning classes. Guan Xiaohan's fierce voice rang out. Got it. Get up right away. Su Xiao looked at his watch. It was only 4:30. Really convinced. Up so early. Su Xiao got up and washed up, grabbed his suitcase, and didn't bother his mom, dad, and little sister, and quietly went out. When I got to the stop sign, Guan Xiaohan wasn't there yet. Call it in. Tell him to go to Guan Xiaohan's house to get his luggage. Su Xiao was directly speechless, climbed back up to the 6th floor carrying the suitcase. Here you go, good boy. Mom made dinner for you. Grab a bite and go to school. Mom Guan greeted her warmly. Good Lu, big lady. Su Xiao obediently sat down to eat. The package is a large meat bun and millet porridge. Guan Xiaohan, you still don't get up. Xiao Xiao is here. Guan's mom rushed into Guan Xiaohan's bedroom, and only after a burst of chicken and dog jumping did Guan Xiaohan reluctantly come out, looking at Su Xiao with a ghostly look on his face. Soon the two of them had eaten and drank their fill, and it was 10 minutes past 5. The buses are there too. Su Xiao took 2 suitcases and followed Guan Xiaohan's ass to catch the bus. Got to school early before 5:40, then went to the logistics teacher and arranged the dormitory. Since the two came early, they stayed on the 1st floor of the men's dormitory and the 1st floor of the women's dormitory. Afterwards, a morning workout. Guan Xiaohan went to the martial arts building, and she heard her say that the training grounds within the building contained transcendent energy, which could rapidly increase her strength while training. Su Xiao was not allowed to enter as he hadn't studied his feats yet. With my current body, I should be able to complete the 10 turns of body casting. Su Xiao looked at the panel. Attributes were once again boosted. Originally after the Great Sparrow evolved into the Giant Sparrow, his attributes were Strength 14, Physique 12, Agility 12, Spirit 16. After drinking a bottle of primary nutrient last night, attributes all increased by 2 points. It became Strength 16, Constitution 14, Agility 14, Spirit 18. Completing the 10 turns of body casting shouldn't be much of a problem. When Su Xiao moved his body, he began the cultivation of the body casting skill. Chapter 20, 10 turns of body casting. The blood walks freely. The movements should keep up with the rhythm of the breath, and the speed should get faster and faster. Su Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Start practicing up. The body opened up the stance, and a succession of movements were made, each one incredibly standard and up to par with each stroke, and it's getting faster. And Su Xiao's breathing was even and steady, and the qi and blood in his body were running rapidly. A turn, turn 2, 3 turns. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 8th turn. Yesterday he was at his limit, but today, he easily did all 8 turns, then 9 turns, 10 turns. After the 10 revolutions were done, the surface of his body instantly rose with a faint hot aura, and sweat seemed to flow down his muscle lines like a small stream, and then quickly evaporated under the high temperature of his body. Phew! Su Xiao opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of half-foot-long white gas, and made a whistling sound like boiling water. Looked at the clock, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. It's done! Su Xiao was overjoyed. The 10 turns of body casting are complete, so today I will be able to absorb transcendental energy and learn martial arts techniques. Su Xiao excitedly went to find Zhou Hong, the class teacher. Just as he picked up his clothes, he saw Zhou Hong walking over with a gloomy face, and behind her was the director of instruction. Both of their faces did not look good. Teacher Zhou. Su Xiao warmly greeted him and was about to tell Zhou Hong the news that he had already casted his body to 10 turns. Unexpectedly Zhou Hong asked with a gloomy face, Su Xiao, let me ask you, yesterday when school was over, did you kiss Guan Xiaohan forcefully with, and also fell in love with Guan Xiaohan? Right. Su Xiao scratched his head and smiled in embarrassment. I was impulsive yesterday. How dare you? The director of instruction, Director Zhang, suddenly came forward and looked at Su Xiao fiercely, his expression agitated and his eyes fierce. You have big guts. What level are you yourself? Don't you have any points yourself? A grade C gifted person. How dare you fall in love with a grade A martial arts genius? Don't take a piss and look at yourself. The more Director Zhang spoke, the angrier he became. He pointed his finger at Su Xiao and said viciously, I'm telling you Su Xiao, you stay away from Guan Xiaohan. If you delay her cultivation, I will absolutely break your legs. Do you hear me? At the end of his words, Director Zhang hissed, shocking Su Xiao's ears. Su Xiao quickly raised his hands in surrender and assured, definitely. I will definitely not delay Guan Xiaohan's cultivation. Definitely. You must be an ass. You're not allowed to fall in love with Guan Xiaohan. You're not allowed to affect her mood. You're not allowed to hold her back. Do you hear me? Director Zhang hissed again, his eyes bulging out in a cannibalistic manner. Yes, Director Zhang. Su Xiao stood straight and loudly agreed. The main focus is that you're right about everything you say. I'll listen and make sure. As for changing it or not, that's another story. You. Director Zhang was instantly choked, and he flung his arm fiercely. You're pissing me off. Do you know what talent Guan Xiaohan has? She's a martial arts genius who completed the 10 turns of body casting in a day, and she's bound to become a sect master level powerhouse in the future, and is even expected to ascend to the throne as a female martial arts king. Tell me about you. It's the last week now and you haven't even cast your body for 10 revolutions. Where did you get the courage to forcefully kiss a martial arts genius? Where do you get the courage to fall in love with a future female martial king? Aha! Say, where's the courage? The more Director Zhang said, the more angry he became. His finger was almost pointing at Su Xiao's nose, and the spittle had already sprayed his face. Su Xiao was admonished and leaned back, muttering in a small voice, Teacher, you're confused. Fixing the future female martial king. In the future I'll have endless mountain delicacies and seafood, enjoy endless glory and wealth, and have a luxurious life with clothes in my hand and food in my mouth. How moisturizing. He. Su Xiao's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky blasting on Director Zhang's head, and even the always spirited Zhou Hong was stunned and dumbfounded, with her eyes rounded. What did you say? Director Zhang ripped his voice out and questioned loudly, his eyes all filled with disbelief. He didn't expect his student to have such a horrible mindset, not thinking ahead, but even trying to get to the top with a woman. Holy, is this my student? How does he have such horrible ideas? As a man should not be courageous to take responsibility, try to rise up, for their favorite woman for the future home to hold up a piece of sky? I can't believe he has to rely on women. Su Xiao looked at his own director's cannibalistic eyes and was a bit scared, fearful that he would suddenly rise up and bite himself. I'd say take care of the female martial king first. Before the words were finished, Director Zhang's face suddenly became hideous, swinging his arm towards Su Xiao's head and calling out, I'll beat you to death. You no good softy. You disgraceful waste. You're a man in vain. Su Xiao guarded against this hand of Director Zhang, saw him raise his hand and hurriedly ran towards the back of Zhou Hong, shouting under his breath, Teacher Zhou, help. Director Zhang is going to kill someone. Su Xiao shouted with this throat pulling, and instantly attracted many people. Originally, These people had arrived to outside the training room, but they didn't dare to come in because both directors were there. At this moment, they all rushed over when they heard the commotion. At once, he saw Director Zhang's teeth and claws open to grab Su Xiao, and Su Xiao screamed and ran around Zhou Hong to avoid Director Zhang's attack. The students were all confused. How did Su Xiao break Director Zhang's defense? Su Xiao is awesome. He even dares to mess with the head teacher. Holy, how did he dare? Brave, so brave. Teacher Zhou, save me. I've reached the 10th turn of the body casting. I can absorb transcendent energy and become a martial artist. Director Zhang, I was just joking. You calm down. I promise not to delay Guan Xiaohan's cultivation, and I also promise that I will work hard to become a pillar of the country, strive for the country and win honor for the school. I swear. Director. Su Xiao begged for mercy as he ran. Once Director Zhang and Zhou Hong heard that Su Xiao had already reached the 10th turn of body casting and could absorb transcendental energy to become a martial artist, their original anger instantly dissipated for the most part. The heart that originally wanted to beat Su Xiao to death also disappeared no less. Every transcendent martial artist is the cornerstone of the country, and it doesn't seem unacceptable for a transcendent martial artist to fall in love with a martial arts genius. Director Zhang's pace of the chase slowed down, and Zhou Hong took the opportunity to pull him back, gave him a step. Director Zhang, it's not too late to teach him a lesson later. If he doesn't complete the 10 turns of body casting, let's break his legs and whip his mouth crooked again. Zhou Hong looked viciously at Su Xiao. Although the expression was ruthless, Su Xiao saw a hint of surprise in Zhou Hong's eyes. Relationships or not, she didn't care. What cared was that another student was about to become a martial artist. The targets were greatly increased again, and the bonuses were greatly available. Besides, what's wrong with young people falling in love? They get tired of it after a few days. Don't take it to heart at all. To Zhou Hong, this was no matter. She had taught for so many years and had seen too many youngsters in love, and they hadn't fallen apart after a while. Not a thing, not a thing. Besides, after being promoted to a transcendent martial artist, one doesn't care about one's own control. Love what you want. Good. Come with me to the martial arts building now. If you can't absorb transcendent energy, you won't be able to build a martial arts foundation. See if I don't whip your mouth crooked. Saying that, Director Zhang grabbed Su Xiao's wrist with a swift movement, pulling him towards the outside of the training room. Feeling Director Zhang's powerful strength, Su Xiao realized that this director was also a martial arts expert, not weaker than that Chen Biao. I must have let go of the water by not catching myself just now. Yeah, can't absorb transcendental energy. Definitely draw a crooked mouth. Zhou Hong chimed in from behind and followed closely as well. The corners of her mouth were tinged with smiles. What? Su Xiao's body casting 10 turns. He can absorb transcendental energy and build a martial arts foundation? Didn't he only turn 8 yesterday? How come it's 10 turns today? What's the fuss? It's not like he's a martial arts genius. It's reasonable to say that the further back the body casting decision goes, the harder it gets. What's the situation? The many students all looked at Su Xiao incredulously. They couldn't figure it out. Only 2 days ago the body casting turned 6. Yesterday it turned 8. And today it directly turned 10. Did Su Xiao take an airplane? Chapter 21, Martial Way Foundation Establishment. Martial Arts Performance Building. The martial arts building was full of transcendental energy, and by practicing here one could absorb transcendental energy to enhance oneself. There was a layer of strange patterns on the outside of the building, and these patterns emitted a faint shimmering light. According to the memories in his brain, he knew that these were runes. It could block off the transcendent energy, preventing it from escaping to the outside and causing spillage. There was a room on the first floor of the martial arts building. It says Martial Arts Foundation Building Room. It has more active transcendental energy in it. It allows those who are new to martial arts to absorb transcendental energy more easily. Go in. If you can't get promoted, see if I don't break your legs. Director Zhang viciously opened the door and pushed Su Xiao inside, and closed the door heavily. Su Xiao helplessly rubbed his nose, bullying the weak. Humph. Don't you know the truth of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river? When Laozi succeeds in forging a martial arts foundation, I will definitely blow your mind. Su Xiao muttered at the closed door. Unexpectedly, Director Zhang's angry voice came from outside the door. If you compare yourself again, I'll catch you out right now and beat you violently. So not soundproof. Su Xiao shrugged his shoulders and looked towards the main wall of the foundation building room. On the main wall of the foundation building room, it was written how to build a foundation. Strike the body casting decision as fast as you can. Transcendent energy will run with the chi and blood and enter the body. Complete the martial arts foundation building. Remember to hold on for as long as you can. The longer you hold on, the more solid the foundation of the martial Tao that is forged. It will also be easier to ascend to higher levels in the future. At top speed? Come on then. Su Xiao's frivolous demeanor instantly became serious as he directly took off his outerwear in order not to affect his play, revealing his fine muscles. And then, Taking a deep breath, he quickly played the body casting decision. With the rapid execution of the movements, the breathing, the surge of chi and blood, in an instant he felt different. With the extremely fast body casting decision, his breathing began to become sharper at the same time driving the rapid flow of chi and blood. He could clearly perceive a large amount of transcendental energy being drawn into his body with every inhale, and with the squeeze of the lungs, it burrows into the bloodstream and flows into all parts of the body. In a flash his blood boiled violently, a large amount of white gas emerged from his body, and the pores of his entire body opened up in an instant. Boom! It was as if some sort of valve had been opened. Su Xiao buzzed and vibrated. His body seemed to be activated in an instant. All the cells all greedily opened their mouths, gulping down the transcendental energy in his body, feeding it for evolution. He clearly felt the cells within his body rapidly dividing, compressing, and reorganizing, turning into a single cell that contained transcendent energy. It makes the internal organs, limbs, bones, sinews and skin become stronger and more explosive. This change is from the inside out and iterating rapidly. With each iteration, the cell is 1 point stronger. The 4 basic attributes on the panel were rapidly increasing, and a line popped up almost every second, with strength, physique, agility, and spirit, signaling that he was rapidly getting stronger. But he couldn't be bothered to look at the attribute panel right now, and only concentrated on casting the body casting technique. I don't know how much time has passed. The state of rapid ascension slowed down violently. Most of those transcendent energies were no longer absorbed by the body and began to leak out. Su Xiao knew the body was nearing saturation. However, he still didn't stop and continued to cultivate the body casting skill until his body could no longer absorb a bit of transcendent energy, and only then did he regretfully stop. But feeling the strong power within his body, the corner of Su Xiao's mouth could not help but curl up. Hurriedly, he opened the attribute panel to check the changes in his body. Subject, Human Su Xiao. Base attributes, Strength 28, Physique 24, Agility 24, Spirit 32, Talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies, Kung Fu. Simple technique, body casting decree 100%. Subbody, Giant Sparrow. Level, Low Transcendent. Talents, Devour Evolution, 1000-fold Strength, 10,000-fold Defense. Evolution points, 4052. Evolution completion, 405210, 000. The 4 basic attributes. All of them have been raised by a full 2 times. It's still just martial arts foundation building. It's such a big improvement. Then what about after actually practicing martial arts in the future? Su Xiao looked forward to it. Immediately opened the door to the foundation building room. Teacher, I succeeded in building my foundation. Su Xiao ran out and said excitedly. Director Zhang and Zhou Hong were talking in whispers, and when they saw Su Xiao come out, their faces immediately boarded up. With an expressionless look at Su Xiao, he raised his hand to look at his watch and said, "It only lasted for 21 minutes. You've set the lowest record this year. With such lousy talent as yours, you're still picking up the top talented Guan Xiaohan. I really don't know how Guan Xiaohan fell for you, and what kind of ecstasy you filled her with." Director Shang's mouth was like a machine gun as if it was spitting out poisonous words. Su Xiao directly gave him a big blank stare and enthusiastically walked towards his old classmate Zhou Hong's side and smiled. "Teacher Zhou, you are so beautiful today. Wow, I've always felt your severity before. Today, I suddenly realized that you are so beautiful, just like a fairy that came down from the sky, so beautiful that you can't breathe. Let's go and learn Kung Fu. I feel like I'm super strong now, and after learning martial arts, I'll definitely give you credit." "Good, haha, it's still you kid who has vision." Zhou Hong instantly smiled. "Let's go. Teacher will take you to the principal to learn feats. It's true that no matter how old a woman is, she likes to be complimented. We don't care about him." Zhou Hong seemed to be pointing. "What's wrong with having poor talent? Does poor talent mean you won't go far? As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to become a martial king in the future. Let's not be discouraged." Right. No wonder Sister Hong has always been young and beautiful, so it's because she has a broad mind and drives far. Su Xiao also pulled his voice and shouted in Director Shang's direction. "You, 2 of you are pissed off at me. Su Xiao, I don't care what happens to you. If you dare to influence Guan Xiaohan, see how I'll fix you." Director Zhang jumped to his feet in anger. Su Xiao shook his head and followed Zhou Hong up to the 2nd floor. The entire 2nd floor was open through and through, and was very large, the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts, supported by one huge load-bearing column in the center. On the east side there was a single cultivation room. The entire 2nd floor was the training ground of Lin Hai's 1st class, and at this time, there were many people on the field who were practicing. Everyone was like a martial arts master, prancing around and moving quickly, dazzling people with their eyes. Some were haha sparring, making heavy thumping noises with each blow. Others were holding a huge weapon, wielding it with an unmistakable wind whistling. A middle-aged, majestic man made his rounds in the arena, calling out to stop a cultivator from time to time and instructing them on their martial arts skills. This was Chang Song, the martial arts instruction teacher of the first class. Zhou Hong shouted, "Teacher Chang, a new student has succeeded in martial arts foundation building. Come over here and take him to pick out a Gongfu martial art." Coming, Chang Song waved his hand and walked quickly. All the students also looked over. Chapter 22 Iron Cloth Shirt, 18 Drums and Earns Golden Hammer Technique. It's Su Xiao. It's okay, this desperate guy has finally been promoted to transcendent by his own efforts. A student praised it. They were aware of how desperate this person Su Xiao was, and as a result, because of his family's poor conditions, he had been stuck at the 6th turn of the casting body, now finally promoted. Congratulations, but that instantly caused the other students to snicker. Effort? Ha ha, you probably don't know. Guan Xiaohan used his merit points to exchange for a bottle of primary nutrient liquid. It was only then that he was able to advance to transcendent. Otherwise, do you really think that you can really advance to transcendent with hard work? Someone smirked, his eyes full of contempt. A guy who got up by virtue of a woman. Bah, why? Why did Guan Xiaohan give him nutrient fluid? Someone inquired curiously. Don't you know? Yesterday after school, Su Xiao kissed Guan Xiaohan forcibly, and Lin Hao was so angry that he fought with Guan Xiaohan. Tisk yesterday was a fixer-upper. What? Su Xiao kissed the genius school flower. My ass, is that awesome? What's the final result? The crowd immediately talked. From time to time, you can hear Su Xiao relies on women up. White boy. Guan Xiaohan love brain. How do you look at Su Xiao? Not as handsome as me and so on. Everyone scoffed at Su Xiao's reliance on women to get up, and very much looked down on this behavior. Especially seeing Guan Xiaohan walk towards Su Xiao. It caused everyone to boo. Love in the open. Ah, just spread dog food, and the teacher does not care. Nonetheless, it's not managed. When Zhou Hong, Chang Song saw Guan Xiaohan coming over, they all revealed cordial smiles. Xiaohan came over to help her classmates. It's really enthusiastic. Zhou Hong laughed. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Chang, I'll help Su Xiao pick the Gongfu. Guan Xiaohan greatly said. At this time she was wearing loose practice clothes. Her body was covered in fragrant sweat due to her cultivation. Her face was flushed and very mobile. Good, you know quite a bit about it, so take him to pick it out. Chang Song nodded and had a smile on his face. Remember, pick the ones that fit him as much as possible. The fit will be higher that way. Understood, teacher. Guan Xiaohan responded, politely before leading Su Xiao towards an empty cultivation room. And the scene of the two of them entering the cultivation room caused a commotion. Open the door to the practice room. It was only then that Su Xiao saw that the space inside wasn't small either. It's got to be 20 or 30 square feet with a computer in it. Closing the door, Guan Xiaohan signaled Su Xiao to enter his school registration number. A message popped up on it at once. Congratulations to student Su Xiao on his promotion to Transcendent. You have 2 free feats to learn. Also gain 2 merit points. The Transcendent you promoted in the last week is the lowest level of talent. So there's only 1 beginner's technique and 1 beginner's martial skill to learn. But some elementary feats are powerful. They are comparable to intermediate level martial arts. And there are subsequent advanced feats that advance in rank. It's very worth learning. I'll give the selection. Okay. Guan Xiaohan stood by the side and explained to Su Xiao. These 2 merit points are for you to exchange for martial arts cultivation potions. Smelling the body fragrance emanating from Guan Xiaohan's body, Su Xiao was instantly dishonest. He went to embrace Guan Xiaohan, and Guan Xiaohan didn't refuse, and immediately sat on Su Xiao's lap. Instead, a hint of cunning appeared on his face. A little benefit for you, but wait and cultivate for me, okay? Row, 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 he. Su Xiao's 2 eyes were glowing, hugging it to death and inhaling the aroma fiercely. The smirk in the corner of Guan Xiaohan's eyes became even more intense. I'll let you have fun this moment, and see how I'll fix you later. He. She directly replaced Su Xiao and operated on the computer. Before long, it was done. Alright, sign the agreement. Guan Xiaohan smacked away Su Xiao's dishonest hand and stood up, signaling Su Xiao to sign the agreement on the computer. He. Su Xiao wasn't annoyed at all and was still hemming and hawing back. Hearing Guan Xiaohan's words, following the computer voice prompts, he placed his face directly in front of the camera. A red light swept through. Su Xiao's face appeared on the big screen, next to a hand mold type of thing. Su Xiao followed the prompts to put his index finger on it, and suddenly his fingerprints appeared on it. In between waiting for the upload, Su Xiao inquired in a confused manner. What's this agreement for? Make sure you learned it personally. At the same time, you can't pass it on to others, nor can you use force against ordinary people, Guan Xiaohan casually explained. At this point, the upload is complete. A voice rang out on the computer. Student Su Xiao, you have chosen the primary technique Iron Cloth Shirt, which is the main defense and strength technique. as well as the ferocious and domineering primary martial arts technique 16 roads of beating drums and earn hammers. Please point your eyes at the camera. An iris transmission will be performed for you. The iris transmission into your brain will be kept for 3 months. Please learn it within 3 months. Iron cloth shirt. 16 drums and urns of gold hammer? Su Xiao muttered. Iron cloth shirt. He knew that it was a defense technique as soon as he heard it. 16 ways to beat a drum and earn a golden hammer method. Sounds awesome. Xiaohan really is a good sage. Su Xiao sighed in admiration. He didn't care about anything and inhaled several large mouthfuls of aroma. Guan Xiaohan had already prepared everything for him. To save. Su Xiao lamented. And he didn't notice that Guan Xiaohan was almost on the verge of stifling her laughter. Aiming his eyes at the camera, the figure of a lanky man with exploding muscles bulging out of his body, thick as cast iron, instantly surfaced directly in his brain. A chi and blood running route was marked out with arrows on that stout man's body. The arrows emerge one by one to help beginners memorize them better. Soon the chi and blood running routes were completely engraved in the brain. According to the tips, this memory could be retained in the brain for 3 months, and practicing the gongfu within the 3-month period would turn it into a permanent memory. After that, there are a lot more caveats. For example, when you start practicing, the introduction should be accompanied by striking, and after slapping the whole body red, then used to apply all the medicinal liquid, so that the speed of practice will be faster. Beat the whole body red and swollen. Su Xiao was solemnly shocked. This is the technique to take a beating. Yes, originally this was an intermediate level technique, but it was downgraded to a primary level technique because of the harshness of practicing and the need to suffer, and not many people practiced it. Practicing to be as strong as steel all over. It's very powerful, yo. I've been good to you, haven't I? Specially picking out an intermediate level technique for you. Guan Xiaohan was already laughing at this point, and she was already thinking about how she was going to beat up Su Xiao later. Good, my Xiaohan is awesome. He. The qualifications of a beginner's martial art learned an intermediate martial art. Zan. However, this gongfu was going to take a beating. Su Xiao was a bit worried. Being beaten by people, the effect of cultivation is the best, which is not willing to cultivate for anyone. What's wrong with a man suffering a little? It's okay to become stronger? Guan Xiaohan stifled her laughter and raised her white fists threateningly. If he dared to say the word no, he would definitely get a fat beating. Okay, my Xiaohan is the best in the world. The gongfu selected is also the best in the world. Awesome. Su Xiao quickly surrendered. He didn't want to take a beating for nothing. That's a must. I'll assist you later to help you cultivate quickly. Guan Xiaohan's mouth curled up in triumph. Alright, I'll learn the 18 ways to beat the drum and earn the golden hammer method first. Subsequently, Su Xiao continued to receive the 16 drums and urns golden hammer technique, only to see a fierce giant man, both hands each holding a stone roller-sized giant hammer waving. Every time it erupted into a whistling wind sound, incomparably violent, so fierce. Su Xiao's eyes were glowing. He put himself into it, imagining himself wielding 2 huge hammers that were 1 meter square. How powerful it would be. What mutant beasts, what foreigners, all of them would be killed with 1 hammer. Berserk, domineering, explosive, and majestic. This was Su Xiao's impression of the 16 drums and urns hammer technique. It was a martial art that a man should learn. Su Xiao got excited. Guan Xiaohan's eyes are just as good. It's the same as looking at me. Su Xiao thought triumphantly. Chapter 23, Practicing Iron Cloth Shirt. Finished learning, right? Guan Xiaohan asked as she moved her wrist. Well, finish learning. After that, you can cultivate. Su Xiao responded honestly. Then you will first use a little bit of merit points to purchase a medicinal bath for your first cultivation, and the life teacher will send it over. After that, we'll start officially practicing Iron Cloth Shirt. Guan Xiaohan said with a smile. Okay. Su Xiao ignorantly followed Guan Xiaohan's command and spent 1 merit point on the computer to purchase the medicinal bath. This medicinal bath was a resource that accompanied the cultivation of the Iron Cloth Shirt. After practicing, soaking in the medicinal bath could quickly recover from injuries as well as quickly and steadily increase the speed of Iron Cloth Shirt's cultivation. After the purchase, Guan Xiaohan had laughed thoroughly. Then, let's start cultivating. Aha! Su Xiao walked to the empty space next to him, and according to the general outline of Iron Cloth Shirt cultivation, he set up his horse stance, took a deep breath, and carried his chi and blood according to the route of the Gong method. At once, he felt the transcendent energy wandering in the air converge towards his body at an extremely fast speed. He could clearly and distinctly feel the cheering from the cells within his body. It was as if they were all waiting to evolve. Come on! Su Xiao prepares his stance. Iron Cloth Shirt requires slapping the body red all over to increase the flow of chi and blood, while repeated slapping strengthens the resistance of the cells, which are then stabilized and elevated by medicinal baths. By repeating this, it gives the body a superb defense, like steel. Then I'm coming. Guan Xiaohan smiled and punched Su Xiao's stomach. the powerful force, the pain that violently attacked, instantly made Su Xiao's 2 eyes glazed over, almost didn't return a breath. That ruthless. Su Xiao bared his teeth and stared angrily at Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan grinned, swinging her tender white little fist, and said with a smile, "The more you endure, the faster you progress. You have to bear it, yo." Before the words fell, she pounced up again in a hurry, the tender white small fist as if a hammer bang on Su Xiao's chest. The violent power hit him back and forth. The intense pain also made him unable to resist screaming out, "Guan Xiaohan, you're crazy." Su Xiao looked at the smiling Guan Xiaohan with wide eyes. The description of the gong method clearly says tapping. "Guan Xiaohan, this is clearly assault." "What? People are being nice and you're being mean. People are angry." A wry smile appeared at the corner of Guan Xiaohan's mouth, and then she quickly came up with a punch. "I think you just want to beat me up." Su Xiaoka finally reacted. Guan Xiaohan was communicating a personal vendetta and beating herself up openly. Hey, right answer, but no reward. Guan Xiaohan revealed her white teeth with a face of budding ferocity, but her hand was very ruthless as she blasted Su Xiao's right abdomen with a punch. Sharp pain came, and the pain made Su Xiao couldn't help but cover his stomach and bend over. In the next second, Guan Xiaohan's fist blasted the left side of Su Xiao's face, causing him to stagger towards the wall. The force was just right, and the riposte didn't hurt his brain, but his face was already swollen. Little guy, so dish. Not acting out, Guan Xiaohan hemmed and hawed, and kicked out again, this time surprisingly to the key part of Su Xiao's lower body. Su Xiao hurriedly covered it and stared angrily at Guan Xiaohan. "You're crazy. This is your future happiness. You want to ruin it." I didn't expect Guan Xiaohan to hem and haw and laugh out, smugly saying, "I looked up the information. The medicinal bath has the effect of stabilizing the cells. After beating the redness and swelling and bulging up, and then using the medicated bath, it can enhance a circle. I'm fighting for future happiness." "Yo." Guan Xiaohan smiled and said. Her hands did not stop. She quickly stepped forward. Her hands struck like electricity. Su Xiao could not even react and was hit. At this moment, looking at the smiling Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao only felt that she was a demon. "I'll fight for you." Su Xiao stormed out and pounced. Not resisting was a beating. Resisting was also a beating, so it was better to resist. At least the dignity of a man is preserved. This is the right thing to do. This is a bit manly. Guan Xiaohan's eyes appreciated, praised in her mouth, but her hands did not stop, madly attacking towards Su Xiao. Her body was like a dragon, extremely fast, and the angle of her strike was bizarre. Su Xiao, who had not yet practiced martial arts, could only fight with Guan Xiaohan by virtue of his fighting stance, and his haphazard swinging of the Wangbok fist could not hit Guan Xiaohan at all. Instead, he took more hits due to his frantic offense and lack of defense, and also due to Guan Xiaohan's quick offense. However, as he fought, Su Xiao realized that Guan Xiaohan was very measured in her strikes. She only hit the skin and flesh, and did not injure the tendons, bones, or internal organs. The force may be heavier where you hit more meat and lighter where you hit less meat. Although each stroke was painful, it did not cause internal injuries to Su Xiao, but it was because of this that he was beaten more often and his body hurt more. And Su Xiao realized that as he attacked, and took more hits, his reaction speed was getting faster. Quan is really helping herself to improve. But it really hurts. "Guan Xiaohan, I'll fight you." Su Xiao rallied to the fight. Although he was hit with raw pain every time, it also aroused Su Xiao's competitive spirit, as well as the dignity of a man. So much pain disappeared. Right now he had only one goal. No matter what, he had to hit Guan Xiaohan anyways to get rid of his pain. "War. I'll fight." Su Xiao groggily fought back. Zhou Hong and Chang Song, who were talking outside the cultivation room, looked at each other with shocked faces. Didn't they just confirm their relationship yesterday? Why are they acting like enemies? Zhou Hong muttered. Chang Song shook his head. He didn't care much about the relationship between the two of them. What he was more concerned about was how the always gentle Guan Xiaohan was so violent. They all beat Su Xiao to the point of wailing and screaming, and they still don't stop. Damn, that's tough. Sure enough, Mom was right. The prettier the girl, the more dangerous she is. Chang Song couldn't help but shiver. In the training room, the people who were originally still training also all stopped, looking towards the training room in horror, listening to the sound of a tragic scream, unable to help but all shivered. Ma originally thought that Su Xiao had picked up a great bargain, chased the beautiful, martial arts talented, and well-built goddess into his hands. Now it seems that it's simply a tigress. Brother Su Xiao, a model for my generation. It's a good thing I didn't catch up with Guan Xiaohan, or else I'd be the one getting beat up. Snort, you don't take a piss and look at yourself. Just like this, how can you still catch up with the recognized goddess of our school? The crowd felt silent sorrow for Su Xiao, but there were also people with two glowing eyes who pervertedly said, being beaten by such a beautiful woman is also a kind of happiness, isn't it? Ha! When the crowd heard this anticlimactic remark, they all shivered coldly and stayed away from that person. The screams continued, and as they listened they became accustomed to them and continued to cultivate. I don't know how much time has passed. 2 life teachers carried a large bucket towards the practice room. The crowd all curiously surrounded up. When the door of the cultivation room opened, revealing that the head inside has become a pig's head, covered with a piece of green and purple, completely unable to see the human appearance of Su Xiao, all of them shivered and ran far away. Looking at Guan Xiaohan was like looking at a tigress. Chapter 24, Martial Dao First Heaven, Iron Cloth Shirt First Layer. Come on, hurry up and get up to soak in the medicinal bath. I'll untie the training clothes for you. Guan Xiaohan's tone was soft and her movements gentle. Su Xiao squinted his eyes, which had already swollen into slits, and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with disbelief. If it was someone who didn't know, they would definitely think that Guan Xiaohan was a pretty and gentle girl. But look at themselves, covered in redness and swelling. Even some of their vital parts were red and swollen from the beating. Just know what kind of person Guan Xiaohan is. Oh, beat someone half to death and give a candy. Oh, I'll do it myself. Pain all over his body. Powerless Su Xiao went to push Guan Xiaohan. People care about you, and you're still pushing people. Guan Xiaohan's mouth pouted, her large eyes instantly becoming watery, her mouth pouting in a pitiful manner. If anyone saw it at this time they must have thought that Su Xiao had bullied Guan Xiaohan, but the reality is, you're so ungrateful. Guan Xiaohan, who was only soft for a moment, quickly struck out. Her right hand grabbed Su Xiao's arm and threw it with force. At the same time, her right foot kicked at Su Xiao's leg, and his entire body flew up with a miserable scream, fall squarely into the bucket. The medicinal bath inside the barrel emitted heat, at least 60 to 70 degrees, and the moment it met with the red, swollen, and bruised skin, an endless pain drilled straight into Su Xiao's brain. It made him unable to stop himself from screaming miserably, and his squeals like killing pigs spread throughout the entire floor of the cultivation room. It was a shock to everyone. Su Xiao is truly a fierce warrior. Quite a few people marveled. Su Xiao couldn't hold back the pain and tried to get out of the barrel, but was held down hard by Guan Xiaohan. Quickly run the iron cloth shirt's line of action. Move your qi and blood, and absorb the energy from the medicinal bath. Guan Xiaohan's voice was crisp and calming. Su Xiao also instantly reacted to the fact that he could not go out now. If he went out, then his previous beating would be in vain. Therefore, Su Xiao gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and set up his stance to start moving his qi and blood and running the iron cloth shirt. Guan Xiaohan was at the edge of the bucket, lifting the water up and pouring it over the head that didn't make it into the water, so that all of Su Xiao's skin was soaked in the medicinal bath. In this way Ironclad will have no weaknesses. This was the reason why she attacked Su Xiao on all fronts. Iron cloth shirt is different from other kung fu. If you don't strike him in all directions, then the places you didn't hit will later become iron cloth shirt's empty doors, dead spots, being attacked by someone and getting seriously injured straight away, or even death. Only by exercising ruthlessly while practicing could any part of the body be as hard as iron. Not afraid of any attack. It's better to start suffering than to be beaten to death later. Guan Xiaohan thought. Her hand movements didn't stop, and she kept cupping the medicinal bath and pouring it over Su Xiao's head, scrubbing it hard from time to time, and Su Xiao forced himself to endure the pain and carried his qi and blood to transport, following the route of the iron cloth shirt's gong method. Instantly, he felt hot energy drilling into his body, and for a moment, it was as if his skin was pierced by countless fine needles, and severe pain swept through his brain. But, he clenched his teeth and froze without screaming out in misery. Instead, he forced himself to endure the pain and continued to carry his qi and blood, operating rapidly. Being beaten by Guan Xiaohan and screaming out in misery was just teasing her. It would be unmanly to scream out miserably while practicing. For the sake of a man's face, endure. Driven by the surging qi and blood, the herbal ingredients in the medicinal bath, the transcendental energy, and the transcendental energy in the cultivation room all drilled into Su Xiao's body at an extremely fast speed. That pinprick of pain also spread from the skin towards the flesh and blood within. The level of pain was instantly raised another notch again. He knew that this was the medicinal properties within the medicinal bath stimulating his body, strengthening his cells, reinforcing his defense, as well as increasing his own strength. That's a good thing. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and held on. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, all the pain was turned into warmth, which flowed through the body, and the pain instantly disappeared wherever it went. Su Xiao felt his body jerk loose. From the outside, the bruises, redness and swelling on his body were dissipating rapidly, revealing bulging muscles, a resolute face, and determined eyes. The self-temperament changed instantly. If Su Xiao was still a bit lazy and impetuous before, then now he had completely transformed into a resolute, tough and handsome young man. The color of the medicinal bath was also fading fast. After another 10 minutes, the raging hot stream drilling into the body was violently empty. Su Xiao knew that this was the medicinal effect of the medicinal bath had been completely absorbed. Feeling the booming power within his body, and the hard as iron muscles, and skin, Su Xiao felt that he was already incomparably powerful and hurriedly opened the panel to check. There was a moment of surprise. Subject, Human Su Xiao. Base attributes, Strength 56, Physique 68, Agility 30, Spirit 50, Talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level, First Heaven of Martial Arts. Technique, Iron Cloth Shirt, 1% of 1 tier. Martial Art, 18 Drums and Urns Hammer Technique, 0% for 1 tier. Simple Technique, Body Casting Decree 100%. Subbody, Giant Sparrow. Level, Low Transcendent. Talents, Devour Evolution. 1000-fold Strength, 10,000-fold Defense. Evolution Points, 4052. Evolution Completion, 405210, 000. Iron Cloth Shirt has directly entered, reaching 1% of a layer. Strength doubled, and Physique 24 went straight to 68, an increase of nearly 3 times. Is this the power of martial arts? Su Xiao felt the explosive power in his body, hard as iron muscles. He felt like he could kill a cow with 1 punch. This is only the first sky of martial Dao. It's so powerful. Su Xiao was incomparably shocked, and was also incomparably looking forward to the future path of martial arts. Looking at the iron cloth shirt layer that had been cultivated, Su Xiao was inwardly incredibly grateful to Guan Xiaohan. If according to Guan Xiaohan hadn't fought so fiercely, then he wouldn't necessarily be able to cultivate even after using up his 2 merit points and using all the medicinal baths. Can't become a martial artist of the first heaven of martial arts. The fact that it could be so fast was entirely due to Guan Xiaohan's ruthless strikes. Inwardly, he was immensely grateful to Guan Xiaohan. But revenge is still to be had. Su Xiao opened his eyes wide and stared angrily at Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan, let's settle the score this time. Beating me for so long, now is the time for revenge. Little sissy, look at the punch. He jumped up violently, his arms exerted force, and all of a sudden his muscles bulged out, and his arms, like iron pillars, brought huge fists towards Guan Xiaohan's face. Guan Xiaohan sneered disdainfully. What? Just got a little bit of skill and you want to turn the tables? Poof. Guan Xiaohan grunted coldly and quickly twisted her body like a swimming dragon, dodging Su Xiao's fist at a weird angle. At the same time, her tender white small fist was like a poisonous snake, drilling straight in and heavily hitting Su Xiao's ribs. Moment. Oh, pain. This time Guan Xiaohan didn't withdraw her hand, but instead punched with all her might, directly hitting Su Xiao. Forked out of breath, her body's strength dispersed. It was at this point that Su Xiao clearly perceived the gap with Guan Xiaohan. Originally, he thought that he could fight Guan Xiaohan back and forth after his strength was raised, but he didn't expect to dry himself out with a single punch. He had elevated himself very high already, but he still didn't have the power to fight back in the face of Guan Xiaohan. Not bad for a graded genius. Su Xiao shouted in pain, but Guan Xiaohan didn't stop, her tender white small fist, like a poisonous snake drilling out, after hitting Su Xiao's ribs, then rushed upward and struck Su Xiao's chin heavily. Su Xiao's body flew uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground. Both eyes went straight. Convinced yet? Chapter 25, Urban Purge. Convinced? Guan Xiaohan squatted in front of Su Xiao, shaking her tender white little fist in front of Su Xiao's eyes. Convinced? Convinced? Truly convinced? Su Xiao said with 2 straight eyes. It's not even close. Oops. Guan Xiaohan immediately became complacent, and she also let her guard down. But she didn't expect Su Xiao to suddenly storm up, hands together, like iron hoops, snapped out, directly locking Guan Xiaohan in place, with powerful strength, and Su Xiao's rather weighty body, directly trapping Guan Xiaohan in her embrace. Ha ha, Guan Xiaohan has fallen into my hands this time. Let you bully me. Su Xiao retaliated by biting on it, opening his mouth wide and ow. Su Xiao, you're shameless. Guan Xiaohan gave up after struggling a little. 10 minutes later. Alright, let people see again. Guan Xiaohan pushed her head sideways so hard that she was finally able to speak. No, you say it's okay? That's it? Where can I put my face? Must I say yes before I can do it? Su Xiao locked his arms tightly around Guan Xiaohan and said smugly. In the next second, it was as if his ribs were hit by a hammer. Instantly painful. Su Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air, and his arm, which was forcefully locked around Guan Xiaohan, also instantly lost its strength. Alright? Guan Xiaohan didn't get up, still lying on her back, but she was staring viciously at Su Xiao at this moment. Her left and right fists opened up at the same time, smashing hard against Su Xiao's left and right ribs. Each stroke caused Su Xiao to be struck by lightning, and the pain went to his bones. Is it okay? Is it okay? Asked Guan Xiaohan viciously. Alright, okay. Su Xiao hurriedly begged for mercy. He felt at that moment that he was not holding a soft-scented sweet girl, but a steel robot. Tell you line on the line. Nonetheless, let the old lady fume, said Guan Xiaohan again, and Su Xiao's waist ruthlessly twisted a hand, heavy hand strength, directly let Su Xiao pain bared teeth grimace miserable screams. After wringing her hands, Guan Xiaohan's anger subsided a bit, and she said to Su Xiao, "You continue to practice iron cloth shirt in the cultivation room for the next few days. I will consolidate it for you again tomorrow. When you pass the rapid cultivation period in a few days, then you can cultivate the drum-earn golden hammer. The first few days are a period of rapid improvement. Don't be lazy, you hear me?" Guan Xiaohan explained. Su Xiaoxiao, lying on the ground eyed looking at the roof, inner sadness, cannot beat the daughter-in-law, has been beaten, how to do? Online waiting, quite urgent. Guan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao's expression of hopelessness. Her heart softened, and she tenderly kissed him. "Cultivate well, a good boy. When after the evening study, we go to the school playground, that small forest." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao instantly became energized. Puffy sat up straight and said with two glowing eyes, "Really? Fake? What's in your head all day? Cultivate properly. If you don't make significant progress in the next few days, see how I'll fix you." Guan Xiaohan lifted Su Xiao's ear and twisted it fiercely, causing Su Xiao to squeal in pain. Afterwards, Guan Xiaohan went out to practice her martial arts. Ouch! As Su Xiao rubbed his ears and looked at Guan Xiaohan's departing back, hatingly saying, "Sooner or later, I'll make you give me obedience." Tough talk. However, in his heart, he knew that Guan Xiaohan had helped him cultivate for more than an hour, so it would probably affect her cultivation progress. "The current me can't help you much, but I won't drag my feet for you either." Su Xiao's expression became serious, and without that colorful look, his face became firm. When he climbed up, he began to stand on a good stake, carry his qi and blood, and continue to cultivate the iron cloth shirt. With the qi and blood running, along with the breathing, the active transcendent energy once again entered the body. However, he could clearly feel that the transcendent energy entering his body now was much less than when he took the medicinal bath, almost a tenth or so of what it was. This staggered Su Xiao. "That's too slow." According to Xiaohan, this is still the rapid cultivation period, so to what extent will it slow down in the future? At this time, Su Xiao remembered that Chen Biao was 30 or 40 years old, and only had the third heaven of martial arts. It seemed that it wasn't that he didn't try hard enough, but that he really had no choice. But Su Xiao also knows that practicing martial arts is not an overnight job and needs to be honed slowly. Su Xiao was patient and continued to cultivate. The giant bird evolution could return energy to him and help him improve, but it couldn't improve his martial arts skills, so he could only cultivate them little by little. Ironclad requires dumb work, and the good thing is that the boost is also very noticeable. It was just a practice until the end of school in the afternoon. Check the progress. It's up to 3%. Not bad. Only this much improvement in one day? It seems like we need to let Guan Xiaohan have another beating tomorrow to see the effect. Will it be faster than practicing on your own? Su Xiao rubbed his chin in thought. Iron cloth shirt in the introduction to the need to beat the whole body red and swollen, and then with the medicinal liquid cultivation, so that can be a rapid introduction. But when you get started, you don't have to be hit by someone else. However, Su Xiao felt that it would be better to cultivate after being attacked. Su Xiao pondered and opened the door to the cultivation room, and saw all of his classmates, including his martial arts teacher Chung Song, looking at him with astonishment. Guan Xiaohan, on the other hand, didn't look this way. "Hello everyone." Su Xiao touched his nose and greeted everyone. He naturally knew why everyone was looking at him with such strange gazes, and that was entirely because he had been beaten so badly. It wasn't like the cultivation room was a soundproof house. Mastodon. The boys gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. "Brother, you're our role model. Bullish. Awesome." The crowd gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. Su Xiao knew that these words of theirs were not really compliments, and the irony was even stronger. But how could they know how comfortable it was to hold the schoolgirl's soft-scented body? It takes a lot of hard work to be a good person, and these dangling hairs will never realize it. Su Xiao walked to Guan Xiaohan's side by himself and directly placed his neck on Guan Xiaohan's shoulder in front of everyone, his body soft and limp seemingly without bones, and then raised an eyebrow triumphantly at the boys. All of them were wide-eyed and full of shocked incredulity and jealousy. Inside, they were screaming wildly, "How come that person isn't me?" Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly and was about to snap, when Su Xiao immediately whispered, "Tired. Pay attention to the image." Guan Xiaohan's shoulders snapped, and Su Xiao immediately stood up straight. "Okay." Chang Song secretly shook his head. "Kids nowadays, they are much bolder than they were back then. They don't even avoid teachers." Received a notice from above, because of the emergence of mutant beasts injuring people. After the city's senior management deliberated, it has been decided that the city's big cleanup operation will take place next Wednesday. The goal of the operation is to locate all the mutated creatures in the city, and after that to purge them. Since there won't be any mutant beasts above level 2 in the city, All those who have entered the first heaven of the martial arts path will be able to participate in it. The perk is that you get 1 merit point every day as long as you participate. If a mutant beast is killed, merit points are awarded based on the value of the mutant beast. This is a great opportunity to earn merit points, and I want you all to participate. Chapter 26 Universal Language of All Races. Foreign Lands. 1 merit point per day just for participating. All great joy. Merit points are different from outside currency, which can only buy some ordinary items, but not extraordinary resources. All transcendent resources are redeemed through merit points. With merit points, they would be able to exchange transcendent items and increase their strength faster. And, what 1 merit point a day? It sounds like 1 point is very little, but it's actually a lot of points. Right now, they had no channel to earn merit points. Those A gifted only had 10 merit points per month, B gifted 5 points, C gifted 3 points, and D gifted people like Su Xiao only had a measly 2 points. And now, you can earn 1 point per day just for participating. Not to mention that if you got lucky and killed a mutant beast, it would be a big profit. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. The merit points served him similarly to everyone else, but that's not what he's thinking about. It's how strong the Great Urban Purge will be, whether it will spread to the Eastern Sierra, and if it does. No, even if it doesn't ripple out, you can't continue to stay on the beach. It was imperative that the giant sparrow be upgraded as soon as possible, and fly out into the ocean to find an uninhabited island to talk about it. Su Xiao thought. The city purge this time was made by the giant sparrow, so there might be an expert to purge the east mountainside. So, have to leave early. Guan Xiaohan glanced at Su Xiao, obviously also realizing the problem. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Su Xiao shook his head, signaling that she didn't need to worry. The strength of the giant bird should not be underestimated. With its current strength of killing a martial Dao third heaven with a single wing slap, it would take at least a 5th or 6th heaven expert to get him killed. Most of all, the giant bird could fly. If someone clears it, just sky high and fly into the ocean. Su Xiao wasn't worried at all. Therefore, I want you all to raise your strength as soon as possible these days, especially to raise your martial skills. Gongfu is the foundation of the martial Dao, but martial skills are the means to protect the Dao, and you still can't slack off. Chang Song admonished. Yes, the crowd responded loudly with enthusiasm. Alright, those who want to participate in the city purge come over and sign up. Chang Song took out his wristwatch, and the people came forward and reported their names. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan also signed up. Afterward, school is dismissed for dinner. Everyone also ate in the on-campus cafeteria since everyone now lives on campus. Su Xiao followed Guan Xiaohan and the two of them played 2 plates full of meat, which cost more than $50, and was paid for by the rich Guan Xiaohan. Yo, and a little white boy. The male students who were following the two couldn't help but let out a snort. Full of contempt, he spoke loudly, and the surrounding students all looked over. Seeing that it was Guan Xiaohan who had spent money on the meal, they immediately gave Su Xiao a look of disdain. A big man wants a girl to pay for it. Shame on you. Yes, it is. How did Xiaohan see such a guy? Poor and frustrated. Shame on you, soft boy. The crowd murmured. Guan Xiaohan frowned slightly and was about to explode. Su Xiao hastened to stop. He. You guys don't know, do you? Soft rice is very fragrant, he said and gave Guan Xiaohan a kiss on the cheek. Guan Xiaohan returned the bite. The two looked at each other and smiled sweetly, and at once everyone was stunned. Su Xiao said in a conspiratorial manner, Agu, certain people can't eat soft rice in their whole life. Yo, you. The man who had taken the lead was instantly infuriated. Su Xiao made a face, then followed Guan Xiaohan to a corner against a pillar and ate the fragrant soft rice. When she was almost done eating, Guan Xiaohan asked, is it really okay? It's fine. As long as it's not a top expert coming over, it's fine. Su Xiao confidently said, wait, I'll go hunting first. Aha. Guan Xiaohan nodded. After eating, the two of them went to the playground. Casually sitting on the grass, Su Xiao directly lay on Guan Xiaohan's lap and closed his eyes. Most of the attention went to the giant sparrow side. The giant sparrow, who had been hiding in the cave for a day, opened his eyes and looked towards the sea. It was sunset time. The orange-red blazing sun dyed the seawater a golden color as well, and countless seabirds circled and chirped in the sky, slowly flying into the eastern mountain group. A spectacular sight of 10,000 birds returning to their nests. With so many seabirds, it won't be easy for the city to clear them out, Su Xiao thought, controlling the giant sparrow to walk to the edge of the cave entrance, while the wings shook, directly rushing up to the sky. The sudden uninvited guests caused all the seabirds to shriek and take off, shrieking loudly and circling endlessly. Even some seabirds that had just flown into their nests all flew out, forming a flock of birds in the sky. They deterred Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not pay any attention to them, controlling the giant sparrow to fly in the sky. His sharp eye swept in all directions and found no threats before focusing on the seashore. At this time, it was high tide. There was no fish or shrimp or anything else washed up on the beach. Can't have a free dinner now. Wake up early tomorrow and eat a wave of freebies before you do. The giant finch's eyes gazed into the waters. The sea was raging, wave after wave, and there were no fish to be seen, so it searched further afield, but unfortunately after a while, it couldn't find a single thing to put its mouth on. It would be nice to be able to swim. If I could swim, I could get in the water and catch fish. Next time you evolve, make sure to swallow an awesome sea fish. Until the sun goes down, the giant finch finally saw a long shadow rolling through the waves. It was a 2-meter long, arm-thick moray eel with wounds that seemed to have just fought another creature and been injured before being swept in by the waves. A level 1 mutant beast. You're my food now. The giant finch swooped down, its sharp claws clawing down at the moray eel's head. Boom! Thousands of times more power erupted, directly crushing the head of the sea eel. The body, which was already weak, simply stopped squirming. Grabbing it with his left claw, he lifted his wings and landed on a small hill, devouring it with a big mouth. The moray eel was more than 20 pounds and was a level 1 mutated creature, directly giving the giant sparrow more than 200 evolution points, delicious flavor and lots of evolution points. When I finish my evening study, I'll come back to catch some sea fish, Su Xiao thought, then controlled the giant sparrow to fly back into the cave. Guan Xiaohan was also patting Su Xiao's face. Are you ready? We're going to go to night study. Okay. Su Xiao satisfactorily opened his eyes and hugged Guan Xiaohan's waist, inhaling deeply, before Guan Xiaohan's hand fell on Su Xiao's ear. He heatedly smiled and stood up. Rascal Guan Xiaohan blankly glanced at Su Xiao and stretched out her hand. Su Xiao pulled the tender white little hand and pulled her up. Asked, no, we're already martial artists now, and we're still taking culture classes. Su Xiao was puzzled. Logically speaking, they were already martial artists now, so they only needed to focus on cultivation. What was the point of having classes? Of course we're going to learn. We need to learn what the mutant beasts are capable of, what the combat style is, and how to kill them as fast as possible. You also have to learn the theory of various moves, how to break them when you come across them, how to avoid them, etc. There's also the universal language of the 10,000 races to learn, and in the future, we're all going to enter a foreign realm to fight. Guan Xiaohan said as a matter of course. A universal language for all races? A foreign domain? Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan in doubt. A foreign land. A place of killing. Okay. Chapter 27, Killing at the Seaside. There were 3 sessions of evening study, 3 hours in total, from 7 o'clock in the evening until 10 o'clock. The first lesson is the foreign beasts, the foreign races' attack methods, skills and so on. The second lesson was martial arts theory, including the advantages and disadvantages of various techniques, the length of martial arts and so on. The third lesson was the universal language of all races, totally groomed towards being an all-around fighter. After 3 classes, each went back to the dormitory to rest. After washing up, Su Xiao then lay down on the bed, focusing on the giant finch's side, and after flying out of the cave, he continued to fly over the sea in search of prey. A huge figure was soon seen. The figure was 7 or 8 meters long and nearly half a meter thick, a small whale, which spouted out a column of water. Su Xiao compared the body size, as well as the claw size. It directly gave up on the hunt. Its claws are too small to hit the whale and break the skin at best, and the frightened baby whale absolutely runs into the seawater, wasting time and energy. The search continued and soon 2 more fish were seen, one being a sea wolf going after a fat grouper. That wave was more than 2 meters long with sharp teeth, and the grouper was more than 1 meter long with a fat body. At this moment, there was a huge mouth on that grouper, and blood was flowing out of the mouth. A few cat sharks, over a meter long, were circling quickly further away, all first-class mutant fish. Target. Su Xiao was overjoyed. Controlling the giant sparrow, he swooped down, his sharp claws instantly grabbing and exploding the grouper's head, killing it with a single blow, before grabbing its skull in a death grip, not letting it come off. At that moment, the silly sea wolf rushed over, opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and took a bite on the grouper. A large mouthful of meat was instantly torn off by it. The giant finch was heartbroken. Mom, such a big bite. How nice of you. The giant bird's left claw probed out sharply, and with 1,000 times the power exploding, it grabbed the sea wolf's head and blew it up in one go. And after that, it lifted its wings. The giant finch didn't fly too high, just about a meter above the surface, and quickly flew towards the shore. The few cat sharks smelling the blood and quickly chasing after them. The giant sparrow wasn't far from the beach and soon flew to the shore as the cat sharks gave chase. The giant sparrow rejoiced, dropping the grouper and sea wolf on the shore, then quickly flew out, his sharp claws probing out rapidly, quickly killing several cat sharks, catch them all on the shore, 8 fish in all, and then enjoy it beautifully. The sharp beak easily tore through their flesh and blood, swallowing them with a roll of the tongue. Turning his eyes, he ate most of it, when a sharp chirping sound came from the sky. A grade 1 mutant sea eagle circled above the giant sparrow. It chirped as if it wanted very much to fly down and get a piece of the pie. The giant finch gave it a grim look and continued to devour it with a large mouthful. When the last cat shark was left, that sea eagle finally couldn't hold back and swooped down, directly attacking the giant finch. Seek death. The giant sparrow rose into the air with a shock of its wings and quickly killed towards the mutant sea eagle. That sea eagle screamed and clawed towards the giant sparrow. The giant sparrow similarly stretched out its claws towards it, and the two claws collided in the air, only to hear a toothy clicking sound. The sea eagle's claws were directly scratched by the giant finch. It screamed and took wing. The giant finch's wings shook, directly catching up, and its sharp claws clawed out, directly exploding its head. You're the one who came to die. Yo! The giant finch grabbed the mutant sea eagle's corpse and landed, plucking its fur and eating the meat, and then eating the cat shark. Looked at the attribute panel. Evolution points increased by over 2,000. Over 6,000 today. 2 more days of hunting and it will be able to evolve again. Su Xiao was satisfied and controlled the giant sparrow to return to the cave. It was after 12 o'clock. Su Xiao fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the sea was much calmer. There were some small stray fish and shrimps on the ground. Su Xiao was too lazy to eat such a throwaway small fish. Then he returned to the cave. Those seabirds ran into the giant finch several times in a row but were not attacked, and they gradually dropped their guard against the giant finch. It still flies when seen, but it doesn't croak anymore. This cleared Su Xiao's ears. Return to the cave. Focus on the ontology. Keep practicing. He converted his last 1 merit point into a medicinal bath. Finds Quan Xiaohan and lets her continue her destruction of herself. Quan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao with a face like she was looking at a monster. Su Xiao, honestly tell me if you have a masochistic tendency. I beat you like that yesterday to get you started at the fastest speed. Although this iron cloth shirt is a defense technique, you don't need to be beaten every day. Quan Xiaohan looked Su Xiao up and down, and even broke Su Xiao's eyelids to make sure he wasn't awake. Su Xiao grabbed Quan Xiaohan's tender white and soft little hand, and said with a divine expression, "There is nothing wrong with me, mainly because, as your Quan Xiaohan's man, I can't disgrace you no. I'm going to get stronger, as fast as I can. That way I can stand next to you with honor and integrity without being judged by others." The heartfelt words moved Quan Xiaohan. "You don't have to be under so much pressure," Quan Xiaohan said in a slightly distressed manner. "No, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to work hard to make everyone think that I'm worthy of you, the future female martial king," Su Xiao said with deep emotion. "No," Quan Xiaohan shook her head and said seriously, "what I mean is that you won't be able to catch up to me no matter how hard you try. You're bound to be talked about when you stand next to me." Su Xiao froze and questioned, "What do you mean, Quan Xiaohan? You look down on me?" "Aha." Quan Xiaohan nodded repeatedly. How dare you look down on your man? We must revitalize the family today." Su Xiao struck out ferociously at Quan Xiaohan. Quan Xiaohan immediately hemmed and dodged. "Is that right? You were so affectionate just now. I was too embarrassed to punch you, since you took the initiative to get punched. It's not my fault. Look at my goddess fist." Quan Xiaohan quickly struck out, her tender white fist hitting straight towards Su Xiao's face. Su Xiao bellowed, his muscles instantly bulging, all of his strength condensed in his fist, colliding with Quan Xiaohan's fist. Pa! A crunch. Su Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Quan Xiaohan's fist didn't change a bit, while his fist was directly red and swollen. Might is only for a second. You're still revitalizing your family. I think it's me who revitalized the family style. Quan Xiaohan didn't hold back in the slightest. The tender white little fist whistled towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao stormed back. However, the gap was too great. His strength was fine, but his speed was obviously slower by more than a beat, and he simply couldn't hit Quan Xiaohan, and she easily attacked herself every time. Not long after taking too many beatings, Su Xiao finally couldn't hold back and screamed out. The training room was once again stunned as they listened to Su Xiao's miserable screams. Holy, becoming Quan Xiaohan's boyfriend isn't a good thing. Getting beat up every day. Tisk a minute of silence for Su Xiao student. Chapter 28, 2nd grade mutant sea turtle. Taking a beating and then absorbing the medicinal bath was indeed the best match. The iron cloth shirt directly increased from 1% to 10%, and the rate of increase could be completely described as skyrocketing. Unfortunately, the merit points are gone, and it's unlikely to want to skyrocket again, Su Xiao said with slight regret. There are actually better cultivation resources than medicinal baths, Quan Xiaohan said quietly, like the heavenly yuan liquid. The heavenly yuan liquid contains an extremely ample amount of transcendent energy substances. After absorbing it, not only can you improve your gongfu cultivation, but you can also improve the strength of your physical body, increase your toughness, strength, and so on, and there's no need to take a beating. No need to take a beating. It's much better than a medicinal bath. Su Xiao immediately widened his eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier if there was such a good thing? Causing me to take a beating for nothing. Guan Xiaohan shrugged. You didn't ask me either. You. Su Xiao's teeth itched with anger. Guan Xiaohan laughed again. Moreover, even if I tell you, it's useless. A bottle of Tian Yuan liquid costs 10 merit points. Do you have that many merit points? Su Xiao shook his head. No. Then no. It's useless for you to know earlier. Next, you continue to cultivate in the cultivation room, and when you're done with the rapid cultivation period tomorrow, you'll cultivate martial arts. Let's wait for a week, then we'll go on a city clearing mission and earn merit points again. Buy resources. Guan Xiaohan arranged it. Su Xiao nodded, and Guan Xiaohan left with a satisfied smile. What a relief. Su Xiao instantly glared with both eyes. Punching me is to relieve stress. Ha, aha. Guan Xiaohan, who had walked to the door, twisted her butt twice at Su Xiao, exuding smugness all over her body, and then left with a sweet smile. It's back to being that genius schoolgirl school bully that everyone loves. Really can't do anything about you. Su Xiao shook his head speechlessly. Next time, Su Xiao then carefully cultivated in the cultivation room. That night, after the evening study, Su Xiao continued to control the giant sparrow to hunt the creatures in the ocean and devour them to raise the evolution points. Fresh wash. The giant finch gave a shrill cry. The sharp sound rippled across the seashore and traveled a long way, startling a large flock of seabirds. Screaming, they flew up into the sky. Silly bird. Su Xiao looked at the seabirds that flew up haphazardly with contempt. The giant sparrow's wings shook. 1,000 times its strength erupted. Its wings flapped up a furious gale, and under the effect of the reaction force, the giant sparrow shot out explosively and flew towards the sea, instantly tens of meters away. Feeling the sight of the rapid burst of retreat, as well as the whistling wind coming from his ears, Su Xiao only felt a long-lost freedom filling his heart. Couldn't help but pop again. The shrill bird calls seemed to tear through the gusty winds and waves and traveled far and wide. Venting for a while, the giant finch began to hunt. Sharp eyes can easily see any object even in the dark. Soon the giant sparrow saw a turtle chasing a school of small fish towards the shore. The turtle was 2 meters square and huge, and the shell was full of barnacles, making it look very old and ancient. A strong aura emanated from his body. It was several times stronger than the aura of the giant bird. Second-grade mutant beast. The giant bird was instantly surprised and hurriedly flew over, slowly following in the sky. The turtle, unaware of the danger that had befallen it, was still sliding its fins leisurely, chasing after the small group of fish. It only slowed down as it swam violently and quickly forward, opening its mouth and biting into a small, half-foot-long fish, barfing and eating it, but keep chasing after the fish. When it had finished eating, it slid and slammed after the fish again, biting into one and devouring it in one big gulp. It seemed to enjoy the thrill of the devouring immensely. The school of minnows were whisked in all directions and soon ran into shallow water. The turtle didn't notice, just as it finished its fish, then lurched forward, straight into the sand, half of its body exposed. The fish ran off sharply into the distance. So that's how some big guys get stranded. Su Xiao thought as the giant sparrow violently lifted its wings and burst down like a sharp arrow. At that moment the turtle was sliding its fins and turning with the force of the waves. There was not the slightest defense. Suddenly, a sharp claw caught it on the head. The turtle's head was the size of a watermelon, and its skull was as solid as a rock, but it still wasn't enough under the giant sparrow's thousandfold burst of power. Boom! The head was directly clawed and exploded by the giant finch. The turtle died in a daze. Sharp claws grabbed the turtle shell, wings flapped with force, berserk power erupted, and the wings fanned out a terrifying gale, directly blowing a huge depression in the seawater. The 2-meter square, nearly 1 meter thick sea turtle was then grabbed by the giant finch and flew up, directly towards the shore's width. After scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze to make sure there were no strong mutant beasts, the giant finch opened its sharp beak and violently pecked towards the turtle's head. The sharp, hook-like beak easily pierced the turtle's skin, and with a forceful tug, it instantly ripped out large chunks of flesh and blood, tilting his head back and swallowing it into his abdomen as he continued to devour it with a large mouthful. After eating the head, looking at the hard turtle shell, the giant bird violently spread its wings and violently slashed towards the turtle shell, like a great sword chopping out. 1,000 times its strength instantly erupted, and 10,000 times its defense made its wings harder than steel by an unknown number of times. The moment it collided with the turtle shell, which had always been known for its defense, seemed to be made of tofu at this time. Only a toothy popping sound was heard, and the hard turtle shell was directly splintered, revealing fresh flesh and blood. The giant finch devoured it with a big mouth. In less than 20 minutes, a huge sea turtle that was 2 meters square and 1 meter thick was completely devoured by the giant sparrow. Your giant sparrow doppelganger has devoured a grade 2 mutant beast sea turtle, gaining 2013 evolution points. so much. Su Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Today's luck is really good. Came up and got a sea turtle. It directly gave over 2,000 evolution points. Looking at the panel, it's now at over 8,000. There's still 1,000 left to evolve again. This made Su Xiao a bit excited. The third evolution. I wonder how many attributes it will give me back. Of course you have to get a genetically powerful creature before you can evolve. Su Xiao thought. The giant sparrow once again shot up into the sky and flew into the dark sea. Sharp eyes swept around. The oceans are teeming with mutant creatures. Soon Su Xiao came across another injured moray eel floating on the surface. It was just a level 1 mutant moray eel that gave a few hundred evolution points. This time it seemed as if the luck had run out, and I flew until the early hours of the morning without finding another suitable target. I did see a few small schools of fish. The target was small and swam fast. Su Xiao struggled to catch one and gave up on continuing to chase those small fish. I didn't reach the 10,000 point mark today, so I must reach it tomorrow. And of course get a genetically strong fish. And Su Xiao had long had a target, which was the electric eel, or electric rays. Electric catfish will do. With a stern cry, the giant finch ended its hunt for the day and flew back into the cave. Attention returned and Su Xiao fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 29, It's Good to Be Young. On the second day, he continued to cultivate iron cloth shirt, this time without the medicinal bath. Su Xiao's cultivation speed slowed down, and although the assistance of Xiaohan Seiki made his body red and swollen, the effect was still not ideal. It's only a 3% boost. Ironclad's progress has only just reached 13%, and because there was no help from the medicinal bath, the redness on Su Xiao's body didn't recede until the afternoon. When the cafeteria ate in the afternoon, it was still soft rice, and Guan Xiaohan bought meat and vegetables with meat. She could see that Su Xiao was in a bad mood. A slap on the back of Su Xiao's head. Su Xiao is eating a big mouth into the plate. Good, at this time the meal has been eaten almost. Soup on the side of the put, or have to engage in a face. There was a lot of commotion, and the crowd looked over. When they saw that it was Guan Xiaohan who was filming Su Xiao, there was a lot of talk. I've long heard that Guan Xiaohan is a violent woman who beats up Su Xiao every day. I still don't believe it. Today I've seen it. Ugh, so beautiful, so pretty, with a great body, and used to be a great personality. How did she suddenly turn into a tigress? Had. I guess it's Su Xiao's mouth that opened up the 2 chakras for her. I guess so. Su Xiao is also unlucky. If he knew this character of Guan Xiaohan, I don't know if he would have forced another kiss. Ha ha, he should. The crowd crunched and whispered, and Su Xiao directly turned a deaf ear to this bull. Guan Xiaohan is an officially certified female martial arts king. In the future he just needs to lie down. But at this moment, Su Xiao glared angrily at Guan Xiaohan. You're crazy. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan suddenly softened. Her mouth pouted, her hands covered her eyes, and she actually whimpered. Oh, you're mean. Su Xiao. His brain short-circuited in an instant. A blank. Outside. Guan Xiaohan, are you being reasonable? You hit me and blame me for being mean to you? You're still crying and pretending? There's no reasoning, is there? Said Su Xiao with dissatisfaction. He could tell with one ear that Guan Xiaohan was pretending to cry. The students in the cafeteria looked over. All of them looked like they were eating. I don't care. You're just being mean to me. Oh, Guan Xiaohan's legs stomped about, her head shaking like a rattle as she cried loudly. Su Xiao looked at this little girl like her and instantly understood how. In the past 2 days, because Guan Xiaohan helped him to cultivate the iron cloth shirt. So, everyone was talking about the 2 of them. Guan Xiaohan is pouting and pretending to cry at this time. So I guess she wants to show her love. Since you're going to show your love, Su Xiao stretched out his hands towards her armpits and grabbed them. Ever since he was little, Su Xiao knew that Guan Xiaohan was the most ticklish, and this game of scratching the itch was only played in childhood. Giggled Guan Xiaohan burst out laughing, clamping her arms to avoid Su Xiao's attack. Still hitting me for no reason? Su Xiao asked as he attacked. No more fighting. Giggle Su Xiao, you are so bad, yo. Guan Xiaohan ducked to respond. The scene was instantly joyous. The crowd of students who were ready to watch the fun, like eating, all rolled their eyes speechlessly. Continue eating. Asterisk can hammer. I can't believe I ate a bowl of dog food. After messing around for a while, and not bothering others too much to eat, Su Xiao packed up the tableware, and Guan Xiaohan jumped directly onto Su Xiao's back. Guan Xiaohan, who had appeared heavy before, appeared light after Su Xiao's strength had increased significantly. Put down the dinner plate. Su Xiao grabbed Guan Xiaohan's leg. Let's show you the strength of your man. Suddenly he quickly ran towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Su Xiao, you're going to die, Guan Xiaohan screamed in fear, but the corners of her eyes showed a sweet smile, leaving behind a series of giggles and a sea of envious looks. Look at the others. Su Xiao is so doting on Guan Xiaohan. Suddenly it feels like Su Xiao is quite handsome too. On the way towards the classroom, Guan Xiaohan leaned over to Su Xiao's ear and whispered. In a much better mood, Su Xiao was surprised and twisted his head, right on Guan Xiaohan's forehead, kissing her in passing, causing Guan Xiaohan to tightly strangle Su Xiao's neck. The body fell back with force, directly putting Su Xiao down. Big rascal, I'll let you kiss me blindly. Is this auntie a casual kisser? I'm not the one who suffers. Saying that, he bit hard towards Su Xiao's face and casually giggled and ran away. Su Xiao touched his cheeks with a hefty smile and got up to catch up. Man-eating goblin, where to run? The campus resounded with the laughter of the two chasing each other. The students were beyond amazed. The teacher in charge of discipline rushed out with a grunt of anger, and when he saw that it was Guan Xiaohan, his eyebrows bent and his footsteps stopped. With a kind face, he said, "Gee, it's good to be young." The students were shocked and amazed. What are you looking at? You guys could be like this if you were also gifted. Do you have it? Discipline looked at the crowd menacingly. The crowd spread their legs in fear. Su Xiao and the two of them were tired of running. Returning to the classroom, Guan Xiaohan, like a Wendao big brother, pinched Su Xiao's chin, cupped it up, and lifted it with force. Happy, little man, aha. Thank you super invincible school boss school flower beauty. Su Xiao directly pouted his lips, and was directly twisted to the side by Guan Xiaohan, sitting next to Su Xiao, talking about business. Iron cloth shirt is originally a water grinding technique, so it's normal to be slow to cultivate. Don't put pressure on yourself just because I cultivate fast. I don't care what others say. Saying that, Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's mouth again. You know what, my little man? In the past you protected me. In the future I'll protect you. Besides, we're not a threat, are we? I know, my lord queen. You're so bossy, so queenly. I love it, said Su Xiao, twisting his head towards Guan Xiaohan's arms, and was ripped away by her. The two laughed and joked for a while longer. Only then did Su Xiaoxiao say seriously, don't worry, this little thing can't affect me yet. Besides, I still have the giant bird, so my strength won't progress too slowly. With that said, Su Xiao leaned over and whispered in Guan Xiaohan's ear about the giant bird's fast re-evolution. Really, inquired Guan Xiaohan with those big beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Aha! Su Xiao nodded proudly. Look for electric eels on the seashore in the next 2 days, and swallow them when they evolve. My strength will skyrocket another notch. Okay, Su Xiao you. Guan Xiaohan fiercely reached out and pestled Su Xiao. Happy for him. Will you stop hitting people all the time? It hurts. Su Xiao covered his ribs and angrily stomped on Guan Xiaohan. What's wrong with hitting you? What do you care if I like you? Saying that, Guan Xiaohan's tender white small fist struck out quickly, and in the blink of an eye, she bombarded Su Xiao with several punches. Su Xiao also immediately counterattacked. The two just sat on the bench and fought in a small way. Fists snapped against fists, but Su Xiao's speed was obviously several notches slower, and every time his fists were stopped, not to mention that he received several more punches. Soon Su Xiao couldn't take it anymore. Mercy, 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 mercy. And that's when the class bell rang. The cultural teacher who taught the common language of the Wan tribe walked in with a smile on his face and a pretty little girl behind him. Except that the little girl's ears were standing on end and there was a pair of clean white wings behind her. This is Chapter 30, Little Princess of the Sacred Feather Clan. When she walked to the podium to face everyone realized that the girl's hair was also white. Not granny gray. It was a very white. Her face was also one of those baby faces, with a little baby fat on her face, 2 big eyes, a tiny nose, and a cherry mouth. The skin was snow white and smooth, as if pinched by porcelain, very kawaii, but she wasn't short, and her legs were long, thin and straight. The wings on her back weren't just a pendant put up for looks, they were a real wing. The wings were attached to the back of her shoulders and were literally growing out of her body. Wow, what a pretty little sister. How could there be such a beautiful little child? So kawaii, so cute. I want to squeeze it. All the students let out a gasp of surprise. Even Guan Xiaohan had a motherly outburst of love at this moment. Wah wah wah. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Zhou Hong waved her hand to quiet everyone down, then introduced to everyone. This is your new classmate, Nyan, and your future universal language and sacred feather clan language teacher. Everyone welcome. Zhou Hong led the applause. Welcome Nyan-san. Welcome MS. Nyan. Teacher is so cute. Teacher is so pretty. Can I touch it? I want to pinch the teacher's cheeks too. The crowd of students spoke up. Nyan wasn't scared at all. Instead she even fell back and said, yes, as long as you can beat me, feel free to let you pinch. Nyan's voice was like a lark's, very clear and pleasant. The tone of her speech also differed from normal pronunciation, with an inexplicable flavor. You can't be rude to Nyan. Nyan is the young princess of the White Feather tribe of the Sacred Feather Clan, and is here with us to learn and exchange. The status is honorable. All be honest with me, Zhou Hong warned. Wow, it's still a little princess. Oh my god. Princess of the Sacred Feather Clan. No wonder she's so good looking. I said, why does she have a holy smell on her? So it's Her Highness. The crowd was instantly much more honest. The Sacred Feather race was one of the 10,000 races of the exotic region, covering hundreds of thousands of miles and kilometers, with a huge power and many resources. It was a race that bordered the human race's territory. It was also one of the races that befriended the human race. They sent their little princess over to learn about the exchange. It seems to be a closer relationship. However, their city of Linhai wasn't a cosmopolitan city, and it didn't rank well in the country. So how did they come to Linhai? No. One high school? Su Xiao thought in wonder. The Sacred Feather clan has thousands of tribes. Different tribes send different people to different cities. This White Feather clan doesn't seem to be a big tribe. That's why it's divided us here. Guan Xiaohan seemed to see Su Xiao's disbelief and introduced herself. How do you know? Su Xiao was surprised. It was on the news a month ago. At that time, the king of the Sacred Feather clan even came to our imperial capital in person. And several major cities on our side also sent quite a few people to the Sacred Feather clan to learn and exchange. Guan Xiaohan casually said, "Oh right. A while ago you were still an ordinary person. You couldn't get in touch with transcendent news about the Sacred Feather clan and other transcendent news. Now you've become a martial artist. Your authority should have been elevated. You can see the information you never saw before by logging your name back in on the major websites later," Quan pointed out. Su Xiao followed Guan Xiaohan's operation. After taking out my phone and logging back into the game, it was a different story. Even the journalistic side has turned into something else. The headline news wasn't about which celebrity had been secretly photographed, cheated on, etc. either. Rather, it was, General So-and-so of Dragon City had killed another demonic general. Another large mineral deposit has been found somewhere exotic, and where conflict broke out with the demons. How many more people have been killed by militarists in the Sakura region, etc. It's not the usual news you see every day. It's all about transcendental professionals. Su Xiao looked wide-eyed. At the same time, Su Xiao also understood why all the students demanded to live in the school. The giant sparrow killing Lin Hao was one reason, and the main one was probably to protect her. Su Xiao looked towards the pretty alien girl at the podium. The world has information barriers and different circles see different information. Like the average person sees something every day. We, low-ranking martial artists, get to see some of the news that's already happened. Some high-ranking martial artists see it differently again. And there are even a lot of tasks that need to be performed. It's just like the city clearing missions we'll have to complete later. The exposure to information is different, Guan Xiaohan explained in a small voice. Su Xiao nodded repeatedly, not to mention the world he was in now. Even in the previous world, there was a lot of information that was not accessible to ordinary people. The two were whispering below, when suddenly, Zhou Hong's voice was heard calling out names. The two men looked up in wonder and saw the crowd all looking over. Zhou Hong said, "From now on, you guys will be Nyan's bodyguards and help her understand our daily lives, while keeping Nyan safe." "Ah we?" Su Xiao was directly confused. He and Guan Xiaohan exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. "Why is that, teacher? We're afraid that we can't protect Nyan with this amount of strength," Su Xiao said with a bitter face. Of course, Su Xiao is still self-aware. The other person, Nyan, has the strength of an advanced martial Dao triple sky, so naturally she doesn't need your protection. Teacher means you just follow. Bodyguard, understand? As for why you two were chosen, who wants you two to happen to be a boy and a girl, and you've been so popular in school lately? If I don't find something for you to do, will you still turn over a new leaf? Zhou Hong was not polite at all. Of course it's not like you two are working for nothing. You both get 1 merit point per day. It will be settled on the same day. That's always okay. Thank you, teacher. We will definitely protect teacher Nyan, Guan Xiaohan said in a well-behaved manner. Not bad, Nyan. You usually sit in the middle of the two of them and let them protect you on the left and right. During normal times, you just keep following Guan Xiaohan. She's a gifted student in our school. You'll definitely improve a lot if you interact more, Zhou Hong said in a gentle tone with a smile on her face. Su Xiao rubbed his nose and roughly understood that this was the school making things difficult for the two of them. However, 1 merit point per day is very fragrant. Put up with it for 1 merit point. Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan, only to see Guan Xiaohan gently nod her head. Su Xiao immediately stood up. "Welcome, fellow Nyan. Please take a seat here. I just warmed up the stool for you. It's not but ice at all." The blunt words were met with a burst of laughter. It immediately caused Zhou Hong's dissatisfaction. "Su Xiao, don't give me a poor mouth. You have to leave a good impression on Nyan's classmates. Don't look like a hangdog." "Yes, teacher. Guarantee to complete the task." Su Xiao made a weird police salute. Afterwards, he very doggedly ran to the podium, smiled and stretched out his right hand according to the ancient times. "And, Princess Nyan, please." Nyan very curiously surveyed Su Xiao, and then very naturally put her hand on Su Xiao's arm and slowly walked down the steps, and then walked straight to Su Xiao's previous seat and sat down. When Su Xiao returned with her nose rubbed, she saw that Guan Xiaohan was looking at her with cannibalistic eyes. It looked like it was saying, "You're dead." Chapter 31, 10,000 Evolution Points. The gazes of the students all moved along with the little princess of the Sacred Feather Clan, and in no time they were talking. Okay, listen carefully to the lesson. Today, we will explain the combat characteristics of power-type martial artists. How to fight. The teacher began the lesson, and the crowd then collected themselves. Soon the evening study is over. After leaving the classroom door, I realized that 7 or 8 Sacred Feather clans were respectfully waiting for Nyan outside the classroom. Their tone and demeanor were all very respectful. Moreover, Su Xiao realized that all of these young Sacred Feather race, all of them exuded an extremely strong aura, stronger than even the aura emitted by Chen Biao. Initial estimates had the strength of the 4th heaven of the martial arts path, but when facing Nyan, they all spoke respectfully. Their demeanor was humble. This Nyan's status is really not low, Su Xiao muttered. For sure, people are little princesses. Guan Xiaohan stood next to Su Xiao. How about it? Do you want to work hard to try to catch her up? If you chase after them, you'll be the Sacred Feather Clan's emperor's son-in-law. At that time, there will be all sorts of resources in abundance. The future is bright. As Guan Xiaohan spoke, her tone was vicious as she stared at Su Xiao to death. Su Xiao only felt a murderous aura coming, and hastily shook his head. I only have you in my heart, and I don't want anyone but you in this life. No one can get close to me, Su Xiao said firmly. That's more like it. Only then did Guan Xiaohan resume her smiling expression, and a hint of smugness could be seen. Su Xiao, on the other hand, secretly admired his own resourcefulness. The two stood not far from Nyan and waited quietly. They had been assigned the task of bodyguards and had merit points to take, so they naturally followed them over. It was just that most of them spoke the language of the Sacred Feather race, and Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan couldn't understand them. After a few words, Nyan let her people disperse, and then Nyan smiled and said to the two, "Please also ask Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, to show me around the campus." "Okay, Ms." Nyan Guan Xiaohan responded sweetly as well. When facing outsiders, Guan Xiaohan has always maintained a gentle image. Only when it comes to me, it's beyond brutal. Su Xiao inwardly spat, followed the two. The two are girls in a short while to get acquainted, chatting happily. Su Xiao was bored and quickly found a reason to slip away. It's not like anything will happen within the school, and it's late at night and Nyan isn't going back to the boys' dormitory with him. It's okay, Su Xiao. How does it feel to be surrounded by 2 beautiful women? Back in the dormitory, the students excitedly surrounded Su Xiao. Su Xiao casually dismissed it with a few sentences. He didn't have time to blow off steam with these guys. A quick wash and a trip to the bed. Afterwards, all of the attention was focused on the giant Sparrow's side. Reach 10,000 points tonight. Then look for electric eels, electric rays and other electrically charged creatures. Su Xiao thought about today's goal and controlled the giant Sparrow to fly out. Terrifying power drives terrifying speed. The giant Sparrow was like a sharp arrow that rose up into the sky, flying rapidly through the dark sky of the sea. Sharp eyes stared out to sea, searching for prey. A shark of about 2 meters was soon spotted. That was likewise chasing a school of small fish. The giant finch stared dead on, and the moment the shark approached the water, the giant finch swooped down with terrifying speed, exploding to its fastest speed in a split second, like a sharp arrow stabbing straight down. Sharp claws probed out sharply. With a poof, it stabbed into the shark's head and directly clawed its head off. The shark instinctively struggled and was held in a death grip by the giant finch's 2 sharp claws, and then, with a flap of his wings, the massive force carried the still writhing shark out of the water, falling towards the shore. The sharp beak engulfs the shark in a large mouthful, and in 10 minutes or so, the shark is devoured. Your giant Sparrow doppelganger has devoured a level 1 mutant beast shark, gaining 813 evolution points. It's already over 9,000 points. One more and it will evolve. Su Xiao once again rushed up to the sky, his sharp gaze sweeping, soon discovering another 1 meter long grade 1 mutant sea base. Su Xiao swooped down and his sharp claws erupted sharply, clawing its head off. Eat right past the 10,000 point mark. It can evolve again. Now all that's missing is the electric eel. The giant Sparrow shot up into the sky once more, heading in a direction away from the coastline. Electric eels are likewise nocturnal creatures. The places where electric eels are most likely to be found are places such as island jumble reefs. We might run into each other when we get there. As for buying it, first of all it was very expensive and couldn't be bought, and even if he did buy it, he was in the school now, and there were so many masters in the school that the giant bird couldn't get it. You can only find it on your own. Soon he spotted a small island, but this one was inhabited and had a lot of cautionary devices along the shore. The giant Sparrow triggered an alarm sound just as it approached, and 4 or 5 strong auras rose up from the island. Su Xiao didn't want to cause trouble and flew towards a further distance. searching for the empty island. I kept flying for more than an hour, and almost entered the deep sea area, where the sea is like a fish pond. The scene when you feed the fish. Everywhere you looked, you could see a huge mutant beast fighting and killing on the surface of the sea. Quite a few of them had the strength of the 6th or 7th rank. Each body size is huge, are more than 20 meters long, and Su Xiao found that they are emitting a variety of light. There is electricity in ice and some can control seawater. Hundreds of meters in circumference were affected by the huge energy. The horrible sparring, shaking up the horrible water splash, affecting the heavenly scene on one side. The giant sparrow was so scared that it directly stopped. It didn't dare to go any further. This isn't my hunting area. The giant bird was strong though, able to cross the ranks and kill the enemy. But the rank is no good if it's too far off. It hasn't even been played yet, and it's been swallowed in one bite. Not at all in the same league. Never mind, let's return first. Besides, it doesn't have to be an electric eel. It's not bad to find some that can spray ice and control water. Check back to see what mutated fish are tougher. As Su Xiao thought, he controlled the giant bird to return the same way. They also watched the water as they returned, and flew over to raid a suitable mutant beast as they found it. But the fish in the deep sea were a lot more alert than the fish along the coast. It had disappeared into the water before it could fall. This reaction, Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration, and at the same time, he also understood that the survival environment of the mutant beasts on this side of the deep sea was absolutely incomparably miserable, and the ones who managed to survive were the best. This extinguished a lot of Su Xiao's just risen thoughts of old me being invincible. It's better to be vigilant when fighting in the future. Determine your surroundings first before going into battle. When he was flying in the air just now, he saw quite a few creatures surrounding the periphery of the battle circle. Those creatures thought to be waiting for a fishing expedition. Su Xiao secretly warned himself that life only comes once, so he must be careful. It was after 1 in the morning when we returned to the cave. Su Xiao went straight to sleep after confirming that it was safe. It was soon to be the next day. Su Xiao come down quickly downstairs in the boys' dormitory. Guan Xiaohan's shout rang out. Come on, come on. Su Xiao came down in a hurry. Slow down and you'll get your ass kicked. Chapter 32, 16 Roads of Drums and Urns Golden Hammer Technique. With her hands behind her back, Guan Xiaohan stood at the entrance of the boys' dormitory building with a smile on her face. The male students who came down from the boys' dormitory building all let out a sigh of admiration. It's beautiful. Su Xiao really got lucky, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. He, that's if you haven't seen Su Xiao get beaten up. You won't feel lucky if you know. That Guan Xiaohan is fierce. Su Xiao ran down the stairs and took the lead in jumping towards Guan Xiaohan's back, which she dodged with great speed and jumped on Su Xiao's back in reverse. Bastard! You're still trying to take advantage of me. Guan Xiaohan grabbed Su Xiao's ears with both hands and chirped. Giddy up, giddy up. Lower your strength, wailed Su Xiao, commanded by Guan Xiaohan to run towards the cafeteria. This scene was instantly seen by Nian from afar, and envy appeared on her face. Can humans play such childish games even when they're adults? Her mind flashed back to happier times as a child. Memories flashed in his eyes. The fond memory was quickly shaken out of her mind. However, I've grown up. I'm not a child anymore. I need to learn human management styles, human culture, reform the pack and grow it up. Instead of getting caught up in this boring childish game, Nian said with firm eyes, the White Feather clan will definitely become the largest clan in the barbarian wasteland under your leadership and dominate the barbarian wasteland. The teenager who had been following her around and was about her age firmly said, Nice, princess. Stop. Nian interrupted them as they continued to brag. Put down all your respective identities and integrate into human society as fast as you can. Learn everything about them. That's the purpose of our trip. It's not for you guys to come along and brag about me. As the best teenagers in the clan, I hope you can make really good friends here, and help us in the future, instead of being around me all the time. In the future, if there's nothing going on, you're not allowed to run towards me. Nian said sternly. Yes, princess, we know what to do. The teenager at the head of the group waved his head at the clansmen behind him, and all of them dispersed with great speed. Nian looked at the scattered clansmen and sighed helplessly, because although they all dispersed, they didn't leave, but scattered around, guarding her in the form of secret guards. Nian could only let out a helpless sigh. Looks like all this studying is up to me, it's exhausting. Bowing his head, he sighed. When she lifted her head, the sorrow on her face instantly disappeared into thin air and turned back into a confident smile, cheerfully shouting to Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, you two wait for me. The crowd spent the rest of the morning practicing their feats. By mid-afternoon, Guan Xiaohan took Su Xiao to the school logistics and used the 1 merit point earned from protecting Nian yesterday to exchange for 2 gilt hammers. Gilt hammers? Not big, only half the size of a large watermelon, but over 100 pounds left and right. Su Xiao lifted it up with a slight effort. Transitional training hammer. Use it first, and then exchange it for the real drumming urn hammer when you're stronger. Guan Xiaohan patted Su Xiao's shoulder. Aha! Su Xiao nodded. The real beating drum earn gold hammer light hammerhead is 1 meter square, made of pure metal, weighing more than 10 tons. At least have to wait for him to reach the 6th heaven of the martial arts after the great success of his Gung Fu to be able to hold it. Although iron cloth shirt was labeled as a primary martial art, it was a genuine intermediate martial art that could be cultivated up to the 6th heaven of the martial Dao. Training. Inside the training room, Su Xiao found an unoccupied corner and started practicing the drumming earn hammer technique. He had a heavy weapon and a wide open kung fu, so he didn't dare to train along with the crowd because he could injure someone if he wasn't careful. Of course, he wasn't the only one who chose heavy weaponry. There were several other fierce men with doorslab-like swords, horrifyingly huge axes, and large knives training in whirling. Most of the weapons used by the others were also heavy, because the mutant beasts were large-sized guys. Most of the level 1 mutant beasts were bigger than a human. Level 2 were over 2 meters, and level 3 and 4 were even bigger. The scary guys we ran into in the ocean yesterday were tens of meters. If the weapon was smaller, even if it could penetrate their skin, it would be the same as a pinprick. The threat posed was minimal, so mostly heavily armed. Of course, there are also those who use short weapons and take the agile, dexterous route. These people in the future go to scouting, probing, deep behind enemy lines and other positions, and most of them guys with heavy weapons shine on the battlefield. Su Xiao juggled according to the path in his head. A gilt hammer was more than 100 pounds. An ordinary person couldn't even hold it, while Su Xiao only struggled slightly. Although the hammer is dominant, it goes for dexterity, and you have to know how to use the power of the hammer itself to bring the body with the hammer, and then hit the hammer with the body to bring out the spinning power. Let the hammer carry you. Control the direction of the hammer. Martial arts teacher Chung Song came over at some point and pointed out to Su Xiao, telling him how he should fire, how to get the power out, which stance was moving incorrectly, and so on. Su Xiao is progressing quickly. It took less than an hour to get started. After practicing for an afternoon, the proficiency of the drumming earn hammer technique directly increased to 17% of a layer. The rate of progress was very fast. Not bad. Su Xiao, you have a resolute character with a hint of breaking the cauldron. Learning this explosive drumming earn hammer technique is the most suitable. To have practiced the drum earn hammer in one afternoon is extremely rare talent. It's no weaker than those in the A class. Cultivate well and work steadily. Your future martial arts achievements won't be too low. Cheng Song complimented. He was telling the truth. Although the drumming earn hammer technique was only a primary martial art, the weapon was extremely overbearing and terrifying, and the destructive power was extremely astonishing. Enemies often graze and die. When practiced, it is almost invincible at the same rank, and even killing the enemy by crossing the ranks is not impossible. Thank you, Mr. Teacher. Good. Keep up the good work. In the evening, we still have evening self-study. After learning the theories of various martial arts and knowledge of mutant beasts, the third class, Nyan teaches everyone to learn the language of the Sacred Feather race. The script. The language of the Sacred Feather clan is very distinctive, gibbering and chirping, and everyone learns it very carefully. After letting out of the evening study and getting bored with Guan Xiaohan for a while, Su Xiao checked out the characteristic abilities of the mutant beasts in the sea. Mutant Inferno Sailfish, Grade 3, mutated from a sailfish, extremely fast, covered in hot hundreds of degrees of flame, 3 stars on the hazard index, often lives in underground volcanoes and lava. Mutant Thunderman, Grade 3, evolved from an electric eel, 6 meters long, exudes intense electric current and can fire a bolt of lightning to attack a distant target, often lives on the bottom of shallow seas. Mutant 8-legged venomous octopus, Tertiary, evolved from octopus. Subject, Chapter 33, Martial skill upgraded to the 2nd level. Each one is powerful, but each one is not near the coastline. Moreover, all of them are mutant beasts of grade 3 or above. Finding them requires luck and killing them requires strength. Su Xiao frowned, but there was nothing he could do, only one step at a time. In the next few days, Su Xiao practiced step by step. The iron cloth shirt increased by about 3% every day. The progress was very stable. As the iron cloth shirt increased, his strength and defense also improved, and the 18 ways of beating drums and ending hammers method has improved very significantly. It increases by about 15% every day. His relationship with Guan Xiaohan was also getting better and better, which was mainly reflected in the fact that now Guan Xiaohan beat him up regardless of the occasion, and that Princess Nyan of the Sacred Feather clan didn't participate in normal martial arts training. She spends most of her time within the school's library, studying the knowledge that has been passed down through the generations. Giant Sparrow also went around the shallow sea area every day, hoping to run into a tough creature, but he never ran into one every time, and most of the ones he ran into were level 1 and 2 mutant fish. On the 3rd day, he came across a 3rd-grade mutant octopus hunting, but it sank under the water before Su Xiao could react. The search could only continue. Of course he also hunted the mutant beasts he came across every day, and his evolution points came in like crazy, getting more than 2,000 points every day. Soon a week passed. During this week's time a dozen more students succeeded in building their foundations and joined the ranks of martial artists, and those who didn't succeed in building their foundations turned to liberal arts. In the future, there would be no chance of becoming a martial artist, and at this time, Su Xiao's wielding of the 18 ways of beating drums and in golden hammer method was already in good shape, only to see him holding watermelon-sized gilt hammers in his two hands, his muscles bulging up all over his body, as he danced with the gilt hammers, his muscles bulging up and falling down, full of strong visual impact. The two gilt hammers seemed like toys in his hands, moving with Su Xiao's movements. Suddenly, he leapt high into the air, and then slammed hard into the training dummy with a loud bang as he bellowed. The dummy exploded with a loud bang, sending wood chips flying. Your 18 drums and urns golden hammer technique breaks through the first layer and enters the second layer. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. It's not in vain that I practice 4 hours every afternoon. Right at this moment, Su Xiao suddenly felt a warm current appear within his body, and wherever the warm current passed through, he clearly felt his body's exhaustion being swept away, and full of power. Su Xiao froze and hurriedly opened the panel to check, and saw that his power was rapidly increasing. Martial skill breakthroughs can also increase power. Original base attributes: Strength 56, Physique 68, Agility 30, Spirit 50. After the 18 ways of beating drums and ending hammers method broke through to the second level, strength and physique were surprisingly growing rapidly. Even agility and spirit were occasionally raised a little bit. The growth lasted almost 10 seconds. Strength became 66, Physique 78, Agility 35, Spirit 53. Strength and constitution have both increased by 10 points. Agility has increased by 5 points and spirit by 3 points. Su Xiao felt the strength of his body, and a look of delight appeared on his face. This was still the first layer that had improved this much, and the 18 ways of beating drums and ending hammers method had a full 3 layers. So how much would it have to improve when all of them were practiced? And the drummer and hammer technique is still just a martial art. He still has the iron cloth shirt. There's also the giant Sparrow evolution boost yet. It's really powerful to the naked eye. Su Xiao marveled. That's when Guan Xiaohan came looking. Tomorrow is the operation of the city purge. Let's go to the school warehouse to exchange a combat uniform. Guan Xiaohan very naturally jumped onto Su Xiao's back, letting Su Xiao carry her, and walked towards the school warehouse. We have 6 merit points. Take out 4 to exchange for 2 sets of nice equipment and the remaining 2 for 2 combat wristwatches. Okay? Guan Xiaohan said sweetly, breaking her fingers and calculating. Okay, listen to you. Su Xiao had no opinion. The city's big cleanup operation. They were assigned the mission site last night, a remote town 50 kilometers away from the city. Because of the increasing number of mutant beasts, more and more people moved into the cities, and some villages became empty. Those poultry and livestock became wild, and a lot of them became mutant beasts. Gradually it became a threat to the neighboring towns, the larger villages. Their mission this time was to help clean up the mutant beasts all over again. As for the inner city, it is handled by government departments. They had gotten these 6 merit points or as Nian's bodyguard. However, Su Xiao felt that this was sent to Guan Xiaohan by the school on purpose. After all, Nian stayed in the library every day and didn't need their protection at all. The merit points were as good as given for nothing. Of course, it didn't give him Su Xiao. It all hit Guan Xiaohan's account. That's why he said that this was the school intentionally finding a reason to give Guan Xiaohan more merit points. As for some combat equipment, it is also very cheap to exchange it within the school. Regular body armor that can withstand bullets is straight up free. The better ones, the primary equipment that can block bullets and have strong tearing and protection abilities, need to be exchanged with exchange points, but it is also very cheap. 1 exchange point for 1. If you take out 2 points, you can already exchange it for very nice mid-level equipment. To the warehouse. Teacher, let's exchange for a set of L size, a set of XXL intermediate protective equipment, and 2 combat wristwatches. Guan Xiaohan served 6 merit points. 2 sets of mid-level protective gear and 2 wristwatches arrive. Intermediate level protective equipment includes helmets, clothing, pants, boots, gloves that can withstand the attacks of level 2 mutant beasts. The watch has a lot of features, can share location, has thermal imaging scanning, has maps, recognition and more. There was no evening study today, so the 2 ran out to the playground to familiarize themselves with their equipment. It was very easy to use, 2 tinkering around for a while to figure out how to use it. By the way, today is Lin Hao's 7-day death anniversary, and a lot of people have taken a vacation to go pay tribute to Lin Hao. Are we going or not? Guan Xiaohan inquired. Go to hell. It's been dead for so many days, and you want to mock him? Not going. Su Xiao directly shook his head and refused. How would he have the time to go to pay his respects? He was still going to continue to go to the shallow water area to look for electric eels to go. I'm going to go. Quan offered a dissenting opinion, her eyes serious. Why? Su Xiao inquired in disbelief. Let's see how Lin Hao's mom reacts. I heard that the Lin family didn't take Lin Hao's death seriously at all, but his mom only has such a son and has been thinking of relying on Lin Hao to turn over a new leaf and enter the Lin family. It was arguably the only thing she had, and she's not going to be happy about dying like that. I want to go and see if she's continuing the trail, or what, and if she is, get her. Guan Xiaohan quietly made a neck-wiping motion at Su Xiao. Su Xiao also got serious and nodded. Okay, then let's go and take a look. Chapter 34, The Third Evolution. My son was killed. Do you guys know it was killed? Did you guys know? Do you know? Su Xiao looked at the incomparably haggard woman in front of him, as if she had aged dozens of years, and said softly, it was the mutant beast that killed them. Tomorrow we're going to set off to exterminate the mutant beasts, and we'll definitely avenge Lin Hao. Good. Auntie, we will definitely help Ah Hao take revenge. You take good care of your body and wait for us to come back to give you the good news. Some people who were close to Lin Hao also spoke out to comfort him. No. Ah Hao wasn't killed by the mutant beast. It's you guys. It's one of you or a few of you who controlled the mutant beast to kill him. It was you guys. It was you guys. Lin Hao's mom pointed and shouted at the crowd as if she was crazy. The crowd was all stunned. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows and secretly said, a woman's intuition is scary. Unfortunately, no one believes what you say. It must be you guys. It must be because you saw that my family's Ah Hao was too good. That's why you teamed up to kill him. Isn't it? Isn't it? You guys don't speak, or guessed right by me? It's you guys. It's you guys who killed Ah Hao. I'm going to fight with you guys. Lin Hao's mom a boy grabbed. The boy blocked it with his arm. The scene was chaotic. Enough. You're crazy. Lin Hao's father had her sent to the house to rest. I'm sorry guys. Hao's sudden departure has left her mentally deranged. Thank you all for coming. Things are a bit hectic, so I won't entertain you. The crowd didn't stay long. Burned a stick of incense and left. What a damn bad luck. The boy who had been arrested cursed as he walked out of the villa area. The crowd also all shook their heads and sighed. Return to the school in the buses assigned to the school. The playground. There should be no problem. Su Xiao asked towards Guan Xiaohan. The odds are that there's no problem. The main thing is that your mutant beast is so unbelievable that no one can think of it. Guan Xiaohan spoke with a little pride. That's a must. Don't look at whose man it is. Su Xiao said, stretching out his arm, revealing his majestic muscles with a haughty face. Ouch, not bad. I like this little muscle. Come, let's sister try your endurance. Guan Xiaohan smiled badly and was about to strike. Don't. I've got to keep looking for electric eels. There's no time to fool around with you. Su Xiao hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Oh, now with others is fooling around? Well, people have said that the 7-year itch, which has not. Guan Xiaohan conspiratorial dark poke. Su Xiao took advantage of her surprise and held her in his arms. He. Don't you want to try the endurance satisfy you? Said Su Xiao and kissed. Guan Xiaohan resisted and instantly fought together. It's been a half hour of fooling around. The two of them were exhausted, and Su Xiao rested on Guan Xiaohan's leg, his attention going to the giant bird. Keep looking for electric eels. Controlling the giant sparrow, he walked to the edge of the cave and was about to spread his wings. Suddenly a meter-long black shadow was seen floating in the sea below, and around it was a patch of belly-flopping fish. Such good luck today. Evolution points delivered to my mouth. Su Xiao controlled the giant sparrow and flew straight down. If you don't eat the food that is brought to your mouth, you will be struck by heavenly thunder. This fish is over a meter long and guarantees a few hundred evolution points, so it's a no-brainer not to eat it. The giant sparrow swooped down. Closer. Sudden surprise. A faint arc of electricity emanated from the dark figure, and the surrounding fish were stunned by the arc. There was a wound of over 10 centimeters in his abdomen. His intestines were oozing out, and his body was fluctuating feebly with the waves. Ha. Mutant electric eel. What a godsend. The giant finch surprised him by swooping down, its sharp claws grabbing the electric eel's body and rushing up into the sky. Sensing the danger, the mutant electric eel sent out a weak arc of electricity that struck the giant finch's abdomen with a crackling sound. It directly burned a piece of the giant finch's feathers to a charred black color, and a weak current drilled into the body, giving it a tingling sensation. Su Xiao was pleasantly surprised. It's strong. I like it. The grade 1 mutant electric eel was already dying, and he didn't know how much electricity he had emitted before, but now he was still able to emit lightning that could slightly injure himself. This one is definitely a mutant thunder eel. Yardage. Looked for it for days. Didn't expect it to arrive on my doorstep. Totally unexpected surprise. Fly into the cave. And then the evolution was turned on. Evolution. After tapping OK on the panel, the evolutionary energy that existed in the body suddenly swept through the entire body like a flash flood, and in an instant, the giant sparrow's body was parched, like a red-hot iron, and his entire body glowed red. and then the giant finch's mouth opened wide, picking up the fast mutated electric eel. The head tilted in directly Storm inhaled, and as it did so, the horrible mouth closed and squeezed its body into mush. Swallow it quickly into your stomach. The devouring talent was instantly unleashed, extremely quickly digesting the blood, flesh, skin, and bones of the mutated electric eel. Its genes were also as well as quickly revealed, and then under the wrapping of evolutionary energy, it was quickly resolved. The lightning genes, and the swimming ability were quickly devoured and absorbed, and then integrated into its own genes. Giant Sparrow Muddy. After getting these excellent genes, all the cells began to change in an instant, and the genes fused, split, reorganized, and compressed from the depths of the cells and then spread rapidly to the surface of the body. In an instant the entire body's bones, muscles, blood, and cuticles were undergoing horrifying changes. Old cells are replaced and new ones regrow. Its body was rapidly getting bigger, and its feathers were shedding in large patches as before. At the moment of shedding, new feathers grew out quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly grew into large feathers. The hardened cuticles on the beak and claws also peeled off as quickly as skin, and then grew back, becoming stronger and sharper. And the feathers, the beak, and the claws all carry the slightest hint of electricity. It's also growing rapidly in size. At the same time, a huge warm current appeared out of nowhere within Su Xiao's body, which was 10 times more powerful than when the Great Sparrow evolved. Huge energy, like a flash flood, erupted quickly, flowed throughout the body, and wherever it passed, the muscles, fascia, cells, and bones were strengthened. Muscles become tougher and full of strength. Bones become finer and stronger, soaring toward inhumanity. Guan Xiaohan, who was pinching Su Xiao's face, was startled violently when she saw that Su Xiao's skin all over his body had become red. His body was hot, and a huge energy was spreading within his body. The surprise in her eyes quickly faded into surprise. Evolved again. My man has gotten stronger again. That's nice. I'll reward you with a kiss. She pinched Su Xiao's lips into an O shape while kissing. Ouch, it's hot, I love it. Chapter 35, Thunder Sparrow. Terrifying enhancement. The giant finch's size skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Xiao's basic attributes were also skyrocketing at an extremely fast rate. An hour later, a huge mutant bird that emitted raging lightning power and had light blue electric arcs flowing from its feathers appeared in the cave. The original half-a-meter-long body, at this time, became nearly 2 meters high, standing in the cave like a terrifying beast. The eyes that coldly emitted the light of thunder looked at the world indifferently, putting in a merciless thunder god. The black feathers spread light silver-colored lines all over the body. It also emitted a piercing light blue electric light, giving off a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Its body was pitch black, and the edge of its hawk-like beak derived a layer of light blue color, which looked more textured. In the steel-like hardness, there was a hint of sharpness, as well as sharpness. The thighs, as thick as human legs, were covered with fluffy and fine feathers, making them look even more majestic and powerful. The rippling muscles revealed a hint of fury. The claws directly became like boat anchors, thick and sharp. The tips of the claws that curved up like hooks and had a texture as hard as steel and color also had an additional faint silver-white color, emitting a terrifying lightning sharpness. It was as if he was about to burst out and claw his enemy's head off in the next second. The narrow, sharp, divine eyes looked incomparably indifferent as they were wrapped in lightning rays. There was a sense of arrogance that was blind to everything. It was as if nothing in the entire world could get into its eyes anymore. The original half-meter-long wings, violently unfolded to a length of 8 or 9 meters, covering one side. The electric arcs emanating from the feathers gave off a sense of terror. The tiny, dense, scale-like body feathers turned completely silver-white, bubbling with arcs of electricity. The long, thin, sturdy, flat, knife-like flying feathers extended out, densely and neatly arranged. At the moment of unfolding, it actually made the crisp sound of gold and iron clashing, like real flying daggers. The wings spread out and chopped at the stone wall. With a poof sound, the stone wall, like a cave, was easily sliced into, and the phone on the feathered wings directly exploded the moment it made contact. And suddenly the stone exploded and shattered into countless fragments, splattering in all directions while swirling up a large amount of smoke and dust. Terrifying, overbearing, and fierce, Su Xiao was ecstatic. Immediately view the properties panel. Subject, human Su Xiao. Basic attributes, strength 90, physique 107, agility 60, spirit 73, talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level, first heaven of martial arts, kung fu. Body casting decision, simple 100%. Iron cloth shirt, intermediate, 1 tier 25%. Martial art, 18 drums and earns hammer technique, elementary, 1% of second level. Subbody, Thunder Sparrow. Grade, grade 2 mutation. Talents, devouring evolution, 1000-fold strength, 10,000-fold defense. Attribute, thunder and lightning, medium 20%. Skills, Lightning Strike, Rato. Evolution points, 10325. Evolution completion, 10325/100, 000. Level 2 Mutation. To be this powerful at only the second level, how terrifying will it be to advance to the third and fourth levels? Looking at the talent, the powerful and terrifying, and among all the elements, the most aggressive lightning attribute appeared. Although it was an intermediate level, it had a % after it, which meant that the Thunderbird's lightning attribute was able to be upgraded. In the future, it would be able to be upgraded to an advanced level, or even a more powerful level, and explode with even more terrifying might. What surprised Su Xiao the most was, Thunder Sparrow surprisingly had 2 extra skills, Lightning Strike, Thunderclap. Thunderstrike can send out a bolt of lightning against an enemy, and the enemy it hits will deal bursts of damage, and at the same time, there is a high probability that it will cause the enemy to fall into a state of paralysis and stun. Thunder Escape. When using the skill, one's body is wrapped in lightning, instantly increasing one's speed by hundreds of times, chasing down enemies or dodging their pursuit. After reading the skill introduction, Su Xiao was directly ecstatic. Thunder Strike. A long-range attack skill that not only has furious damage, but also paralyzes and stuns the enemy. Bull. The Thunder Escape is even more awesome, instantly boosting its speed by hundreds of times, combined with the explosion of 1,000 times the power. Its speed is definitely at the explosive level. Terrifying. Su Xiao was greatly impressed. Look at your own attributes again. Strength 90, Constitution 107, Agility 60, Spirit 73. Every attribute has increased by dozens of points. Physique is even more perverted at 107 points, and I'm still at the first layer of the Iron Cloth shirt, practicing to the second layer, then improving my attributes, and the Thunder Sparrow evolving again. What will that reach? Moreover, with the current attributes, I guess it's already no weaker than those with grade A talent who cultivate advanced techniques. At this time, Su Xiao was confident in his own strength. It's time to make a break for the shallow waters. The big urban cleanup campaign starts tomorrow, and they've all been sent to a remote mountain village near the beach, where there's a good chance that seniors, teachers, and government departments will be coming. To avoid running into it and starting an unnecessary fight, just avoid it, Su Xiao thought. This side of the Thunder Sparrow violently lifted its wings and came out, its figure bubbling with thunderlight, as if it were a thundercloud bursting out, turning a dozen miles or so and flying into the darkness. In a few moments, he arrived on the island that he had encountered before, and at once, Su Xiao felt locked in. At the same time, dozens of terrifying auras rose up on the island, and a silhouette quickly appeared to a place with a good view, their sharp gazes vigilantly looking at the Thunder Bird. Most of these people were above the third heaven of martial arts, and one even made Thunder Bird feel the threat of death. Numb nuts. The maritime force on the Chinese side is very strong. Moreover, it's not just this one island that has armed forces placed on it, there are other places as well. Hanging around here for a living, not knowing that one day you'll be swiped as a monster. It's too dangerous, and the deep sea area is dangerous. Not for the current self to venture into. Su Xiao frowned. For a moment he remembered a piece of news. The Sakura Island region was infested with militarists. The government units were incapable of suppressing them and had caused civil unrest in several places. The armed forces on the Sakurajima side were already weak. There are also militarists similar to terrorist organizations, and the country's power is put into suppressing them. The sea power is definitely not strong. In that case, go and make a break for Sakura Island. Su Xiao made up his mind. The Thunder Sparrow instantly performed the Thunder Escape skill, only to see the Thunder Sparrow wrapped in lightning. 1,000 times its strength erupted, and with a forceful flap of its wings, it instantly shot out explosively, and in the blink of an eye, it was dozens of miles away. Asterisk. So fast. Base Defense Chief Zhang Lin looked at the distant point of light in shock. It's only the aura of a second-grade mutant beast, but it exploded with a speed close to the speed of sound. Code. It won't be many years before another terrifying mutant beast comes out of the sea. Zhang Lin lamented. Possessing thunder and lightning and having terrifying speed, it would definitely grow at an extremely fast speed. Luckily, the Thunderbird didn't stay on the Chinese coast side, or it would have been a huge pressure on their defense. Looking at that direction, it should be heading to Sakura Island. Quite good. Better swallow him by hundreds of thousands again like that initial beast. Zhang Lin had a gloating smile on his face. Chapter 36, Your lifeblood is a bit big. In the Sakurajima area, because of the constant discharge of nuclear sewage into the sea, most of the creatures that managed to survive were contaminated by nuclear contamination, making them all weird. Either there are 2 heads, or another leg growing from the stomach, eyes on the hands, etc. Odd shapes. With the transcendental energy again, the mutant beasts here, they all became very weird and scary. Thunderbird realized this only after he flew here. Grandma, If I eat these things, I won't mutate as well. Thunder Sparrow looked at this beautiful fur of his. If I turn into this ghostly appearance, I'd rather die. Looking at the fish with a sarcoma on its head that he had just caught, Thunderbird had a feeling that it would also mutate after eating it, but then he thought about his talent, and he was quite relieved. I have a devouring evolutionary talent that can digest everything I eat into evolutionary material, sort of like completely digesting it, so I guess I can't change into this kind of ghost. And maybe I can be more powerful if I have nuclear energy inside me, Thunder Sparrow thought, holding back the nausea within him to burst its bite before devouring it in one big gulp. Looking around, the island he was on was almost 3 or 4 kilometers, with mountains, trees and streams, and no human bases were visible for more than 100 miles around, sort of a very safe place. And then the mutant fish around them, though scary looking, were mostly 2nd and 3rd level, with an occasional 4th and 5th level creature to be seen, totally in line with its current strength. Challenging, but not a threat to one's life and with plenty of food resources. It's a very good location for events. Then that's where the lair will be. Thunder Sparrow flew towards one of the highest hills on the island. The hill was just over 100 meters with trees on it. Thunder Sparrow found a place that was hidden, and with a wide view, both claws snapped at the rock. Boom, a blast of chaotic flying. The Thunder Sparrow's claws were as if they were grasping tightly into the tofu, directly penetrating the rock deep into the rock, and then the thunder and lightning power on the claws erupted, exploding the mountain rocks with a loud bang. It didn't take long to dig out a deep hole that was more than 4 meters high and more than 10 meters deep. Thunderbird dug in. Moving around, he looked out towards the cave and could see as far as he could. The view is open, the hole is hidden. It's a safe place to hide. It then plopped down inside the hole, the bird's head facing outward, so that if there was any danger, it could be the first to notice it and deliver the hardest blow. It was only then that Su Xiao took most of his attention back. A boy on the playground is resting on a girl's lap, and the girl lowers her head for a kiss. Su Xiao had just taken his attention back when he felt a gentle wet touch at his lips, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Guan Xiaohan raising her head with a flushed face, full of shyness. Ouch, sneakily kissing people. Chick, you're so perverted. Yo. Su Xiao licked his lips and he teased. Looking for a fight, you? Tear your mouth apart. Guan Xiaohan became infuriated and pinched Su Xiao's face with both hands as hard as she could. Pain, 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 as Su Xiao cried out in pain. He clasped Guan Xiaohan's waist with both hands, and his body violently swung around, and was held horizontally in Su Xiao's arms amidst Guan Xiaohan's shocked cries. Nui brother is here. Su Xiao opened his bloody mouth and bit down. Ow. Ah, shut up. Guan Xiaohan's body stiffened violently, and then slowly softened. Half an hour later. Alright, your mouth is swollen. Guan Xiaohan pushed Su Xiao hard. Su Xiao did not move. Guan Xiaohan double-fisted at Su Xiao's double ribs violently. Ow. Su Xiao screamed miserably and straightened up. Good words don't listen to advice. You have to be beaten to be honest. Guan Xiaohan straightened up the clothes that were messed up by Su Xiao and looked at him viciously, and then feeling unrelieved, another ferocious punch was thrown towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao's right hand was like electricity, violently reaching out to block, his arm muscles surging up in an instant. Pa! Guan Xiaohan's tender white little fist hit Su Xiao's arm with a violent explosion. Block it, said Guan Xiaohan in surprise. She attacked violently just now, and her speed was fast. If it were before, Su Xiao would only be able to take a beating, but now he even blocked it. You've improved quite a bit. That's a must. Su Xiao got up smugly, and then his right hand turned violently, his thick fingers spreading out like an eagle's claw towards Guan Xiaohan's arm. With great speed, he violently grabbed her arm, just when he was about to be complacent. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan's arm suddenly became extremely slippery, and Su Xiao's big hand directly lost its grip. Arm as if a swimming dragon, hissed and slid directly out of Su Xiao's control, and then in bizarre angle, burst out and hit Su Xiao's ribs. Awesome! Su Xiao exclaimed. At this time, his spirit was raised to 73 points, and his reaction speed was greatly improved, as well as extremely fast counterattacks. Instead of defending, he hemmed and hawed, and his big, thick hand was like a dragon's grasping hand as it grabbed towards Guan Xiaohan's chest. Rascal humph! Guan Xiaohan saw Su Xiao's intentions. Her left foot violently stepped forward, and then her body swirled as if she had no bones, instantly drilling into Su Xiao's ribs, while dodging Su Xiao's attack. His right fist also fiercely blasted Su Xiao's ribs. This time she didn't hold back, but hitting Su Xiao's body, as if hitting a cowhide, made a thud. Su Xiao stifled a grunt and endured the severe pain, while then his hands fiercely pressed down to grab Guan Xiaohan. But in the next second, Guan Xiaohan was like a loach again, running behind Su Xiao. She merged her hands together violently, chanting, 1,000-year kill. Ow! Su Xiao screamed miserably and jumped up, landing 4 or 5 meters away. He fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Guan Xiaohan, you! Ah! Su Xiao stared viciously at Guan Xiaohan, and at this moment, Severe pain drilled straight into his brain. Guan Xiaohan blew her fingers in triumph. Looks like you haven't practiced your iron cloth shirt enough. The famous door is surprisingly so big. Ha ha ha. Guan Xiaohan proudly walked to Su Zhao's eyes, stepped on Su Zhao's chest, and arrogantly said, "Kid, serve or not? Bah, it's impossible to make this grandpa obey you. You wait, this time today, I will definitely retaliate back ruthlessly in the future. You give me 1,000-year kill, I'll give you 1,000, 10,000 times, let you not be able to sleep at night." Su Zhao hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely. "Yo, how dare you retaliate against this girl? Let's see if I don't ruthlessly fix you." Saying that, Guan Xiaohan rode on Su Zhao's body. Her legs fixed Su Zhao's arm in death, while then attacked Su Zhao violently. Serve or not serve? Convinced Guan Xiaohan's speed was extremely fast and heavy-handed. Su Zhao did not want to get beaten up for nothing, and hastened to give in. "No, this girl feels that you are not convinced in your heart." Pa Guan Xiaohan revealed an imp-like expression and struck out viciously. "Convinced? All convinced? Still fighting? It's all convinced and you're still fighting? Then don't blame me for not being polite." Su Zhao rolled over and subdued Guan Xiaohan, and smacked down at her arse. "Help, someone is bullying a good woman." Guan Xiaohan hemmed and hawed strangely. "Scream. No one can save you if you scream your throat out." The two of them had been fighting for half an hour and were tired of it. Only then did Guan Xiaohan say with a straight face, "Your big bird got promoted?" Su Zhao nodded, breathlessly. He rubbed his aching cheeks and bared his teeth in pain. He had just been punched several times by Guan Xiaohan, but it's still a lot worse than you gifted people. Chapter 37. Arriving at the mission site. Not bad, still a bit self-aware. There's still salvation. Guan Xiaohan tenderly touched Su Zhao's jawline. "However, your physical quality is already similar to those who cultivate advanced defense techniques. The difference is the additional power of the technique." Really? Really, those Class A advanced feat cultivators are almost there? Su Zhao asked in surprise. It's just that the physical quality is about the same. But those who cultivate advanced techniques will have extraordinary energy manifesting in their bodies after reaching the second heaven of the martial arts. You still can't compare. Just like that. As Guan Xiaohan spoke, a layer of faint cyan light unexpectedly surfaced on her fists. "This is your second heaven of martial arts?" Su Zhao looked at Guan Xiaohan in surprise. Although Guan Xiaohan had been cultivating for a longer period of time than Su Zhao, she had only been cultivating for an additional 10 days or so. 10 days to reach the second sky of martial arts. And according to his calculations of practicing the iron cloth shirt, if he wanted to practice the iron cloth shirt to the second layer, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. After that, it was even slower to cultivate, and it only took Guan Xiaohan 10 days to reach it. Is this the difference in martial arts talent? Su Zhao thought in shock. I got promoted last night when I got back. Moreover, I'm the first one to be promoted in our school. Even if I add the records from previous years, I'm still the fastest. How about that? Bullish Guan Xiaohan said smugly. Cao Su Zhao praised from the bottom of his heart. But what happened to punching me? This reply is making me very upset. Su Zhao inwardly spat, but genuinely happy for Quan that she is one step closer to laying flat. You've progressed quickly as well. It's only been a few days, and you're already no weaker than those A-grade gifted people. Don't be discouraged. You're still very good. Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Zhao's cheeks and smiled sweetly. That has to be. How can I subdue you if I'm not awesome? Yo, say you're fat and you're still wheezing? Guan Xiaohan reached out towards Su Zhao. Su Zhao resisted, and after a while of fooling around, the two went back to their dormitories to sleep. Early the next morning, the school rang the assembly bell. Put on the combat uniforms you redeemed yesterday and quickly assemble. There were a dozen or so people in the first squad who participated in the purging mission this time, each wearing equipment and carrying a weapon. Martial arts sensei Cheng Song leads the team. He said seriously, "I'll start by telling everyone that we're not going on an excursion. Not for fun. It's to truly fight against mutated beasts. I want you all to be serious and grave from now on. Don't be cheeky. This is real live combat, and in combat people die. Did you all hear me? Listen carefully." The crowd responded loudly. "When we get to the town, we'll set up a stronghold at the town high school. You'll need to pick up your own clearing area. Which village? How many people? You all set it up yourselves. By nightfall everyone must return. In the event of danger, immediately press the distress button on your wristwatch. A drone or lead teacher will immediately go to support you. Also, after you have killed the mutant beasts, you can send a message to the logistics staff, who will be the first to drive, or send a drone over to calculate your meritorious earnings and transport the bodies back." Cheng Song spoke for 10 minutes. Only then did he lead the group onto the bus. Guan Xiaohan sat inside and Su Zhao sat on the side. "I'll squint for a while to keep my energy up. Yell for me when we arrive." Guan Xiaohan said, her head resting on Su Zhao's shoulder, and fell asleep. Su Zhao remained motionless in his sitting position. He could feel Guan Xiaohan's nervousness. After all, This was the first time he had actually killed with a mutant beast. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous, but he didn't feel anything instead due to the fact that he had killed a large number of mutant beasts under his control of the Thunder Sparrow and had seen the scene of strong mutant beasts killing each other. Instead, there was some anticipation. Now that his strength had increased greatly and he had the guilt hammer, a big killing weapon of 100 or 10 pounds, it shouldn't be difficult to fight against a first or second level mutant beast. The bus drifted away from the hustle and bustle of the city. There were fewer cars on the road as the bus moved off the main road and onto the side streets leading into the city. The trees around them also became bushy and a number of flocks of sparrows, crows and other birds could be seen screeching and flying by. There were also unfed stray dogs on the road watching and looking out in the direction of the vehicles, seemingly looking to see if their owners are coming to pick them up. Most pets are abandoned in the wilderness because medium and large pets are not allowed within the city. With a good life, you'll wander until you die, can even have offspring. If your life is not good, you will be eaten by mutant beasts. Of course they could also become ferocious mutant beasts. It's anyone's guess. Su Xiao looked out the window and thought wildly. Almost half an hour or so later, the vehicle gradually slowed down. Gradually it drove into the middle of the town school. Because of the migration of people to the city and county, the town became less populated and most people chose to send their children to the safer city, the county, leaving the high school to gradually fall into disuse. And, being away from the town, it was used as a stronghold. At this point, there were 7 or 8 buses, small trucks, etc., parked on the surrounding roads, and many drones parked on the playground of the middle school. Some of the drones were armed, obviously attack drones. Some are huge and look like they are transported. 20 or 30 men wearing blindfolds, ready to maneuver at a moment's notice. There were also dozens of motorcycles parked on both sides of the playground. Okay, everyone get out of the car, with Chang Song's greeting everyone off the bus. It was only then that Su Xiao realized that not only their class, but the entire school of more than 20 classes had come, a total of 300 to 400 people. The crowd had taken out weapons from the compartment. Open your wristwatches. It has the location of the mission labeled on it, the number of mutant beasts. Everyone pick up the quests according to their strength, Chang Song said. Su Xiao opened his wristwatch as instructed. Sure enough, I saw the quest prompt. Upon opening it, a topographical map of the entire town appeared, with one village after another labeled and indicating how many mutant beasts there were in which village. A few level 1s and a few level 2s, along with the general location. All of this information was found by the drone and flagged. Where to? Su Xiao looked to Guan Xiaohan for advice. Guan Xiaohan pointed to a village Xiaowangzhuang near the edge of the town, which was close to the edge of the town, not to mention that there was a large river next to it. It showed 17 level 1 mutant beasts and 6 level 2 mutant beasts, and the words dangerous suspected level 3 mutant beast were marked on the map. You just came up here and you're this hard? Not acclimatizing nearby now? Su Xiao noticed that most people would choose the nearest village and check it out in groups of 3 or 2. I'm all Martial Dao second heaven now, and with it, it's no problem at all. Guan Xiaohan took out an egg-thick, nearly 2-meter-long silver-white lance and said confidently, okay. The two immediately picked up the mission on their wristwatches. After picking up the mission, they are prompted to use the carrier for free. It's the motorcycles parked on the edge of the playground. Chapter 38 Peak First Grade Mutant Dog. Motorcycle, or trike? Su Xiao asked. There are many types of motorcycles, from cool two-wheeled tandem motorcycles, to mountain single motorcycles, to triple bikes with a bucket on the right side of the motorcycle. There are also high-powered road rage class motorized bikes. Can you ride a motorcycle? Guan Xiaohan blankly glanced at Su Xiao. She wouldn't be able to ride it either, and walked directly towards the Roadmaster class electric bike. Of course I will. Who are you looking down on? Su Xiao walked straight to a cool 2-man motorcycle with a key on it, backed the car out, started the fire, and the engine suddenly made a rumbling sound. Very energetic. At this time, his powerful strength could easily handle this heavy motorcycle. In the past, he would have had to be very careful when he drove it, but now it just felt like riding a small motorized vehicle. Gently accelerated the gas door to the side of Guan Xiaohan, who was tinkering with the electric car. Come up, brother, I'll take you for a ride, said Su Xiao smugly. You can really ride. What did you learn? How come I didn't know? Guan Xiaohan was surprised. Don't you fall on me? With his mouth full, he still took the initiative to sit on the back seat, and after putting his weapon away, he wrapped his hands around Su Xiao's waist. Don't worry, my brother's skills are top-notch. With that, a twist of the throttle rumbled out. It drew more than a few screams from Guan Xiaohan. Ugh, how do they have motorcycles to drive? Is it everyone who can drive it? Many students inquired. The close ones don't. The far ones have. Did Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao go to those edge villages? There are several level 2 mutant beasts there. Crazy. Just the 2 of them. Aren't they afraid of getting hurt? The crowd was talking. Su Xiao did not care about their comments. out of the school entrance gasoline added up, suddenly issued a roar, and quickly drove forward. It draws a lot of stairs. Following the instructions on the map, Su Xiao sped along the village path, seeing many chickens, ducks, sheep, stray dogs, cows and other creatures on the way. As he walked through the village, Su Xiao realized that most of the houses had collapsed, and only some of the well-built ones had survived, and from time to time, a horrible howl could be heard. The further away from the town the more desolate the village becomes. An hour later, the village where the mission was located was reached. Looking at the location of the mutant beast marked on the map on his wristwatch, in order to avoid alerting the snakes, let's leave the car at the village entrance first. At the same time, let's also tell others that we've taken this land first. Good. 2 people get out of the car. Su Xiao put the key away. Removing their weapons they headed in the direction of the nearest mutant beast. Guan Xiaohan took out her lance. Her lance was nearly 2 meters, egg thick and thin, made of pure metal, and the whole was also more than 100 pounds. But in her hands the lance was incomparably light. Guan Xiaohan cultivated the advanced technique Divine Dragon Transformation, and her gun technique was the Swimming Dragon Gun, which took the dexterous, explosive path. Su Xiao was holding 2 gilt hammers, each weighing more than 100 pounds, and at this moment, he easily wielded them, and the wind whistled with ease and casualness, also full of bursting intensity. Shoot them straight. The whole army strikes. Su Xiao Zhong'er raised his gilt hammer and shouted, "Wait, you go from the front and I'll go around the back to prevent it from escaping." Guan Xiaohan said. Su Xiao nodded. Although the mutant beasts were fierce, ferocious, and would actively attack after seeing a person, they were not small and cute, will also quickly flee when they feel they can't beat them. There were many alleys and many broken down buildings within the village, so once they escaped, it would be difficult to pursue them. So, having to meet up killed it. According to the instructions on the wristwatch map, this mutant beast at the head of the village was a level 1 mutant dog. It shouldn't be slow, so be careful in dealing with it. When they walked to the front of the house, the 2 of them separated. Guan Xiaohan walked towards the other side of the yard, and Su Xiao walked directly towards the front door. The mansion, an orthodox off-north house, is a house and yard structure, with a former neighbor's yard directly in front and another family's yard behind. The mutant dog was located in the southwest corner of his yard, directly across from the gate and next to another alley. As Su Xiao's heavy steps approached, the mutant dog's attention was immediately drawn to it, and it let out a low growl as it approached in the direction of the gate. The gate was closed and locked, but it was rusted out. The lock eyes were rusted in, and I wondered how long it had been since the homeowner had been back. There was a big hole broken right below the front door. At that moment, a figure appeared from that large hole, and it roared in a low voice. Make a sound not like a dog, but as if it were a fierce beast. The sound of claws scratching the ground suddenly exploded, and then he saw the tin gate violently explode, smashing towards Su Xiao, and for a time, smoke and dust rose up, obscuring the line of sight. In the midst of the burgeoning smoke and dust, a terrifying beast violently rushed out. The giant beast was 1 meter 6'7" tall and more than 2 meters long. Its thick claws were bigger than a human face, popping out 2 or 3 inches long sharp claws and grabbing towards Su Xiao's neck. So big. A mutant beast that is at the peak of grade 1 immediately promoted to grade 2. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly while secretly praising him. This mutant dog actually knew to slam the door on him. And it also knew to be the first to attack. But you're overestimating yourself. So what if it's a level 1 peak? Kneel down for me. Su Xiao bellowed, slamming down with force, his arm muscles instantly bulging, driving the more than 100 pounds of gilt hammer to whistlingly smash out. The terrifying power exploded with great speed. It instantly collided with the mutant dog's claws. With a loud pop, Su Xiao only felt that he had collided with a car, and the terrifying force struck the gilt hammer directly back. The mutant dog wasn't any better, and was directly sent flying backwards by the gilt hammer. It fell to the ground. Howl. The mutated dog revealed its sharp teeth, and its limbs exerted force, surprisingly pouncing ferociously once again. The 2 front claws were raging against Su Xiao's chest and his mouth was aimed at Su Xiao's neck. Good dog. Su Xiao stood still like an iron tower. His left arm muscles violently bulged and rose a circle. His left hand gilt hammer, from the bottom to the top, violently lifted up and blasted to the mutant dog's abdomen. At this point, it was already in midair and couldn't dodge. Boom! The gilt hammer accurately blasted its abdomen, resounding with a toothsome cracking sound of bones, and its body was sent flying by the huge force, spewing blood from its mouth. Just as its body descended, a silver-colored lance like a swimming dragon came stabbing rapidly, directly piercing through the back of the mutant dog's head and coming out through its mouth. It was Guan Xiaohan who came from the other side. Awesome Xiaohan, 1-hit kills. Su Xiao praised. Guan Xiaohan, who had originally watched the blood splatter and her face was a bit pale, suddenly raised her eyebrows. That's right, don't even look at who I am. Bull. Su Xiao gave a thumbs up and said to the scouting drone that flew over in the sky, "Get the body out of here. It was Guan Xiaohan and I who teamed up to kill him." Another finger pointed to the sports camera on his chest, meaning it was all recorded here. The scout drones floated up and down twice, and within moments a transport class drone buzzed by. The two strapped the mutant dog's body on and the transportation drone took off, returning to the base with the mutant dog's body. The value of the mutant dogs will be calculated within the base and merit points will be distributed to them. Chapter 39 Soul Value Enhancement Equipment. How can a peak level 1 head give 6 or 7 points? Su Xiao laughed. That's a must. Guan Xiaohan smiled back, the nervousness of facing a mutant beast for the first time vanishing into thin air. Just then, Su Xiao received a system alert. You have killed a mutant beast and gained 1 point of soul value. Soul value? What is this? Su Xiao's heart stirred as he opened the attribute panel, and saw that there was an additional soul value, 1 on the attribute panel. An explanation is given below. Soul value, which can upgrade equipment levels and enhance the quality of feats and martial arts. My god, there's such a good thing. The iron cloth shirt he cultivated was explicitly a primary level, but in actuality, it was an intermediate level technique. But intermediate level techniques belong to a relatively low existence among the many techniques. The martial arts skill 18 ways to beat the drum and earn the golden hammer method is even a primary martial arts skill. If it wasn't for the fact that its weapon was potent and could explode with an extremely powerful force, it would be of an even lower rank. It was amazing that there was now a soul value that could raise the rank, and it was still obtained from hunting a first-class mutant beast. Look to the feats. Sure enough, the iron cloth shirt, the 18 drums and earns golden hammer technique, and even the gilt hammer he was holding, on the intermediate combat suit, appeared with a plus. Consciousness sinks into the plus behind the ironclad, showing the number of boosts. Requires 200 points of soul value. So much. The drum earn hammer method is shown to require 100 points. It was all in hundreds, so it didn't seem like something he could just boost at the moment. Placed on the gilt hammer and combat suit, it instantly showed that it could be boosted. Each additional point can raise the quality by 1 point, but since it's an ordinary material, not a transcendent material, it can only be raised to plus 10. It cannot be advanced. Then this is pretty strong too. Surprised, Su Xiao added 1 point of soul value to the gilt hammer, and saw that a golden light immediately flashed across the gilt hammer, and the gilt hammer, which was already shining with a golden light, became even more dazzling. Even in the gloom there was a faint glimmer of light emerging, so gripping. And, in the attribute panel, the gilt hammer appeared with a new introduction. Gilt hammer plus 1, mortal grade fine weapon. Attack increased by 10%. The smooth surface of the gilt hammer has a certain chance of flashing the enemy's eyes, causes a blinding effect. Cool. Su Xiao revealed a sigh of admiration. What's wrong? Guan Xiaohan inquired. We can get soul value from killing mutant beasts, and soul value can enhance the quality of weapons. Do you see any difference in this gilt hammer of mine? Su Xiao raised the gilt hammer in front of his eyes, then turned it violently, and under the sunlight, its one mirror-like surface suddenly flashed with a golden light. Directly shaken, Guan Xiaohan's eyes narrowed. For a while his eyes couldn't slow down. He just felt a golden light. Su Xiao, are you not stupid? Guan Xiaohan kicked at Su Xiao in dissatisfaction. Su Xiao hastily dodged away. She was as blind as a blind man now. She couldn't see where Su Xiao was at all. Tough. Su Xiao sighed in his heart. That's plus 1. It can be plus 10 yet. It took almost half a minute before Guan Xiaohan recovered from her wobbly eyes. Well, awesome. Su Xiao happily inquired. Awesome. Come here. Let me tell you just how awesome. Guan Xiaohan reached out to Su Xiao, who hastily shook his head. Stop it. I can give your weapon a boost. Su Xiao said in a hurry, lest he be beaten again. Really? Guan Xiaohan was instantly surprised, and all of a sudden, the anger she had just felt was gone, and a smile appeared on her face. Aha! Su Xiao nodded. The system panel ruled that it was simple. As long as it was held in his hand it was considered a weapon he had equipped, so according to the theory, he could upgrade any weapon. However, there's no soul value now. We have to go and continue hunting mutant beasts. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Kill the mutant beasts. Guan Xiaohan got excited. Taking the lead, she looked towards the location of the mutant beast closest to them. Su Xiao followed closely behind. On the other side, the transportation drone rumbled towards the stronghold with several hundred pounds of mutant dogs, due to the low-altitude flight, only a few dozen meters high. So, everyone saw it at first glance. My god, who is this? Killed a mutant beast so quickly. We haven't found the mutant beast's location yet. Looking at this size, this isn't a mutant beast that has just been promoted. It's estimated to be at the peak of level 1. Oh my god, a peak level 1 mutant beast, dying just like that? It's also too outrageous. Who is it? So strong. This mutant beast with its body intact and fur intact. It must be at least 7 or 8 merit points. It's only been a short while, and someone's already gotten something. What envy! 7 or 8 merit points. Just for those of us who play the sauce and mix it up for a week. It's only 7. A few hours from others. It's a week's income for us. With merit points, one can purchase transcendent resources and their strength can be rapidly increased. How else can this Nima be compared? Ugh, people deserve to die. Who made us weak? The crowd was talking. The drone flew over from the southwest, and that direction only has Xiaohan and Su Xiao, so it's 80% that the two of them hunted it. My god, this is too efficient. They were so far away and they were the first to kill a head, and we haven't even found the first head yet. Since there were so many of them moving around, the mutant beast was the first to flee after sensing the danger. Don't forget that Guan Xiaohan is a class A gifted, ranked number 1 in our school, and it's to be expected that she has this record. Also, now that Guan Xiaohan has taken 1 blood, next Ji Xinbo, Dear Ming and the rest of them are getting close too. They're all class A gifted. There's no reason they should be slower than Guan Xiaohan. The crowd nodded. Zhangbei no. 1 middle school. There were 30 to 40 A-grade gifted people. Each of them cultivated advanced techniques, advanced martial arts, and their battle strength was tough as hell, completely not comparable to ordinary people like them. Those people weren't weaker than Guan Xiaohan in their daily matches either, which was why they had said that. Moreover, all of those people also acted together in 2s, or 3s. Unlike so many of them, they directly scared the mutant beasts away. Just then, a message rang out on everyone's wristwatch. Ji Xinbo fought with the mutant beast and was physically injured. Anyone in the vicinity immediately go to support and bring the person back. Ah, Kisimbo is injured. How is it possible? He's a Class A talent. The crowd rushed to look at the map, and sure enough, red dots were flashing on the location representing Ji Xinbo, while an attack drone was rushing towards that direction. Soon there was the dull sound of gunfire. Danger averted. Any students in the vicinity please proceed immediately to bring Kisimbo back. The message came again on the wristwatch. Ah, Kisimbo is really hurt. What happened? We happen to be close by. Go on, check it out. The group got on a motorcycle and headed toward Kisimbo's location. On the roof of a bungalow, Ji Xinbo sat paralyzed with a helpless face, a penetrating wound at his thigh, a wound from being pushed out by a bull's horn. Totally didn't expect the mutant cow to be so capable of carrying on and attacking so ferociously. It's really a disgrace today. Kisimbo smiled bitterly. Originally, after he saw Guan Xiaohan bringing Su Xiao, only 2 people dared to hunt mutant beasts towards remote places. He also thought that he would come over to hunt alone, so that he could gain more merit points. Now it's good that you're injured. Chapter 40, How could there be an alpha-level mutant beast in Little Wangzhuang? Inside the stronghold, looking at the corpse of the mutated dog brought by the drone, the teachers marveled at Chang Song. Mr. Chang taught a good student, taking a blood so quickly. Ha ha, Guan Xiaohan's traveling dragon spear is swift and fast, with a tricky angle. Su Xiao has thick skin and is good at defense. The two are well matched. That's why it was possible to kill the mutant beast so quickly. Chang Song said modestly. Still, you taught me well. There was a burst of praise from the teachers. At that moment, the system also rang with the news that Ji Xinbo was injured. This kid, I told you to let him team up with someone, but he didn't listen. This is good now. A martial arts instructor, complaining, hurriedly grabbed the medicines and got on the motorcycle to head towards Ji Xinbo's position. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan both received the news of Ji Xinbo's injury as well, but the location was farther away from them. It had to be 7 or 8 miles away, so they didn't go over there. It seems like we have to be careful as well, or else we can easily get hurt, Su Xiao said gruffly. Aha! Guan Xiaohan also put away her playfulness. Ji Xinbo has the cultivation of a peak first sky of martial arts and will soon be able to advance to the second sky of martial arts. I didn't realize that even he was injured. Let's also be careful. There are several second-level mutant beasts here. Aha! Su Xiao nodded. It was also serious. Just then, a sudden mournful catcall came over. Meow. When he looked up, he saw a black cat more than a meter long and half a meter tall, as big as a panther, standing on the roof of the house, staring menacingly at the two. It screamed harshly, and the sound was very oozing, combined with the fact that it was pitch black, and the small wind that blew at some point in this deserted village. A sense of gloom came over it. It was as if a lot of eyes were on them at once. Just at this moment, several horrible cries rang out in the village. There was a cow mooing, a dog barking, and a loud and clear sound of chickens crowing, and these voices quickly rushed towards the direction where Su Xiao and the others were. What do you mean? This black cat can still summon companions, Su Xiao said in shock. He could not be far away. Something massive was running rapidly in their direction, and every now and then he could hear a sound of a house collapsing. At that moment, an anxious shout came from the scouting drone as well. Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao, All the mutant beasts in Xiao Wangzhuang are converging in your direction. The situation is critical. Please evacuate quickly. Please evacuate quickly. The controller of the scouting drone inside the stronghold, upon realizing the situation, immediately reported to the teachers. There's a change in Xiao Wangzhuang. It's suspected that there's an alpha-level mutant beast in the Zhuang. All the mutant beasts have actually united, and are now surrounding and converging in the direction of Guan Xiaohan. Su Xiao, there are 17 level 1 mutant beasts, and 6 level 2 mutant beasts. Please provide immediate support. Please provide immediate support. Chang Song, who was chatting in the room, instantly stood up. What? They're all first or second level mutant beasts. How can there be an alpha level? Codes, immediately dispatch attack drones to the rescue. Chang Song gave a loud question. Then, his body strength exploded, directly rushed up to the sky. One step of 34 meters rushed towards the direction of Xiao Wangzhuang. Roger, Roger, dispatch attack drones immediately. Other students received alerts on their wristwatches in an instant. There has been a change of direction at Xia Wangzhuang. All students are requested to stay away from Xia Wangzhuang. The crowd of students were confused. What's the situation? Just now Ji Xinbo was injured, and this time there's a change at Little Wangzhuang. Isn't Xiao Wangzhuang where Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao went? My god, what the hell? It's so dangerous. It's only been a little while, and there's another problem. Holy, is it so dangerous to fight with mutant beasts? It's a good thing we're right around the stronghold and there's so many people. Yards, this thing, it totally has to be safety first. Yes, without guaranteeing safety, what's the point of just pursuing killing mutant beasts? Coming up injured, there's not even a chance to mix up merit points. Ha, it's still smart for us to act together. The safety is greatly increased. Although we can't kill the mutant beasts, we can get a solid 1 merit point a day. Praise that. The crowd was excitedly discussing it. Xiao Wangzhuang. The two of them immediately judged the current situation, and hurriedly ran to the high ground, occupying the high ground first, in order to better solidify their defense, kill the enemy, or wait for rescue. The two of them didn't even entertain the idea of running outside the village, because they clearly knew that they definitely couldn't outrun the mutant beasts by running around in the complicated, unfamiliar village. And there's a mutant black cat too, up the wall, Guan Xiaohan quickly said. And then her leg muscles erupted as she quickly boosted her run towards the wall, and after running to the wall, her right foot slammed down, scuffing and stomping her way up the wall, turning her eyes up 3 or 4 meters to reach the edge of the roof. Just as Guan Xiaohan used her hands to grab the eaves, that level 1 mutated black cat purred playfully, a grim, mocking look emanating from its eyes. Its body jumped out violently, and its sharp claws popped out, grabbing towards Guan Xiaohan's head. Waiting for you. Guan Xiaohan drank coldly. Her feet violently stepped on the wall. A terrifying force erupted. Her body shot out explosively, and the silver spear in her hand, like a swimming dragon, stabbed sharply at the black cat. The tip of that silver spear exuded a sharp edge, directly piercing through the air and emitting a soft popping sound as it stabbed straight towards the mutant black cat's abdomen. The mutated black cat hissed miserably, but its reaction was incomparably fast, and when the tip of the silver spear was about to pierce it, its muscles erupted, and it even jumped backward violently. The body jumped into mid-air, away from the range of the silver spear's attack, but right at this moment, Guan Xiaohan's left hand was already on the eaves of the room, pulling upwards with force, her body directly jumping up more than 2 meters. The silver gun once again rotated and shot forward explosively. The mutant black cat had already jumped into mid-air, and was unable to use its strength at this time, but surprisingly, with a twist of its body, it even dodged the silver gun's attack once again. A mocking look appeared in his eyes once again. But the next second, the silver gun violently contracted a throw, and then a quick spin, once again speeding up the sudden advance, while at this time the mutant black cat's body was still in the state of twisting and dodging. There's no way to avoid it. Panic instantly appeared in its eyes before it violently slapped out its claws to strike the tip of the gun. It wanted to dodge with the power of the slap. Unexpectedly, just at the moment its claws struck the tip of the gun, the silver spear snapped down an inch, dodging the mutant black cat's claws and sustaining the jab. Pust! The sharp tip of the gun bubbled with a razor-sharp cold aura piercing the black cat's fur and instantly breaking through its defense, rushing in through the cracks in its ribs, piercing through the flesh and blood, and straight into its heart. One hit kills. An incredulous look appeared in the eyes of the mutated black cat, and the light in its eyes quickly dissipated. It's a long story, but the whole thing took only 2 or 3 seconds. A mutated black cat that was quick with dexterity and agility died under Guan Xiaohan's silver spear, and at that moment, Guan Xiaohan also happened to land on the roof. The silver spear picked straight at the mutated black cat, picking it in mid-air. A disdainful sneer appeared on Guan Xiaohan's face. Just you dare to give me a mocking look? Then, With a violent retraction of the silver spear, a large blood sprayed out. The mutant black cat's body fell heavily to the roof, convulsing, its heart trickling blood. I can't get up there, Su Xiao shouted from below. Guan Xiaohan turned around helplessly. Chapter 41 Crisis, Killing, Hammering the four directions, guns out like dragons. I can't get on, Su Xiao shouted helplessly. Although his physical strength was strong now, the gilt hammer he held in his hand was more than 200 pounds, and with his own weight, being able to jump a meter or two was already extremely impressive. Trying to jump to the roof of a 4-meter house is just delusional. You throw the gilt hammer up first, jump up again yourself, Guan Xiaohan quickly said. At this time, she was standing on a high place, and had already seen a 2-meter 1-2 tall terrifying mutant dog appearing on the street corner already, and quickly charging towards, farther away, a giant cow, more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, also mooed. Good. Next, Su Xiao's arm strength erupted, and with a forceful fling, he threw the gilt hammer up, twice in a row. At this time, the mutated dog had already rushed to dozens of meters away. Su Xiao lunged forward, and when he reached the wall, his leg muscles erupted, and he jumped up more than 2 meters, and stomped hard on the wall, the bricks bursting into pieces with the terrifying force of the stomp, while his body exploded upwards. Grabbing the eaves with both hands, he flipped with force and jumped directly onto the roof. At this time, that second-grade mutant dog had already rushed close. It hissed, its limbs violently exerted force. The massive force instantly plucked out 4 small pits in the ground, and dirt flew up, and it unexpectedly leapt up, jumping more than 4 meters high in one jump, opening its terrifyingly large mouth, popping out its sharp giant claws, and killing towards the 2 people on the roof. Its eyes were completely scarlet red and penetratingly ferocious. So fierce, Su Xiao picked up the gilt hammer and shook his arms, allowing his muscles and tendons to instantly enter the best state. Die for me, Su Xiao roared furiously. His muscles rapidly bulged. His entire body was instantly a circle larger. His right arm wheeled round and slammed out. The watermelon-sized gilt hammer cast in pure metal, reflecting the golden light, set off a whistling wind towards the mutant dog's head. Guan Xiaohan, who was following behind Su Xiao, also violently drilled out, the silver spear in her hand stabbing out like a swimming dragon, the sharp tip of the spear like the call of the god of death, stabbing at the mutant dog's throat. Roar! The grade 2 mutated dog erupted with a roar like that of a fierce beast, shaking one's ears raw. Its huge head-sized claws slapped ferociously towards the gilt hammer. Boom-a-bang! Su Xiao was hit by a huge force and fell back. The cement on the roof was stepped on by a huge force and the pieces ripped up, and the figure of the secondary mutant dog was forced to a halt in an instant. At this time, the silver gun shot out explosively, accurately stabbing the mutant dog's throat. With a plop, the sharp tip of the gun pierced straight in, instantly splattering blood in all directions. The secondary mutant dog instinctively opened its mouth to bite. Unexpectedly, the silver gun is like a swimming dragon, instantly shrinking back, the mutant dog directly biting the air. Not waiting for it to react, the silver gun once again stabbed into it, directly stabbed the eyes of the second-grade mutant dog with a crisp popping sound. The mutant dog screamed at once, but its screams were interspersed with the sound of a broken bellows, only to see the blood flow faster from his neck, and this continuous attack instantly made the mutant dog fearful. It turned to run, and fiercely its ears ached. The silver spear contracted at some point and stabbed again, this time directly into the ear and continued to penetrate deeper, directly into the brain. Instantly the mutant dog's body stiffened and fell to the ground trembling, and at this moment, Su Xiao had just stabilized his body. Looking at the fallen mutant dog and listening to the system's prompts, Su Xiao stretched out his thumb. Bull! That must be. This girl is invincible. Guan Xiaohan flung the tip of her gun, and the beads of blood on the gun flew down, landing on the ground and splattering a large trail of blood. Not waiting for the two of them to praise each other, an angry cow moo was heard, followed by a huge tremor in the house, and that level 2 mutant cow unexpectedly slammed headfirst into the back wall of the house. The terrifying force of the huge body was like a tank crashing heavily into it. Half of the wall was hit with a big hole by it, and the whole house shook violently, with a large piece of cement bursting and flying up, instantly causing smoke and dust to rise in all directions. The shock made the two men unsteady on their feet, and surprisingly nothing happened to the head of that level 2 mutant cow. Its 2 huge bull horns seemed like 2 curved swords that rose up to the sky, thick and full of hardness, giving people a great sense of intimidation. Not waiting for the two to figure out how to deal with this level 2 mutant cow, a loud and clear rooster crow sounded from the left front, only to see a big colorful rooster that was 1 person tall, with wings that were more than 3 meters long, a sharp beak, and claws as thick as hooks, fluttering its wings towards the two of them to kill them. Level 2 mutant rooster. Su Xiao's expression was grave. Not far away there was also a grade 2 mutant dog, a grade 2 mutant pig, and another grade 2 mutant cow rumbling in, and behind them there were a dozen or so as well as mutant cats, mutant dogs, mutant cows, and mutant pigs following, all of them surrounded in the direction of Su Xiao and the others. Kill this mutant rooster first, then the others. Pay attention to your feet, don't fall off. Guan Xiaohan spoke quickly as she took advantage of the fact that the second-level mutant rooster hadn't flown in yet. Straight away, he raised his silver spear and stabbed a shot towards the level 2 mutant cow that crashed into the wall. The sharp tip of the gun directly opened a huge hole in the mutant cow's neck. Blood rose straight up, but it wasn't fatal for the huge size of the mutant cow. Just injured. Cluck cluck cluck. That second-grade mutant rooster, by now, had fluttered its wings and flew over the roof, its huge claws grabbing hard at Su Xiao. A fat chicken. Also so reckless. I'll stew you later. Su Xiao roared and took a big step forward. His left hand gilt hammer directly extended to block the mutant rooster's claws, also to attract its attention. As expected, the level 2 mutant rooster opened its claws that were bigger than a human's head and violently grabbed towards the gilt hammer, instantly catching it before its sharp claws violently contracted. But the gilt hammer is made of pure metal and is surprisingly hard. It wasn't like this mutant rooster had Thunder Sparrow's thousandfold burst of power and grabbed right into its claws. And Su Xiao directly let go of his hand. More than 100 pounds of force pulled the mutant rooster body violently deflected a bit. And at this time, Su Xiao has already held the other gilt hammer with both hands, aimed at the chest of the second-level mutant rooster, violently swung out. All the strength of his entire body exploded at this moment, driving the gilt hammer to emit a whistling wind sound, smashing it over at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly at this time, the sharp beak of the secondary mutant rooster violently pecked towards Su Xiao's head, with an appearance of dying together. No, I should say the secondary mutant large cockerel that only attacks like this. Right at this moment, Guan Xiaohan, who had been hiding behind Su Xiao, appeared violently, her silver spear stabbing out like electricity, aiming precisely at the neck of the mutated large rooster. The second-grade mutant rooster did not notice Guan Xiaohan's presence in the slightest, and continued to peck down, and was about to peck Su Xiao's head when he saw that it was about to hit Su Xiao's head. The silver spear had already stabbed into its neck one step ahead of it. The silver spear stabbed viciously all the way to its cervical vertebrae before stopping, and at that moment, Su Xiao's gilt hammer also blasted at the mutated large rooster's chest. Click like a hammer smashing a bone. Chapter 42, Hammering a Grade 2 Mutant Bull. The chest of the mutant cock caved in at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gilt hammer smashed in as if it was a cannonball, and a toothy and oozing sound of bones breaking was unceasing. Shattered bones were seen burrowing out of its chest, while the gilt hammer continued to blast in. The internal organs couldn't stand the squeezing and exploded. The chest cavity also burst in the squeezing, and a large amount of blood instantly gushed out, splashing Su Xiao's face. Good thing the helmet covered it and didn't spray it in your face. And the body of that level 2 mutant large rooster fell towards the ground with a loud bang. The whole thing took no more than 30 seconds. That scout drone controller, who was constantly monitoring the scene over here, watched the two of them with this extremely fast killing speed and tacit cooperation. The emotion was incomparable. Holy, these two are heavenly together. One bravely moved forward to fend off everything, and the other struck out as fast as lightning, killing a mutant beast in an instant. This practical combat ability, in this session, is definitely number one. The scout drone controller marveled. At that moment, Cheng Son's anxious inquiry came from within the headset. How is Guan Xiaohan over there? Don't let anything happen. It's safe for now. The two of them, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, have teamed up and killed 2 second-grade mutant beasts and 1 first-grade mutant beast, but they are still in danger. Numerous mutant beasts are surrounding them. Where are the attack drones? Where are the attack drones? Where to? Inside the headset, Cheng Song breathed a sigh of relief, but remained otherwise careless and hurriedly asked again. Since it goes to the northwest side of town, it's a bit farther away. So, it's still almost 5 minutes or so before we get there. 5 minutes. Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, you two must hold on. Cheng Song thought anxiously. He once again stepped violently. His body jerked forward, like a wildly running horse. His speed was extremely fast, but it would take him 10 minutes to run to Guan Xiaohan's location where they were. Xiao Wangzhuang. At this moment, there was a loud bang again, and the feet shook violently for a moment, and the concrete roof instantly crumbled, with a large number of cracks appearing, revealing the floorboards on the roof, and you can see inside the house from above. We have to get this level 2 mutant bull killed, otherwise the threat is too great, Su Xiao exclaimed. He mainly goes for defense and strength, with average speed and agility. When attacking, it is also powerful and heavy, and each strike explodes the power of the whole body, so the feet must be stable. If not stable, the body strength cannot play 1%. And, with the mutant cow's attack, the house, which no one had lived in for years, began to crumble at this point, and even the floorboards on the roof were exposed. If the mutant cow was allowed to attack, it would inevitably bring down the entire house. By the time we get down there, the terrain will be instantly complicated, and both mutant dogs and mutant cats are extremely agile creatures, which makes them more favorable in complex terrain. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan had also lost the advantage of the terrain, and by the time the mutant beasts surrounded them from all sides, it would be dangerous. Guan Xiaohan immediately looked towards the surroundings. Those mutant beasts were still a few hundred meters away from rushing over. That second-grade mutant dog had already rushed 20 to 30 meters away. She immediately made a judgment. Let's kill the mutated cow as fast as we can, then hide inside the side room, block the doorway of the side room, and fight the mutated beast. Good. Su Xiao immediately responded. Just as they were about to go down, the mutant cow that had charged into the house slammed into the wall once again, the terrifying force directly collapsing the even thinner walls of the house. The roof collapsed instantly without support, and the floorboards rumbled down. Su Xiao, who was standing on the floorboards, also fell down with him. Su Xiao cursed, his eyes staring dead below, and at that moment, the hissing of the mutant dog came back from the left side of the house. It's the level 2 mutant dog. You be careful. I'll kill this mutation enough first. Guan Xiaohan said eagerly. Don't mind me, just be careful. Su Xiao responded, his eyes still staring down. With a loud bang, the floorboard smashed into the mutant cow's head. The huge force, seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao fiercely stepped downward and shot up explosively, raising the guilt hammer and slamming it down hard against the mutant bull's spine. Boom! A dull thud rang out, and the mutant cow's back could be seen collapsing violently, but the imagined sound of bones breaking did not ring out. Instead, the huge recoil shocked Su Xiao's arm. The defense is so high. At the same time, the force of the recoil bounced Su Xiao to the side. Although his hammer did not break the mutant cow's vertebrae, it still cracked the bones, and the severe pain instantly drove the mutant cow mad. It glowed red-eyed. The head slammed, directly lifting the several thousand heavy floorboards, and then quickly turned around. Scarlet eyes looking at Su Xiao, eyes full of crazy killing intent and anger. A lot of hot air came out of his nose. Moo! The grade 2 mutant bull roared. Its limbs exerted force. Its head hung low, and the tips of its sharp horns were aimed at Su Xiao, while it rumbled and charged over. There were floorboards blocking in front of it that were directly broken by it, and the broken stone heads within the floorboards were directly crashed out. Berserk as a tank. Su Xiao's gaze was calm. His arms snapped, the rack pulled apart, and the two gilt hammers opened out as if they were two huge crab pincers, with a high defense and a bull's horn blocking the top of its head. Attacking the top of its head would do absolutely nothing, but what about attacking your side face? Twin peaks through the ears. Su Xiao bellowed out. His body strength instantly erupted. His arms quickly closed. The two gilt hammers issued a whistling wind sound under the drive of the powerful strength, rapidly closing in toward the center, and the target is the mutant cow's side face at the ears, at the eyes. The grade 2 mutant bull didn't feel the danger in the slightest, and it still ferociously toppled over. Die! Under the outbreak of Su Xiao's powerful strength, the two gilt hammers instantly blasted the side of the mutant cow with one on the left and one on the right. The hammer face of the gilt hammer blasted the eyes, the head, and only a sound of bubbles exploding rang out. The two eyes of the mutant cow instantly exploded. The gilt hammer landed heavily on its eye socket, only to hear a sound of bones cracking, and the orbital bone was directly caved in by the blast. Blood instantly exploded out. The gilt hammer was so large that it blasted its ears at the same time as its eyes. In an instant, the huge force of the attack blasted on the ear. The cartilage on the ear was directly hit and exploded. The skin was cracking, revealing the bright red flesh inside. The moment the enormous force blasted on the ear, the shockwave form spread down the ear canal, spreading to the inside of the skull, and with a bang, the eardrum shattered. The terrifying power shattered the blood vessels in its brain, blasting its head into instant dizziness. The huge body that was originally rushing forward rapidly also stopped violently, and its body instantly entered a state of rigidity, standing straight in place. A large amount of blood instantly flowed out of his ears, eyes, and nose. Die for me! Su Xiao retreated a step back and pulled away. The strength of his waist and legs instantly erupted. His body violently rotated. His arm drove the gilt hammer to emit a horrifying whistling wind sound, and blasted down towards its right eye. Boom! The hammer smashed solidly into the side face of the mutant bull. The gilt hammer carried terrifying kinetic energy, instantly smashing the bull's face bone, the side skull bone, and continued to move forward. Half of his face caved in as far as the naked eye could see. The massive force also blasted the bull's head sideways, and its rigid body collapsed and fell to the ground. Its body was convulsing. A large amount of blood flowed from the corners of its mouth, eyes, and ears, as well as white brain tissue. Chapter 43. So fierce? Is this a newcomer? Dead. Su Xiao breathed heavily. When he used the Twin Peaks Slammer just now, he would have hit the bull's horn a little faster, causing no damage to it. A little slower and you'll smash into the neck of the mutant bull, again hitting for damage and getting impaled by the horns of the mutant bull. It was good that his judgment was accurate and he made a decisive move. Su Xiao, are you alright? At that moment, a large amount of blood sprayed down from the roof, and a huge dog drooped there helplessly on the broken roof of the building. At the same time came the sound of Guan Xiaohan's anxious inquiries. It's okay, I'll be right up. There was a floorboard that fell diagonally, forming a slope, and Su Xiao ran straight up. At this time, the mutant beasts had all run to within a few dozen meters, and there were 2 level 1 mutant cats that were very smart. They were very fast but didn't attack immediately. Instead, he crouched on the wall not far away and hissed at them, like they were waiting for a large group. Not hurt. With a rare chance to catch his breath, Su Xiao immediately scanned Guan Xiaohan's body. That mutant dog was a second-grade mutant beast with a fast attack and great strength. Although Guan Xiaohan had also reached the second sky of martial Dao, she had just been promoted yesterday after all. Her strength is also no better than a second-grade mutant dog. Another strong character. Su Xiao was afraid that she would endure the pain and not say anything. Luckily, there were no wounds on his body, but there was a large bloodstain, which was thought to be from the mutated dog just now. I'm fine. Guan Xiaohan also scanned Su Xiao and was relieved to see that there was just a large amount of dirt on his combat uniform and it wasn't torn. You guard the slope here. Don't let the mutant beasts come up. I'll deal with the mutant beasts in the other direction. Guan Xiaohan said quickly. Okay. Right in the middle of Su Xiao's reply, a mutated dog violently drilled out from the hidden place of sight and quickly rushed up along that slanted floorboard. After rushing wildly for 2 meters, its sharp claws popped out to increase the friction, and then it jumped violently. Its body shot up explosively, and its large mouth opened, revealing sharp and pointed teeth biting towards Su Xiao. Die, if you dare to jump up. It's not a live target. Su Xiao raised his guilt hammer and whistled as he smashed down. This mutant dog, a mutant beast that had just been promoted not long ago, was far less powerful than the peak level 1 mutant dog that he had encountered before. Speed, reflexes, and strength are all far inferior. There was absolutely no concept of dodging, or attacking the guilt hammer. Then the guilt hammer came crashing down. There was a loud bang. The mutant dog's head was blown right off. The body plummeted toward the bottom. Just as the bodies descended and the lines of sight overlapped, another mutant cat snapped out from below. A mutant cat that was several times faster than a mutant dog, and small in size, and with the aid of the mutant dog's obstructed vision as it descended. Su Xiao doesn't check. By the time it saw the mutant cat, it had already rushed up, screamed and leapt up, opening its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Su Xiao's neck. Get out! Su Xiao shouted violently, his right hand guilt hammer raised violently, blocking the neck vitals. At the same time, the guilt hammer in his left hand blasted over. That mutant cat even deftly slapped the guilt hammer, and its body instantly shifted its direction to bite towards Su Xiao's arm, which broke Su Xiao's attack. Just as the mutant cat was about to bite, a sharp light suddenly drilled out from behind Su Xiao and stabbed the mutant cat's head directly. The sharp tip of the gun pierced straight in, directly bursting the mutant cat's head. The mutant cat died instantly. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 level 1 mutant dogs had already stepped on the wall and rushed up. There were also 3 or 4 level 1 mutant cats interspersed in the middle. The scout drone controller saw the scene and screamed in dismay. How are there still so many mutant beasts? There's only 2 of them. Can they defend themselves under a 4-week attack? Sun Chang, when will your attack drones arrive? Gao Ming looked in the other direction and asked aloud. There's a minute or so to go. We're almost there. Already have Xiao Wangzhuang in sight, and in rapid approach to your position. Drone attack pilot Sun Chang shouted back. By now, he had seen the outline of Xia Wangzhuang. The map was also getting closer to the green dot of the scout drone. I see you. Come quickly. They're down there. Gao Ming shouted, and the reconnaissance drone surged into the air to give the attack drones a positional view. Coming. The attack drone quickly advances while quickly adjusting its camera position to lock on to the attack target. Then he saw a scene that shocked him. The camera had just adjusted to the position on the roof. It was seen that a dozen or so mutant beasts seemed to have been instructed to attack the 2 people on the roof at the same time. It's over. Sun Chang immediately screamed that it was bad. Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao and the mutant beast were entangled together. This made it impossible for him to lock on and attack. If they attacked indiscriminately, there was a high chance of injuring both of them. He could only approach quickly and aim at close range. And in his heart, he was also praying that the 2 of them would never be attacked by the mutant beast in a vital position. Once the attack hits a vital spot, then he can't be saved. It would be best if the 2 were lightly injured to the end and their bodies were immobile, so that he could exterminate all the mutant beasts at the fastest speed possible while not hurting them. Just as Sun Chang prayed, he suddenly froze. He saw A dozen or so mutant beasts frantically attacked at the same time. Just when it was thought that the two were about to be attacked and injured, the lance in Guan Xiaohan's hand instantly erupted with a brilliant cold light, vaguely seeing countless gunshots stabbing out, and then seeing those mutant beasts, instantly hitting the vitals. Berserk's forward-charging body instantly stiffened and then fell heavily too. Almost instantly, the mutant beasts that rushed towards her all died. Su Xiao beside her was equally berserk, and a charging level 2 mutant pig was actually hammered down by him, and blood could be seen splattering up. Then his reaction was also very fast. His body spun, the hammerhead in his hand that was glowing with golden light then spun. Those mutant beasts that rushed towards him were all sent flying by the furious sledgehammer strike. All of the mutant beasts that were hit sprayed blood from their mouths and noses and flew backwards, wild and violent, filled with violent aesthetics. The mutant beasts that had originally surrounded them were instantly empty. Holy, so fierce. Is this the newcomer of the year? The second-year veterans are just like this, Sun Chang exclaimed as the attack drone flew sharply to the side, shouting, Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, still need help? Thanks. No. What's that? Please call a truck over. Thanks. Su Xiao waved his hand and said, attack drones killed don't care about their merit points. Instead, there are merit points deducted for wasted bullets. He's not in the business of losing money. You kill the mutant dogs, the mutant cats. I'll kill that second-level mutant pig. Su Xiao pointed to the mutant pig inside the house, which couldn't climb up for half a day, and said to Guan Xiaohan, aha. Guan Xiaohan's voice was a little breathy as she spoke, and without any nonsense, she stabbed at the nearest mutant dog with her gun. Su Xiao looked at the grade 2 mutant pig in the room that had broken its leg. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then, he jumped up violently and raised the guilt hammer high, while his body fell sharply. His arm swung the guilt hammer violently, aiming at the head of the grade 2 mutant pig and smashing it down like a meteor from the sky. Chapter 44, Crisis lifted. They cheated, didn't they? The berserk power, coupled with the kinetic energy of the descent, the weight of the guilt hammer itself, this time allowed Su Xiao's attack to directly reach an explosive state. The level 2 mutant pig was still grunting and trying to get up. Suddenly its piggy hairs exploded as a threat of death struck it, and it jerked its head up to see a sledgehammer glittering with golden light smashing down. The fear of death instantly swept through his body. The mutant pig let out a miserable scream, struggling in fear, trying to dodge, but with its huge body and broken legs, it was completely unable to use its strength. In the next second, a dull thud came out, mixed with a horrible clicking sound. The mutant pig's head was like a watermelon hit by a hammer, directly collapsing and bursting open, with blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Bah, and you dare to surround me? Who gave you the guts? Su Xiao spat out the beads of blood that had been sprayed into his mouth and disdainfully kicked the pig corpse toward the house. On this side, Guan Xiaohan had already killed most of the mutant beasts, and only 2 injured mutant cats ran away, but they weren't able to run a few steps before they were killed by the attack drones. It's kind of a gift to you guys, shout out a voice from the attack drone. Thanks. Su Xiao waved his hand. The attack drone spun around and flew back toward the way it came. How bullish. Gao Ming's eyes were full of admiration. 2 people killed 6 level 2 mutant beasts and a dozen level 1 mutant beasts, and they've only been practicing for a month. That's impressive for a month. This newcomer is really awesome. Gao Ming marveled. Then, on the main control machine, a sentence was sent out. The crisis in Little Wangzhuang has been lifted. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao have teamed up to kill 6 second-grade mutant beasts and 17 as well as mutant beasts. Please learn from the two. What was said was instantly converted into text and sent to everyone's wristwatches. Cheng Song exploded all his strength. His body shot out like an arrow. Each step was 7 or 8 meters away. But he still felt slow. Very slow. Never for a moment had he felt so slow. Never for a moment had he felt so weak. Why am I not the 5th heaven of martial arts? Why am I so slow? That was Guan Xiaohan, the super genius with the #1 talent in martial arts, with an unbelievable level of enlightenment, who knew almost everything at a glance, and could master it as soon as she learned it. In the entire Jiangbei city, no one was more talented than her. Not even the entire Jiangbei city could reach her talent. She's the school's future female martial arts king. Is this supreme genius going to die because of my momentary negligence? Why didn't I stop her? Why didn't I follow her? Are the others so important? What's the big picture? I should have followed her all along. Cheng Song inwardly exclaimed furiously. He knew that Guan Xiaohan's position in the hearts of many leaders was absolutely one of a kind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed her to follow Su Xiao's nonsense. However, just such a genius was now surrounded by a group of mutant beasts. She has only just been promoted to the 2nd heaven of the martial arts path by 6 or 7 second-grade mutant beasts, more than a dozen first-grade mutant beasts surrounded by Cheng Song transposed, if they were to do their own, absolutely torn to pieces in an instant. Cheng Song thought wildly. Just then, The attack drone flew by quickly, and looking at the direction was exactly where Guan Xiaohan was, which made his heart loose. The bullets from the attack drones can kill a level 3 mutant beast with a single shot, and these level 2 mutant beasts can't stop them for a moment at all. Guan Xiaohan's safety is guaranteed, but before he could fully relax, he saw the attack drone flying back. It was only a minute before and after. What the hell? Chang Song was alarmed. Returning so quickly. Did Guan Xiaohan her? Chang Song only felt a buzzing in his brain, as if he had been punched in the face and blanked out. Just then, a beep sounded on the wristwatch. He looked down. The crisis in Xiao Wangzhuang is lifted. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao have teamed up to kill the two of them. Crisis averted. Guan Xiaohan killed 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 level 1 mutant beasts. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being the future female martial king? Awesome. Awesome. Chang Song waved his fist happily. As for what was said above about joining forces with Su Xiao, he directly disregarded it. Su Xiao's strength he is very clear. Iron cloth shirt layer. 18 ways to beat the drum earn gold hammer method has only been practiced for a week, completely unable to play out the power. Even Chang Song felt that Su Xiao was definitely dragging Guan Xiaohan down. If it wasn't for Su Xiao, with Guan Xiaohan's speed, she definitely wouldn't have been surrounded by mutant beasts. This Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan is so talented. How did he like an unusual martial artist? Narcissistic. Chang Song shook his head. He knew how bad the C-grade talent was, how low the future achievements were. It was because he was a C-grade talent. After cultivating for more than 20 years, he was still only at the 4th heaven of the martial arts path. However, as Guan Xiaohan's strength increased, the gap came out and the two of them went yellow. I guess that's why the leaders within the school don't forcefully stop them. The greater the difference in strength between the two, the more they would see and hear, the more they would do different tasks, and their status would be pulled apart with it. The two wouldn't be from the same world, and naturally they would be divided. Chang Song thought wildly, and soon arrived at Xiao Wangzhuang, found the two, and was relieved to see that Guan Xiaohan was not injured at all. As the alert on the wristwatch sounded, everyone saw the message. They were all shocked on the spot. What? Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao teamed up to kill 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 level 1 mutant beasts. Oh my god, how is this possible? I remember the last message. It was that the two were under siege. Ah, that means they killed so many mutant beasts in a state of siege. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Rather, it's how long it took for these two messages to be separated. 10 minutes, I think. 10 minutes to kill that many mutant beasts. How did they do that? Are they cheating? It's not like they're carrying firearms. Or did they have help from an expert? How is it possible to cheat? The people controlling the drones are from the armed police force. How could they cheat? Exactly. Besides, there's no point in cheating. Then that means Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao are really that strong. Teaming up to kill 6 level 2 mutant beasts and 17 level 1 mutant beasts. What the hell? What the hell? Several of us haven't even killed a level 1 mutant beast yet. They've killed several level 2s. They're all human beings. They're all classmates. Why is the gap so big? Ji Xinbo, who was treating his wounds, laughed bitterly. Obviously, Guan Xiaohan completed the casting 10 turns only an hour earlier than me. So how come she's so strong? And I, looking at the wound on his leg, teacher, this wound of mine will heal tomorrow, right? Yes, you can. You were given a gold sore medicine configured with herbs of transcendent quality. You will be able to move normally tonight and be as good as new in the morning. Thank you, teacher. Ji Xinbo clenched his fists tightly. Tomorrow, I'm going to surpass you, Guan Xiaohan. 4. The Su Xiao mentioned in the message. He didn't see it in his eyes either. All knowing that Su Xiao was a C-grade gifted person, completely a passerby one. Not in his Ji Xinbo's eyes. Chapter 45, Upgrading Weapons and Equipment. When Su Xiao killed the second-level mutant pig, he hurriedly ran towards Guan Xiaohan's side, who had also killed all the mutant beasts by now. Only at this moment, her face was pale, and she was pestling her silver spear. Looking around warily, his chest rose and fell, and a heavy breath escaped his mouth. What's wrong? Su Xiao hurriedly held Guan Xiaohan, and the moment he held her, Guan Xiaohan's body instantly went soft. Her legs were weak, and she collapsed downwards. This startled Su Xiao, and he hurriedly held Guan Xiaohan in his arms. What's wrong? Where are you hurt? Su Xiao hurriedly checked up. Head, heart, abdomen. Guan Xiaohan looked at Su Xiao, whose eyes were full of anxiety and nervousness, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The old lady didn't get the wrong guy. It's fine, just off my feet. Guan Xiaohan reached out to touch Su Xiao's face, wanting him to relax, but halfway through her hand, it fell off again powerlessly. Su Xiao hurriedly held it and placed it on his face, looking seriously into Guan Xiaohan's eyes and asked, "Really okay?" "It's really okay." Guan Xiaohan gasped and twisted her body to lie down in a more comfortable position. Su Xiao simply sat down directly on the ground and held her in his arms. Guan Xiaohan explained. I just performed the Dragon Strike 4 directions, a move of the traveling dragon gun. It drained what little chi I had left as well as my physical strength. It was only through Guan Xiaohan's explanation that Su Xiao realized that advanced martial arts could execute moves to erupt with a power several times stronger than normal attacks. However, it requires the consumption of prana. If you don't have enough chi you will run out of stamina. Guan Xiaohan had just advanced to the second sky of martial Dao and had very little chi in her body, whereas the Dragon Strike 4 directions of the Dragon Swimming Gun required a lot of chi, so it drained her chi and physical strength all at once. I've got you. Don't fight so hard in the future. Su Xiao took Guan Xiaohan's hand and rubbed it on his face, and with his right hand, he took out high-energy chocolates from his combat suit and peeled them off and fed them to Guan Xiaohan to restore her strength. Guan Xiaohan nodded tenderly, her eyes narrowing slightly as she faked a nap. Just then, a silhouette rushed over carrying the sound of whistling wind and shouted, Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao. Looking from the roof, he saw martial arts teacher Chang Song taking a step of 7 or 8 meters, whistling forward, and could see the anxiety on his face. The two instantly warmed their hearts. Teacher is here. Su Xiao beckoned. Chang Song heard the sound and came running in a hurry, and when he was still a dozen meters away from the house, he jumped violently and directly jumped to a dozen meters in the air, and fell towards the roof of the house. Boom! The massive force landed violently on the roof. The stone slab that was already cracked with several slits and was somewhat cracked instantly exploded. Ugh 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 ouch! Chang Song shrieked and fell into the house, sending up a cloud of dust. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan rolled their eyes in perfect synchronization. Is teacher alright? Su Xiao asked with concern. Nothing, what can I do? Oh, Chang Song laughed awkwardly, jumped up, saw Su Xiao holding Guan Xiaohan, immediately anxious to hastily ask, Guan Xiaohan, what happened to you? It's okay teacher, I'm off my feet. Guan Xiaohan explained again. It's okay. It's a godsend that you're okay. But don't dare to run so far again. Later on you'll go back with me and push outward just a little bit near the village. No more running so far. You know, as soon as I heard you were in danger. Chang Song chattered. Okay teacher. The two responded. An hour or so later, a light truck drove into the village. A bearded man jumped out of the car. Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, you two are awesome. Teaming up to kill more than 20 mutant beasts. It's so awesome. The Han Yu praised, his eyes full of admiration. I'll be damned if my son is as strong as you guys. Really, is your son a senior too? Su Xiao chatted with the Han Yu while the two of them moved the mutant beasts' corpses to the car together. These are merit points, not a single one can be lost. In less than half an hour, all the mutant beast corpses were moved onto the car. It was directly piled up more than 4 meters high, like a mountain of corpses. You guys take the car. Give me the motorcycle keys. Chang Song asked for the motorcycle keys to go away, and Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan sat directly in the light truck's shake, directly on the mutant beast's corpse. Chang Song followed closely behind in his motorcycle. Guan Xiaohan squinted her eyes and lay in Su Xiao's arms to rest and recover her strength. Su Xiao then focused on the attribute panel. Soul value, 28 points. So much. Su Xiao was overjoyed. First, I'll upgrade my wife's combat suit. Although Guan Xiaohan was a martial Dao second heaven, her physique and defense were slightly inferior, and she could easily be injured once she was attacked. By raising her defense up, then she would be able to show her attacks, her outbursts, without any qualms, and would be able to exterminate the mutant beasts faster. Hands on Guan Xiaohan's combat uniform. The panel was instantly visible. Combat suit. Mortal equipment. Upgradable. Raise it straight to full. Mundane equipment can only be plus 10. The 10 points of soul value disappeared, and Guan Xiaohan's combat suit displayed plus 10. Looking at her combat uniform again, it became much darker and had a faint fluorescent light flowing through it. The protection, anti-stabbing ability had increased greatly. Su Xiao estimated that he could defend against the attack of a level 4 mutant beast. Mortal weapons added to the top are infinitely close to transcendent equipment, and transcendent equipment were only worn by experts above the 4th heaven of martial Dao. Holding Guan Xiaohan's silver spear again, it also lifts right to the top. Silver spear plus 10. A cold aura flashed across the gun, and a sharpness emanated from the tip of the gun. It actually caused Su Xiao to have a feeling of his hairs exploding. Guan Xiaohan also felt the change and opened her eyes, looking at the lance in surprise and whispering, elevated? Aha! Su Xiao nodded, and the two did not say much. At this moment, Chang Song was looking at the two of them suspiciously. Just now he felt his eyes were shaken for a moment and looked towards the two of them, but he didn't find anything. There are 8 points of soul value left. Su Xiao added it all to his protective suit. It was more obvious to him because he was wearing it himself. The outside of the combat suit is a tough, cut-resistant fabric, with a middle layer of special steel wire interspersed with a mix of materials that originally weighed only 7 or 8 pounds. After the lift, the weight suddenly became about half as light, and Su Xiao clearly felt that the fabric became deeper, yet full of texture. After scratching it with his fingernails, surprisingly, there was not even a trace of white marks, and very smooth. Originally it could protect against second-level mutant beast attacks, now it can definitely protect against third-level mutant beast attacks, and after it's raised to 10, it will go up another step. What a harvest! The corner of Su Xiao's mouth revealed a smile. A dozen or so mutant beast corpses, shall not dozens of merit points? Another 28 points of soul value, directly upgrading the weaponry. With their current equipment, if they encountered the kind of beasts from before again, they would have killed them all by standing still. However, Su Xiao always had a doubt in his head. How did the first and second level mutant beasts come together to besiege them? Chief, aren't all commander class mutant beasts created at level 4 or above? Above level 4, the spirit is wide open. Only then will you think of ordering the beasts off. Su Xiao was a bit puzzled. Chapter 46, Su Xiao, you're not lucky. Little Wang Zhuang. It wasn't long after Su Xiao and the others left. In a mansion, a lid suddenly flipped out in the middle of the courtyard, revealing a pitch-black hole, from which a giant cat as black as ink, even its eyes black, jumped out. It was the size of a panther, but its body was very dexterous, jumping out of a dozen meters between the force of its limbs, and whooshing along the trunk of the tree to climb up the tree. A mocking look appeared in its eyes as it looked at the faraway caravan, only to see it suddenly open its mouth and speak. The teacher leading the team only has the fourth heaven of the martial Dao, so the other teachers are presumably in this configuration as well. If you are so strong, you can move. Humans, you would never expect the Beast God Church, which has been silent for over a decade, to suddenly show up and then catch you off guard, right? He. Take your future first and try your reaction. A hint of cruelty appeared in the black cat's eyes. Then, jumping violently off the tree, he ran in the direction of the big river. It jumps into the shadows of objects with each step, and if you don't lock onto it, you can't see it at all. As the light truck got closer and closer to the town, there were more people and vehicles on the road, most of which were students from the first high school in Jiangbei. Looking at the light truck loaded with mutant beast corpses that were 4 meters high, all the students were dumbstruck. Holy, that's a lot of bodies. Who got this? Could it be Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao? The city purge mission. Those senior classmates, as well as the experts from the government departments, went to the wilderness perimeter to purge those powerful mutant beasts, or purge within the city to directly suppress the mutant beasts with a powerful force before they make any mess. The towns around Jiangbei City were cleared by them. The freshmen, combined with the hints on their wristwatches earlier, they instantly guessed who had made such a big show. Just looking at the information on their wristwatches, they didn't have much of a feeling yet. They only felt that Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiaojin had killed more than 20 mutant beasts, but after seeing this car full of corpses, piled up 4 or 5 meters high, all of them were not calm. So much, my ass. It was piled 4 or 5 meters high to the car. My god, how did they kill it? Still killed in just a few minutes. Holy, this is too awesome. Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao and the two of them are really bullish. My god, we didn't even kill a single level 1 mutant beast. They killed a cart, a whole carload. Holy, that's a lot of meat, especially after seeing the huge corpse of the grade 2 mutant cow, with its sharp, sturdy horn half a meter long and as sharp as a sharp knife. He was directly shocked. My nigga, a grade 2 mutant cow is so big, a 2 meter tall, 4 meter long mutant cow. How did Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao kill it? You guys see this muscle, all bulged up, plus its body weight. This impact, not with a tank is wild. This would be a direct hit on a person. The two of them actually killed the mutant cow. That's so sick. Are we in the same grade? The crowd marveled and looked at the corpse, snuggled in Su Xiao's arms, full of happiness. Guan Xiaohan, they became even more jealous. Mother asterisk her, even if you're strong, you're still spreading dog food. Bah, shameless. Exactly. The man responded, but gave Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan a thumbs up. Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, bull, ha ha, good luck. Su Xiao responded with a smile. This person he had a bit of an impression was from the second class. Agu so strong and still so low-key. If it were me, I would have directly flaunted it. It's no wonder that he's taken a liking to Guan Xiaohan. The crowd marveled as they watched the light trucks in the distance. Chang Song, who followed the truck in his motorcycle, listened to the many compliments and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I taught it. Can it not be great? It was only at this point that Chang Song realized how big a face Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao had given him. Two newcomers, one had just entered the second level of the martial arts path and the other had just entered the first level of the martial arts path. And the two had actually survived the siege of more than 20 mutant beasts and slaughtered all of them. According to a normal martial artist, a martial Dao first heaven would only be able to fight off one level 1 mutant beast, and if two, it would be a certain death. just 99% of the people in their school would die in a siege of 2 level 1 mutant beasts. Most of them couldn't even fight a level 1 mutant beast. Like that Ji Shinbua, he was also a grade A cadet. His strength was a top-notch existence in the entire school. But what was the result? One person fought with a grade 1 mutant beast and injured himself, and an attack drone to the rescue. Strength is one aspect of this. On the other hand, the reaction during the battle, the determination to win are all key factors in determining victory or defeat. Some people can't bring out 2 or 3% of their strength when they are nervous, and the two of them, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, were surprisingly able to keep their strength levels intact in the midst of a siege of many mutant beasts, and even overachieved. This was extremely rare. Not to mention the entire first middle school, there weren't many people in the entire Linhai city who had this kind of mentality. It was their first time out hunting mutant beasts. Chang Song sighed. The light truck slowly pulled into the stronghold. Teachers and logistics staff who stayed at the stronghold were happy to see them, and all of them welcomed them with applause. Welcome home to two little masters of their craft. You two have the style I had back then. Awesome. This harvest, bull. A bearded martial arts teacher laughed out loud and stuck out his thumb in praise. It's all luck. It's all luck. Su Xiao responded, pulling the rope and jumping down from the car. Guan Xiaohan then jumped straight down and was caught by Su Xiao. It drew all the teachers to reveal their anti-smiles. Ji Xinbua, who had just come out of the aid room, instantly saw everyone surrounding Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, and had no reason to feel a pang of jealousy. I was beaten and hurt my leg. Guan Xiaohan won big. This reality fallout made Ji Xinbua's face grim. Tomorrow I have to be welcomed in by everyone. 2. Kisimbo swore darkly. Come, Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao, you two don't leave yet. Let's count the harvest together. The logistics teacher warmly greeted the two of them. Okay, le teacher. Su Xiao stopped and took the initiative to help the logistics teacher move the mutant beast corpse downwards. These mutant beasts are all in good shape. Basically, there's no tearing on them, and the wounds are all small ones that kill in one hit. Guan Xiaohan's marksmanship has been initiated. Not bad. Even the dexterous mutant cat was killed in one hit. That's pretty rare. Guan Xiaohan is awesome. The logistics teacher looked around the mutant beast corpse at the wounds and gave Guan Xiaohan a thumbs up. Guan Xiaohan smiled good-naturedly. It's all because Mr. Chang taught me well. As soon as Chang Song heard Guan Xiaohan mention himself, he immediately straightened his chest. Ha ha, it's still Xiaohan who's great. Upon seeing the skull of the second-grade mutant cow collapsed and crushed, he couldn't help but cry out in shock and look towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao, did you break the skull of this mutant cow? My god, the bones of a grade 2 mutant cow that are quite hard. A normal martial Dao second heavenly strength type expert wouldn't even break them. You actually broke it? The teachers looked at Su Xiao with disbelief. Luck is all luck. Su Xiao responded modestly. The right side of his face completely collapsed, his skull shattered, and his brain collapsed. This is a horrible hammer blow that he has suffered. This strength isn't weak anymore. Student Su Xiao, this isn't luck, it's hard power. The teachers praised. Chapter 47 Green Scale Python Bloodline. You cultivate the iron cloth shirt, which is the main defense and favors strength. But to be able to deal this kind of damage, it seems that your fit with the iron cloth shirt is not low. Chang Song also straightened up, as if he was recognizing Su Xiao for the first time, his eyes flashing with different colors. Really? He's only practicing the beginner's technique iron cloth shirt. That power is already very strong. It's not the least bit weaker than a grade S student practicing a high-level power martial art. The surrounding teachers all looked at Su Xiao in surprise at once. Cultivating a primary defense bias technique, yet striking an advanced main power technique. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that Su Xiao's martial arts had a high degree of fit with the iron cloth shirt. Fit is kind of a godly thing, and there's no scientific explanation for it to this day. But what is recognized is that if the person's physique is a good fit for the kung fu, then his cultivation speed would be much faster than others, and the power he would display would be stronger than others. Su Xiao had demonstrated the power of a high-level martial art with a low-level martial art and a short period of cultivation, so it was bound to be a matter of kung fu fit. Congratulations, little Su Xiao, you're so lucky. The teachers all looked at Su Xiao in a complicated manner, and Chang Song was full of surprise. It was the first time Su Xiao had heard of the term gongfu fit. This statement just perfectly disguises why his power has suddenly become so great, so that in the future, if someone doubts himself again, questions himself or whatever, he will directly use the fit of the gong method to put it off. Su Xiao thought and smiled. Luck is all luck. The young man is so humble. He's a good boy. Not bad, not bad. Work hard and practice hard. The crowd of teachers complimented. Su Xiao responded with a smile. This side also counted the number of mutant beasts and the number of merit points gained, and it had been busy for more than an hour before the many logistics teachers finished counting. Calculated. 6 second-grade mutant beasts in perfect condition. worth 83 merit points. 16 first-grade mutant beasts, worth 80 merit points. Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan, here's the list. You guys see if there's any problem, the logistics teacher said as she handed a list to the two. Guan Xiaohan. Su Xiao took it and compared it, and it was all written on it why it was worth this price. Very detailed. The two men checked. No problem. Thank you, teacher. Su Xiao signed on it. Good. Then it's okay for me to give all of these merit points to Guan Xiaohan, right? That logistics teacher looked at Su Xiao derisively. Guan Xiaohan also looked at Su Xiao with a smile on her face, and Su Xiao hurriedly blurted out, no problem at all. It's Xiaohan who manages the money in our house. Didn't you guys see that Xiaohan usually pays for our meals? Not bad, not bad. You kid doesn't have any backbone at all. The teachers all laughed kindly. Guan Xiaohan was also full of complacency. Guan Xiaohan, now that you have money, immediately exchange some snake essence blood to accelerate your strength. Su Xiao, you buy the iron armored bull essence blood. Essence blood has a much stronger effect than Tian Yuan liquid. Chang Song instructed from the sidelines. And a quick word about the advantages of the two types of essence blood for feats. It's the teacher. Guan Xiaohan immediately looked for the logistics teacher to purchase up and possess the essence blood. The mutant beasts that could get out the essence blood had to be above the third level mutant beasts, which were more expensive. A bottle costs dozens or hundreds of points. After half a day of calculations and bargaining plus pampering, Guan Xiaohan finally exchanged 163 merit points for 2 portions of grade 3 essence blood and 2 bottles of Tian Yuan liquid. Both of these were resources taken by those below the third heaven of martial arts. One of the essence blood resources is a bit more advanced. Essence blood needs to be applied all over the body. Does Guan Xiaohan want to find you a female teacher to help you? Chung Song kindly reminded. No need, teacher. Su Xiao and I will just apply it on each other, Guan Xiaohan said with a big smile. As soon as he finished speaking, all the teachers, including the students who were watching around them, all envied and looked sourly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, you kid is really lucky. I'm so envious. Chang Song wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Su Xiao's eyebrows flew up as he giggled. Come here and get you both a large tent. You can set yourselves up in the schoolyard, classrooms, nearby houses, etc. And this tent will be your shelter for the next few days, until the end of the trial. The logistics teacher found a large tent with an anti-smile on her face. The tents come with matching mats, mattresses and other necessities. Thank you, teacher. Su Xiao smiled and carried it on his shoulder. Followed Guan Xiaohan to find a place to pitch the tent. Remember to let me know when you guys have found a good position. Chang Song shouted from behind. Got it, teacher. Su Xiao responded and inquired. Where are we going to place our tents? Look for the private house. Guan Xiaohan led Su Xiao directly towards the outside, directly out of the stronghold and towards the civilian house next to it. The middle school is an outlying extension of the town, so there are a lot of houses, but for the reason that the school was deserted and most of the people had left, the house fell into disuse. It can be used as a temporary residence. It's only just mid-afternoon, and numerous students haven't returned yet, so, it's all empty rooms with no one living in them. They can both take their pick. It's right here, right next to the schoolyard, so if there's any danger, the school can be the first to rescue it. It's also private enough. Guan Xiaohan pointed to a small yard where the gates were rusty. The door to the room was broken through a big hole, and the house was full of weeds. This small courtyard, right next door to the playground. The two of them didn't clean up too much and packed up the living room of the main house, pitched their tents directly inside the house. The water system here was paralyzed a long time ago. Su Xiao jumped the wall back to the school, asked the logistics teacher for a large empty bucket, filled a bucket of water, and reported the place where he looked to Chang Song. Only then did they return carrying 200 pounds of large buckets of water, as well as suitcases for 2 people. This water will be used for bathing and drinking later. There is a change of clothes in the suitcase. Come here, you'll apply it to me first, and then you'll apply it to you last. Guan Xiaohan stuck her head out from inside the tent, her face a little red. He, that's a good feeling. Su Xiao rubbed his hands and entered the tent. Close your eyes. No looking, Guan Xiaohan said fiercely. How do you know where to apply the green-scaled python essence blood to without looking? Su Xiao said with a straight face. Hurry up you. I still have to apply the iron-armored cow blood later. Su Xiao laughed strangely and went straight for it, instantly taking 2 punches from Guan Xiaohan, but he didn't care at all and went down hard against his fists, quickly revealing his perfect body. Snow white and delicate skin, fine and elastic. Don't look at it. Don't look at it every day in the future. I'm tired of looking at you. Hurry up and apply the green-scale python essence blood. Guan Xiaohan was greatly generous. Su Xiao instantly blood rose, wailed and pounced. Bite down hard. A dry match. Except for all the ones that shouldn't have been done. Half an hour later. Alright, apply the green-scaled python essence blood. Under Guan Xiaohan's urging, Su Xiao licked his lips with satisfaction and returned to applying it. Both jars of essence blood were placed in a 15 centimeter high by 10 mile wide glass jar. Originally Su Xiao thought that this blood would be fishy and stinky. It turned out to have a surprisingly light fragrance when I opened it. It was formulated with a variety of transcendental medicines that allowed the human body to absorb the power of the essence blood of mutant beasts and enhance its strength. And the essence blood is surprisingly as sticky as jelly. Guan Xiaohan directly went up to her hands and scooped out a piece of essence blood, applying it to the key areas, like the back, the top of the head and other parts of the body while letting Su Xiao help. Su Xiao was not polite and dug out his essence blood to carefully apply it. This jar was a one-time dosage. Chapter 48 Ironclad Cow Bloodline, Peak of First Heavenly Layer. After the blood was applied to the snow-white skin, it was surprisingly absorbed at an extremely fast speed. Guan Xiaohan hurriedly sat down on her knees, quickly running her gong method and absorbing it, and instructed Su Xiao, use up all the essence blood. Apply it wherever you see the blood is thin. All right. Su Xiao nodded and answered. After applying Guan Xiaohan's entire body once, there was still a small half jar left, and these had to be used up in this run, otherwise it would be a waste. Su Xiao watched carefully, looking where to reveal the snow-white skin, and exhaled a handful of green-scaled python essence blood upwards. In less than 10 minutes, the essence blood was used up, and Guan Xiaohan was still practicing. Looking at the snow-white skin, Su Xiao did not move around. Moving around at this time would easily disturb Guan Xiaohan's state of power transportation, causing the blood to go backwards and cause serious injuries. It's not like he's a little cutie. Naturally, he wouldn't bother Guan Xiaohan at this time. Another half hour. Guan Xiaohan's skin suddenly began to turn red, and all of her pores opened up, from which countless black and red stains seeped out, and it emitted a slight sour odor. This is removing impurities from the body and is a sign of rapid physical improvement. Su Xiao, who had prepared for this, took out a towel and gently wiped it to get rid of the stains. After almost another half body without stains gushing out, her skin was back to its soft white color and a shade whiter than before, exuding a faint white halo. One couldn't help but pinch it twice, and at that moment, Guan Xiaohan opened her eyes in surprise. So powerful. I feel like I've advanced to the middle stage of the second sky of martial Dao all of a sudden. So many. Su Xiao followed suit and became happy. Aha! Guan Xiaohan nodded her head excitedly, then a wry smile appeared in her eyes. Come here, I'll apply it to you. Just now you screwed me, now I'll screw you properly. The big old man is afraid of you. Su Xiao was the first to sneak attack and got it smoothly. Guan Xiaohan wasn't annoyed and smiled. Wait and see how I'm going to fix you. Set up your cultivation posture. I'm going to apply the iron-armored cow's essence blood to you. Come on. Su Xiao zipped up his horse stance, completely unflappable. Guan Xiaohan is indeed ruthless enough. She did not apply first, but quickly out of the fist in Su Xiao's body to hit up. Su Xiao can feel her strength than before more than 1 or 2 times stronger. Only one punch had left his body red and swollen. Moreover, Guan Xiaohan still greeted the whole body. Even the vital parts were not at all spared, directly hitting the whole body red and swollen, and covered with blood. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and said nothing. Iron cloth shirt is the technique of taking a beating, practicing defense. Striking the body at this time could mobilize all the body's chi and blood the fastest. Then absorbing the iron-armored cow essence blood could achieve the best cultivation effect. Therefore, Su Xiao directly stood still and allowed Guan Xiaohan to strike. And Guan Xiaohan looked at the swollen little Su Xiao and was very satisfied with her masterpiece. Alright, Su Xiao's endurance has improved another step. Not bad. He then opened the glass jar containing the iron-armored cow's essence blood and began to apply it to Su Xiao. The moment the iron-armored bull's essence blood touched his skin was a cool sensation that immediately weakened the pain in his body by quite a bit. But, only 4 or 5 seconds later, the skin became hot, as if a layer of hot water had been poured over it, and the skin instantly turned red. Su Xiao muffled a grunt. Guan Xiaohan hastily accelerated the speed of application. All over the body, the vitals, the lifeblood and other places are not spared, all carefully coated with a layer. Hurry up and move your chi and blood according to the Gongfu route, Guan Xiaohan said seriously. Su Xiao hurriedly ran it up. Instantly he felt countless tiny needles being stuck into his skin. A violent stimulating pain sensation caused Su Xiao's body to be jolted. The brain cleared instantly. The feeling was also several times stronger than before in an instant. He could clearly feel the energy contained in the iron-armored bull's essence blood, drilling into his skin, flesh and blood, and quickly absorbed by the cells, and the absorbed cells rapidly become stronger and tougher. If his cell had been a small, skinny man before, his cell was now a strong man, full of power. The power that instantly erupted was directly several times that of before. This change caused Su Xiao to rejoice and cultivate even more vigorously. Guan Xiaohan had been constantly applying the iron-armored cow essence blood to Su Xiao. Also half an hour later, Su Xiao's pores opened and countless stains were expelled from his body. At this time, Su Xiao could no longer feel that fiery stinging sensation. Instead, a breath of coolness filled the body. This made Su Xiao feel relieved all over. At the same time, he clearly perceived Guan Xiaohan wiping the stains off his body. This made the corners of his mouth curl up. The coolness slowly dissipated. Half an hour later, normal sensation was completely restored. Instead of opening his eyes immediately, he looked at his panel. Subject, Human Su Xiao. Basic attributes, Strength 100, Physique 127, Agility 63, Spirit 78, Talent, 1 Soul, 2 Bodies, Level, Peak of First Heaven of Martial Arts, Kung Fu, Body Casting Decision, Simple 100%, Iron Cloth Shirt, Intermediate, 1 Tier 90%, Martial Art, 18 Drums and Earns Hammer Technique, Elementary, 53% of Second Level, Subbody, Thunder Sparrow, Grade, Grade 2 Mutation, Talents, Devour Evolution, 1000-fold Strength, 10,000-fold Defense, Attribute, Thunder and Lightning, Medium 20%, Skills, Lightning Strike, Rato, Evolution Points, 10325, Evolution Completion, 10325/100, 000, Ironclad Ed straight to 90%, it was only 35% before using the Iron Armored Ox Essence Blood. This boost, Bull, Physique has increased by 20 points, and Strength by 10 points, even Agility and Spirit have increased slightly, and this isn't even a promotion boost, it's just a feat proficiency boost. Tomorrow, I'll get another jar of Iron Armored Cow Essence Blood, and I'll be able to directly raise it to the second level, and by raising to the second level, my martial arts grade can also be raised to the point of the second heaven. Su Xiao's eyes instantly glowed. This kind of enhancement is definitely extremely perverse. How long has he only been practicing? And he instantly gained a clear understanding of transcendent items, raising his martial strength at an extremely fast pace. And that's both of them. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to gather enough merit points to purchase Essence Blood this week. Those with weak ones may not be able to afford it for a semester, or even a year. And it was all because of the large number of mutant beasts killed today in exchange. We must kill more mutant beasts tomorrow, Su Xiao said with glowing eyes. Right now, his martial arts cultivation had completely caught up with those who cultivated advanced martial arts at the A level, and that's only a day's change. Well, Guan Xiaohan could feel the qi and blood in Su Xiao's body calming down, but still didn't open her eyes, so she inquired. Okay, Su Xiao opened his eyes, and there was an essence flashing in his eyes, while his body was once again larger than before. The muscles on his body were built up in chunks as if they were poured out of steel, filled with explosive power. Guan Xiaohan touched it twice with great satisfaction. I'm going to wash my hair. You rub my back. Okay, Su Xiao laughed excitedly, personally hitting the water and wetting the towel. Guan Xiaohan bent over to wash her hair by herself. Chapter 49 Entering the Sea to Hunt. An hour later, the two men cleaned up, changed into clean clothes, and put on their combat uniforms, took the tent outside again and opened it all up to give off the odor. Heavenly Yuan liquid, 2 days worth, 5 drops a day. Guan Xiaohan's red little face, while rubbing her hair, handed Su Xiao a small bottle. The small bottle was the same as the previous bottle of nutrient solution, with a light green liquid inside. The effects were similar to those of a nutrient solution, restoring strength, injuries, strengthening cells, and the physical body. However, it could not be directly run and refined. It can only be swallowed into the abdomen and slowly absorbed. Got it. Su Xiao took it and unscrewed the cap and poured 5 drops into his mouth. Afterwards, he got tired of Guan Xiaohan for a while. I'll go over to Thunderbird and see what's going on. Well, go for it. Su Xiao lay directly on Guan Xiaohan's lap, his attention fully focused on Thunderbird's side. It's still mid-afternoon. The sunlight poured over the sea, making the entire surface sparkling. There were no clouds in the sky and the view was extremely open. Thunderbird flew out of the cave and glanced around, not really knowing his surroundings yesterday because it was night. Looking around at this moment, it was surprising to realize that it was very close to one of the islands in the Sakura Islands, almost just a few dozen nautical miles. You can faintly see the building above. However, there is a rolling smoke on the island, and there is a hissing sound coming from it, as if someone is fighting. Thunder Sparrow glanced twice and then withdrew his gaze. Looking elsewhere, there was also small island 40 or 50 miles away, and there were buildings on that island, but it looked peaceful. In all other directions there is a vast expanse of sea. Thunderbird had no desire to explore in all directions either. Instead, he looked out to sea. The Thunder Sparrow has devoured and absorbed the genes of the electric eel. Not only does it possess the power of thunder and lightning, but it also has the ability to swim at the same time. And most of the mutant beasts are in the sea. Go and look in the sea. As Su Xiao thought, he saw the Thunder Sparrow violently raise its wings, and a huge mass of wind arose under its wings and erupted towards the distance under the incitement of its wings. It landed on the water and blew a huge dent in it. and the Thunder Sparrow, under the relative action created with the air, directly exploded and flew up, zipping towards the surface of the sea. As it neared the surface, its wings contracted and it dug in like a sharp arrow, plop, into the water. Instantly most of the sound faded away and there was more than a hint of emptiness in his ears. All that remained was the sound of Wang rumbling, but the next second it was back to normal. Instead of the sound of the wind on the surface of the sea, the sound of the water waves was heard, as well as the creatures in the water making various sounds. Instantly the sounds within the ears were enriched. Sight also slowed for a moment as it entered the water, quickly returning to normal. Looked toward the bottom of the sea again. He was not too deep from the bottom of the sea, only 7 or 8 meters away, and the sun shone down, illuminating all objects with color. Colorful little fish swim in schools. The sunlight in the sea becomes a fluctuating light due to the rippling of the water waves, and the rocks are vividly illuminated. Bunches of coral reefs swayed on the ocean floor as if they were alive. Large pieces of seaweed kelp fluttered with the ripples of the water. Very beautiful. Su Xiao admired it for a couple of moments before he began to feel the changes in the thunderbird. Can breathe. The thunder sparrow's nose seemed to have changed drastically when it evolved. Able to filter the seawater it absorbed in and absorbed the oxygen within into its body. Water was running out of his mouth. It doesn't absorb as much as in the air, but it doesn't affect the body's skills, just be able to absorb it. In this way, it will not be drowned under the water. At the same time, he realized that due to being in the water Thunder Sparrow's lightning power had risen a small step directly. The jumping arcs of electricity were more than twice as active and thicker than above the water's surface. The body shot out like an arrow between wing swings. The speed was extremely fast. With a full outburst, it was directly able to set off a large mass of water, raising the Thunderbird's speed to a terrifying level. In an instant, it was able to rush up to 100 meters away. It's not as flexible as a fish because it doesn't have the tail of a fish, but it's really fast. Su Xiao was still satisfied, being able to move underwater without drowning. Then let's start hunting. Su Xiao got excited. The Thunder Sparrow's eyes that contained thunder light glanced around underwater, while waving its wings and moving forward quickly. A group of small fish passed by. It directly looked at them as if they were not even looking at them. This small, foot-long fish is no longer its hunting target. As Thunder Sparrow moved quickly, he soon saw a meter-long black eel violently burrowing out of the sand at the bottom of the sea, swallowing a small foot-long fish in one bite. Ha ha, that's you. The Thunder Sparrow's wings swung violently, its body piercing through the seawater like a sharp arrow, swinging up the water waves and swooping over in a hurry. In the instant before that black eel could react, the sharp claws grabbed towards the black mutant eel's head. In an instant, a sound of bones cracking resounded, and before that black level 1 mutant eel could react in any way, it was grabbed and exploded by the Thunderbird's head. The arcs of electricity that erupted from the claws instantly scorched the eel's epidermis, and its body directly became a cooked fish under the terrifying heat. Scent of spraying. Hey, I can eat cooked food later. Thunderbird swallowed it in one big gulp. The scorching of the lightning didn't make it less evolved energy. The horrible devouring and digesting ability quickly digested the eel. Thunder Sparrow continued to search up, and it wasn't long before it saw a huge mutant scallop over a meter square open and close, devouring a curious small fish as well as plankton. Die! The Thunderbird rushed over. The mutant scallop immediately closed up when it sensed the change in the water flow. But how could it block the Thunderbird's thousandfold power? The claws probed and directly shattered, revealing the tender scallop meat inside. The Thunder Sparrow devoured it in a big mouthful. The texture is smooth and has a hint of sweetness to it. The mouthfeel is top-notch. Wow, the bottom of the sea is treasure. Su Xiao sighed with emotion and continued to search, when suddenly Thunderbird felt a danger coming and turned his head to see a 2-meter-long second-grade mutant shark wagging its tail and showing its sharp teeth rushing towards him. The speed was extremely fast, and by now it had already arrived close. Seek death. Thunder Sparrow's eyes showed anger. How dare you sneak up on me? Its lightning-emitting wings slammed forward, and its 8 or 9 meter long wings instantly turned into a sharp giant knife, instantly cutting through the seawater and chopping at the head of the second-grade mutant shark. Thousandfold power also erupted in an instant, and under the terrifying 10,000 times defense, the Thunder Sparrow's wings instantly turned into a terrifying cutting-sharp weapon. With a poof, it instantly cut through the skin of the mutant beast and chopped into the head at an extremely fast speed. Its hard bones, which were like rotten wood at this point, were directly chopped to pieces. The Thunder Sparrow's wings spread out and the mutant shark's head was directly chopped in half, killing it instantly. I am the overlord of the sea. The shark beak pecked down hard, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood and devouring them in one big gulp. Chapter 50, Enhanced Strength. The large chunks of blood and meat turned into evolutionary energy deposited into the various parts of the Thunderbird's body. Looking at the rapidly rising evolutionary points, Su Xiao revealed a smile of satisfaction. At that moment, he felt his lips moist, and he saw Guan Xiaohan slightly open her mouth. letting saliva flow out from the corners of her mouth, due to the fact that he was lying on her thighs, so the spit fell straight into his own mouth. Guan Xiaohan, you're seriously ill. Su Xiao held Guan Xiaohan's waist with both hands and rose violently, his arms like two steel cables, locking her in a death grip. It drew a gasp from Guan Xiaohan. He, let me eat your saliva. Now I'll let you eat my saliva too. Su Xiao's big mouth sucked down violently like a whirlpool. Guan Xiaohan struggled twice before completely losing her sovereignty. 5 or 6 minutes later, Guan Xiaohan backed Su Xiao away with force. Just now the wristwatch sent a message for all to go to the school for the bonfire party. Hurry up and put your Thunderbird away. We're going to the party later. Good. He. Su Xiao wiped his mouth and focused on the Thunder Sparrow's side, accelerating his devouring speed and devouring the mutant shark in 5 or 6 minutes. And then, the Thunder Sparrow's wings shook and exploded out like a sharp arrow, breaking through the water with a thud. Its wings unfolded, and with another forceful flap, it flew rapidly towards the cave. Flying above the cave, he didn't rush to fall down, but scanned the surrounding area to make sure that no one was paying attention to the side and that there was no threat before falling into the cave. Attention was completely put back. By this time, Guan Xiaohan had already packed up. I don't know where I got the grooming stuff from, but I carefully dressed up. Su Xiao, I'll dress you up, Guan Xiaohan inquired carelessly. The corners of her mouth already fast don't hold back her smile. I don't know what bad idea I'm holding back. Really, I can dress up even for a big old man? Su Xiao instantly came to be interested. After living 2 lives, he hadn't touched a woman this grooming thing yet. Of course it wasn't because he liked it, but he had seen a lot of oxymoronic techniques that utilized makeup to achieve a face change. He certainly wanted to experience it as well. Come over and lie on my lap. The smile on Guan Xiaohan's face could no longer be hidden. Okay, you draw your face a bit more angular, your eyes a bit bigger, and your eyebrows into a mighty skybrow, like Uncle Nine's, a cool and handsome kind of thing. Su Xiao was full of anticipation as he narrated to Guan Xiaohan. No problem. Guan Xiaohan seriously drew Su Xiao's makeup, and the sky was getting dark. Almost an hour later. Okay, don't move for now. I'll take a few pictures as a souvenir. Guan Xiaohan took a few pictures and picked up the mirror. Su Xiao looked over and was dumbfounded. Guan Xiaohan, I'll kill you. Su Xiao roared angrily and pounced on Guan Xiaohan, who had expected it and ran away with a big smile. Sister Su, haha, and you say? Su Xiao did not chuck it. He picked up the mirror and looked up. The makeup on his face was drawn exquisitely, but he was a big old man, and he was hardened by Guan Xiaohan into a little white girl. How can this be tolerated? How could he be like this when he was all muscular lumps? A man among men, fierce and masculine and handsome. Su Xiao was speechless as he took the water and washed his face while Guan Xiaohan stood on the wall, pointing at Su Xiao and giggling. Let's go eat meat. Su Xiao pretended to be unconcerned, causing Guan Xiaohan to lose her guard. And then, Su Xiao quickly struck out, grabbing Guan Xiaohan in his hands, and slapped her arse twice. Wrong. Never dare again. Guan Xiaohan didn't mind at all and giggled, and took the opportunity to climb onto Su Xiao's back. Let's go. Giddy up. Can't really do anything about you. Su Xiao shook his head, his legs squatted violently, his leg muscles quickly bulged, and with a forceful jump, the terrifying power within his muscles erupted, and he directly rose up to the sky, landing steadily on the playground courtyard wall. The strength improvement is obvious. Su Xiao sighed, before he was also able to easily jump onto a 2-meter-high wall, but it required nothing to be taken and a light body. Guan Xiaohan, who was now carrying 112, surprisingly jumped straight up as well, and that's just using the essence blood of the iron-armored bull, so elevated. Let's kill more mutant beasts tomorrow and exchange another copy of essence blood, Su Xiao said. Well then, now this girl is invincible. Tomorrow's the big kill. Right, let's just drive a truck out tomorrow, Guan Xiaohan suggested. Yes, after Su Xiao replied, he looked towards the school playground. Under the rays of the setting sun, a dozen bonfires had been lit on the playground, on which huge grills were mounted with a large mutant beast that had already been skinned. Large groups of students came from outside and ran towards the bonfire. Next to each campfire was a logistics teacher turning the grill hard and sizzling the meat on it. The flames below were roaring, and the grease on the roasted mutant beast dripped down, landing on the fire with a piercing sound. A large plume of smoke rose and drifted in all directions. The wafting smoke, with its sizzling aroma of grilled meat, filled the air in all directions. The scents emanating from different mutated beasts varied greatly, mixing together to form a strong meat aroma. The smell of it made people's fingers tingle and their mouths water. Wow, it smells good. Hurry up and get over there. I want to eat meat. Guan Xiaohan was on Su Xiao's back, urging urgently. Okay da. Su Xiao excitedly returned a cry. His body once again squatted, and then jumped violently, and under the terrifying explosive force, he directly jumped 4 or 5 meters away, and then landed heavily. With a thud, it landed on the ground with a muffled sound, shaking up a large area of dust. And the face doesn't change, the legs are intact. This strength was already not weak at all to those who cultivated advanced techniques. Good boy, you've improved quite quickly. Your first class's bonfire is at the south end. A logistics teacher next to him exclaimed in praise and gave Su Xiao a general direction. What teacher? Your roasted meat is so fragrant, you just won't allow it to be eaten just came. And you're kicking people out. Su Xiao joked. Hey you kid. The logistics teacher smiled back, and then the sharp meat cutter in his hand, to the already roasted, and the fattest place. Brush cut down 2 small pieces of palm-sized meat. Here, you greedy kid. This time you won't say teacher is stingy. The logistics teacher laughingly handed it to Guan Xiaohan who was being carried by Su Xiao. Thank you, teacher. You have the best cooking skills, Su Xiao thanked, drawing the displeasure of the students in this class. Su Xiao, this is our class's meat. If you take one more bite, we'll take one less. Besides, we haven't eaten it yet, but you ate it first. The martial arts teacher of that class chided. Shut up you. Most of these mutant beasts were killed by Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. What's wrong with them eating first? If you have the strength of either of them, you can eat first too. The student, Su Xiao took a look at the argument and shrugged his shoulders and hurriedly carried Guan Xiaohan on his back and leisurely walked away. Guan Xiaohan took the meat herself with her left hand and fed it to Su Xiao with her right hand. Beautiful and fragrant. Envy a crowd of students. Look at her. She's got both love and education. Soon, it was time to come to the south side of the playground. By the first class campfire, Chang Song is already waiting. Quite a few of the students had already rushed over as well. Thank you to our meritocracy. Students Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Chang Song smiled and applauded. Chapter 51, Su Xiao, you're so good at it. Thank you Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao. The crowd of fellow classmates warmly welcomed them, unable to hide the envy on their faces. That is to say, I envy both of them for their strength and love. And I envy these two for being able to show their love openly. Chang Song had an anti-smile on her face. The way he looked at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao was like looking at his own children. There was no way around it. Who let the two of them make him look good? Sit here. This is the downwind seat. The wind can't blow over. Chang Song greeted warmly, looking at the crowd of students dumbfounded. When had they ever seen the always serious martial arts teacher in such a dogged scene? Thank you teacher. Guan Xiaohan jumped off of Su Xiao and resumed her good girl appearance, sitting very ladylike next to Su Xiao. Wow, Su Xiao is really lucky. Guan Xiaohan is beautiful and gentle. Some people who didn't know about this couldn't help but envy. It made several people laugh, and they whispered to the man the scene where Guan Xiaohan beat up Su Xiao, describing it in a very amusing way. It scared the man to death. There's nothing else to do today. It's the first time everyone has officially come out to do a mission. This has been considered a real battlefield, and many of you have already seen blood, killed with mutated beasts, and got good results, like Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. That's something to highlight. Chang Song paused and added, but I hope that we will continue to guard against arrogance and impatience, and not be in a hurry, but play steadily and steadily, because martial arts training is something that persists over a long period of time. Don't ever take chances. Don't be like the others and misjudge your strength and get yourself hurt. I hope no one will learn from him. To learn from our class Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, it's sensei. We all remembered. The students all shouted, causing the other classes around them to look over. Chang Song was satisfied. Today is a happy day. I won't spoil everyone's fun. So, Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao, you bring the atmosphere and organize the students to play games and stuff. Everyone eat and have fun. Oh, by the way, don't forget to go to the logistics department and pick up the tents, the daily necessities for tonight's overnight stay. Chang Song ranted and raved, pulled a grilled hind thigh, and left. Do it yourself and eat. Everyone don't be polite, haha. Su Xiao smiled and pulled a hind leg as well. Eating with Guan Xiaohan, others grabbed them as well, grabbing the goodies. Everyone found a place to wolf them down. Eat and drink. The students gathered around Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan, full of anticipation. He said, Guan Xiaohan, tell us how you killed the mutant beasts, and how you need to react when facing them. How to kill them faster, chant. The two of us. Guan Xiaohan told the crowd how the two of them cooperated today, how they killed the mutant beasts, and the process of their journey, without hiding anything. After all, this is real-world experience. Sharing practical combat experience would allow others to cope better when faced with the same or similar scenarios, to reduce the casualty rate, as well as the success rate of killing mutant beasts. The crowd listened inside, and even the people from the other classes all gathered around. From time to time people asked questions. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao answered one by one. The two liberal arts are good, eloquent and good, can explain to the crowd in detail. We also all understand, and quite a few of them were practicing on the spot. Everyone is so hardworking. When the crowd of martial arts teachers saw this scene, They directly asked the person in charge of scouting to drop the video of Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao killing the many mutant beasts. Sent to all. It was received by all at once. They have opened it to check it out. When they saw the scout drones scanning the scene of numerous mutant beasts quickly running over from a god's perspective, everyone sucked in a breath. So many mutant beasts. It turns out that more than 20 mutant beasts can cause such a great power. Upon seeing Su Xiao and the second-grade mutant dog furiously blasting against each other for a bit, they only fell back a few steps without any damage at all. All of them exclaimed in admiration. Su Xiao, ah, awesome. You blocked all the second-level mutant dogs. The power of a level 2 mutant dog is considered to be medium to high among the many mutant beasts. It's comparable to the power of a martial Dao second-grade major. Su Xiao actually blocked it. Indeed formidable. The crowd marveled. But after seeing Guan Xiaohan suddenly burrow out from behind Su Xiao and directly explode to kill the level 2 mutant dog, wow Guan Xiaohan, the speed of your strike and the timing you grasped, it's simply absolute. It's too fast. With this sudden attack, even a normal martial Dao second heaven expert wouldn't be able to block it. Yeah, you two are really great together. One main defense, one main offense. Awesome. When the video played to the point where they were surrounded by numerous mutant beasts and Guan Xiaohan instantly blasted 7 or 8 of them, all of them cried out in shock. This shot, it's too fast, and incomparably accurate. Ma, Guan Xiaohan, you've become a minor success with your swimming dragon gun, haven't you? Wow, that's amazing. Worthy of being the best martial arts talent in our school, isn't it? When they saw Su Xiao fall from the roof, the crowd all pinched their sweat as they all saw a grade 2 mutant cow below. If this falls down and goes up against a mutant cow, it won't be toppled to death in one fell swoop. Their worries soon came true, and sure enough, the mutant cow madly toppled over towards Su Xiao. Then they saw Su Xiao's muscles rippling all over his body. Hammer Dry stunned the second-grade mutant cow, and then rotated his body and hammered the mutant cow to death with another hammer. This explosive, totally hard-hitting image is straight up hot. Asterisk. Su Xiao, you're so strong then. Holy, this level 2 mutant cow was actually killed by you alone and alone. You are also too powerful. Yeah, I thought that the grade 2 mutant bull was killed by the two of you teaming up. I didn't realize that you killed it by yourself. It was so awesome and overbearing. How did you keep your cool at that time? That grade 2 mutant bull was so big. You actually found a weakness in an instant. Brother Tsunami, you're directly promoted to brother. The crowd surrounded Su Xiao and shouted excitedly. Su Xiao was embarrassed to laugh along with everyone else. This guy, being praised to his face, and praising him was embarrassing. The crowd once again boiled over when they saw Su Xiao raise his guilt hammer and jump off the roof of the house, blowing out the head of that level 2 mutant pig in one go. Directly lifted Su Xiao up, loudly calling out. But some of them are in a foul mood, like Ji Xinbua, like some people who cultivated advanced gongfu and majored in strength. They watched Su Xiao's performance in the video and were very sure that they could do the same. A guy who eats soft food. What the hell? That's right. If it wasn't for Guan Xiaohan sending him nutrient solution, he wouldn't have martial arts foundation building by now. Now he's pretending in front of us. Gigolo, shameless. Tomorrow let's a few of us form a team as well, and directly kill 100 or 10 heads of him, so that these people who haven't seen the world can see who is the hero. Alright, team up. Add me one. A group of A-class experts who cultivated high-level techniques had formed a group. Tomorrow, I'm bound to trample Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao under my feet. How should we find someone to add to his face? Preferably to mess with their relationship again. That's a good idea. Let's go find someone. Chapter 52, Xiao Yi who makes things happen. All teenagers, and all for the first time without constraints. Everyone, although the daytime whisked away mutant beasts all day long, there were also quite a few with mutant beasts to kill. But still, all of them have a lot of energy. It was a lively affair until 11 o'clock, when they dispersed at the request of their respective martial arts teachers. That's when they realized that they needed to pitch their own tents and find their own places. So everyone took up space, and Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan jumped straight back over the wall. Since they had just showered in the afternoon, the two casually brushed their teeth and washed their faces before getting into the tent. Little white sheep, today you're going to fall into the hands of the big bad wolf. I'm just asking if you're afraid. Su Xiao laughed strangely and wrapped Guan Xiaohan in his arms. I'm so scared, please don't eat me. Guan Xiaohan cooperated. I'm going to eat you. Aw, then Su Xiao took a bite. Guan Xiaohan cooperated. 5 minutes later. Alright, grab some sleep, save your strength and continue hunting mutant beasts tomorrow, Guan Xiaohan calmly said. Okay. Su Xiao also knew the importance of lightness. If he played too late today, he wouldn't have the spirit tomorrow. And when fighting with mutant beasts, one must be fully focused, or risk getting killed. Just then, a lot of people talking and jumping over the wall sounded outside, and it looked like a lot of people had thought of the goodness of the private houses outside the school. It was good that Su Xiao put the bucket in front of the door in advance and wrote the words that there was someone in the courtyard. There was no one to disturb them, but just then, a soft, timid voice rang out. Is Hyohan-san here? Sister Xiaohan. Who is it? Su Xiao was a bit speechless. The voice was a girl's voice. But what are you running here for? The door is written with someone. It's Qiao Yi, the cutie from our class, in the same dormitory as me, Guan Xiaohan explained, then returned. It's in. Aya, Sister Xiaohan has found you. Open the door. The voice sounded again. The two of them resurfaced and burrowed inside the tent again, turning on their flashlights, table lamps, and Su Xiao went to open the door. What are you doing running around blindly when you're not sleeping at such a late hour? Su Xiao looked at Qiao Yi holding the tent. The suitcase. The heart immediately had a bad thought. I couldn't find a place and I was afraid to sleep alone. And the playground was still full of older men, so I didn't feel safe. It took a lot of asking around to find this place. Feeling Su Xiao's unkind tone, Qiao Yi said in a resigned manner, then you go sleep in the next room. Su Xiao pointed to the side room. Qiao Yi didn't move and looked blearily at Guan Xiaohan. Take the big house. It's fine to put it next to it. Thank you Sister Xiaohan. Getting permission, Qiao Yi carried the tent and dragged the suitcase inside. When she passed by Su Xiao, she even said with a very stiff voice, make way. It directly made Su Xiao stare. And Joey was very arrogant regardless. Where do you put it? Let Su Xiao pack it for you. Come here. Guan Xiaohan greeted in the tent. Coming Sister Xiaohan. Qiao Yi gave a sweet reply back before turning to Su Xiao. Su student, please help take my suitcase inside. Put up the tent. On what grounds? I'm not doing it. Su Xiao was dissatisfied. This Qiao Yi is almost 1 meter 6 in height, dull face with big eyes and small nose and cherry mouth, delicate and fair skin, and a proud figure. It's a very pretty little lorry beauty, but what does it have to do with me? Moreover, originally 2 small couples, do what is convenient, now ran in a person. Do what is inconvenient. Sister Xiaohan, he won't help me, shouted Qiao Yi poutingly towards Guan Xiaohan, her voice carrying endless grievances. Su Xiao, what's wrong with you helping people? Do you still want me to do it myself? Guan Xiaohan's lazy voice carried a hint of threat. Okay. Su Xiao responded helplessly, and then viciously warned Qiao Yi. I'm warning you, be honest and don't mess things up yo, or else my casserole-like fists won't be polite. Wow Sister Xiaohan, Su Xiao, he's going to hit me, Qiao Yi directly cried, making Su Xiao instantly numb his claws. I'm not, don't you dare. What for? Catch up and finish packing, catch up on your sleep. Guan Xiaohan walked straight out and pulled Qiao Yi into the house. That Qiao Yi instantly became complacent. She turned her head back and put her left thumb on the position of her temple, swinging it at Su Xiao, while opening her mouth and sticking out her tongue to sit with a ghostly face at him, a face of smugness. What do you mean you Qiao Yi? Su Xiao was instantly displeased. Su Xiao, you hold on tight. Okay. Su Xiao instantly knew that this Qiao Yi was definitely coming from a bad place. Walking into the house, he very nimbly placed Qiao Yi's tent in the far corner of the house, and then burrowed into the large tent, where Guan Xiaohan and Qiao Yi were currently lying on the cushions, talking in whispers. Joey, the tent is done. You go. Su Xiao directly shooed people. We still have to hunt mutant beasts tomorrow. We can't stay up. What? What do you mean? Letting me sleep by myself as a little girl? And then you and Sister Xiaohan in the big tent? Su Xiao, do you still want some face? You go into the big tent and you don't take advantage of my Sister Xiaohan? I can tell you that I came over just to protect Sister Xiaohan. If you want to touch my Sister Xiaohan, there's no door, said Qiao Yi stretched out her hands to block the tent door. That proud figure almost hit Su Xiao's face. Are you seriously ill? Su Xiao dissatisfiedly reached out to pull Qiao Yi. Qiao Yi wouldn't allow it, and the two of them suddenly argued. Guan Xiaohan immediately felt a headache, holding her forehead and said, Su Xiao and I are fiancé relationship. We are bound to get married in the future. So what? Sister Xiaohan, then isn't he going to take advantage of you? Qiao Yi was shocked beyond belief. Her eyes were wide open. It's not exactly taking advantage. It's just something between a man and a woman. Well, you're still young and don't understand yet. You'll understand when you grow up. Guan Xiaohan said it in a very subtle way. Su Xiao wasn't so polite and directly dragged her out. Do couples understand? Su Xiao said smugly. Qiao Yi instantly became aggravated, her little mouth pouting. Xiaohan-chan doesn't love me anymore. Guan Xiaohan shrugged her shoulders, lovingly. On one side is her man, on the other side is her sister. Who is close and who is close? She still can distinguish. Being willing to let her share a room with them was very righteous enough. In Hatchet, Guan Xiaohan was not accustomed to her. Moreover, she wasn't in the habit of sleeping with women. Your honor, wife, you're this. Su Xiao proudly gave a thumbs up. You're my man. Sleep. said very freely into the crook of Su Xiao's arm, like a kitten, and found a comfortable position to hang on Su Xiao. And Xiao Yi carefully burrowed in again. Can I sleep next to you then? No way. Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao refused in unison. Whoa, you two bullies, oh, cried Joey as she walked out and got into the small tent. Chapter 53, you're into this green tea thing, aren't you, master? I've seen that the strongest combatant on the side of the water transportation town is only at the 4th level of the martial Dao. We can definitely take them all down in one fell swoop. A dark underground. You take this tiger talisman and deploy 5 level 5 mutant beasts, 20 level 3 mutant beasts, 50 level 3 mutant beasts, 200 level 2 mutant beasts, and 400 level 1 mutant beasts, and exterminate them all in one fell swoop. Remember, attack on time at dawn on the 4th day. A monster with a human body and a beast's head took out a tiger talisman and handed it to the big black cat. Yes, beast envoy. The black cat rejoiced. Early the next morning, Xiao Yi was very good at preparing the water for washing and brushing her teeth, and stood obediently at the entrance of the big tent, looking inside and whispering, Sister Xiaohan, Tsunami brother, get up and wash up. Thank you. Guan Xiaohan stretched out of Su Xiao's arms, resting on the fleshy Su Xiao's pillow. She felt like she'd never slept so comfortably and solidly before. Su Xiao also had a satisfied face. That good? And prepare a face wash? Being attentive to nothing is either treachery or theft. Xiao Yi, just say it directly. What do you want? Su Xiao, however, did not appreciate this and directly said, let's say it first. We will be moving around a lot of places today. It is impossible to bring you. If you have this idea, please die first. Su Xiao was wondering last night why this Xiao Yi had come to them. They hadn't seen Xiao Yi come over to them all day yesterday, and they had never seen Xiao Yi defend Guan Xiaohan so much before, and they waited for them to kill a large number of mutant beasts. This Joey came running over. He was wondering what the purpose was yesterday, and when he saw this battle this morning today, Su Xiao instantly understood what she wanted to do. She came with a purpose, nothing more than letting the two of them take her on a hunt for mutant beasts, trying to take advantage for nothing. If Xiao Yi had been on very good terms with Guan Xiaohan within the school before, a very very close little sister, then it wouldn't matter if they were brought along. The point is, this guy has been playing pathetic and weak from the start. They allowed her to settle down in the small compound and she ended up trying to turtle dove, and now she's acting all soft and weak. She'll definitely stomp her nose again when she's given a little color. Proper little green tea behavior. If Su Xiao doesn't take her today, she definitely went around saying how she had been so nice to Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, and as a result, how insensitive they both were. Su Xiao looked at it with understanding. Guan Xiaohan also instantly reacted after Su Xiao reminded her that our battle is very dangerous. We are not allowed to bring you. It's okay. It's okay. I just want to be good to Sister Xiaohan, Xiao Yi said weakly, her voice delicate. Snort. Su Xiao snorted out a laugh. You should be glad you're a female. If you were a male, I'd blow your head off with one punch. We're in a state of shared accommodation, so don't make a disgusting show of being a servant. Su Xiao didn't spoil her in the slightest. Sister Xiaohan. Xiao Yi instantly became aggravated, tears in her eyes. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao glanced at each other and made an instant decision in their hearts. Guan Xiaohan wasn't a cutie. On the contrary, she was very smart. At first Xiao Yi showed her kindness and confused her for a moment. After Su Xiao's continuous reminders, if she still couldn't see anything and was still stupid, it wouldn't be her Guan Xiaohan. Moreover, Su Xiao wasn't a petty person, but he was hostile to a soft sister. That's when he sensed something. You have to trust men's intuition. Especially, their intuition is more accurate when the target is their primary person. Moreover, Su Xiao had a heavenly secret that could not be known by others. So, in an instant, Guan Xiaohan had a decision. You should quickly go within the school to find the other students. Otherwise you might not be able to form a team today. It'll just be one person going to hunt mutant beasts. Guan Xiaohan clearly stated her refusal. Xiao Yi still thought about struggling a bit, but when she saw Guan Xiaohan's gradually cold eyes, she suddenly became even more aggrieved. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes. Is it wrong for a little girl to just want to follow you guys? Weak girl, you learn a cockamamie martial arts. You come out to kill a cockamamie mutant beast. Don't pretend to be pathetic here. You're really not welcome. Still, if it was a guy, I would have punched you out a long time ago. Su Xiao said expressionlessly, and then didn't bother with her, then pulled Guan Xiaohan toward the school. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Yi even agreed to follow behind, and into the school. After more people, suddenly agreed to shout, Sister Xiaohan, I just want to follow you and protect you, just let me follow. Oh, Xiao Yi cried loudly. Her tears were rainy and she looked pathetic. There was a lot of attention. What do you mean? Did Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao bully Xiao Yi? What's the situation? You two are strong. But you don't have to bully people like this. Look at what it did to the other little girl. Many people immediately fought for Xiao Yi. This Xiao Yi is not bad looking. Her skin is white and tender. Her body is plump. Her doll face is very kawaii. She is a very pitiable girl, crying so aggressively at this point. It immediately aroused a lot of people's desire for protection. They went up to see what was going on. Guan Xiaohan felt the gazes around her and stopped in her tracks. Xiao Yi, what do you want? I just want to follow to protect you and take care of you. I really don't mean anything else. Sister Xiaohan, if you're not happy, then I won't follow you. It's okay with me, Xiao Yi said aggressively while turning around and leaving. Stop, Guan Xiaohan, who had already reacted, didn't spoil her, yanking her back and questioning. Tell me your purpose. What the hell do you want? Last night you came to me and said you were too scared to sleep alone and I took you in. But it turns out you're using your softness to separate me from Su Sao, trying to make a gap between us. I've already made it clear to you just now that we have our own goals and plans. It's impossible to take you. What did you just say? Protect me? Take care of me? Who are you? You also have the strength to protect and take care of me? Deliberately showing a weak and pitiful look in front of everyone. Who are you showing it to? What's your purpose? Guan Xiaohan directly questioned. And Xiao Yi instantly panicked. There were still people who wanted to fight, but when they saw the situation, they also stopped in their tracks at once. What's the situation? It's not Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao bullying people based on their power. Look at her flustered expression. It's not like Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao bullies. Then what does this Xiao Yi mean? Deliberately smearing the two of them? Messing with the mind, right? I saw Ji Xinhua and the others looking for Xiao Yi yesterday. It's probably because they want to mess with Su Xiao's mindset and delay them, so that they won't be able to go hunting mutant beasts so quickly, thus buying them time. Akisimbo? Is that the one who was dry wounded by the mutant beast yesterday? Well, that's him. He's also a grade A student, no worse than Guan Xiaohan. But yesterday's harvest and performance, a direct world of difference. He was jealous, and then he messed with Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao. This Xiao Yi is also stupid. It seems like Yui Zhou is banging Kisimbo. Ah really ah. Chapter 54, How dare you hinder the future female martial king? Say, what's your purpose? Guan Xiaohan wasn't that dainty queen with all the strength and means. Moreover, now they were justified. Naturally, they won't let her off lightly. Xiao Yi finally told the truth under Guan Xiaohan's pressing. It's Gao Yuan and the others. They want me to affect your state and delay you going out to kill the mutant beasts. I didn't mean any harm. It was just to fool around. Xiao Yi said accusingly. That's not malicious? The crowd was sickened by Xiao Yi's words. It was known that mutant beasts could be exchanged for cultivation resources, and the more mutant beasts one killed, the more resources one obtained, and that martial cultivation would be higher than others. The faster you kill mutant beasts with a high cultivation level, the more resources you'll get. It's a virtuous cycle, and can quickly pull away from the others. By hindering people from hunting mutant beasts now, you are hindering their path of cultivation. That's how bad it is. This Xiao Yi is so cute and kawaii looking. Why is it so bad? That's right, quite beautiful looking, but her heart is still so black. Still thinks she's condescending. This kind of person is too disgusting. Ouch my ass. I used to want to chase her. Now it seems right not to. The crowd was talking and pointing. Xiao Yi was immediately confused. In her vision, she was relying on her cute appearance and crying and weak image to gain everyone's sympathy, and then accusing Guan Xiaohan and diminishing her image. How come you're like this now? Joey looked at this one person who was pointing at her in horror. She might have forgotten that Guan Xiaohan was also a schoolflower, and was a scholarly genius schoolflower. And she, Xiao Yi, was not a tiny bit worse than Guan Xiaohan. You're really bad. Guan Xiaohan angrily slapped her across the face. Xiao Yi's purpose was achieved, and it really delayed them for a long time. Pa! The crisp slap directly dazed Xiao Yi. She looked at Guan Xiaohan in shock and disbelief. The people around her were all confused as well. They didn't expect Guan Xiaohan, who had always been kind and gentle to people, to be so ruthless and directly slap her. Su Xiao was also startled, and hurriedly pulled back Guan Xiaohan, who was about to storm out. But he knew that once Guan Xiaohan stormed out, how horrible the killing power was. I took you in as a friend and here you are counting on me, lying to me. Guan Xiaohan thought about how he took her in yesterday and she was counting on the two of them and delaying them from going out to hunt mutant beasts. He was so intent on helping her that he didn't realize she was really counting on him. This made Guan Xiaohan feel extremely deceived and insulted. So a kick out. Su Xiao can feel that this time she really used all her strength. This time if the kick hit, this Xiao Yi is bound to be seriously injured. Calm down, calm down. Su Xiao hurriedly picked her up. That's when the teacher came over. What happened? Cheng Song separated the crowd and hurriedly inquired. Teacher, she hit me. With Xiao Yi immediately covered her face and cried out, crying loudly as if she had suffered a great injustice. This one directly confused the surrounding students. If they didn't know the causes and consequences, they would have really thought that Xiao Yi had suffered a great deal. What the hell? Guan Xiaohan, Chang Song inquired with a frown. The two of them are bullying one of me. Teacher, you have to be the judge for me. Xiao Yi jumped out again and wailed. Wow, this is too shameless. How can there be such a shameless person who turns black and white upside down and deliberately pretends to be soft? Holy, that's too green tea. Really shameless. The people were accusing each other, and Chang Song had guessed a thing or two from everyone's words. Again, he listened to Guan Xiaohan tell him what happened. Chang Song immediately turned pale. He hadn't expected anything so nasty to come out of it. Moreover, it was a boy from another class, using a girl from his class to screw the best student in the class. This made him very angry, at the same time hating it. This kind of thing that destroys the friendship between classmates and destroys the feelings between classmates is not allowed by the school. I will definitely report it to the school and give the whole school a notice to criticize them and cancel their martial artist allowance, and put them on the to-be-examined list, and once they commit any more behaviors that endanger their classmates and provoke their relationships, they will be directly pulled into the blacklist. Make it so that he can never access transcendent resources again. Chang Song spoke out angrily. Who was Guan Xiaohan? The most talented person in their Linhai No. 1 middle school, the one who had been designated by the principal as the most promising female martial king in the future. And this kind of evaluation, the whole Linhai, how many years have not one person got? It was not too much to say that it was the hope of their Linhai first middle school, or even the entire Linhai. He used to be skeptical, but after watching Guan Xiaohan's superb martial arts skills yesterday, he believed it. But, now someone is actually trying to stunt her growth. Damn it, I can't even protect her. How dare you guys get in her way? Really, damn it. Chang Song's expression when he looked at Xiao Yi was filled with disgust. It's also rare to see disgust in a teacher's eyes. Subsequently, the martial arts teachers of Kisimbo and the others were contacted on the spot. While the matter was reported to the school, Xiao Yi heard that she actually had to inform the whole school and cancel her allowance. There was a moment of panic. Students of different grades were given different subsidies every month, and for an A grade like her, the subsidy was 10 merit points per month. Merit points, on the other hand, are the only currency for purchasing transcendental resources. This is going to be a big deal if it stops. And, a school-wide announcement. Teacher, it's not. It's Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan, she hit me. Xiao Yi shouted, her voice mournful, like a harsh ghost. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shouldn't you be begging for forgiveness at this point? Chang Song directly gave Xiao Yi a look of scorn plus disgust. All disperse, disperse. Go hunt mutant beasts. Chang Song yelled at the crowd to leave. And that's when the other teachers came over. After hearing the whole passage. What? There's such a thing? Is there really something wrong? I'll immediately call Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan and the others back. Are they crazy? The martial arts teacher of the other class immediately contacted Ji Xinhua and the others. Ha ha ha, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiaoxiao are being pestered by Xiao Yi. Now they might be delayed for half a day. This half day is the best time for us to pull away. Kisimbo and 4 or 5 others drove their motorcycles in the wind toward the target. Hey, what's the point of Guan Xiaohan being awesome? This world still relies on brains. Use one person to directly stall the two and see what they do. Today we're completely famous throughout Linhai with our superabundance of mutant beasts. Takato was also excited. Think about the scene yesterday when Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao were surrounded by 10,000 people, all looking at them with envy and admiration. Gao Yuan immediately substituted himself into it. Today, I want 10,000 people around me. 2. Just then, a call came in from Mr. Budo. Chapter 55, Purge the Mutant Beasts. In the teacher's office area, a group of teachers stared expressionlessly at Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan and the others. On the side, Xiao Yi was whimpering and crying. Say, was it you guys who told Xiao Yi to go find Guan Xiaohan and the others? Wasn't it you guys who said you'd find a way to pester Guan Xiaohan? Chang Song questioned. All of his aura exploded out, his body exuding a terrifying and oozing aura. Gxin Bo. Gao Yuan and the others all looked at the crying Xiao Yi to the side speechlessly, cursing in their hearts. They just wanted Xiao Yi to pester Guan Xiaohan. Who knew that they would mess up so much? Such a serious matter. Who let you slander Guan Xiaohan in public? What a piggy bank. Ji Xinhua, Gao Yuan and the others spat inwardly. But, now that things are out of the way, it's not like they can leave Xiao Yi alone. Ji Xinhua and the others had to admit their mistakes. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry, Guan Xiaohan. Our intention was to let Xiao Yi pester you and delay you a bit. I really didn't expect something like this to happen behind us. Aha. We didn't mean any harm. Just wanted to compete and make a little stumble. Lu Yuan and the others also scrambled to explain, pleading guilty in a very good manner. The teacher of their class also excused a few people. They're all little kids, and they all recognize the mistake. and they haven't caused any harm to Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. This little matter will pass. That's right, forget it. The teachers persuaded Chang Song, and some people came to persuade Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao were naturally not happy. Naturally they couldn't just let it go, but they couldn't resist the persuasion of the many teachers, and in the end it passed in a confused manner. Chang Song's face was also helpless. Calling the two men aside, he said, reality is such that until something major happens, everyone will be thinking about making peace. This is also a lesson for you guys. In the future, on your way to growth, not only will you encounter powerful enemies, but there will also be many so-called your own people that you can't see tripping you up. Be careful in the future. People who usually look good and nice may also become your enemy at some point. It's a good thing that Guan Xiaohan handled the situation very well today, immediately fighting back, expanding the matter and drawing the teachers out. The matter was resolved quickly. Otherwise, there's no telling what will develop behind it. Chang Song gave the two men a thought exercise. Don't mess with me again or my gun won't grow eyes. Guan Xiaohan looked at Gxinbo and the others with a murderous aura. Gxinbo and the others were at a disadvantage and didn't dare to retort. With the mediation of the teachers and the congregation, the matter did not go further. The crowd dispersed, each going off to hunt mutant beasts. However, after the teacher intervened, the two sets of them went in two different directions. As previously planned, the two applied for a light truck. Su Xiao drove. We can't stay where we were staying before, lest they do something at night. Aha! Guan Xiaohan's emotions recovered quickly, and at this point, she was completely fine. Let's go to the small village south of the compound. There's no main road there, and few people pass by. Also, it was searched yesterday and basically no one goes that way anymore. It's also nearly 1,000 meters away from the stronghold. No one would live that far away. There are no mutant beasts, and there's no fear of danger. Guan Xiaohan calmly analyzed. Okay, when we come back this afternoon, let's go over there and look for a suitable place, Su Xiao said, while driving carefully. More than half an hour later, the day's destination was reached. The two of them didn't follow Chang Song's advice, before Chang Song told them to hunt mutant beasts in the neighboring villages, but there were more people and fewer mutant beasts, and they earned less. So once again, we came to the more distant villages. No one comes here. Lower Pond Village. According to the information in the wristwatch, there were many fish ponds in Xiatang Village, which contained quite a few mutated fish, and there were also mutated beasts in the village. The strongest was a second-grade mutant dog. There is no threat to them. Soon came the first place with mutant beasts. It's a mutant dog, because dogs are originally carnivores. Fierce, the probability of hunting for food is high, and almost every family has a dog, and after straying, the number of dogs has become huge because of the abundance of food, and the probability of turning into mutated dogs is even higher. So, the mutant dog is the most mutated beast in the village. And then there's the large creatures, cows, pigs, and sheep, and speedy mutant cats. The first and second level mutated creatures were all just mutated, so most of them could see the original physical features. A quick glance will tell you what the mutation is. However, after reaching the third level, a certain aspect of the body would mutate, or even awaken a certain special element, which was already very different from their original species, and stronger. The power of the level 3 mutated creatures could be seen in the creatures in the sea. It's a good thing there aren't any tertiary mutant creatures here. Park the car. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan then looked towards the location of the first mutant beast. When he arrived at the location he didn't find the mutant beasts, but he did see traces of their lives. It seems to have been startled away, Su Xiao said. They had driven over in the truck, and it was to be expected that the truck's not-so-loud sound would scare away the mutant beasts on the outskirts of the village. Look at the paw prints. They're going over in that direction. Go, catch up. The two followed the paw prints to an alley. Suddenly, a level 1 mutant dog lunged forward from a broken doorway. Its eyes were ferocious, and it opened its mouth wide to bite, its sharp teeth transmitting a cold light. Die! Su Xiao bellowed. After his strength had increased, the gilt hammer had become much lighter in his hands, so he was faster when attacking. After only hearing a terrifying whistling wind sound, the gilt hammer violently smashed on the mutant dog's head, only to hear a sound of clacking and cracking bones. The head directly burst open. A hammer blast kills. Too weak. Su Xiao shook his head. He estimated that only a grade 2 mutant beast could resist his hammer right now. The mutant dog's body was then pulled and the search for the mutant beast continued. What followed was total carnage. Guan Xiaohan shot like a dragon, almost always killing in seconds and getting killed with a single shot. A lot more than 3 or 4 corpses. Su Xiao drove directly over to put the bodies of the mutant beasts on the truck and followed them on the main road. When Guan Xiaohan killed one, he went over and threw the mutant beast's body onto the truck. Soon the mutant beasts within the village were killed off. Head straight for the pond next to the village. There were 7 or 8 large ponds in Lower Pond Village, and almost every pond contained a mutant fish. Su Xiao placed the bloodstained body on the edge of the pond, allowing the blood to flow into the pond water. Soon, the mutant fish in the pond swam quickly from the water. Due to the limited amount of food within the pond, it was basically swallowed by them. That's why this mutant beast appeared to be very thin despite its large bone structure. It was a mutated large carp, nearly 2 meters long. It swam quickly, lifting large waves of water and rushing in, its mouth open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Very eagerly, it bit towards the mutant beast corpse. Chapter 56 Second Grade Mutant Crocodile. Die! Su Xiao bellowed. His arm muscles quickly bulged, holding the gilt hammer and slamming it down. Between the flashes of golden light, the gilt hammer landed on the mutant carp's head with a bang. Only a popping crunch was heard. The mutated big carp's head caved right in. The huge body straightened up. Su Xiao reached out and pulled the mutant big carp up, throwing it onto the car. Head toward the second pond. Just as he arrived at the pond, he saw the water swaying, and a 2-meter-long thigh-thick mutant eel violently burrowed out of the grass, extremely fast. Su Xiao also a hammer blast out, directly smashed in its mouth full of sharp teeth, only to hear a number of clicks burst. The upper and lower jaws were directly broken. Ate the pain, the mutant eel fled towards the water. Guan Xiaohan's silver spear stabbed fiercely, directly piercing through it. It was nailed to the ground. Su Xiao raised his gilt hammer to make up the damage and killed him. This mutated fish is much better to kill than mutated beasts. Su Xiao lamented. Most of the mutant fish lived in the water, and after smelling blood, they would quickly rush up, but once they got close to the shore where the water was shallow, they were considerably less flexible, so it was easy to bust them. No, let's go to the big river tomorrow. Let's clean up the mutant beasts on this side first today. Guan Xiaohan also mused. The town had a large river over 10 meters wide running through it, and there were many mutant fish there, even third-grade mutant fish. However, that big river was not the territory the Zhongbei First Middle School was responsible for. Instead, the government department, in a boat, cleans it up. Okay, Su Xiao nodded. The strength of the two of them now was too easy to deal with these level 1 and 2 mutant beasts, the mutant fish. Just as the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard the rustling sound of grass being quickly slid behind them, and when they turned their heads, they saw a mutant crocodile that was more than 2 meters long and nearly half a meter tall, inverting its 4 small short legs and quickly rushing towards them. It's a class 2 mutant crocodile. Just said easy, and here comes the challenge. Su Xiao raised his gilt hammer and stomped towards the crocodile. Be careful. The mutant crocodile has thick skin, huge strength, and sharp teeth. It can also attack with its tail, and its body is low, so don't get caught, Guan Xiaohan quickly said. Meanwhile, with his gun, he was on guard next to Su Xiao, looking for a moment to attack. The skin of the mutant crocodile was very hard, and although she was able to pierce through, she couldn't do much damage. There was even the possibility of the gun getting stuck in the mutant crocodile's skin. So, you have to attack its mouth, eyes and other soft places. Don't worry, Su Xiao stepped up. The moment the second-grade mutant crocodile bit in, it directly slammed down with a hammer, and a violent force erupted, directly smashing onto its mouth. There was a loud bang. Su Xiao felt that he had smashed on a stone, and the powerful recoil directly bounced the gilt hammer, and the mutant crocodile didn't fare so well either. With its mouth ruptured and its teeth chipped, the intense pain instantly caused the mutant crocodile to rage. Its short limbs exerted force, its speed instantly skyrocketed, and its body violently pounced, opening a mouth that could swallow a man. It bit towards Su Xiao's leg. The mutant crocodile has an amazing bite, and its teeth are sharp, and it has a death roll trick, so if it is bitten, its thighs will be broken, if not bitten off. As it rolled over in death, it would also rip one of Su Xiao's legs right off. Right at this moment, a silver spear like a dragon thrust out, its sharp tip piercing the upper jaw of the mutant crocodile and stabbing in sharply. There was a poof, and it went straight in deep. The mutant crocodile ate the pain, and between the twisting of its head, a violent force erupted, and it even directly threw Guan Xiaohan out, directly flying 7 or 8 meters away. At the same time, the large mouth closed violently, trying to bite the silver gun to pieces, but with a click, the silver spear didn't shatter, but its teeth were chipped several times, which made it even angrier. Hissing, he charged towards Guan Xiaohan, directly abandoning the close by Su Xiao. When Su Xiao saw that the mutant crocodile exposed its back, he immediately seized the opportunity as he leapt up, gripped the gilt hammer with both arms, and slammed it down heavily on the back of the mutant crocodile's head. With a shock, scales crumbled and blood burst out. The terrifying force smashed the mutant crocodile's head, almost shattered, and blood flowed out, and this hammer also smashed it and seriously injured it. Su Xiao got the better of it. Arms raised, hammering down, 7 or 8 hammers in a row, directly caving in the head. The mutant crocodile's body stiffened and did not move before stopping. So fierce, my little man, praised Guan Xiaohan as she patted Su Xiao's solid, thick arm. That'll have to do. I'm fiercer in other ways. Want to try? Su Xiao hemmed and hawed. Roll. Work properly. Guan Xiaohan kicked Su Xiao and pulled the silver gun out of the mutant crocodile's mouth. Su Xiao shouldered the mutant crocodile's body and threw it onto the truck, then drove to the next pond. Nothing here, presumably swallowed by a mutant crocodile. Moving on to the next one. Here's a tier 1 mutant blackfish, easily hammered to death. Third. Fourth. More than 3 hours were spent cleaning the pond as well as the village, harvesting 2 level 2 mutant beasts, 1 level 2 mutant crocodile, 7 mutant beasts, and 6 mutant fish. A whole big truckload. Pretty much the same as yesterday. Go back and exchange merit points. Continue killing in the afternoon. Su Xiao drove back. Quan sat in the passenger seat. Ha, finally got a mutant dog killed. We're really awesome. Tang Long shouted in excitement, and the members of the same team were all excited, taking pictures one after another. Go on, drag it to the main road and show it off. This squad of ours was one of the first to get the mutant beast. Right, that's true. Other than those few first-class teams, we're definitely the first. We're already far ahead of most of our classmates. Let's go and show off. 7 or 8 people carried the mutant dog towards the main road. Originally they were close to the town and there were quite a few pedestrians on the road. At once, they saw the mutant dogs they were hunting. Wow, old Tang, you guys can do it. To have gotten a mutated dog killed. That's awesome. The passerby quipped. Ha, it's all luck. It's all luck. Tang Long proudly straightened his chest, not saying anything at all about their strength. The others also said, it can't be helped that luck allowed us to run into one, but it's a pity that we ran into just one. If we had 2, the harvest would have been even greater. Yeah, 1 is a bit too little. 2 would be just right. That's awesome, you guys. Passers-by marveled, and they hadn't even opened yet. At that moment, a car horn sounded, and the crowd looked towards the back, instantly seeing a large truck pulling a load of mutant beast corpses. It's the car that collects mutant beast corpses. Let's go up and show off. Just like Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan did yesterday. That's a great idea. Stand in the car and see the crowds. Several people immediately stopped, but as the light truck approached, they got a good look at the man driving inside. Su Xiao. Chapter 57, we are definitely the strongest. Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan, holy, they both made another big car. Wow, that's really enough. Tang Long looked at a mutant beast that several of them were carrying, and then looked at the large cart that Su Xiao was pulling with a huge tail peeking out. This contrast, Tang Long only felt incomparably shabby. Wanted to find a crack in the ground. It's outrageous. These two are perverts, aren't they? Tang Long's few people were speechless. Classmate, do you want to put the mutant beast in the car? Su Xiao saw several of them carrying a mutant beast, looking quite tired. He also saw someone waving his hand at him, so he was kind enough to try to help out a little. Oh, no, I can thank you, Tang Long laughed. Why am I so cheap? Nothing to move, what hand? Isn't that embarrassing yourself? Tang Long thought breathlessly. The school gate. 7 or 8 people happily rushed over from one direction, each of them dragging a mutant beast's corpse in their vehicles, which added up to 7 or 8 meters. Joey yelled excitedly as he sat on the back of the motorcycle. The expression of crying in the morning was long gone, and she was now sitting proudly on the back of the motorcycle, and the one driving the motorcycle pulling her was none other than Ji Xinhua. Let's see if Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao and the two of them are still godly. Bullying me in the morning, I had to punch them in the face today. Joey proudly took a picture with his cell phone. The long caravan, a mutant beast's corpse were all photographed in and sent to the class group to show off. This is the harvest of half a day. There are so many of them. Hee, ha, it's only been half a day and we've gotten 7 mutant beasts, including a second-grade mutant beast. With our harvest, no one in the entire newcomers can compare to us. Yao Yuan also excitedly drove his motorcycle and ran to the first place, side by side with Kisimbo. Happily, that's for sure. We're all highly gifted martial artists, and we're all powerful, so how can the others compare to us? I guess they're all happy to kill one head, Ji Xinhua confidently said. The depressed mood of yesterday when he was injured by a mutant beast alone and pulled back was swept away. There was confidence and arrogance all over. To get so many mutant beasts killed in just over 3 hours, this kind of battle record was not rare in the entire school, right? How can those who are only compare with him? All weak pussies, except for Guan Xiaohan, of course. But there were only 2 of her, so how could she compare to the rest of them? There's no comparison, okay? After getting screwed in the mind again in the morning, I'm guessing I'm hiding somewhere sulking right now, just like myself yesterday. Moreover, this morning was a real relief. Guan Xiaohan made quite a big battle. gathering all the martial arts teachers, all together. And what happened? As a result, all of them went unpunished. Guan Xiaohan made such a big scene, and even made himself angry. But they didn't punish him. He didn't believe that Guan Xiaohan wouldn't be angry. And once Guan Xiaohan got angry, naturally, there was no way to properly hunt the mutant beasts. Without mutant beasts coming into the account, there were no merit points. And without merit points, there was no way to exchange the Tian Yuan liquid that made them stronger, essence blood, and there was no way to improve, and their strength would stagnate, and he or she can improve quickly. Just thinking about it made Kisimbo heartily happy. Go ahead and humiliate Guan Xiaohan properly later. Her mind again. Jixinbo thought excitedly. Looking at the school entrance, suddenly Ji Xinbo said, "Brothers, how about we pile the mutant beast corpses together and take a group photo? This is our biggest catch of the day and should be memorialized." Not bad, not bad. It's something that should be honored. Everyone all stop the cars and pile the mutant beasts together. Gao Yuan also shouted excitedly. Okay, 7 or 8 hecklers. All of them got the mutant beasts together, piled them up, and then a group of them gathered around to take pictures. It caused a lot of people. Wow, no way. Just a little mutant beast like that, and you still have the face to block the gate to show off? Mom, people Guan Xiaohan killed so many and didn't even show them off at the gate. Okay, that's it. Look at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, and then look at these people, the highs and lows. That's not true. Screwed a couple of mutant beasts who didn't know their last name. Many people muttered in dissatisfaction as Ji Xinbo and the others blocked the carcass of the mutant beast directly in front of the school, and the motorcycles blocked both sides of the road, straight up blocking everyone from getting through. Sacrificing other people's convenience to get some beautiful photos is naturally unpopular with others. Ji Xinbo and the others continued to act as they were, and even became more arrogant after hearing the others' comments, deliberately filming very slowly. They also made loud noises, because they knew that these people were not as strong as them. They were not afraid of them resisting at all. Who were they afraid of when the 7 high gifted were united? Of course there were those who weren't afraid, and many of the A gifted who had brought their teams had returned with their prey. As soon as they saw that they didn't have as much as Ji Xinbo and the others, their hearts were already upset. Now see them blocking the road and not letting them into the school. He was instantly annoyed and shouted, "Do you have any sense of public morality? It's time to return to dinner. What are you doing blocking the gate? That's it, dog. No public spirit. A few mutant beasts and you guys are showing off." Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao didn't even show off when they had dozens of them. You guys are just showing off. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? There were dozens of A-gifted people in Jianbei No. 1 middle school, but they didn't form a team. They all chose to bring people who were better connected to them. Not as strong as Kisimbo and the others, but it's also daring to come out and yell twice. Oops, can't help it. Just more kills. Certain people don't even get to show off if they want to. Right, Gao Yuan responded with a smile. Not embarrassed at all by being scolded. On the contrary, he was very proud of himself. It wasn't just Takato, it was even Kisimbo and the others. Delighted, and arrogant, and focused on screwing with people's minds. What a dog! The crowd cursed, and Kisimbo and the others were even more pleased. Just then, someone shouted loudly, "Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao is here, pulling a load of mutant beasts. Your disgraceful group of 2 little cuties. Hurry up and go." The crowd all blocked the doorway and drove their motorcycles with a lot of noise. So no one heard the sound of the truck coming at this time. When they heard someone yelling, they all looked towards the back at once. Sure enough, they saw a light truck, a logistical vehicle, specializing in going to various villages to collect mutant beasts. However, this car, the one who drove it was not the school's logistics teacher, but Su Xiao. It's really Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan. Holy, another whole load of mutant beasts. It's too awesome. Another dozen or so. And there's a level 2 mutant beast too. Oh my god, too strong. Ji Xinbo, Gao Yuan, Xiao Yi, you bunch of clowns. Come here and see what Guan Xiaohan has gotten. How do you guys have the face to show it off with so little stuff? How do you have the face to block the door to show it off? Joker, ha 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 ha. The crowd of students laughed at Kisimbo and the others. The exasperation from earlier had all turned into mockery in this instant. Chapter 58, Su Xiao, I'm going to kill you. What? Another big car? Kisimbo looked over incredulously, and sure enough, he saw a light truck behind the convoy. The truck was loaded with many bodies, and a large tail could be seen peeking out of the vehicle, and sitting in the car were none other than Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Ji Xinbo and Gao Yuan glanced at each other, and there was surprise, as well as panic, in their eyes. If Guan Xiaohan had really gotten more mutant beasts than them, wouldn't it be a proper disgrace for them to block the doorway now? Hurry up and clean up. Takato immediately felt some agitation on his face. He felt like a real clown now. Originally thought that Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao's mentality collapsed. Surely cannot get a lot of mutant beasts. and even if they get it, it is estimated that they will come back only in the afternoon. So, they chose to block the door a bit at noon to show off. I didn't expect Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao to come back and mess with a lot of mutant beasts. How can anyone live? Shame on you. The heart also fiercely resented Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. What do you mean you're not here early or late? You've blocked so many people. On purpose? What a nuisance. The others felt embarrassed and cleaned up. Ji Xinbo, however, said, clean up what? It's like we're afraid of Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. What can we do if we don't clean up? Can they eat us? Besides, we don't have a lot of mutant beasts. Maybe even more than them. What's the point of running away before you've even competed? All of them felt that it was reasonable. There were 7 or 8 of them with a level 1 mutant beast each and a level 2 mutant beast, which was already very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be showing off here. Then Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao might not even be able to match them. In case Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao didn't get as many mutant beasts as they did and they were the first to be scared off, wouldn't that be a shame? Not bad. It's not even a match yet. Fear nothing. Maybe there are more than them. Just don't withdraw. Yao Yuan was instantly moved by the words and all stopped packing. Yo, a bunch of jumped up clowns who still want to be humiliated to their faces. Ha ha ha. The onlookers burst into laughter. I don't know who shouted. The motorcycles blocking the front of the light truck moved to the sides, giving the truck a passageway that led straight to Ji Xinbo and his group at the entrance of the school. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. A bunch of little dogs actually blocked the road. Punch them in the face to go? Su Xiao looked at Guan Xiaohan. Guan Xiaohan, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, sneered. What's the point of fighting directly pressuring them over and crushing their mutant beasts so that the quality of those mutant beasts is lowered? They get less merit points. They were the ones who took the initiative to get in the way. Just don't blame me. Guan Xiaohan's face was incomparably calm. Having been disgusted by them in the morning, now was the best means of revenge. She's not afraid to sue the teacher, so she says she didn't see it. All right. Had ha. It's still you who thinks far-reaching. Su Xiao praised. The mutant beasts that Bu Ji Xinbo and the others got crushed and rotted. That character is directly gone. And the merit points given by the logistics teacher will become less. Fewer merit points. Then fewer resources for them to redeem. Then crush it. Su Xiao huffed and puffed and put it in gear, while slowly accelerating. All the students around them laughed. Ha ha ha, there's a dozen bodies on the truck. Definitely more than Kisimbo and the others. This is going to be a slap in their face. This time Kisimbo and the others have really become clowns. The students were all happy, because when the truck drove past them, they all saw the mutant beast corpses inside the vehicle, and there were 3 of them and all of the level 2 mutant beasts, and there's only one head on Kisimbo's side. So what are they comparing this to? Not to mention the quantity, there's no comparison at all. Okay. The crowd all saw the final result in this instant. Kisimbo and the others were slapped in the face, so they can laugh at them to their heart's content later. The crowd thought excitedly and gathered towards the front. Aha Jixinbo, Gao Yuan, clowns, now we're going to humiliate you. Weaklings still blocking the door to show off. This will show you guys what a master is. But soon they realized something was wrong. The truck Su Xiao was driving was slowly accelerating. The roar of the gas pedal grew louder, and crashed straight towards the pile of mutant beast corpses in front of the gate. Ji Xinbo and Gao Yuan and the others sensed that something was wrong, and as they watched the light trucks crashing in sharply, they all ran towards the sides in fear. Su Xiao, you're ing crazy. Ji Xinbo, who was almost hit, cursed at Su Xiao, drawing sneers from Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. And then, in full view of everyone, the light truck crashed into the pile of mutant beast corpses, and the powerful and terrifying impact directly sent the mutant beast corpses flying out. Straight away, the pile of corpses crashed apart. Then the gas pedal roared and crushed right through, and instantly a toothy crack of bones was heard, as well as the sound of bodies bursting into pieces, blood splattering and gore flying. Straight up, the body crushed and exploded. After pressing it, Su Xiao took off and drove into the campus. Approaching the school entrance, Su Xiao stuck out his head and shouted apologetically, "Oops, sorry, the brakes are broken. You guys are really too. Why did you put the mutant beast corpse in the middle of the main road? Sigh, what a pity." Then the gas roared into the campus. A group of logistics teachers and martial arts teachers on campus gave Su Xiao a thumbs up, and then all shook their heads as they looked at a field of corpses. They had seen the farce at the main entrance a long time ago, but no one bothered because it was really hard for them to control these great gifted people as they were flaunting their battle results. What if, when these A-listers get up, they retaliate against them? There is a precedent for this. Besides, there was no fight, no danger involved, and there was no point in caring. Let's just see how they end up. I didn't expect Su Xiao to press straight over. This time, the crowd was honestly stifling laughter. And then, all of them tacitly surrounded towards Su Xiao's truck. They had a job. They were required to determine the character of the mutant beast and issue merit points. Outside the school gate, everyone was stunned. and they all stared blankly at a mess of mutant beast corpses. This ing. Ji Shinbo Gao Yuan and the others' heads buzzed, looking at the bodies on the ground that had been knocked sideways and many of them had been flattened. Their brains were directly confused. With this one, the character drops right to the bottom. Originally a mutant beast that could turn 5 or 6 or 7 points. This one was directly cut off at the waist. It's a big loss. Su Xiao, I'll ing kill you. Ji Shinbo suddenly charged in the direction of the truck. Gao Yuan and the others followed it closely. They had to make Su Xiao give a statement, otherwise the loss would be too great. Just as they went after them, ha ha ha, my throttle is broken too. Oops mom, help ha ha ha. A boy laughed out loud and twisted the throttle of his motorcycle, huffing and puffing as he rushed towards the gate. It also purposely pressed the body while whirring forward. This time, everyone's eyes lit up. Yards, blocking us for so long, this time I'll make you lose your money. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My car broke down and is out of control. One person took the lead, and the others all twisted the throttle of their motorcycles and rushed over, all of them purposely crushing towards the mutant beast corpses. Not one person, but hundreds of people blocked. Hundreds of motorcycles, all started roaring. This time, Ji Shinbo, Lu Yuan and others who rushed in to try to get Su Xiao back were completely dumbfounded. Don't! Chapter 59, still picking fights with this strength. A motorcycle blasted its throttle and pressed past the mutant beast's corpse, and instantly the sound of bones breaking rang out and blood flew across the ground. Ji Shinbo, Gao Yuan, and the others all tore their hearts out and yelled, "Stop!" But, yo sorry, the vehicle is out of control. What can we do about this? The crowd laughed as a motorcycle roared past. At first some bone breaking could be heard, then not a single bone breaking sound could be heard. They were all crushed to pieces. Even the flesh and blood all exploded into mush and were taken away by the wheels, leaving a bright red wheel mark. You guys want to die? I'll get you all killed. Kisimbo shouted angrily, looking at the crushed meat on the ground. All of them wanted to cry without tears. Their morning's efforts were gone in an instant. 7 or 8 mutant beast corpses. How could they get 20 or 30 merit points? Just like that they were gone. It's Su Xiao. It's Su Xiao who started the press. He must be made to pay for it. Xiao Yi shouted, instantly waking up Gxin Bo, Gao Yuan and the others in grief. Instantly hatred bubbled up in their eyes. Yes, he must be made to pay. It's all Su Xiao. It's all him. Damn thing. Find him. Angrily, Ji Shinbo, Gao Yuan and the others all angrily rushed towards Su Xiao's direction. On Su Xiao's side, as soon as he stopped, the logistic teachers who were watching all smiled and went forward to quickly count. By the time Ji Shinbo and the others ran in, they had already counted the merit points. In total, they had gotten another 73 merit points. Not as many as yesterday because there were fewer level 2 mutant beasts. Su Xiao, you ing compensate me for the mutant beast. Gxin Bo came to Su Xiao's body with quick steps, reached out and grabbed Su Xiao. Su Xiao pushed his backhand with force. His body strength instantly erupted. The horrible power pushed Gxin Bo backwards 7 or 8 steps. If it wasn't for being held up by Lu Yuan, he would have definitely fallen to the ground this time. Crushing our mutant beasts and you're still hitting people. Su Xiao, you don't have a king's law anymore. Him, Lu Yuan shouted and rushed up with a big step, raising his fist to blast Su Xiao's face. The mutant beast was crushed to pieces. He had long been furious. At this time, All Out was bound to beat Su Xiao violently. Out of anger, Ji Shinbo and the others also understood Lu Yuan's meaning in an instant and all rushed up, raising their fists to strike. Instantly 7 or 8 fists smashed towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead he revealed a cold smile. The morning's anger hasn't come out yet. Now it's just right to come out. He had gone through the Thunder Sparrow's enhancement feedback, and with the Iron Armored Ox bloodline elevated, his strength had increased greatly, and he was no longer weaker than these A-grade gifted people. Moreover, he cultivated the Iron Cloth Shirt. His body was hard as hell, and he had suffered through Guan Xiaohan's fist attacks, so he naturally wasn't afraid of their fists. As long as it wasn't a sharp weapon, Su Xiao wasn't afraid. Get down for me. Su Xiao's arms shook, his muscles bulging instantly, his fists rising violently by a circle, striking at Lu Yuan, who was the first to attack towards him. Boom! A dull sound rang out as fists met fists. Instantly Lu Yuan's face changed drastically. He felt like he had punched a rock, and the pain instantly traveled from his fist to his brain, causing him to stifle a muffled grunt. Huge and terrifying power also erupted in this instant, directly bombarding the staggering backwards, before he could stand on his feet. At that moment, a straight iron leg flew violently from beyond his sight, hitting him squarely in the jaw, and a terrifying force instantly erupted, instantly rushing into his brain, and he felt his eyes instantly go black. The body also flew out uncontrollably backwards. It fell heavily on the ground. The one who sent out the attack was none other than Guan Xiaohan. Without any nonsense, Her fist struck out as quickly as a viper. It blasted down towards the ribs of the other two with a loud bang, directly sending them flying. And Su Xiao also rushed up with great strides, throwing punches like a dragon. Although he didn't punch as fast as Guan Xiaohan, he had a lot of power and attacked fiercely, directly charging across the crowd. The large fists, which only greeted them forward, drew fire while suppressing them at the same time. Guan Xiaohan, on the other hand, is responsible for precision strikes with her swift punches and precise attacks. Once someone struck at her, she quickly took a step back and hid behind Su Xiao, who blocked the attack and then quickly struck again. Precise punches, terrifying outbursts, direct punches to knock people over. The two men struck ferociously like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In less than 30 seconds, Ji Xinbo, Gao Yuan and the others were lying on the ground screaming in pain. A lot of people haven't reacted yet. Asterisk 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 so fierce. These are all great gifted, and they've just been ed over like this? It's too powerful. The two of them are simply invincible when they join forces, instantly drying out a group of class gifted people. It's too awesome. I finally realize how the two of them, Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao, obtained so many mutant beasts. Yeah, it's too strong. It's just ridiculously strong. The crowd all looked at the two in shock. Such a dish and still come to pick a fight? Su Xiao kicked Ji Xinbo's abdomen. A terrifying force erupted, directly sending him flying backwards, falling heavily to the ground, instantly becoming a shrimp, covering his stomach and dry heaving. In the morning when you guys were looking for trouble, you didn't do anything to you, and now you're looking for trouble again. You really think that I, Guan Xiaohan, am made of clay? Guan Xiaohan said with her eyes containing fury. The eyes went to the dumbfounded Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi saw Guan Xiaohan's fierce eyes, her legs went limp and she sat on the ground. It's none of my business, Sister Xiaohan. I didn't even make a move. It's none of my business, Xiao Yi cried out. Rubbish. Guan Xiaohan looked at Xiao Yi coldly. At this moment, she very much hoped that Xiao Yi would make a move so that she could teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, this Xiao Yi was a wimp. Stop. At this moment, Cheng Song and the others who were standing in the crowd watching the fun lazily opened their mouths. What's going on? Is Guan Xiaohan someone bullying you guys? Cheng Song inwardly held in his laughter, his face expressionless. They were also very upset about these guys blocking the door, but there were no rules, so it was not good for them to intervene forcefully. Now, well, the mutant beast corpse is gone, and he's been brutally beaten up. Now give them the perfect charge of bullying their classmates again in peace. Ji Xinbo, who wasn't dizzy, was instantly infuriated when he heard Cheng Song's words. What do you mean someone is bullying Guan Xiaohan? Can't you see that they're the ones who beat us up? The students who were watching from the side all froze when they heard Cheng Song's obviously biased words, and then they all spoke up. Yes, it was Ji Xinbo, Lu Yuan, and 7 or 8 others who laid siege to Guan Xiaohan. Too bad for them. That's it. It's so bad. It's obvious bullying. We hope the teacher will punish them properly to correct the school rules. Not bad. 7 or 8 people bullying a little girl. This group of people are simply beasts, suggesting a hard lesson. Expulsion from the school. Expulsion from the ranks of martial artists. The crowd was talking, and the more they talked, the more excited they became, the more outrageous they became. It was like 1,000 words. Ji Xinbo, Lu Yuan, you guys bullied your classmates. The evidence is solid and there are so many witnesses. I will report it to the school truthfully, Cheng Song seriously said. Ji Xinbo's face instantly turned pale. Chapter 60, First time being attacked. Su Xiao did a great job. Thumbs up from Guan Xiaohan. The teachers took Ji Xinbo, Gao Yuan and the others to the infirmary. The students gave Su Xiao Guan Xiaohan a thumbs up. It's such a relief. Not only did they crush their mutant beasts, but they also beat them up violently. It's unlikely that there will be any serious punishment from the school, but it's a real relief. Bullies who bully their classmates should be punished with justice. Su Xiao shouted mid-sentence and was pulled away by Guan Xiaohan. Afterwards, after eating at the logistics cafeteria, then he returned to where he was staying, pulled up his tent, and pulled it out of the school while most people were still out, and went straight to the small village about a kilometer away. There is no main road here, only a path leading to the village, and paths leading to other villages. Few people come here and it is considered a hidden place. As for why they don't just pitch a tent in the middle of the school, it's because, well, it's crowded and inconvenient. The mutant beasts within the village were cleared yesterday. The two then skipped up and down the village, looking for a suitable house. A small 2-story building was quickly eyed. This house is not bad. It's all poured with cement. The house is strong enough. We live on the 2nd floor. The view is good. Once there is any danger, we can react quickly. Guan Xiaohan was pleasantly surprised. All right, that's it. The two walked in and the front door of the house was smashed open by whoever was there. There was also a lot of broken glass on the 1st floor, but the glass on the 2nd floor near the curb was intact. and because of the locked door, there wasn't much dust inside. Straight away the windows were opened, cleaned up, and the tent was set up inside. Guan Xiaohan also took out a redeemed bottle of beast repellent powder. According to the introduction above, it was known that the beast repellent powder was made from the feces and urine of some beasts mixed with a potion, so that no matter what kind of mutant beasts, as long as they smelled it, they would be nauseated and stay away. It is one of the essential items for survival in the wilderness. Sprinkle animal repellent powder around the perimeter of the house. The two of them then continued to hunt mutant beasts in the truck. We'll hunt a dozen more in the afternoon and try to earn the money to purchase the iron armored bull essence blood and the green python essence blood. Guan Xiaohan set the tone. Okay. Su Xiao nodded. Beiyang Village. The village variety of poplar trees. There are many decades, hundreds of years of thick poplar trees. There are large families of those poplar trees are 3 or 4 meters thick, which causes the North Yang village side of the more poultry. Birds mutant beasts. Guan Xiaohan. Su Xiao. In this village there are 3 second-grade mutant birds, more than 30 first-grade mutant chickens, mutant bird mutant beasts and so on. They fly fast and attack fiercely. And it's divided into 3 large groups of what are basically secondary mutant creatures, all moving together. I wish you would not enter this village. The scout drone that had been following overhead advised. This village was the final showdown point that the martial arts teachers had predicted for everyone, and after getting the mutant beasts from the other surrounding villages killed, everyone would come over together in the last day or two to clean up the mutant birds here. Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan ignored the words of persuasion. Instead, after hearing that there were 3 level 2 mutant birds, and that they would also be besieging, the two of them all had expressions of interest in their eyes. It would be a siege that meant that they would rush together, and that would save them from having to look for them one by one. Finding mutant beasts is not an easy task, and sometimes, those mutant beasts are not even in the location detected at the beginning. You have to look at the footprints to find them. Time-consuming and laborious. It would be soothing if it was the same as the first day before, when all the mutant beasts rushed together. The two men opened their wristwatches and checked the locations of the 3 mutant bird mutant poultry colonies. It appeared at once above, with a general introduction. One is in the southeast of the village, which used to be a chicken farm. When I left, I let all those chicks go, and some of them evolved into second-grade mutant chickens. There are 13 regular level 1 mutant chickens, and all the chickens here defer to the level 2 mutant chickens, a sort of mini-chief, and they often fight with another group of mutant pheasants at the west end of the village over territory. The group of mutant pheasants at the west end of the village had 1 second-degree mutant pheasant and 12 first-degree mutants. On the big tree at the north end of the village, there was a second-grade mutant eagle and 3 first-grade mutant eagles. There were 3 groups in all, and from time to time a fight would break out. Looking at the introduction, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan were instantly delighted. If the 3 families don't get along, we won't be afraid of being besieged. Aha! Let's first engage this large mutant chicken colony at the southeast end of the village. Guan Xiaohan tapped the location on the map. Go! This location was also the closest to them. Su Xiao blasted the gas and quickly rushed towards the location of the mutant chickens. A few hundred meters away, they heard clucking and there were large roosters flying around the village. There were ferocious large roosters that actually attacked their car directly. It's so fierce without becoming a mutant beast. What will it be like when it becomes a mutant beast? Su Xiao stepped on the gas pedal and knocked out the ordinary large roosters that fluttered their wings and rushed towards the truck, and some of them were directly crushed to death, storming up a large area of blood. Right at this moment, with a sharp, stirring cluck, a 1 meter 3/4 tall mutated large rooster with huge wings and trailing long tail feathers suddenly rushed out from the alleyway with fluttering wings. There were stubby claws as thick as arms that clawed at the glass of the light truck. Su Xiao slammed on the brakes in a hurry, but it was still too late. The claw of that level 1 mutant large cockerel clawed on the glass, and with a bang, the glass exploded, and the thick claw clawed towards Su Xiao's head. Unbridled, Su Xiao directly turned off the fire, while his right hand violently grabbed out. Instantly the muscles on his arm quickly bulged, like a steel pillar, and grabbed the claws of the mutant large rooster, deadly imprisoned it, and after that, he violently pulled it over with a forceful pull, and with a terrifying burst of strength, he violently pulled it over, and his left hand clenched his fist and smashed it against the chest of the mutated large rooster. Boom! The fist was like an iron fist and drove straight in. Although it was not as domineering as the damage dealt by the guilt hammer, it was also blasted directly into its body, and a direct burst of toothsome bone breaks rang out. The fist slammed right into its chest. Guan Xiaohan also struck quickly, catapulting violently, her fist rushing up like a viper's head, punching it in the neck, directly interrupting its screams and ringing out with the sound of crisp bones breaking. The two men combined their efforts to instantly kill it, dropping it right into the window of the car. And that's when more shrill cries rang out and came quickly in the direction of the truck. Get out of the car and get your weapons. The two of them quickly got out of the car. Guan Xiaohan's silver spear was strapped to the side of the car, and Su Xiao's guilt hammer was in the bucket. Just as they opened the car door, a swarm of normal attack fluttering wings clawed towards them. Not a strong attack, but one that directly obscured the view. This was the first time he was attacked by a mutated beast. Chapter 61 Chickens like a tide of beasts. Get out of the way. Su Xiao's iron fist waved, and the powerful intensity hit these ordinary roosters as if they were swung by a hammer, directly bursting them. There was only a crisp clicking and crunching sound. The ferocious ordinary roosters had their bones shattered, and some were directly burst open by Su Xiao, rippling up a sky of blood, as well as large swathes of chicken feathers. Chicken feathers filled the sky, and as the ferocious rooster fluttered his wings, it caused the chicken feathers to fly about, directly causing Su Xiao's vision to be obstructed, and a lot of them flew to the top of his head to attack his head. Well, the helmet. These have not yet become the level of mutant beast's rooster, completely impervious to attack. However, this annoyed Su Xiao. It was the first time he had been attacked, and the first time he had been in such a state of distress that he touched the guilt hammer. As he remembered, the moment he grasped the guilt hammer, Su Xiao's muscles rippled all over his body, and the guilt hammer swept out with a golden light emanating from it. Boom boom boom, only a loud popping sound, as well as a sharp miserable scream, quickly appeared and quickly came to an abrupt end. A dozen or so clusters of blood mist directly erupted in his surroundings. His body was instantly empty in front of him, and at this moment, Su Xiao heard the right side of the car, ringing out a sharp chicken sound. Xiaohan, are you okay? The two of their weapons were not placed together. They were both in the direction they were sitting, making it easy to get out of the car and pick up their weapons. I didn't realize that there was now a situation where one person was left alone. Su Xiao rushed over with a big step. That's when more ferocious big roosters fluttered their wings and killed towards him. It's totally as crazy as it gets. Su Xiao wasn't polite either, and the guilt hammer swung around, blowing up a ferocious rooster. A level 1 mutant beast couldn't even withstand his guilt hammer, let alone these ordinary roosters with even weaker defenses. The guilt hammer swung all a burst of bones. By the time he walked from the left side of the car to the right side, he was just in time to see a 1 meter tall first-grade mutant rooster fluttering its wings and flying to a height of more than one person, stretching out its thick, arm-like claws towards Guan Xiaohan's head. Die! Only hearing a light jaw sound, a silver light exploded out, accurately piercing through the jaws of that grade 1 mutant large rooster, straight to the head, and then the silver light retracted. Another rapid succession of points. Suddenly burst a large chilly light. The sharp tip of the gun pierced the head of a ferocious rooster with precision. I'm fine. Are you alright? While Guan Xiaohan quickly struck out, she looked towards Su Xiao. A trace of warmth flashed through both of them the moment they looked at each other. Fine. These broken chickens can't hurt me yet. Su Xiao heatedly laughed and stood directly in front of Guan Xiaohan, his guilt hammer waving and sweeping across the party. It directly blocked most of the rooster's attacks. With Su Xiao's resistance, Guan Xiaohan was even more relaxed, turning her back to the truck, her silver spear quickly stabbing out and blowing out the head of a large rooster. Soon, the wave of roosters was all but exterminated. The cackling in his ears was momentarily silent, and just then, they heard more cackling sounds coming from within the village. Looking towards the village, they saw countless roosters fluttering their wings densely on the roofs of houses and walls towards them. Among them was also a large mutant rooster that was over a meter tall. Countless roosters flapped their wings and came like a tidal wave, also like an incomparably huge and colorful cloth covering towards them. At the back of the rooster group, there was an even louder, thicker rooster crowing sound that rang out violently. It was as ear-piercing as a thunderbolt. Asterisk 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 crazy crazy crazy. Thousands of chickens in the south of the village are all flocking towards you. Run! The reconnaissance drone signaled. Gao Ming was controlling the scouting drone and had a much better line of sight than Su Xiao and the others, which allowed him to see more truly. The flock of chickens that rushed over spread several hundred meters long. All of them flew up to directly cover half of the village, at least a few thousand, and even had to have tens of thousands of chickens. At this moment, all of them were gibbering and spreading over, as if it was a terrifying wave of beasts, can devour everything, and the hierarchy was clear. With 7 or 8 meters above the normal roosters, and a dozen or so first-class mutant large roosters that were over a meter tall, as well as the huge 2-meter tall, 7 or 8 meter tall grade 2 mutant large rooster with outstretched wings. It flew even higher, as if it was a bomber. The inciting wings kicked up a huge gale, blowing the trees low and exploding the dust. Cluck duh. A loud and clear voice came out of his mouth, piercing and carrying great pressure. Seeing the goosebumps on Gao Ming's body, he hurriedly controlled the scouting drone to fly to a higher place, and warned, that big level 2 rooster is flying over with the flock. Do you guys need backup? No. Su Xiao returned a cry. At this time, Guan Xiaohan was behind him. Then he didn't need to attack from the sides and back. just the ones in front of him, which increased his vision greatly at the same time. The pressure also plummeted, and it was only a grade 2 mutant large rooster. He didn't put it in his eyes yet. The grade 2 mutant large rooster, although its attack was fierce, its defense was weak, and it basically couldn't withstand one of his hammers. Well, Gao Ming replied, but still informed Sun Chang, who was controlling the attack drone. Sun Chang, if it's okay, you can come over to the North Yang village side first. Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao are fighting the chickens. Gao Ming shouted to Sun Chang, who was not far away. Okay, going over right now. Sun Chang immediately took control of the attack drone and flew over. Just in case, this side of the village of Beiyang, the chickens had spread over, and from the viewpoint of the scouting drone, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan were covered in a split second, as if they had been swallowed by the sea. But the two of them, Su Xiao and Guan Xiaohan, stood like two reefs. Instead, it stormed up a large spray of blood, as well as a sky full of chicken feathers. There's a level 1 mutant rooster in front of us on the left, Guan Xiaohan warned from behind. Roger that. At this time, Su Xiao's vision is limited. His helmet is all chicken feathers and blood. Nothing can be seen. He does not need to see. Just swing the hammer. Anyway, there are roosters all over the place. Just kill them. His arm swung quickly as if they were wind and fire wheels, knocking out a large, ferocious rooster. At this moment, when he heard Guan Xiaohan's reminder, his right arm exerted all its strength and violently slammed towards the left front. Boom! A huge resistance came, followed by a scream, and the sound of bones breaking as the gilt hammer smashed its claws straight through and blasted into its chest, killing it outright. The silver spear in Guan Xiaohan's hand flew out like a dragon, quickly killing a ferocious large rooster, but the feathers that rippled up and the blood that splattered also made her vision unclear. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind hit her, and the chicken feathers flying all over the sky as well as the blood mist violently came towards her, and Guan Xiaohan hastily dodged sideways. A spray of chicken feathers and blood smeared all over her, and at that moment she heard a sharp chirping sound, rapidly approaching. The moment she turned her head, she saw a large grade 1 mutant rooster, directly crossing over Su Xiao and extending its sharp claws to grab her head. Die! Guan Xiaohan snorted coldly, and the silver spear exploded out, instantly stabbing the mutated large rooster's jaw, directly piercing through the head and landing with a loud bang. The sky in front of Guan Xiaohan's eyes suddenly emptied out, and it also allowed her to see the ferociously flying and swooping grade 2 mutant large rooster. Chapter 62, Corpses all over the place. That grade 2 mutant large rooster was 2 meters tall, with 7 or 8 meters of outstretched wings, like a small bomber, waving its wings and fanning up huge wind waves sweeping in all directions. It opened its mouth and barked, emitting a loud, piercing cackle that shook one's heart like a great bell. It was more powerful than the mutated large rooster they had killed earlier. A scarlet glow emanated from its eyes as it stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed ferociously towards Su Xiao. At this time, Su Xiao's helmet was completely covered with blood as well as chicken feathers couldn't see the outside scene around him at all, and he wielded the gilt hammer completely by virtue of his consciousness. Directly in front of you, in the direction of the top of your head, the level 2 mutant large cockerel is clawing towards you, Guan Xiaohan shouted, her body exploding with strength, mobilizing her chi, only to see the silver spear vibrate, and then, like a swimming dragon, he burst out, aiming for the grade 2 mutant large rooster. Over here Su Xiao gets a reminder. Drumming out violently, his arm muscles instantly bulged up again, and his whole body's strength coalesced above his arms in an instant. Listening to the sound of different wings fanning the wind in his ears, he quickly determined the location of the second-level mutant large cockerel, before roaring violently and smashing it with all his might. Boom! Su Xiao only felt that he had smashed into steel, and a powerful recoil struck him, shaking him backward, and his hammer hit the claws of the grade 2 mutant large rooster right in the middle, and the massive force blasted onto its claws, directly shattering several claws, and blasted it unsteadily. At that moment, a silver light burst out and pierced into the mutated large rooster's head with a poof. Its booming voice came to an abrupt end. It died outright. On the other side, Su Xiao stabilized his stance and took advantage of the gap before the mutant roosters rushed over, and hurriedly wiped off the blood on his helmet visor, and instantly saw the scene of countless ferocious roosters and mutant chickens in front of him. I can't help but be staggered. So much. Cut the crap. Kill them all. Guan Xiaohan's silver spear like a swimming dragon quickly stabbed and killed a rooster, and those incoming mutant attacks were easily pierced by her. Okay. Su Xiao took a breath. Swinging the gilt hammer continuously was a bit of a strain even with his current strength, and now they haven't even killed half of them. It was a good thing that his combat suit was originally an intermediate combat suit, and after the increase in soul value, the protection became even stronger. It was almost on par with a high-level combat suit. These ferocious roosters, as well as level 1 mutant attacks simply cannot penetrate the defenses of a combat suit. Otherwise, even if he had a strong defense, he would still be scratched by the chicken's claws. Su Xiao shook the water pen to ease the soreness of his muscles, and then the gilt hammer swung out ferociously once again, and the terrifying force instantly erupted. Wherever the gilt hammer swept through, all the ferocious roosters that were hit were instantly blown away, and even if they were grazed by the gilt hammer, their bones instantly snapped and they fell to the ground screaming miserably. Even those level 1 mutant large roosters couldn't resist a single hammer from Su Xiao. It didn't take long for a pile of bodies to be at his feet, flooding the legs of the. Su Xiao then jumped directly onto the pile of corpses and continued to blast away. Half an hour later, the gilt hammer wheeled violently and hit the ground before he realized the chickens had been killed. At this moment, he felt his arms were incomparably sore, as if they were no longer his own, fighting for too long. Luckily, the chickens were not strong. If they were all mutated creatures, fighting for more than half an hour, Su Xiao felt that he would never be able to last that long. It might have been divided up by the chickens long ago. Wiping the blood off her helmet, she looked towards Guan Xiaohan, and saw that Guan Xiaohan was holding her gun in her pestle and was also panting heavily, blood dripping down her body. In the folds of the dress, blood flowed down like a stream. It's okay. Su Xiao hurriedly went to help Guan Xiaohan, and the moment he touched her, Guan Xiaohan directly went limp, soft in Su Xiao's arms. It was only when she opened her mask that she saw that at this moment, Guan Xiaohan's face was pale. Beads of sweat flowed down from her forehead. It's okay. Off the hook, Guan Xiaohan said with a strained voice. She herself went the route of dexterity, speed, and explosiveness, and a protracted battle would be too physically demanding for her. You lie down and rest for a while. I'll get you some water, Su Xiao said, letting Guan Xiaohan lean against the wheel as he took out 2 bottles of water. Feeding Guan Xiaohan a bottle first, he drank it himself. Attack drone pilot Sun Chang looked down at the field of corpses below, exclaimed, "Cow! Surprisingly, it has held up for so long. Yes, these 2 young men have strength and strong wills. They are already the best of their age." Aha! The 2 men marveled. Attack drones fly off into the distance. I really can't imagine what will happen if this is a real corpse tide. Su Xiao sighed as he drank a bottle of water. These were still ordinary large roosters interspersed with a dozen or so level 1 mutant roosters, letting the 2 men tire themselves out to the point of exhaustion. If the real beast tide, Su Xiao simply couldn't dare to imagine. It won't form. Once a herd of beasts gathers, there will be missiles hitting them immediately. Guan Xiaohan gasped, "Carry me to the car. I'm going to lie down for a while to recover my strength." Okay. Su Xiao had a strong physique and recovered much faster than Guan Xiaohan, and at this time, after drinking a bottle of water, his strength was basically restored. Picking up Guan Xiaohan, he walked towards the car door. Suddenly, Guan Xiaohan in her arms fiercely kissed Su Xiao. "You're getting more and more handsome." When Su Xiao stepped in front of her to block all the attacks, she knew she hadn't found the wrong person. "That's a must. Let's show you a more handsome side of me tonight," Su Xiao heatedly said. "Roll." Guan Xiaohan slapped Su Xiao in the face without any good humor. Su Xiao then put Guan Xiaohan on the passenger seat and let Guan Xiaohan rest. He himself cleaned up the battlefield. "Do you still want these ordinary roosters?" Su Xiao asked as he picked out the carcass of the mutated large rooster from the pile of corpses. Guan Xiaohan peeked out from the window. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, smiling as she watched Su Xiao work. "Pick the whole ones and get a few. Stew chicken soup tonight at night, so you can make up for it. Yo, tonic me up. It's not going to be for you. He. Su Xiao smiled as he dragged the corpse of the mutated large rooster, walked to the car door, and kissed Guan Xiaohan's cherry mouth. She didn't dodge either. 2 minutes later. "Yuck, it smells like blood. No touching me without a bath." Got it. Su Xiao felt energized and quickly loaded all the mutated large roosters onto the truck. Another 100 or 10 intact large rooster carcasses were picked. Just then, an eagle's cry rang out from the sky. Su Xiao looked towards the sky and saw a large eagle with 5 or 6 meters of spread wings circling above their heads, letting out a shrill cry. And there seemed to be the sound of chickens crowing again further down the village. The sound was not like the normal crowing of a domestic chicken. Rather, it was long and sharp, the chirping of a pheasant. "Can't stay here much longer." Su Xiao did not hesitate and directly got into the car, hit the gas and head back toward the same road. Right now, Guan Xiaohan was running out of stamina and couldn't sustain the next battle. If there was another group of pheasants with stronger fighting strength, and that level 2 mutant eagle in the sky, he definitely wouldn't be able to eat. The moment the car started and left, the mutant black hawk, fluttering its wings, rushed down. It landed on a large swath of corpses and devoured them with a large mouthful. Chapter 63, Martial Dao's Second Heaven. "I'll go." "What the hell? Why is that car full of blood? Even the window glass is gone." The crowd was shocked as they pointed to the light trucks that were barreling down the road. The light truck was covered in blood. Even the windshield was shattered, and inside sat 2 people covered in blood red. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be blood. The entire body was drenched in blood and turned blood red. It's Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao. Holy, what have these two gone through? Why are they covered in blood? My god, what kind of great battle did those two go through? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and they were very dry, not even dusty. Then he looked at Guan Xiaohan and Su Xiao who were covered in blood. There's no comparison. And then look at what other people are getting. Everyone was instantly silent. There's a reason why people Guan Xiaohan Su Xiao can get so many mutant beast corpses. Su Xiao drove into the school in a light truck, and the crowd of logistics teachers and martial arts teachers were shocked. What are these two doing? Why is there so much blood? The car's glass is still all ate up. So many rooster carcasses. Is this butchering a chicken farm? The teachers wondered. Pretty much. Su Xiao told the experience of the attack. Now that this mutant beast is getting crazier and crazier. Be careful when you guys go out again. Chung Song looked at the two with relief. Got it, teacher. The logistics teacher then counted up. Another 60 or so merit points were given. Guan Xiaohan directly exchanged one copy of Green Python Essence Blood and one copy of Iron Armored Ox Essence Blood. Su Xiao changed a light truck, loaded 2 large barrels of water, and borrowed the pot, seasonings and so on, and took 3 big fat chicken, then drove away. Drive towards the small village in front of the school. It was a little stronghold for both of them. First of all the blood stains of the clothes to clean some. Good thing that the combat uniform has a strong waterproof ability. Above the blood stains on the water once washed all clean. Dry your clothes. Su Xiao, come over here and apply the Iron Armored Cow Essence Blood. Guan Xiaohan patted Su Xiao's muscular back. Okay, coming into the house. Su Xiao took a deep breath, letting Guan Xiaohan attack. Soon Su Xiao's skin all over his body became red and swollen. Guan Xiaohan immediately applied Iron Armored Cow Essence Blood to his entire body. Yo, it's more than twice as big as before. Normal is 13 or 14 centimeters. Not easy, Guan Xiaohan teased. Flicking it, Su Xiao gave her a blank look. You wait for me. What? You still want to eat me? Guan Xiaohan pinched Su Xiao's chin and laughed, with a look like she was quick to give the big man a smile. He, you'll know later. Su Xiao raised his eyebrows and focused on running the iron cloth shirt. As soon as the chi and blood ran, the energy contained within the Iron Armored Bull's essence blood madly drilled into Su Xiao's body, enhancing his skin muscles and making him stronger. As the essence and blood energy seeped into his body, the redness and swelling on his body had disappeared as far as the eye could see, revealing a solid muscle. The perfectly defined muscle lines made Su Xiao look as if he was a bronze cast sculpture. Seeing Guan Xiaohan's 2 eyes glowing, her tender white and slender little hands knocking here and there, she'd scat out. Su Xiao shielded his 6 senses and all of his attention was focused on running the iron cloth shirt technique. As the Iron Armored Cow Essence blood energy was poured into his body, and it was being rapidly absorbed by his body. Suddenly, a stream of air was born in his dantian, which ran along with his blood veins and quickly dispersed into his flesh and blood. As the chi flow dispersed into his body, Su Xiao clearly felt that his chi had obviously grown by a large margin, and clearly perceived the enhancement of the skin and flesh. And as the gong method operated, a stream of chi emerged from the dantian and drilled into his body, rapidly strengthening his entire body. However, as the Iron Armored Bull's essence blood became less, the speed at which the airflow appeared also decreased. When the essence blood energy was exhausted, the airflow was no longer born either. Su Xiao was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he opened his eyes in surprise. Second heaven of martial arts, self-angry power, practiced the second layer? Guan Xiaohan noticed Su Xiao's change at the first moment and inquired in surprise. Su Xiao nodded down fiercely. It's done. I've also become a martial Dao second heavenly master. Su Xiao clenched his fists. He could clearly feel the muscles in his arms had a force that filled them, making each of his muscle threads become thicker and more defensive. It's more than a point stronger than before. He could clearly feel the chi in his muscles and go to any part of his body as he exerted himself, making it instantly stronger. This was still just entering the second sky of martial Dao. As he cultivated, his chi became more powerful. Then once he powered up, all the muscles in his body would skyrocket, instantly becoming a little muscular giant. The strength was absolutely heaven-defying. After advancing to the third sky of martial Dao, the chi will be even stronger when it is released externally. The sharpness of a strong man flashed in Su Xiao's eyes. Now that he was allowed to meet up with that grade 2 mutant cow again, he felt that he would be able to blow up the grade 2 mutant cow with a hard touch. Of course, bare hands definitely wouldn't work. Open the panel. Subject, Human Su Xiao. Base attributes, Strength 130, Physique 150, Agility 70, Spirit 85. Talent, 1 soul, 2 bodies. Level, second heaven of martial arts. Kung Fu. Body casting decision, simple 100%. Iron cloth shirt, intermediate. Level 25%. Martial art, 18 drums and Erin's hammer technique, elementary. 78% of second level. Subbody, Thunder Sparrow. Grade, grade 2 mutation. Talents, Devour Evolution, 1000-fold Strength, 10,000-fold Defense. Attribute, Thunder and Lightning, medium 20%. Skills, Lightning Strike. Rato. Evolution points, 26323. Evolution completion, 26323/100. 000. Sure enough, Martial Way Second Heaven. Iron Cloth Shirt Second Layer 5%. Strength and Constitution have increased substantially. All of them have increased by dozens of points. Picking up the Guilt Hammer, it immediately felt lighter. He had been able to wield it at will before, and now it was as easy as holding a toy. Looks like we'll have to think about getting a new pair of hammers tomorrow. My man is going to catch up with me. No, I have to cultivate quickly too. Come here, tough muscular man, and apply the green python essence blood to me. Guan Xiaohan pulled the iron rod, and between the gentle movements of her tender white hands, it instantly skyrocketed more than double, like a rolling pin. Chick, you're playing with fire. Su Xiao grabbed at Guan Xiaohan. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiaohan's body was slippery, like a snake easily dodged Su Xiao's gate. Stop it. First give me a boost to apply the green python essence blood. Guan Xiaohan struck an enchanting and teasing pose at Su Xiao. Su Xiao directly gave her a big blank stare. Taking out the green python essence blood to Guan Xiaohan coated up. He coated very carefully. Every inch is not spared. The important parts also forced to the skin within the squeeze, so that the effect of the green python essence blood can be played to the maximum. And Guan Xiaohan had already punched Su Xiao several times. 3 minutes later, the application was complete. Guan Xiaohan immediately cultivated. Su Xiao found the best position to admire it. Chapter 64, 3rd Grade Mutant Octopus. Half an hour later, Su Xiao watched with his naked eyes as Guan Xiaohan's skin that was originally tender and white became fine and white. If it was the color of tofu at first, there was still a faint tenderness in the white. Then now her skin had completely turned the color of jewels. The white skin seemed to reveal a faint fluorescence. One could not take their eyes off of it. An hour later, Guan Xiaohan's legs and feet suddenly became not so nimble. The tender white little fist pounded on Su Xiao's chest. Can't you be gentle? Yo, that's not what you just said. Su Xiao was filled with speechlessness. Still say. Guan Xiaohan kicked Su Xiao. Su Xiao grinned as he picked Guan Xiaohan up. I'll send you back to the tent, okay? Okay. Guan Xiaohan was suddenly shy, a blush appearing on her face. Su Xiao put her in the tent and said, you squint for a while, wait for me to make something delicious and call you. Had ha. Su Xiao put on his clothes and began to boil water and handle the large rooster. After becoming a martial artist, their food intake had all increased greatly. One person had to eat at least 3 or 4 pounds of meat. Su Xiao majored in physique and strength and ate more. 3 large roosters will be enough for the 2 of them. While Su Xiao was handling the ingredients, Guan Xiaohan also got dressed and helped him out. 1 roasted, 2 stewed, and by the time it was completely done, the sky was just about to darken. Eat, the chicken legs are mine. Guan Xiaohan snatched all of the 2 chicken legs and ate them proudly. Su Xiao and her held the roasted chicken and devoured it, and in less than half an hour, the 2 of them were full. Back to bed in the tent. What strength do you have now? Embracing Guan Xiaohan, Su Xiao asked. Late second sky. With another jar of green python essence blood, I can advance to the peak of the second sky, or even break through the second sky. Guan Xiao yawned as he rolled over and climbed on top of Su Xiao. So many? Su Xiao was shocked beyond belief. His 2 pots of iron armored cow essence blood had only just been promoted to the second sky of the martial Dao, and Guan Xiaohan had already reached the peak of the second sky. You think? Why else would I be class A and you be class C? Same resources, same amount of time. I improved many times faster than you. I was able to elevate to the 3rd heavenly realm with 3 jars of low-grade transcendence essence blood. You have at least 10 jars of essence blood, or even 15. If you don't have a Thunderbird to help you elevate, you used even more. Guan Xiaohan's hand traced circles on Su Xiao's muscles as she explained, also yawning the whole time. That's awesome. Su Xiao praised. I'll be relying on you to feed me from now on. Okay, I'll keep you from now on. I can't. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Guan Xiaohan yawned. Due to the fact that they had been fighting, Su Xiao and the others didn't need to practice their martial arts, and Guan Xiaohan had been tired all day, and had been off her feet in the afternoon and just now, and had been sleepy for a long time. In a short while, he fell into a deep sleep on Su Xiao's body. Looking at Guan Xiaohan, whose skin was as white as a jewel and whose entire being was like a treasure of the world, Su Xiao secretly said, I have to work harder too. Otherwise, the difference in strength is too great, and there will definitely be a change in mentality. Even though I've got her now, I don't know what the future holds as I see more. It's necessary to stay at the same level of combat power all the time. Su Xiao stroked Guan Xiaohan's hair and turned his attention to Thunderbird's side, crying. A piercingly sharp chirping sound came out from the cave, followed by an explosion of thunder and lightning. and a bird bubbling with thunder and lightning exploded out, and then shot up into the sky. Su Xiao controlled the Thunder Sparrow to charge up into the sky, hissing to his heart's content, his body bursting with thunder and lightning, venting to his heart's content, "The heaven and earth let me swim in wantonness, when the fun is over." The Thunder Sparrow's wings retracted, and like a sharp arrow it fell straight down to the water's surface, plopping and swirling a large amount of water. Just as he entered the water, a 3-meter-long shark came biting towards Thunderbird with its mouth open. Thunder Sparrow was instantly delighted. Just entering the water and having food delivered to your door. It should be rewarded, but I don't have anything good, so I'll reward you with a wing. The 8 or 9 meter long wings like giant knives swung out, instantly splitting the water waves and bursting out, precisely splitting the shark's head. Pust, like a knife slicing through tofu, it instantly severed the shark's head and chopped along the vertebrae at an extremely fast speed, instantly splitting it in half. Large swathes of blood spurted out. It dyed the surrounding blood red. The Thunder Sparrow opened its huge beak and pecked, tearing off a dozen pounds of meat in one bite and swallowing it. Soon, the shark was devoured. The smell of blood also attracted large schools of fish, but they were all small fish, and some of the large fish directly dared not come close after sensing the terrifying Su Xiao. Only some small fish, unaware of the danger, gobbled up the blood energy in the seawater. Thunderbird didn't bother catching these palm-sized minnows. There's plenty of time today and I'm strong enough to try and head further out into the sea and find some big guys. To evolve again, it needed 100,000 evolution points. The Thunder Sparrow only had over 20,000 right now. If it kept devouring these level 1 and level 2 fish, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the evolution requirement. Therefore, the Thunder Sparrow's wings shook, and a huge force erupted, directly rolling 2 huge water whirlpools, while itself bursting forward under the huge thrust of its wings. After swimming almost 100 miles or so, one could clearly feel the riotousness and bloodshed of the place. The water mixed with all sorts of violent energy fluctuations, as well as the smell of the blood of unknown creatures. Even the depth of the seawater was much deeper than before and became turbid, and there were many places where there was a rotating whirlpool. Not knowing what kind of creature left behind when it swam, the strong aura that remained everywhere made Thunder Sparrow become excited. Its thunderous eyes scanned the area, looking up for prey. Suddenly, the mud and sand below surged, and 2 thick tentacles burst out and swept towards the Thunderbird at an extremely fast speed. The tentacles seemed to have a weird ability. The surrounding seawater, with the appearance of the tentacles, swirled faster, and the swirling currents made the tentacles even faster. Almost the instant the Thunder Sparrow saw the surge of mud and sand, the tentacle had already reached it and lashed down hard. Seek death. Thunder Shield. A ball of lightning light composed entirely of lightning suddenly surged out in front of the Thunderbird's body to guard it firmly. The ball of lightning light emitted channels of thunder light, like a thunder snake in the water, spreading rampantly in the seawater, swinging up a terrifying might. And at this time the tentacle has been drawn to, snapped with a bang. Lightning light ball in that tentacle under the terrifying power burst. Lightning burst flashed directly between the tentacle, electric scorched black. An aroma of meat swirled in all directions. The tentacles burst back, while a hiss of pain came from the mud. A large area of mud and sand surged, revealing a horrible octopus that was about 2 meters long and had 8 dozens of meters long tentacles, and it hissed in severe pain. 2 more tentacles lashed out towards the Thunder Sparrow, a 3rd-grade mutant octopus. So fierce. I love it. The Thunder Sparrow exploded with excitement. Its wings swung violently, and it quickly killed towards the mutated octopus, not even bothering with the tentacles that were drawn over, because, as fast as they were, they couldn't be faster than him. Dozens of meters of distance instantly killed. The huge claws surrounded by lightning violently probed out towards the main body of the 3rd-grade octopus to grab it. At this time, all of its other tentacles erupted, sweeping towards the Thunder Sparrow, and at the same time, a large amount of black ink was sprayed out of its mouth, spreading rapidly towards the Thunder Sparrow. Chapter 65, Peak Level 3 Mutant Sea Turtle. A large area of black ink spread over, and it was about to wrap the Thunder Sparrow, and a flap of its wings instantly set off a furious wave of water. The water wave rolled backward, directly involving all the ink in the water wave, and then crashed into the 3rd-level mutant octopus with a bang. Seeing that, the ink was as if it was a violent poison. It even corroded the skin of the mutant octopus in an instant, and one bubble could be seen corroding up. The skin breaks down instantly. The mutant octopus screamed miserably as 7 or 8 tentacles controlled the current and swept over at a faster speed. Chop! The Thunder Sparrow's 2 wings violently unfolded like 2 giant knives, revealing its sharp fangs. And then its body violently spun around, with its 2 wings, like knives that spun up, breaking through the waves of water. It chopped into the tentacles of the 3rd-grade mutant octopus, like a knife slicing through spaghetti. Its tentacles snapped right off the moment the wings sliced through them. 7 or 8 snake-like tentacles twisted and fell into the sea, and the tertiary octopus once again erupted into a mournful cry. And at that moment Thunderbird no longer gave it a chance. The sharp claw encircled with lightning clawed into the main body of the third-level octopus, directly breaking into the body. The lightning contained in the claw instantly caused the body of the third-level octopus to tremble and stiffen. The other claw also grasped into it fiercely, and then the Thunder Sparrow opened its mouth and swallowed it in a big gulp. The bird's beak pecked deeply into the body of the third-grade mutant octopus. The upper and lower beak clamped a large piece of flesh and blood, and with a forceful tug, a piece of octopus flesh of more than 10 kilograms was instantly torn off by the Thunderbird. With a tilt of his neck, he swallowed it into his abdomen, and his terrifying devouring and digesting ability quickly digested the blood and flesh, becoming the purest evolutionary energy in his body. After one swallow, a second bite had been pecked down, and at this point the mutant octopus was still alive, trembling and shivering. Thunderbird doesn't care about this. You were the one who sneaked up on me first. If you didn't sneak up on me, I wouldn't have been able to detect you. Moreover, if he couldn't defeat the Thunder Sparrow, his death would be even worse. 3 minutes later, the Terror Level 3 octopus was devoured. Su Xiao looked at the attribute panel and was instantly delighted. Surprisingly, it directly provided more than 8,000 evolution points. Sure enough, I still have to mess with mutant creatures of high rank. In this way, I can advance faster. As Su Xiao thought, the Thunderbird's gaze began to scan again. However, this side seemed to be the territory of the third-level mutant octopus. There were no creatures of the same level in the surrounding area. Then found a direction to continue the search. The further you go, the lower the ground gets and the higher the water pressure. Suddenly, Su Xiao saw a large sea turtle of more than 4 meters, swimming slowly under the water. And as he swam, he devoured the water plants. A laid-back look. This, third-level peak mutant sea turtle. Thunder Sparrow was overjoyed. The sea turtle was large and meaty, which also meant that it had a lot of evolutionary energy in its body. Moreover, the combat power was not strong and it was slow. It's pretty much useless except for a stronger defense. The Thunder Sparrow, on the other hand, possessed 1,000 times the attack and 10,000 times the defense, and could easily break through its turtle shell. Thinking that, the Thunder Sparrow's wings flapped and rushed over, and that big sea turtle also sensed the coming danger at the first time, and its head directly shrunk in. Moreover, a layer of earthy yellow light appeared on its body, covering it like a defense shield. If it was any other mutant beast that saw this situation, it would definitely turn around and leave, because they know they can't break the turtle shell. But Thunderbird is different. Rapidly flying in, the huge claws containing lightning violently grabbed onto the earth-yellow defense shield, like grasping on a balloon. It directly burst, and then, sitting and grasping on the turtle shell, it was like 5 nails, directly piercing in, only to hear a crunching sound. The turtle shell directly cracked in all directions with the position of the claw. The grade 3 mutant sea turtle was startled. Its head suddenly poked out of its shell and opened its mouth, actually revealing a row of fine teeth, biting towards the Thunderbird's thigh. A hint of mockery flashed in Thunder Sparrow's eyes. The bird's beak violently pecked down, and with a speed faster than that of a grade 3 mutant sea turtle, it accurately pecked it on the head, and with a bang, it directly pecked its head to burst. One hit kills. The bird's beak dangled the head of the peak 3rd grade mutant sea turtle, and with a forceful tug, a large piece of flesh and blood was ripped out. The Thunderbird tilted its head back and swallowed it, and then with his sharp claws, he peeled off all of the mutant sea turtle shells and devoured them in one big mouthful. After devouring it, the evolution points directly skyrocketed by more than 13,000 points. This feeling of rapidly becoming stronger is really cool. The Thunder Sparrow chirped excitedly, and then, between the stirring of its wings, it once again shot out explosively, continuing to search for prey. A level 3 mutant moray eel was soon seen again. That moray eel was very alert, and after sensing the Thunder Sparrow's gaze, its body twisted to burrow into the coral rock crevices and fled in a hurry. 2 moray eels in a row were encountered both. It didn't even give Thunder Sparrow a chance to lock on and give chase. Hunting is also a patient job of taking chances. The Thunder Sparrow sighed with emotion, and without wasting any more time, with a wave of its wings, it shot off explosively towards the water. After flying back to the surface, he headed towards the cave. After circling around and finding no danger, he flew into the cave. Su Xiao picked Guan Xiaohan up gently and placed her in the crook of her arm before she slowly fell asleep. As the town fell into silence, coast, a large ship stopped not far from the shore and lowered a small boat, approaching the shore so quickly that a pair of scarlet glowing eyes could be seen above. And in the seawater, a powerful mutant fish swam into the river and quickly spread towards a small stream. More than one place, the entire peripheral territory of the northern part of the river all had small boats approaching. There are mutant fish entering the river. Surround and kill Jiangbei's students first. Wait for Jiangbei's army to support them. All the experts will immediately move out and do everything they can to eliminate and kill the humans in Jiangbei. I want to create a tragedy that shakes the entire human world out. By this, I proclaim to the world that my beast god cult is back. On one of the large ships, a man with a wolf king's mask on his head and a cloak on his body spoke in a hoarse voice. He looked at the lights that were lit up on the shore with bloodthirsty madness in his eyes. Beast god envoy, you will definitely get what you want. This time, you will definitely be able to tell all humans that the beast god cult cannot be messed with. Gah! A man of short stature, who spoke like a raven with a broken voice, spoke respectfully. Ha ha ha, my beast god cult will definitely be able to take over the entire blue star. The man with the wolf king mask on his head laughed maniacally. No one noticed that the corner of the short man's mouth tugged, revealing a hint of mockery. Jiangbei City. In the barracks, Major General Dongming looked at the picture coming from the satellite image, and mockery flashed in his eyes as he watched the arrogance, and the clear arrogant voice. Have all the strongholds of the beast god cult been grasped? Major General Dongming asked with an expressionless face. According to the information provided by Dark Crow, we have fully grasped their stronghold and have secretly dispatched manpower. All it takes is an order from you to eliminate them all, the secretary said. Not for a while. Meanwhile, continue searching and find out the more secretive strongholds. I'm going to decimate the beast god cult. Dongming killed a trace of icy killing intent in his eyes. Yes. Chapter 66, Hunting Mutant Fish by the Great River. In a daze, Su Xiao felt like he had transformed into an angry dragon and rushed into the hole filled with lava-like heat. When he opened his eyes, he saw Guan Xiaohan sitting on top of him. It doesn't hurt? Su Xiao gently lifted her up. Guan Xiaohan nodded shyly, the blush on her face spreading all over her body. Then watch my raging dragon charge into the sky. Su Xiao roared in a low voice. Slow down. An hour later, Guan Xiaohan patted Su Xiao's chest with great satisfaction. Young man, finally a little manly. That's a must. Su Xiao instantly came back to life. Yo, I said you're fat, and you're gasping for air. I hope to be like this when you're 30 years old. Yikes, don't we still have to hunt mutant beasts? We've already wasted a lot of time. Guan Xiaohan pushed the endless Su Xiao away with force. We'll continue this at night. Su Xiao took a bite of the cherry blossom before releasing Guan Xiaohan. The two of them washed up and casually ate a bite of breakfast while driving the truck to hunt mutant beasts. Before leaving, another round of animal repellent powder was sprinkled, lest some mutant beast, wild animal or whatever storm into their temporary quarters. Are we going to kill those mutated pheasants, or are we going to the big river? Su Xiao, who was driving the truck, inquired. Let's go by the big river. The mutated pheasants messed up too many chicken feathers and are too bloody, and there's also a level 2 mutated eagle, so there's no guarantee it won't sneak up on them. Guan Xiaohan analyzed sensibly. Okay, then let's go to the big river. Su Xiao drove straight to the large river at the edge of the town. That big river was already at the far west end of town. It was farther away than even the Zaya Wangzwang they'd been to before, which was to the southwest, and this big river was due west. The truck roared by. Over an hour. Finally, the big river was hundreds of meters wide. It was the rainy season. The river was full of water. The flowing river had a raging feeling. Standing on the bank and looking into the river, from time to time, one could see mutant fish leaping up to the surface of the water. The river is too rough here. Our bait may not work well, Su Xiao said as he looked at the extremely fast water flow. The river was flowing so fast that it would directly wash away and disperse the smell of blood emanating from the bait, and those mutant fish might not even smell it. Let's go over there. There's a bend in the river. The water flows slower. It can retain the smell of blood and draw the fish over. Su Xiao pointed not far to the north. All right, get in. The two men drove on and arrived at the bay of the river. The water was boiling, and a large black fish, nearly 3 meters long, was flopping around in the shallow water on the bank, and it had a large water bird in its mouth, which it was feeding into its mouth in a big gulp. Level 2 mutant blackfish. Luck! Su Xiao was overjoyed. The car hadn't stopped yet. Guan Xiaohan had already rushed over with her silver gun, and there was still a distance of 7 or 8 meters away from the mutant blackfish when she leapt up. The silver spear shed dazzling silver aura under the sunlight and shot out explosively, hitting the head of the second-grade mutant blackfish with a poof, piercing a hole in its head, and nailed dead to the ground. At this time, Guan Xiaohan was already at the peak of the second level of martial arts, and her strength had skyrocketed. Killing these second-grade mutant beasts was as simple as killing a chicken. The second-grade mutant blackfish fluttered and swept up a large amount of water, and churned the muddy water into a muddy mess. It didn't take long before it stopped writhing and died completely. Awesome! Su Xiao praised and carried the guilt hammer down. Last night he had requested a bigger hammer from Chang Song, but since the logistical stronghold didn't have one, he would have to transfer it from the school, and he estimated that he would be able to replace it when he returned at noon. Walking up to the mutant blackfish, he yanked on its torso and violently pulled it to one shore. Guan Xiaohan very nimbly used the tip of the gun and slashed the mutant blackfish's stomach. bleeding out its intestines. The intestines were then placed in the water. To keep the intestines from being washed away by the current, Su Xiao purposely took a brick to press the intestines down, and then the two waited in silence. Almost 10 minutes, waves rolled over the water in the distance. A golden figure flashed through the water. Coming! Guan Xiaohan immediately raised her silver spear and waited for this yellow figure to get close enough to give it a blow. The golden figure, after being gone for a few dozen seconds, swam again, straight towards the direction of the intestines. It was a grade 1 mutated eel, arm thick and more than 3 meters long. It swam over violently, opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards the intestines regardless. Guan Xiaohan's eyes were quick, and her silver spear shot out explosively, noiselessly stabbing away. It fell violently, stabbing the mutant eel's head, killing it with precision. And then, with a pick of the silver spear, he directly picked out the mutant eel and dropped it on the bank. It was only 7 or 8 seconds before and after. Awesome! According to you, then I will really only be able to lie flat in the future. Su Xiao marveled. This eye power, hand strength. Guan Xiaohan's progress was really one day at a time. Load the car. Guan Xiaohan tossed her head in a dashing manner, her nice big eyes picking up, very pleased with herself. Okay, Su Xiao nimbly grabbed it and threw it into the car. Then they waited again, and while waiting some ordinary fish also swam over to grab the intestines to eat, all of which were stabbed to death by Guan Xiaohan's precision, become the bait afterward. After waiting for almost 10 more minutes, a mutant loach that was 10 centimeters thick and a meter long suddenly burrowed out of the mud, biting its intestines and running. The silver spear instantly burst out to kill him with precision. Next, almost every 10 minutes or so, a level 1 mutated fish swam over. Mutated loach, mutated eel, mutated blackfish, mutated carp and so on, basically all level 1 mutated beasts. A dozen were harvested in a little over 2 hours. Toward the back, the smell of blood became stronger as more fish became dead. At that moment a huge black shadow on the water approached quickly. Su Xiao, who had been paying attention to the water in the distance, immediately saw it. Here comes a big crab. It's a level 2 mutant beast, Su Xiao reminded Guan Xiaohan. Got it. The mutant crab was 1 meter square in size, but the two large pincers were thick and large. Fully unfolded had to be 2 meters long, and the width of the pincers had to be about half a meter. That thick and full of texture shell had a tiny spike on it, and it looked very bad to mess with. It spat out bubbles and quickly rushed towards the shore, and before it could get close, 2 large pincers struck quickly to clamp down on the dead bodies of common fish on the surface of the water. After clamping it, it was quickly sent into its mouth, only to see its mouth like a grinding machine, instantly crushing the food before swallowing it. A fish in the teens was devoured by it in less than half a minute. As he ate, he hurried forward, aiming for the very intestines of that level 2 mutated blackfish. Soon came within striking distance. Guan Xiaohan fiercely stabbed down, hitting the eyes of the grade 2 mutant crab right in the eye. It let out a pain scream and its huge claws fiercely probed out towards Guan Xiaohan to clip it. It's in front of you in an instant, and if you're caught in a pinch, even with a combat suit you will be seriously injured. Fortunately, Guan Xiaohan was dexterous and quickly retreated with a single step of her feet. Ka-chow! The moment the clips collided there was a popping sound, very oozing, which would definitely hurt if they were caught. Chapter 67, A Full Harvest. Seeing that it didn't clip the person, the mutated crab angrily chased after it, and Guan Xiaohan quickly retreated towards the shore. Soon the big mutant crab came up from the water after him. It completely failed to notice Su Xiao on the side, and Su Xiao didn't take the risk of rushing out to smash it. Instead, he swung the gilt hammer up and threw it out with great force. The more than 100 pounds of gilt hammer fell like a meteor, instantly smashing into the mutated big crab, only to hear a clicking and popping sound. The gilt hammer sunk deep into it, directly blasting out a deep pit in the armor, exposing the tender crab meat inside. And the big mutated crab that was so majestic just a moment ago instantly went limp. Just to be on the safe side, Guan Xiaohan stabbed out and poked his head. This meat is very tender, so don't turn it in. Let's just roast it and eat it. It just so happens that it's noon. Su Xiao looked at the full of crab yolk inside the mutated large crab and suggested, "It'll do. You make a fire and roast it," Guan Xiaohan said, keeping her eyes on the water. Right in the gap between their words, a 3-meter-long, calf-thick mutant water python violently burst from the water's surface, exploding a large number of splashes and biting towards Guan Xiaohan with its huge mouth open. Level 2 mutant python. Saw you a long time ago. The silver spear in Guan Xiaohan's hand violently stabbed out, and with a poof, pierced into the upper jaw of the mutant python, the sharp lance directly penetrating the head. Instant kill. The huge body was still twisting and curling towards Guan Xiaohan, but she easily dodged it, and between the spins of her body, she directly threw the mutant python out. Heavy fall in front of the truck. Awesome! Su Xiao praised and went to the shore to look for firewood. stones, bricks and other things. A simple burning platform was built, and then the mutant crab was placed on it, after which, a fire was lit directly under the mutant crab and it was directly roasted. Before long, the aroma of crab meat wafted out. Guan Xiaohan, come over and eat the meat, shouted Su Xiao. Got it. Guan Xiaohan returned after stabbing another mutant blackfish to death and dumping it on the shore. The two sat directly on the shore. Su Xiao broke off a half-meter pincer and crushed the shell, instantly revealing the tender white crab meat inside. Instantly a fresh flavor came to his nose. Handing it to Guan Xiaohan, thank you, my family's big man. Guan Xiaohan's eyes were glowing, and after receiving it, she opened her little cherry mouth and bit on it. Full of the fresh and sweet flavor of crab meat, it fills the whole taste buds directly. Fragrant, sweet, yummy. Guan Xiaohan's eyes narrowed into small crescents. Su Xiao broke off the other big pincer, directly used his mouth to bite the shell, and bit down with a big mouthful, full of crab meat flavor, which made Su Xiao unable to stop, and ate it with a big mouthful. And it contains an abundance of transcendental energy, which is digested in the stomach and then flows throughout the body. The fatigue of the morning was instantly swept away, just as the two of them were devouring the mutated crabs. Another level 1 mutated blackfish swam out of the water below, devouring the fish intestines in a big mouthful. The two didn't bother. They had plenty of mutant fish now, and waiting a little while and chambering another one would draw in more of them. Before long, another mutated blackfish and a mutated eel joined the scramble. That's too much mutant fish. What's the situation? Su Xiao wondered. According to their preconceived notions, they would only be able to get a dozen or so mutant fish at most in one day today, but now they had gotten more than 20 in one morning. There are also several secondary mutant fish. Maybe it's because of the big river search upstream. Guan Xiaohan filled her mouth with crab meat and slurred. All of them, students who had just entered the martial arts path, were only participating in the town's purging activities. Some of the senior students, as well as people from government departments, were in boats, cleaning the river of mutant creatures. The mutant fish only ran downstream after being chased by the big boats. Guan Xiaohan thought, what do you care? Let's just earn merit points. Aha! Su Xiao nodded. Just then, they heard in the river the roar of a machine. Look up. Several men in military uniforms were seen speeding across the water in motorboats. There was a huge wave of water directly in front of them. Looking closely, you can see that the front of the motorboats all have a steel cable going deep under the water in front of them. The water suddenly erupted with a loud noise as a huge fishtail slapped towards a motorboat. The man sitting on the motorboat instantly put up a shield, and with a bang, the motorboat was slapped and drifted out to the left, drifting a dozen meters away in a moment. Ha ha, he's out of power. Surround him. The people on the motorboat laughed out loud. Then they actually switched to huge harpoons and jumped directly into the water. The water surface instantly tossed and stirred up a large number of water splashes, sweeping and shooting in all directions, and the water also turned red at a very fast speed. Those soldiers in uniform were all incredibly brave and terrifying, and each strike swept up wild waves of water, and before long, the battle died down a little. A big fish that was 8 or 9 meters long was dragged out by the yacht. My god! Cow ah! A 4th level mutant blackfish just got killed, Su Xiao exclaimed in admiration, while gulping down the crab meat in a completely melon-eating manner. All of these soldiers have the strength of the peak of the 3rd sky of martial Dao. It won't be difficult to round up a class 4 mutant blackfish. Guan Xiaohan was also nibbling on the crab meat. Those soldiers tied the class 4 mutant blackfish to a yacht, which immediately returned towards the original path at full power. Other yachts drove slowly over the water, not knowing if they were using some kind of instrument, and after a few minutes of driving, the yachts accelerated violently. At the same time, there was a popping sound from the boat's fish gun, and the harpoon drilled sharply into the water, pulling out another big 3rd-class carp in no time at all. The speed at which the mutant beasts were killed was astonishing. Soon the crowd of soldiers were steering the yacht toward the downstream. Too fierce. Killing a 3rd or 4th level mutant beast is like killing a chicken. Su Xiao marveled. Don't be in a hurry. When we're strong, we'll be stronger than them. Guan Xiaohan looked at the distant yacht, and there was yearning in her eyes. They both withdrew their gaze when the yacht was far away. Keep eating the flavorful crab meat. Half an hour later, the two of them had eaten and drank enough and rested enough to go down again to kill the mutated fish. At this point, there were already half a dozen level 1 mutant fish at the river bay. Guan Xiaohan's silver spear stabbed down sharply, killing the mutant fish while picking it to the shore, while Su Xiao loaded the mutant fish directly into the car. Mutant blackfish, mutant carp, mutant loach, mutant crayfish, mutant crabs, mutant snakes, and so on. I don't know if there is an expert in the middle of the river hunting mutant fish. They swim one by one to the river bank. Just after 3 o'clock, the light trucks were already full, and there were still mutant fish swimming below. However, Su Xiao realized that most of these mutant fish were swimming from downstream. Guess it has something to do with those few masters running downstream towards. Just as the fish were happily being moved, the roar of the motorboat came from downstream and was so fast that it sounded like it had the throttle all the way to the floor. Soon arrived at the section of the river where they were. One of them shouted, "There are level 5 mutant fish downstream that are moving upstream. You guys leave the river immediately." Chapter 68, Guan Xiaohan breaks through to the third sky of martial Dao. Level 5 mutant fish. Su Xiao, Guan Xiaohan and the two of them were all shocked. A level 5 mutant beast was already a mid-order transcendental creature. It was not something they could deal with at the first or second level of the martial arts path. Even the Thunder Sparrow didn't dare to spar with a 5th level mutant creature right now. Hurriedly, he stood up and ran towards the truck, and then get in the car and head for the main road. Before he had driven long, he heard the river rumble, as deafening as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens. When they reached the bridge and looked downstream, they saw 2 to 3 meter waves rising downstream and moving forward so rapidly that some small boats parked on the river were simply smashed to pieces as the waves passed by. They were just a kilometer or 2 away at this point. "Increase the gas," Guan Xiaohan urged. "Understood." Su Xiao accelerated the gas while shifting gears and hurriedly passed the bridge. Nor did he dare to stay, running directly towards the stronghold. Not long after they had left, they heard a loud bang from behind them, followed by the sound of something heavy falling into the water. "Oh my god, the bridge is dead. Luckily we ran fast," Su Xiao said with some hindsight. At this point, they were far enough away from the riverbank that they were basically safe. Aquatic creatures rarely go offshore, and even amphibious creatures like crocodiles move along the shore and deep into the land. How could there be a level 5 mutant beast? Guan Xiaohan wondered. The river in front of them was considered to be a small river, and although the food was sufficient, it was also average, so it simply couldn't raise this kind of 5th level creature. Either they're running from the sea, either that or those perennial water monsters in the reservoir. Su Xiao casually said that these things had nothing to do with them. Level 5 mutant creatures, naturally, had experts to deal with them. Probably won't be able to make it back to Big River tomorrow though. He soon came to the stronghold and told Chang Song and the others about the news of the Big River. Chang Song nodded. They had received the message from above before. "Don't worry, Teacher Gao has already gone to take care of it." Not only Teacher Gao, the 5th Heavenly Masters from the several surrounding towns have all gone over to the Great River to exterminate it. Chun Song pacified. "Oh, there are still 5th Heaven experts in our stronghold." Su Xiao was surprised. Chang Song nodded. "Well, it's Mr. Gao. Just came this morning, but staying in town. I heard that there are several of them coming. Not only are there 5th Heavenly Masters, there are also 6th and 7th Heavenly Masters." When Su Xiao heard this, he became even more relieved. It's safe with a master. By the way, Nian and the others from the Sacred Feather Clan are also here, and we're looking for you guys just now. Chang Song added. "Oh, the little princess of the Sacred Feather Clan is here. What is she doing here?" "She's a peak expert of the 3rd heaven of martial arts, and she's from the Sacred Feather Clan to exchange ideas." "What's the point of coming to participate in our petty mission?" Su Xiao inquired in puzzlement. Chang Song shrugged. "How would I know? I'm just a lead teacher. I heard that you two are still the bodyguards of Nian of the Sacred Feather Clan, so grab her. She lives in the town." "Thank you, Mr. Teacher," Su Xiao responded, but it wasn't taken to heart. Waiting for the logistics teacher to estimate the value of a load of mutant fish, he managed to get nearly 200 more merit points. Subsequently, the green-scaled python essence blood and iron-armored bull essence blood were exchanged once again. Su Xiao used another 3 merit points to redeem the new sledgehammer he had applied for yesterday. It's 2 mixed hammers. Each handle was more than 330 pounds, and the twin hammers added up to more than 600 pounds. It was the size of a large watermelon and was made of pure metal. Su Xiao held it in his hand and it felt just right. That's a big increase in battle power. Looking at my soul value, I've gotten it to over 160 points. Directly give +10 to mixed hammer. After +10, the mixed iron hammer reached the peak of mortal weapons, and its power, toughness, and sturdiness all increased drastically. Su Xiao waved it twice, and the wind whistled with great power. "Why don't we go and live in the town too? There are many empty houses in the town. Let's go see Nian on the way. After all, we're still her bodyguards. It's a daily subsidy of 1 merit point," Guan Xiaohan suggested. Su Xiao had a big grin and didn't feel much about the appearance of that level 5 creature and the arrival of the many experts, but somehow she had a feeling that something might happen. It might not be safe for them to live out there alone again, and by going to live in a small town, with many masters around, even if no danger occurs, you can still have peace of mind. "Okay," Su Xiao directly answered. To him it didn't matter where he went to live as long as he followed Guan Xiaohan. The two went back and packed up their tents and other items and drove the truck directly to the town. The town was even more lively than they had expected, with a snack street and many students like them seen shopping and playing. "And you can buy stuff," Looking at the various delicacies, Su Xiao slapped his head. We should have come to the town in the first place.